Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, no longer California, Los Angeles to be pseudo-specific. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Friday, November the 21st, 2025, and this right here is called the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree Show. That's where you find it on podcast form, but it is the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Why is that flag upside down? Why is that flag upside down? What does TNAM mean? TNAM means the New American Media. Here, let me show you this one. There, it's right side up. So what do we like better? Right side up or upside down? Are we a nation in distress? Or are we a proper nation? That is the question, isn't it? I asked my buddy Ted, I said, hey, would you design something for me? And he did. He designed a series of things for me. It was fun. I probably have a little bit of, I need to charge that, don't I? Feature creep. When you're designing something, you get new ideas. You go, oh, how about this? How about that? Oh, I forgot to say this. Hey, can you add that? What about one more thing? And you don't really know exactly what you want until you get started. And at some point you go, dude, too many. I don't know. I'm getting lost here. You're making this way more confusing. I'm like, I apologize if my brain is coming across in a way that's frustrating or confusing to you. In my brain, I'm just trying to make sense of where it is. But I get how you're perceiving it because you are perceiving it properly. If that's how you're perceiving the situation, then that's the reality. That just makes it what it is. And so, yeah, the goal of communication is always to be clear, to be factual, to be honest. That's the goal of communicating to you each day. That's my goal in this role, in how I talk to you each day. By the way, welcome to my bar. I'm your bartender, Brian. Belly on up. Come on up to the bar. We're going to see those TV screens all over the place. We're going to talk about all the things going on all of these screens. We're a bunch of little trash pandas. We're going to turn the dumpster upside down, the trash can upside down, and shake it. That's what I'm doing. You're like, why do you keep doing that? And by the way, nice green screen behind you. I know, it's magic. We're a bunch of little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. We're going to talk about the stuff on the TV screens. What's on the TV screen? Well, here, let me put these up on the screen, because you need to follow us in other places. A lot of you follow me on YouTube. That's great. I need you on the other networks as well. We have to build alternate pathways. And if you've never been on Facebook to watch us live, can we try it today? If you've never been on Rumble live to watch the show, can we try it today? If you've never watched us on X, can we try it today? Because this has been a painstaking, arduous process to try to repair the damage caused to the New American Media, to the Agree to Disagree Show, to the DNAM Daily Show, to my company, to my brand, to this product. And it's a series of products. It's TNAM Music. It's TNAM Food and Drink. It's TNAM Preparedness. We have all these different channels on Facebook, but I don't really talk about them here. I don't really talk about them on X. I don't really talk about them on Instagram. But on Facebook, a lot of content goes that way to have good conversations about that stuff. We've been deleted from Facebook multiple times, so I don't trust it. That's why we're also on other platforms. Don't use them that much, but we need to make sure we're connected with our audience. Should what was it called? Cloudflare took down 20% of the internet a couple days ago. I had an experience where for several days out of the week, Grok wasn't working, AI wasn't working, or at least that version of it. Oh, Amazon and X and all sorts of sites were at 20% of the internet, they claim, or somewhere around that. So I need you to follow me in all the places. Let me put them up on the screen. The New American Media exists on Instagram and Facebook. Link up with both of those. I know I need to. It's sort of like I need to identify a broken. This really is where we're at. You've been with me on this journey. I have to identify a broken component and rebuild it. Yes, I should be able to identify it, snap my fingers, and it's just done. Once again, juggling lots of chainsaws and apples. There's a lot going on. There are finite resources to allocate toward all of these burning fires. You kind of have to address the most important ones. That's what it means to be truly independent. And by independent, we mean, we put product out and we hope that our fan base shows us some love. We do have merch, by the way. If you want a mug, shoot me $40 and I will mail this to you. We do have, for our sports show, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, we have coaster sets, $30 a piece or 2 for $50, includes shipping to the continental United States. And then here's the Unhappy Hour pin. I need to get one of these and just punch it through here and just show it that way. Maybe that is what I'll do. Should I do it right now? It'd probably be a better way to do it, but let me think about it real quick. Oh, it would fit perfect there. Anyway, let me add that to the stack of the 100,000 other things that I have on my to-do list. And I'll get to it when I get to it. That's sort of what this is to be truly independent. But now we're on different places. So the New American Media is asking that you find us on these other sites. And if you've never been on X, take 3 minutes, set up an account just to follow us and click stream and watch us live. Try it. Same with Rumble. Same with Instagram, same with Facebook. Even if you don't need to use these things regularly, but they can be great alternate pathways should Cloudflare take down 1/5 of the internet. What's the plan if YouTube isn't there tomorrow? I don't exist. Will you even know how to connect with me? That's what we're talking about. And it's super important. So, find us on Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube by just searching the New American Media. Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. On X at American_Media_. And please subscribe to our podcast, The Agree to Disagree Show, on Spotify and Apple, as well as our sports show, The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. So let me tell you, just like how this program is the TNAM Daily Show, it's also the Agree to Disagree Show. We have a show called Strictly Football. We did that episode yesterday. It's a look forward to this week in the NFL, Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. That podcast can be found under the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. It'll include the Strictly Football episodes. So we're trying to kind of make those the two hubs. I don't know. Once again, there's so much to all the minutia of these things. I'm just trying to focus on cranking out content, trying to produce a good show, trying to sift through the bullshit and give you things that are relevant, give you information and takes that matter. John, you've talked about being a teacher, or we've had conversations about being, well, Kenneth, I guess we all talk about it. But I do view this as a mutual education session. Disclaimer, I don't know what's true. I'm trying to figure it out. I think we're all trying to figure it out. What's likely, what's unlikely? I don't know. Let's listen to more conversations and ponder those opinions. I can't believe you shared that. I can't believe that you feel this way. Feel what way? Did we ever talk about it, you and I? Let's sit down and talk about it. Are you just going to like hit my hand with a ruler? You don't know what I believe just because I share some stuff. And just because you hear me say one sentence or 10 sentences, that does not mean that that sums up the entirety of my multifaceted position on said topic. We saw that with Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, can you believe he doesn't think black people are capable of becoming pilots? He's a fucking racist and he deserved what he got. And he said that in America, there's with the Second Amendment, there's going to be people that die. And look at that. Ha ha ha, karma. Yeah, you said you got to have unfortunately, people in America are going to die because you have a Second Amendment. So he deserved what he got. You saw that, right? You saw that. I've been told that my expression comes through quite vividly sometimes. That's a little unnerving. How unnerving do you think it was to deal with the people saying that stuff about Charlie Kirk after blowing his head off? But that's what they felt was appropriate in that moment, to gloat, to cheer, to dance around. And that's what you're up against. But you're also up against it because they are watching something totally different. They're not getting the highlights. They're getting selectively procured, out of context, lowlights, so that you can rage bait the pit bulls into attack. That's what you got. I was listening to somebody today, one of the many programs that I will listen to. And there was an excellent point made. And I think I'm going to play it for you because in the realm of teaching, it's not so much that I want you to believe the thing that I believe. Whatever that may be. And give me new information that can change on a daily basis. And we should all be willing to accept the fact that new information should lead to new opinions. But we have to know how to think. It's not what to think. We need to know how to think. Teaching how to think. And as I was going to production on this, today's episode of the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media, hit like, hit subscribe, share with a friend. Trying to get the graphics back up. Scott Adams was talking about how to think in the Gell-Mann syndrome. My name's Engelman. Engelman. Oh, shit. Gell-Mann syndrome. Hi, I'm Brian Engelman. Shit. And maybe I could look it up and give a proper definition. But essentially, it's finding out as an expert, or at least a pseudo-expert, someone that knows what's going on, to consume content and go, hang on, that's not accurate. What are you talking about? Because I'm familiar with that. If I work on Chevy Camaro engines and someone's like, oh yeah, with the V6 and the fuel injection and you got the carburetor and the valves and the you go, huh? No, that's not right at all. But someone else was so confident to say something like that out loud, and you go, well, what's that all about? Well, what it's all about is realizing that if you're well-versed on a topic and you know that the person reporting XYZ is incorrect, why would you assume that they're reporting accurately on things that you're not an expert, areas that you don't have an expertise? Well, that sort of changes things, doesn't it? You go, well, shit, I watch the Cleveland Browns every week, unfortunately. I know there are people that are more of an expert than me, but I am consuming the product. I am watching it. I'm offering opinions and insight and feedback, analysis. I know what I'm talking about. And if that other person says, "Ooh, they're wildly inaccurate. They're saying something with certainty that is incorrect." What do you do with that? Well, it teaches you that the news should be a lot less about learning what to think, and in a more important way, learning how to think. Because we're bifurcated, we've separated, we're binary, we're ones and zeros right now on, are we quickly able to identify bullshit and propaganda? Or are we conditioned to regurgitate and accept propaganda and lies? 2 + 2 = 5. Which one is it? We've either been learning how to accept lies as truth, which is demonic, or we've been learning how to identify bullshit. Adam Carolla recently talked about, maybe it's in the stack. I hope it's in the stack. I'm going to reference it now, but Adam Carolla mentions in the conversation with Joe Rogan on the Rogan podcast. And he said, I got a little suspicious when all these people that didn't even know how to pronounce ivermectin 5 minutes ago are telling me that they're suddenly experts and they know a answer to something that is not knowable. And they were hyper aggressive about selling that to me. He said, I smelled bullshit right away. And it turns out I was right. There's no way they could have been that definitive because they were claiming things to be completely known when there is no possibility they could have been known. Now, I don't know exactly which component Adam was talking about in that clip. Was it the efficacy of ivermectin? Was it the potentially intentional lab release from a Wuhan virology lab that may or may not have ended up with financing directly or indirectly from Anthony Fauci in the gain of function? By the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, I'm sorry, what does that say? Please go to the, hang on, what does that say? Go to the cdc.gov website, go to who.int, or go to cisa.gov/rumor control. So you can find countervailing views on anything you might be insinuated by or implied by, or anything I'm directly or indirectly maybe suggesting or daring to talk about in public. YouTube, did I do good? YouTube, did I meet your policies? Facebook, Instagram, Meta, more? May I have some more? May I still qualify to earn a living on your paltry platform? Might I still keep my content monetized so I can pay the fucking electrical bill? Or do I need to grovel and whimper anymore? Sir, more? May I have more? More advertising, please? I'm just trying to find out what's going on with this global pandemic. I'm just questioning the validity of the 2020 charade. More. Sir, madam, may I have more? Might I have more? Might you not hide me in the basement, demonetize, shadow ban, memory hole our content, and delete it for misleading information, whatever that may be, please? May I have more? There's nothing here. I'm asking for more. That's why I could wipe my nose. There's nothing in here. Yeah, that's and scene. Welcome to what it's felt like being a content creator like me, trying to pour my entire life into broadcasting, media, entertainment, sports, music, preparedness, food and drink, off the grid living, self-sustainable, all sorts of issues, all sorts of things I'm interested in. And I've just been grabbed and tossed into this realm. The life and death repercussions of the COVID stuff, of the 2020 charade, What is banging out there? I do need to take a look. I think I need to take a look. That's what it's been like. But I'm still going. And they took out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going even harder. You know why? Choose the wrench. What is choose the wrench from? Type it in the comments. Question of the day. Do you know what that references? I picked the wrench. Why? Because FM, I picked the wrench. We are all goners. We are all goners if we let the dark side of things win. And it's a battle. It's good and evil right now. Make no mistake about it. I'm calling for sedition, treason, insurrection, the seditious six. You know, they are who we thought they were. My take might be a little different than you'd expect. I don't even know what my take is. A lot of times I don't know what I'm going to say until I start talking. And sometimes I say, I don't even know what I'm talking. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just dumping all my thoughts out onto the table and we're discussing them, just like we're talking about the news stories. Things come out inarticulate. I can say, yeah, on one hand, I do feel that to a certain degree, but to a larger degree, I feel this other thing as well. We can be multifaceted on any single issue. For example, in theory, I don't have a problem with Islam. I got a problem with radical Islam. You know how that works. It's anybody can believe in any flying spaghetti monster in the sky as your personal Jesus, as your personal savior, your Christ, your redeeming perfect human being. Where I draw a line is when people try to push that onto others and onto society by force and take away the rights of other people. That's just a non-negotiable component to life. Don't care what you're doing until it becomes a me problem. And by me, it's my community, it's me personally, it's my family, it's my city, my state, my country, my planet. A lot of people don't care until it involves them. Well, we're unpacking a lot of ideas. We're getting a lot of nuanced conversations, and that's the reason why I called the show the Agree to Disagree Show. It's because, let's listen to a ton of opinions. I might have a different opinion on a story today than I did 3 days ago when I covered it. That happens all the time. But we're adults, and this is what adults do. You talk and you talk and you talk and you talk, but you think and you think and you think and you think. You're not supposed to just regurgitate. You're supposed to learn how to think. So if you look at the logo here in the corner, the New American Media upside down, is that the best way or should it be right side up? Oh, you see what I did there? Upside down. Boop. Right side up. Boop. It's a matter of perspective. It's angels and demons. Isn't that how the book by Dan Brown starts? Angels and Demons, something about, you know, the angel wings protecting you in a battle will be easily viewed as an angry demon from the other side. It's perception, it's perspective, it's facets, it's angles, it's shades of gray. Not 50 Shades of Gray. It's just shades of gray. And so are we a nation in distress that has to put our flag upside down to indicate that we've been taken over? Why do you think I asked for both versions? Because that's what I felt occurred during the Obama-Biden regime, is that our country was overthrown. And with President Trump reclaiming what many say was stolen from him. By the way, for countervailing views on anything health or election related, yes, I'll read, I'll finish reading the sentence. Go to cdc.gov, who.int, or visit cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. You see how fun it is trying to exist? Begging YouTube for more. After 3 years, can I get monetization back? Sure would be nice to pay a mortgage. Governor. Crikey. You went from Tiny Tim to a pub drunkard to somebody down under. I know, because I don't master my voices. I should take some more time to practice them. I have components of getting it. But yeah, that's why it's almost impossible to exist only on one platform. So I ask you to follow us on the other platforms. At the bottom here, let's face it, sometimes the most important. We are on Patreon at the New American Media. So you just sign up and become a monthly supporter of the program. And it all helps. It's super. They're all little Lego building blocks. To sign up on one, it's like $5 a month, $100 a month, 20, whatever it is. It's all amazing, necessary, and appreciated. But we're on Patreon, and we also have free versions of Patreon. We don't upload every show there, but we do some. And I guess it should probably be the opposite. There should be exclusive content, and we will probably work our way over to that. But you can find us and follow us on Patreon, and many do. As I said, YouTube and Rumble, they have subscription options now, membership. I don't know what you call them, but it's like Patreon. You sign up and become a monthly member. I don't know what tiers they do. $5 or $10 or more than that. I don't know. But we do have Rumble rants and super chats. Those are like our tip jars here at this bar. You can toss something in. It's all at the bottom of the screen. Also, Venmo Cash App, Brian Engelman, BrianEngelman. Or on PayPal, the email address is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All at the bottom of the screen. So we're going to get into the Seditious Six. What is up with them? Do they deserve the ultimate penalty that President Trump called for? Hey now. Treason has consequences. And we're in the midst of a grand conspiracy that Tulsi Gabbard has clearly explained, that Kash Patel has clearly explained, that President Trump has clearly explained, that I have clearly explained year after year after year after year. So, what next? What happens next? Because if we allow this, welcome to the new hell. Hell on earth. We've got to get out of this situation that the deep state has caused. I've said this so many times, various versions of the thought. This is a stand down order. Think this through. Think this through. This is a stand down order. You're busted. We see you. We've seen you for a very long time. Enough is enough. Let's strip away the fraud, strip away the theft, strip away the scams, strip away the power, the influence, the control, the abuse. And let's create a better America. A new American media. A new America, if you will. So that's what we do here. Thanks for joining us today. Let's dump the trash can over and start rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact here on the TNAM Daily Show.
your guide to the truth. thenewamericanmedia.com.
See, and in that version, that is the uplifting, we win this version. This is the version I was using when I first created it, because it was prior to the election, when our country was still in that occupied regime. This is the intro I was playing a lot. I know it's a subtle difference. I have an eyelash that's right in my line of sight. I don't know which one. Oh, maybe it was one of those three. Oh, wow, okay. I was out in the rain today. How's the weather by you? All right. Let me show you the video I was talking to you about in the intro. All right. But yeah, that intro there, that's a distress intro. That's where we were. We're a little bit more, all right, let's go, let's go. We regained our position. Now it's time to advance. That's the Overton window. Overton window is a football field, 100 yards. The Overton window is 10 yards. That's the first down range. I mean, the bad guys, the deep state, had pushed us to the 1 yard line, backs up against the end zone. But we stopped them. And now we take over at the 1 yard line and advance to the 2. Then the 3. Then the 7. Then the 15. Then the 41. Oh, that was a big play right there. Now we got momentum. Let's go. That's where we are right now. I don't know what yard line we're on, but we were pushed back to the 1 yard line. And we're making some advances. All right. This is the clip. Oh, you know what I was supposed to do? I was supposed to find you the exact moment of this clip. But when I did, when I was getting ready to launch the intro, Nimbus came over and said, hey, could I have breakfast? And I'm like, yep. Because Nimbus had a very rough evening, which made it a very rough morning for me. I'm 95% done looking after him, if you will. There's a good question of the day in the comments. Anybody have a pet? Have you ever had an aging pet that sometimes maybe had some digestive issues? And there's no hairball per se. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, he said, hey, Dad, could I get some lunch? I said, sure. So I don't have this exactly queued up, but we're going to queue it up and find it together. This is Scott Adams. I want to play this clip.
Which is exactly what Elon Musk does.
And I could go on Rumble and pull it up, but I think there's something authentic about this.
I think yes. So
this is a little bit of I guess it does go back.
Phenomenon I'm describing.
Here we go.
I'm thinking because you would understand. Here's part of it. I saw Elon say about Grokpedia. Now I'm going to tie this all together in a moment. All right. So we started with Soros and Musk. Now we're going to talk about Grokpedia. So that's Elon Musk's version of Wikipedia. It's still in under work. But Elon was talking about it. He said,
you know what? I'm going to do it this other way. I am actually going to pull it up. I'm not going to hold that, and it looks ridiculous. But it's 43 minutes in. I'm going to pull it up in the studio. Hey, Jamie, pull up Scott Adams. Yeah, at about 41 minutes. And then we're going to play it on here. By the way, I'm Jamie.
And down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000.
Hey, look at that. Free ad for
This
ICE.
2-second edema flush could transform your
Okay,
legs,
can we please just get through these
ankles,
ads?
and feet. Even top doctors are
Yeah,
baffled.
all right. They have the worst ads.
That's going to be way better than Wikipedia, blah, blah, blah. Of the world. I'm saying that obviously true.
All right, here we go.
The Soroses appear to be determined to destroy Western civilization. A lot of you, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's the true version of the world. I'm saying that, I often talk about two movies on one screen. We're still playing on one screen. But when a lot of people on the, let's say, Trump supporting side look at it, it does look that way.
Because Elon said to Alex Soros, for just 5 minutes, would you stop trying to destroy the world, or something along those lines? So yeah, Scott's wrapping up a couple of points here. So I'm just going to let him cook and explain what I thought was a very poignant moment that kind of led to my whole intro on this show. The beginning monologue today was my ruminations on what Scott says here. So we're just going to let him cook for a couple minutes, but it's important.
Like Soroses are not trying to help, that they're trying to destroy Western civilization. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but it looks like it. So if somebody decides to treat that as their reality, you can understand why. Now, obviously, the Soroses do not see that in themselves. I think that's fair to say. I can't read their mind, but I doubt they think like I doubt when they're eating breakfast, they're thinking, so, Alex, what have you done to help destroy society today? Probably they don't think of it that way. Probably they think of it in, I don't know, maybe gaining power, maybe accomplishing some social goods. Might be a variety of things they think about it, but they're not thinking, well, I'll eat this egg and destroy society. So how could both of these views, so completely different, I'm destroying the world with my billions versus I'm saving the world with my billions, how could they both exist at the same time? Well, here's a part of it. I saw Elon say about Grokpedia. Now I'm going to tie this all together in a moment, all right? So we started with Soros and Musk. Now we're going to talk about Grokpedia. So that's Elon Musk's version of Wikipedia. It's still in under work. But Elon was talking about it, and he said that it's going to be way better than Wikipedia, blah, blah, blah. And then Elon talks about the phenomenon where you would know that Grokpedia is better than Wikipedia if you were a public figure or an expert, because you would understand your own domain. And if you understood your own domain, and then you read about what Wikipedia said, this would be his claim, and then you read what Grok said, Grokpedia, you would come away from it thinking that Wikipedia was wrong and Grokpedia was closer to right more often. Now, this is, there's a name for this, the phenomenon I'm describing. What is the name? And watch this. Watch how many of you know the answer to this question.
It's my name.
What's the name for the phenomenon where you know that the news is fake because you're an expert or the news is about you, but the rest of the world might not know that? What's that called? I'm looking. There it is. It took like 1 second for it to appear. It's Gell-Mann amnesia. Now, Gell-Mann is a hyphenated last name of a physicist. Gell-MANN. I always forget how many double letters there are, but something like that. So here's the important part. How how many people have in the public mentioned Gelman amnesia, maybe without using the words,
But the concept.
but described it in a way that you knew that's what they were talking about?
Now, are you
So,
familiar
I'll
with
give
it?
you some examples. So Elon Musk has talked about it a number of times. I've talked about it a number of times. Mike Cernovich has talked about it a number of times and has properly credited Michael Crichton, the author Michael Crichton. I think Michael Crichton might have also borrowed it. Somebody said there was some prior claim to it. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I'm
out
just
there
saying
for
that a
anyone.
lot of smart people have referenced it. I'm pretty sure Greg Gutfeld has mentioned it on his show or shows. I've seen some other Silicon Valley people mention it, but you've also seen Bill Murray. Do you remember actor Bill Murray? When he talked about his own experience reading some stories about John Belushi, and he knew Belushi personally and very well. So when he read the stories, he knew they were fake. And then he had the Gelman amnesia effect. It was like, wait a minute. What are the odds that the only stories that are fake are John Belushi stories?
Yep.
This happens to be one of the few things I'm an expert on. What are the odds that's the only thing? Isn't it more likely that everything's fake, and the way you find out about it is being an expert in one thing, and you're like, hey, wait a minute. I am an expert in this. This stuff's wrong. What about Bill Maher? I saw him recently. Was it on his Club Random or maybe the regular show? He's mentioned that because he's a public figure, he has extra vision on this. The fact that the news is so often fake. That wouldn't be obvious to people who are not public figures because they don't read news about themselves like people like me and people like him do. All right, now, so you've got Elon Musk, Joe Rogan's mentioned it, Bill Murray's mentioned it on Joe Rogan's show. Gutfeld, Fox News, me, my books, Cernovich, etc. This is teaching people a way to think and a way to see the world. If what comes out of all this Grokpedia stuff is simply that more people understand what Gelman amnesia is, it completely changes how we see the world.
Oh yeah, some of
It will
us.
change how you see the Soros versus Musk. How in the world could both of them exist if they have this view that's just are complete opposites? So I say that what's different about the era you're in is that the Trump supporting part of the world, not all of it. Oh, somebody's saying that Dr. Drew has mentioned Gelman. I think he has. So you're probably all thinking of other examples, right? Now, if I went over to the Democrat influencers,
Would any of them know about it?
Democrat influencers
Oh boy,
have taught their audience the Gelman amnesia?
I would guess not.
Any?
Because
So
they
what
need it.
happens over time if one side of the political world gets trained in how to think, which is exactly what Elon Musk does every time he talks to you? He also teaches you how to think, like how you should think of entering AI, how you should think of that risk, etc. That's completely different than just telling you what to think. The right-leaning, or I'll just say Trump-supporting common sense part of the political world is really about teaching the other people in it how to think about stuff. That's all I do all day. I teach you how to think,
Not what.
not necessarily what to think. All right, so what happens with that? Do you think that the people on the political right are more able to identify a hoax? Yes, they are, because they're actually trained on what the hoaxes were, how they were created, and then how they were supported by the media. So you've got an entire political class that, while the Democrats weren't paying attention, and this is the fun part, the Democrats don't see this coming, that half of the world has been trained to recognize bullshit, and the other half has been trained to accept it. If you just fast forward that tape, let's see, one half of the country trained to accept bullshit as the truth. The other half of the country trained to identify bullshit as soon as they see it and to avoid it as quickly as possible. Fast forward that. Where do you end up? Where you end up is what you observe right now, which is the
Inflation is destroying your savings.
No, it's got to do a commercial. No, he's wrapping up the point. No, I don't want to.
the team that can't avoid the hoaxes just goes
Here we go.
quickly as possible. Fast forward that. Where do you end up? Where you end up is what you observe right now, which is the team that can't avoid the hoaxes just goes right off the cliff. What happened to the Democrats this year? They went off the cliff. Did they not? Right? Now, are you having the feeling that I was hoping that you would have right about now? If I'm doing this right, and I think I am, the feeling that many of you are having right now is, wait a minute, did you just connect all the dots? Is it the fact that one part of the country has learned how to think, how to, for example, if I use the phrase too on the nose, how many of you would know what I'm talking about? If I said, that story is too on the nose. You tell me in the comments, you tell me how many of you would know exactly what I meant. How many Democrats would know what I meant? None. There wouldn't be any Democrats who knew what that meant. Because again, too on the nose is teaching you how to spot BS. It's just one of many ways. So there's this entire, I don't want to say army, because then you know what the Democrats will say if I say army, but in the very conceptual way, an army of people who have been trained to spot hoaxes and even to know specifically why. There's a whole bunch of you who have been trained in persuasion, right? That you actually know what works and what doesn't, and it's not an accident. And the other part of the country is just flailing poop at you, I guess, because they don't have training in that domain. And I think people always imagined, before I came on the scene, people imagined that persuasion was something you're either born with or maybe you just have it. It was not really thought of as a learnable skill.
A
But I'm
learnable
here to
skill.
tell you, it's a learnable skill, and I've watched people learn it, and then I've watched them employ it, and then I've watched them succeed, get elected, get promotions, get the partner they wanted. Now, let's take this a little bit further. When Grokpedia becomes sort of the standard for, and I think it will become the standard for checking things, then Elon will, I think, have come close to completing one of the greatest reframes of all time, which is, the reframe is Democrats teach you what to think, and Republicans teach you how to think. Do you feel it? Democrats tell you what to think.
They want you to regurgitate. I went to university. I am so extra smart. No, you're extra indoctrinated to repeat whatever it is you've been brainwashed to repeat. That's not intelligence, that's indoctrination.
And at least in 2025, this was not always the case. This was not historically true at the moment. And I would say that Musk is primarily the reason for this, is that we've all been taught how to think. And a lot of it comes from him. I think there were probably three separate stories I saw today that all were some little clip of Elon explaining how to think about a thing, how to think about let's say the economics of space. How many of you understood before, let's say this year, the importance of reusable rocket ships?
It's amazing that the previous plan with rocket ships was, all right, let's spend a ton of time building this thing, then blow it up. You go, can't we drive it to more than one place? Nope. You may build a vehicle, drive it to grandma's house, and then explode it. Can I just bring it back? Nope. You must explode it at grandmother's place over Thanksgiving weekend. Explode it over the ocean, preferably. Yeah, the economics is staggering. But we were operating under that goofy way of thinking for decades just because that was the inertia of it. Well, we're already doing it, so let's just, I don't know, keep doing it. Anyway, I could keep going on, and he's going to make some more points. Actually, until he makes a hard pivot, let me give Scott his due, because Scott's on borrowed time. He's suffering from the same cancer that Joe Biden is allegedly suffering from. Scott's in a great deal of pain, and we don't know how much time we have with Scott. And he's trying some experimental stuff that may or may not. And even if it does help, it might not fully take care of it. What's up, bud? He's had a rough day. There, let's bring him up. Let's just put him here. We'll just hang out together. Mr. Nim. He's purring, what did I say, like a banshee. Like a banshee. Let's give Scott his due. Let's let him wrap up his point here.
And it wasn't just that you learned that, there's a thing called reusable spaceships. It's that you learned that that's important enough that if you don't understand that part of the question, you can't really see what's coming. How many of you knew that if you put your solar panels in space, you didn't have to worry about cooling them, being blocked by clouds, or that it's night? Well, now you know. And it's because you've learned how to sort of look at things like an engineer. That's what Elon does more than anything else, looks at it like an engineer. Once you learn that, and it becomes your go-to, so all right, what would an engineer do in this case? Changes everything. All right. So I'm gonna call the reframe. We have now entered the golden age, and one of the defining factors of the golden age is that the left is being told what to think, and the right is being taught how. And how is going to be what every time, eventually, but every time.
Eventually. On a long enough timeline. All right. Well, look. That was a quick glimpse into why that's one of the programs I enjoy watching. Because it does. It teaches me how to think. Coffee with Scott Adams. It's a really good segment. I'd recommend you check out that program. All right. Any thoughts on that? What Scott had to say? I'm curious to get your thoughts. Type it below. Hit like, hit subscribe. Rumble Rant Super Chats. Always appreciated. All right. Let's go into the news here and see what is going around on Instagram. This is Nick Shirley over in Dearborn.
Driving around, and they're hearing what's happening as they attempted to burn the Quran, and people are freaking out.
So I'm going to try to burn a Quran, and people freaked out. And this is Nick Shirley reporting a different perspective. A lot of Nimbus, don't step on the enter button, please. Thank you. Jeez. Here we go. Nick Shirley's report.
People are just pulling over. Come on, Ollie. Why would I get you? Why? I haven't done anything. They got word out that they tried to burn the Quran. And you're getting heated. You're just pulling over. You're hopping out of the car. You're ready to brawl with anybody.
I had my gun. I was going to blast if I didn't see the cops. I swear to God. That's it. I don't care.
Did you hear that? I was going to blast if I didn't see the cops. Did you catch that?
To me, I don't care. My life, I don't give a f***. Let somebody blast me. I don't give a f***.
Just because of the burning of the Quran, the attempted burning.
I'll f*** that motherfucker's life up and his family. That's it. It's on camera. I will f*** that motherfucker's life up. Let him come to me face on face. Face to face, I'll kill him. On my mother's soul. So that's it.
You're killing him.
I'll kill him. Murder. Arrest him. Do your job.
People out here are just driving around and they're hearing what's happening as they attempted to burn the Quran, and people are freaking out. People are just pulling over.
Was that a cop? Why wasn't he arrested?
Why would I get you? Why? I haven't done anything. They got word out that they're trying to burn the Quran, and you're getting heated. You're just pulling over. You're hopping out of the car. You're ready to brawl
I
with
had my
anybody.
gun. I was gonna blast if I didn't see the cops. I swear to God. That's it. It's A.
You're swearing to your God. You think blasting people that don't agree with you is okay? Isn't that the number one complaint with Islam? You want to kill people that don't agree with you. You don't get to do that. That's war. You get that that's declaration of war in America. Do what I say, or else I will end you. That's declaration of war. Well, either homie's part of the PSYOP, he's an actor, or he fell right into the plot.
I don't care. To me, I don't care. My life, I don't give a f. Let somebody blast me. I don't give a f.
Just because of the burning of the Quran, the attempted
I'll
burning.
f that motherfucker's life up and his family. That's it. It's on camera. I will f that motherfucker's life up. Let him come to me face on face. Face to face, I'll kill him. On my mother's soul. So that's it.
You're killing him.
I'll kill him. Murder.
Finally, somebody came in to try to stop that guy from hanging himself with his own words, painting himself into a corner. Oh, he painted himself into a corner. I'm curious if this dude's been arrested, and that is the comment that I left in the comment section here with Nick Shirley. Make sure you follow Nick Shirley. He has bodyguard. I don't know I don't know entirely where Nick Shirley came from or who he's, I'm always a little, is dubious the right word? I'm always a little extra curious about some of the people that kind of show up quick, have nice funding, financing support, and that they always seem to be in the right spot at the right time, almost like they're part of the actors. Like they're part of the whole thing. Just, So we'll see. We said peaceful, violent threat. Was he arrested? So yeah, when is the National Guard going there? All right, Dom Luker or Dom Lucre, I don't know how you say that. He talks about what was our number one topic on yesterday's show. Were Elon and Trump in cahoots and playing four-dimensional chess here? Let's take a listen.
So Elon Musk and Donald Trump possibly just performed the greatest bait and switch in human history. I don't know if you guys remember a few months ago, Elon Musk dropped a post that made the Democrats just shriek with joy, saying that Donald Trump is on the Jeffrey Epstein list. What followed was a series of Democrats demanding that the Epstein list gets pushed, from Jimmy Kimmel, Hakeem Jeffries, of course, along to any Democrat, even Hillary Clinton.
They all fell into it. Even Hillary Clinton, though, knowing what her husband's done there and what she did with Huma, allegedly.
Everyone was claiming that this Epstein list needed to come out because it appeared that it was against Donald Trump. From that point on, Donald Trump and Elon Musk supposed to still be mortal enemies, further pushing Democrats to try to get this list out. What Donald Trump does, he goes to say, oh, it's a hoax, it's a hoax, it's a hoax, it's BS. Gaslighting the public, because there's no way you could have made Democrats want this list unless Donald Trump didn't want the list. He knew that and played on their own bias.
Okay, listen. That was our topic yesterday. I don't know if that is 100% accurate. I don't claim to... I'm not making a claim as to the veracity of the topic. I'm telling you, that's about the only way that I could feel good about how that played out, because it was maybe the lowest point in the two Trump administrations. And you went, oh no, oh, is it gonna Is this how it ends? Oh, no. Is it possible? I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know how to read what I'm watching. Going so far as to say Susie Wiles. Maybe they needed to replace their chief of staff. Like, what even is the strategy? Doesn't make any sense. But maybe, just maybe, it's exactly what they were hoping for.
You see, TDS has gotten so bad that Trump has learned how to weaponize it against them that have it themselves. Like, it's crazy. Trump somehow found a way to turn people TDS against them. And he knew that if he did not like the Epstein list, people would love it. So now what happens? The Epstein list comes out. Donald Trump and Elon Musk links up at the White House with Ronaldo. I don't believe that's random. I don't think many Americans believe that's random. It's a great chance they just performed the greatest bait and switch in history. And the Epstein list that's coming out is going to implicate every Democrat demanding for it to come out. And we're about to witness transparency like we've never seen before. And the true fall of the Democrat Party. And what's so amazing, they found a way to make sure every single Democrat, that means not the big Democrats, we're talking about the regular voters, are going to be waiting for the list. Because what does it matter when the list comes out if no one's reading it? How could you get the people that would claim it had been propaganda to read the list? By thinking it only implicates Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
I think they're set. I think it's about to come out. And I think Donald Trump is possibly the greatest 4D chessman of all time. So
I'll actually put that in the comments. TTD equals Trump tricked Dems. It's the only theory on this topic that we'd feel good about. It was beyond weird how this whole thing played out. Hi, Nimbus. Oh, Nimbus, he's reaching for my hand. Can you see him? Look at, he's got his paw on my hand. Hi. His little toe beams. He's being very sweet. He had such a rough go of things. Ugh. It took me an hour of cleanup today. You doing okay, bud? What you doing? What are you doing? You okay? He wants attention, that's for sure. Bud. Yeah, he's being very I know he's not feeling great. I just don't know if he's feeling really bad. I gotta kind of keep an eye. He just can't really comfortably sit like he used to. It's just everything's different for him. Anyway. I love you, guy. All right. But wouldn't that be interesting if that is how this plays out? Carolyn Levitt goes nuclear on Nancy Cordes.
And so these members
Gets asked a question.
Knew what they were doing. They were
This is about the Seditious Six.
Leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But the president has frequently, but Caroline, can I just follow up? The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence? They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
Actually,
every single
you can refuse an illegal order, which
but
is
they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful.
So the Seditious Six crossed a line, sort of, but they kind of didn't. They kind of phrased it with that weasel language, the same one that they used 51 former intelligence officials. They said the Hunter Biden laptop, it has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation. Don't fall for the old okey doke. They didn't say that the laptop was Russian disinformation. They said that the Hunter Biden laptop has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation. They let everyone else say the other stuff. They let everyone else say the next phase of it. So in this list, to not obey illegal orders, it sure feels like they're saying, don't obey President Trump. But what they're actually saying is quite similar to the Oath Keepers. Oath Keepers. You have no duty to follow unconstitutional orders. And that's sort of where we left that, isn't it? You're under no obligation to follow unconstitutional orders. That is true. Let me unplug this and replug this. So I think something needs to happen. Did they exactly call for an armed insurrection? They're dancing with it. They got nothing. Like they're testing the waters to see, do we have anything here? Are the people on our side? No, the people are not on your side. You're a bunch of pirates, and we know it. You're thieves who are squandering our country, taking our future, taking our liberties, and you're taking liberties with us. We don't appreciate it. We don't like you. No, we don't support you. Test the waters all you want. You got nothing. Poll the military. Are they behind the MAGA concept? Or are they behind your deep state lies and bullshit? Because I'm going to be willing to bet 9 out of 10 are on the right side here. You might have some on the other side. What, 9 out of 10? Is that fair? What percentage of the military leans MAGA? That's a good question to ask Grok. Let's ask Grok. What percentage of the military leans MAGA? Interpreting the query. Okay, Grok seems to be confused by this. Huh? Grok is playing dumb. Military supports MAGA. Grok does not want to answer this question. Oh, Grok is just failing me a whole bunch today. Guess I'll move on. It makes for uncompelling content, not compelling content. When I ask for things and Grok doesn't deliver. What's it doing? What percentage of the military support MAGA? The fourth time I asked. Wow, Grok is super slow today. This is a longer version of that previous video, so let's see if it has more of the lead up.
This morning, President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to, because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military, to active duty service members, to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders. The sanctity.
All right. It is a lot of the same clip here. They're saying 60 to 65% of military supported MAGA in 24. Is it only 65%? Active duty, likely 55 to 70 lean MAGA or Trump. Higher in enlisted or combat arms, lower in officer and technical roles. Hard data is spotty. Military officially stays apolitical. All right.
The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos, and it could incite violence, and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These 3 members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slotkin. She's a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the U.S. Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer, and notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
This morning, President Trump accused 6
And it's not like President Trump accused. They did it to themselves. But I do support Oath Keepers, and I think Oath Keepers were very blunt about what was going on, and I think this Seditious Six are trying to be very sneaky. I think they're being very sneaky about what they're really saying, in the same manner that they did with the Hunter Biden laptop. All right, here is Representative Tim Burchett, Republican from Tennessee, slamming the practice. Whoop, Nimbus, why are we stepping on the keyboard?
Somebody asked me if I was going to wear my jacket up there, and I said, to quote the immortal words of Henry Winkler when he played the Fonz, I always rumble in this jacket, because that's what we're up against. Somebody asked me if I was going to wear my jacket up there, and I said, to quote the immortal words of Henry Winkler when he played the Fonz, I always rumble in this jacket, because that's what we're up against. This is a fist fight, folks. Everybody talks about this place being a dadgum swamp. It's not a swamp. A swamp is something cool God created. It filters water. Animal life lives and flourishes around it. This is a sewer. This is created by man, and it needs to stop.
I think that's a great line. Swamps do filter water. And they call it the DC swamp because that area was a swamp.
We've, for years, Congress has been using hardworking American taxpayers' money to get rich. Dadgum, it's got to stop. America knows what the heck's going on. Everybody wants to knock Pelosi. Heck, she's not even in the top 10. Get on that Unusual Whales site. This is pathetic, folks. We all know what's going on. Congress knows what the hell's going on, and it needs to stop. This body has been enriching itself on the taxpayers' dime for too dadgum long, and it's got to stop. This place is crooked and is crooked as a dog's leg. That's an old East Tennessee saying, but it's the truth, and it needs to stop. America knows what's going on.
There we go. Oh, that's a pretty good phrase. Now I think the swamp's pretty cool. Now I want to go to the swamp. All right. This is Timcast News. I don't know who this guest is, but they're talking about Epstein, how the Democrats have absolutely handcuffed themselves.
As it was, Trump's bad because he's best friends with Epstein. Now it's Trump's bad because Epstein hates him. Yeah. It's like you can't have it both ways, man. And it's even crazier to me that people will try to defend this, and the same people that try to defend this are the people that regularly morally grandstand about how much empathy they have, and they care about everybody, but they completely ignore the fact that this thing that took place was 11 years after Epstein was charged with child crimes.
Yeah.
They don't care. They just want the W, man. Yeah, they just want the win.
It's just about a vector of attack.
Yeah.
They don't like President Trump, so they can go ahead and use, if they can use basically anything that they can use to attack him, they're going to use.
By the way, at this point, when we look at Epstein's body of work, is it considered anti-Semitic to criticize it? Or are we allowed to do it?
Depends on what side of Twitter you're on.
Okay.
Depends on why you're criticizing him. If you're criticizing him because of him being friendly with Donald Trump, then it's anti-Semitic. If you're criticizing him when he was attacking Donald Trump, well, then no, it's not anti-Semitic.
That makes perfect sense. It does. I appreciate those rules.
As it was, Trump's bad because he's best friends with Epstein.
Yeah, I'm going to add that comment. The Democrats really painted themselves into a corner with this one. They really have. Stephen Miller has thoughts on the Seditious Six.
There is nothing graver that you could possibly say as a United States Senator than encouraging, urging, directing members of the armed forces of the United States or the clandestine services of the United States to defy their president, defy their chain of command, defy their superiors. To say such a thing would require you to have and to present to the nation some extraordinary scandal beyond even our wildest imagination, which of course they don't have, because every single thing that this president has done has been not only lawful, but has been repairing and reversing the unlawful and unconstitutional behavior of the previous administration, which opened our nation's borders up to millions of illegal aliens and foreign terrorists and gang leaders and cartel operatives and everyone else threatening peace, safety, and public order in the United States. So this conduct by these lawmakers is a direct attack on this republic. There is no...
I'm going to say Dems are just about out of time on their... How do I spell that right? Their grand conspiracy. They really are. They've poured the concrete and they're standing in it. Just give it a second. All right, this from Real America's Voice talking about Charlie Kirk called it the Elon and POTUS feud is over.
Say right here, you can mark it down. By Christmas, maybe before that, there will be like a surprise Elon Musk comes for dessert at Mar-a-Lago. Leaked New York Times, Elon Musk spotted at Mar-a-Lago. I'm just saying.
If you nail that one, I guess I'll just be really impressed.
I could be wrong. I'm just saying, by Christmas, don't be shocked.
Well, here we are. It's not even Thanksgiving yet.
My favorite part of that is you chiming in. And by the way, I barely recognized you.
I've got it.
Pretty clean shaven at the time. But I love that you have to chime in and be like, if you nail that one, okay.
I'll be really impressed. And I'm really impressed. I am really impressed. And another part of it that I think a lot of people have already realized, and we mentioned leaked New York Times. So this is the article, the New York Times, 2 days ago, and they say, quote, September appeared to be a turning point in Mr. Musk's relationship with Mr. Trump. Musk said that he had been invited to a high-profile dinner with tech executives hosted by Trump. He sent one of his aides in his place, but then Mr. Musk approached Mr. Trump at the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. They had an animated conversation for several minutes. Yeah, we're seeing it there, that conversation they had that was captured on television. Mr. Musk, who friends say was very emotionally affected by Mr. Kirk's death, posted a picture online of the exchange. That image of that exchange, I believe it got, I think he said for Charlie, and I think it got 76 million views.
Yeah, 283. There it is right there.
For Charlie, yep, 76 million.
So I just want, like, that picture, I remember I was backstage at the memorial, and somebody showed me a picture of them. And I posted it and I said, I hope that they're looking at each other saying, for Charlie. And about an hour later, Musk tweeted that, for Charlie. And I can't prove it, but I like to think that Elon saw that tweet and thought, you know what, let's do it.
Yeah,
and it makes my heart happy because I know, and you know how much this meant to Charlie.
Yes, and it's not that they're aligned on everything. It's what Charlie would care about. It's being aligned on the core things. He said there was another bid he did in July when they were still fighting, and he said, I think they're going to realize that they maybe disagree on spending, they may disagree on particulars of immigration policy.
And H-1B visas.
And this was, Musk was talking about starting his own party, running third party. And he said, I think Musk will realize that if I just allow Zoran Mamdani or these other radical left-wing lunatics to come back into power, I'm going to not get any of the changes I want on spending, and I'm still going to get all of their, radically anti-industry, anti-free market, anti-American, anti-white people values. They're all going to come flooding back and will destroy this country because of some personal beef that we have. And he really... He nailed that one, that we have to move on from those things. We have to be able to build our alliances, maintain those alliances, even when it's difficult.
I think we'll say right.
Yeah. I said on yesterday's show, if there's somebody that knows how to create an explosion and jet propulsion to take two objects that are close and then move one in a very specialized, very specific direction, it's Elon Musk. And that's exactly what that whole Epstein blowout was. It separated Elon, who was having his company firebombed by lunatics, by the foot soldiers of a treasonous regime, who was angry and lashing out with violence because their piracy had been exposed, their theft, their fraud, their abuse, their waste, their tricks, their lies, their theft, their crimes, their violence, their censorship, all of it. It was being exposed by Elon. But when he said Trump's on the Epstein list, I mean, my jaw was on the ground. I'm going, what? What is even happening here? Oh, he's looking through all the files and now he knows? That started a really dark chapter of not understanding what was happening. I'm past the point of identifying what's happening. I'm sort of watching it unfold. I guess I am going to continue identifying what's happening, but let me say I'm doing less guessing. I mean, it could be this. It could be that this is the only way to get the political willpower together to get this stuff rammed through. And this was the plan all along. But that's also 19-dimensional chess. Trust the plan, all that stuff. I don't know what to make of that. John's like, I'm tired of the games and the talk. I want to demand action and accountability. It doesn't cut it for me, Brian. When will it ever be enough? I know. David, it's just criminals who lie. Yep. So we'll see. I don't know what to predict is going to happen next, but it is interesting. The Trump Elon thing is infinitely interesting. All right, Greg Gutfeld detonating Jessica Tarlov on live TV after pointing out what everyone can now see.
Again, this is Russia, Ukraine, everything. I don't think this is the end of
Russia, Ukraine, that the Democrats are lying and wrong. It's not that they're wrong. They're framing people with lies. This is criminal activity. This isn't just politics. It's not just having better ideas and selling it better. It's actively framing innocent people of lies that you're coming out. Like, this is the grossest form of illegal criminality. And yeah, there need to be penalties and repercussions for this.
John, I am not.
Nobody thinks it's the end of Donald Trump. It could be the end for the Democrats. You're watching it happen in real time.
She can't even fathom. At least she's pretending not to.
I love how you say, you look at Akeem Jeffrey. Oh, it's just a fundraising email. As if it were a Republican, your party, the media would not interpret it in the worst light. For example, it's amazing how the brilliant Jasmine Crockett thinks there's only one Jeffrey Epstein, and that one Jeffrey Epstein somehow gave money to Lee Zeldin. No, I know this is hard to believe. There is more than one Jeffrey Epstein, just as if there are more than one Jesse Waters, but only one Greg Gutfeld. He was a doctor who gave money, but she knew that, unless you think she is retarded. And I don't think she is. I just think she's deliberately pretended that she didn't know there might be another one. So when I talk about this is what I say is the big worry about this thing, and I'm for the release of them. You look at how these idiots are going to try to interpret everything in the worst possible way. So if you're caught in that net and your name is Jeffrey Epstein or your name is Jesse Waters, something that could be easily checked out. I'm not saying you're in the files. I'm just saying there's a high likelihood you will be. They will be extremely malicious in their interpretation. So we have to be on our toes. I do think that, what's his name, Galloway? He's right. Be careful what you wish for, because when something seems too easy, it's a trap. And I think you just handed Trump a paintball gun, and you put targets on the Democrats because Epstein, I think 80 to 90% of his donations were all to Democrats. Epstein despised Trump. He was the only elite that wouldn't play ball with him. So, and then you look at like Larry Summers. You look at the, what is the billionaire? I can't remember.
Reid Hoffman. I don't know how many Republicans are ultimately going to be implicated here. But what does it feel like? What does it seem like? Well,
Reid Hoffman, you look at Bill Clinton, you look at Akeem, you look at the Virgin Island lady. It's only begun and it looks bad for you guys. I think that this is going to be a fun winter for Trump, because once he goes in on this thing, he doesn't come out. He figured it out. He knows exactly how, when you guys bring it up, it's always going to go back to the Democrats every single time. And pretty soon you're just going to say, why did we do this? This is just like Russian collusion, but it's worse because now it ends with a huge, huge pile of mud all over us. The Russian collusion thing just went away. You guys were lucky you didn't go to jail.
I think mud is a generous way of putting it.
Should I have said feces?
Well, I wouldn't say that R word. So here we go.
Are you in the files?
Yeah, my name was invoked. I'm not
again. It's likely this is going to be the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, we've been hearing about the names. How long has Epstein been gone? How many years now? 5 years? 8 years? I don't know. So now there's 30 days that we have to figure out what's going to get released. And Speaker Johnson was like, well, the thing about the Epstein list, he's letting you know that stuff is going to get redacted. There's going to be security stuff. What does that mean? You got foreign governments involved? I don't know. Once again, could I even fathom a guess? I don't know that I have a guess at the moment, but I will say, I guess it looks really bad for the Dems at this moment. Do you think the names that we think are on the list are going to end up being on the list? I could rattle them off, but I don't have any credible evidence to support any claim of my own. I can just tell you what other people are talking about. insert the name of a famous celebrity here, right? All right, Byron Donalds has thoughts on this.
What is this
He has thoughts on, back to the story before that, the Seditious Six.
story? You've got this Senator Slotkin of Michigan and other Democrats with ads telling men and women of the military services to disobey their orders. Am I hearing this right? Is this America? I don't understand it, Byron.
Larry, this is crazy. The Democrats are now fomenting an insurrection of military personnel, of our intelligence apparatus, against the duly elected commander-in-chief of the United States of America, Donald Trump. And why are they doing this? Because they have no answers on the core questions from your last panel on affordability, on energy, on how you're going to make the American people's lives better, more affordable, and allow the American dream to thrive and prosper. So now they're looking to have military officials not follow orders. This is nuts. But what do we expect from a Democrat Party that has no ideas, does not have the pulse of what's going on in our country and ways to fix it? They now want to create an insurrection against the commander-in-chief. Despicable, crazy, but at this point, the circus at Washington, D.C. is, why would we be surprised?
What is this story?
Nothing to be surprised about, but it is time to hold them accountable. I mean, we know what their thinly veiled threat is. We know what they're up to. We all see it. What do we do about it? I guess that's the next step. All right, here's Representative James Comer. So taking a second to expose Hakeem Jeffries, who might not be long for the Democrat Party. Talk about ineffective, and I guess he's got some challengers now, which I don't want to give the Democrats any good advice to use, but Hakeem Jeffries ain't it. Man, you got some awful voices over there. You could swap every one of them out, and I think you'd be doing better. You would accidentally be way better than you are right now by just swapping everybody.
Let's read it to make sure. To Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the real Jeffrey Epstein, not Jasmine Crockett's Jeffrey Epstein. This is the real Jeffrey Epstein. From Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. Dear Jeffrey, we are thrilled that we are working with Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, one of the rising stars of the New York delegation, sometimes referred to as Brooklyn's Barack. Hakeem is committed to electing a Democrat majority in 2014 and is encouraging his friends to participate in a DCCC fundraising dinner with President Obama and Hakeem Jeffries. It ends with a number for Jeffrey Epstein to call to go to the dinner and, quote, get an opportunity to get to know Hakeem better. Here's the evidence. The email speaks for itself. The only stone cold liar in this debate is Hakeem Jeffries. So, Mr. Minority Leader, take a deep breath, chill out, stop lying, stop with the juvenile name calling, and own up to the fact that your campaign solicited campaign cash from Jeffrey Epstein. So let's read it to make sure.
Oh, Hakeem. Elbows deep in this mess, it seems. That rhymes. So, New York Post says a Queens senior citizen who fatally shot a would-be mugger is headed to prison for 4 years. Scott Greer says, you're supposed to get mugged without complaint. Bowtied Ranger says it's not complicated. They just want certain people to be allowed to steal your stuff, R your wife, and M your kids. That's Albee says lawyers are evil. Until then, he'll remain at liberty and will be able to celebrate Christmas with his wife. What are we? So let's see. If this was a state and a city that had its affairs in order, Mr. Foner would be getting a plaque, not a prison sentence. Security footage showed the alleged robber Gonzalez, who had at least 15 arrests dating back to 2004 and a record of mental illness, continuing to charge at Foner even after the senior pulled his gun. Isn't this clear-cut self-defense? If I don't have the video, I figured it would have been here. Oh, this is the Adam Carolla I was talking about. This is perfect. Let me play this while I see if I can find you the surveillance footage of that guy defending himself. There we go.
It's always really suspicious how everyone became overnight experts in everything. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they knew hydroxychloroquine. They couldn't pronounce ivermectin 10 minutes ago, and now they're experts in it.
Yeah.
And also, I'll tell you when you should be suspicious. Be suspicious when people aren't sort of agnostic about things. Like if you'd said to me, what about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine? I'd go, well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Why don't you talk to your doctor about it? What am I, epidemiologist? I'm a comedian. I don't know anything. Everyone on CNN was an expert, and they all knew that it didn't work. And I'm like, how do you guys all know this all at the same time? How does Rolling Stone magazine, how do you losers all know this thing that you'd never heard of before, that you couldn't pronounce the day before yesterday? You now all know it doesn't work based on nothing. So now I'm suspicious. Yeah. Because if CNN was just sort of like, hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, I don't know, you should definitely look into it. But they all knew it didn't work. And when you know it doesn't work, then you should be suspicious of those people.
Because it's impossible. It's unknowable.
Because it's impossible. It's like...
Well, the whole gamble was hoping you didn't Google search it.
Right. They knew it didn't come from a lab.
That's an unknowable thing.
How is that knowable? I was always really...
Just... I'm going to type absolutely spot on with this assessment. These are the conversations I'm here for. Interesting people with interesting perspectives, interesting brains, giving you a perspective that just gives you the bumper sticker of it all. Bam. Tells you what you need to know.
Suspicion.
I want to listen to a second time. Did I finish this episode? I did watch this one. I did not. I did finish it. It's hard to consume enough content. When you create this much content like I do, you have to consume enough to get an idea of which topics you'd like to look deeper on. Some of the topics I cover just happen to be something that scrolls past me, and it sort of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy with social media. I was doing comedy this year, a lot of this year, and talking with this particular comic. He had this, it was kind of just like an aside about how he's scrolling through Instagram, and he rattled off like 3 atrocious things that he always like, because once you interact with that content, like it bombards your feed. It's like, don't you want a whole ton of content about grape Kool-Aid? You go, no. Don't you want a whole ton of content about the Tower of Giza? Wait, the Tower of Babel, the towers at Giza, the Pyramid at Giza, the pyramids, the Tower of Babel. I think I was confusing both of those. You go, I don't know. I saw a thing and I made a comment. I don't need great pyramid content every day. Yeah, but I thought you liked it. You did look at it once. Like, yeah, leave me be. Can I just let the feed organically wash upon me? And each day is a new opportunity to reset with what I'm interested in at the time. But no, remember, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, allegedly, I believe it came out that they were rage baiting. They were manipulating the emotions of certain people, not white people, to be constantly angry every time they opened up their phone. It's some new injustice. It's some new outrage every single day because they engaged with it. Or I think their thing was it wasn't a natural byproduct of organic engagement. This was a test to see if you can manipulate the emotions and the anger and the focus during the 2020 riots, the Democrat deep state social media led riots across the country, the AstroTurf campaign to take advantage of it, never miss the opportunity to take advantage of a crisis. The media didn't give you any context on George Floyd. They gave you marching orders. And they said, go get Trump. And you go, huh? This happened in Minneapolis. What are you talking about? Trump. The Republicans, go get him. Go. Mobilize. We'll bail you out. Don't worry. We run these big cities. You'll never get in trouble. And that's sort of how it played out. Oop, I can feel a sneeze coming on. Oh. Nimbus, do you want to lay in the chair? Anyway, I say part of that to say because it was something I was thinking about, but the other part is now there's a lot of these stories coming up. Because as you engage with it, you keep seeing more and more of it. And if there's different perspectives, all right, well, let's talk about it. Here's the moderate case. I don't know. Someone sent me a message. Hey, do you follow this account? I clicked on it. I'm like, I don't know what this content is. Like, I don't recognize it. If I'm following it, I must be. But did the account change? This doesn't look like anything I remember following. That's a weird comment. Anyway, here we go.
Please step aside because the last hope for America is in Islam. We are the ones that will remind them of the truth. We are the leaders of the world. We will bring Sharia to your chicken. We will bring spices into your kitchens.
I am tired of being silent about this. I'm tired of people not understanding the threat that these people actually pose. For the past 1400 years, expansionist Islam, specifically political Islam, what we call Islamism, has spread using a repeated three-phase model nearly everywhere that it gained power. Phase 1 is a small minority victim posture. When the population is small, the focus is on peace, tolerance, and coexistence. And they quote early Meccan verses of the Quran, like, there is no compulsion in religion. To you be your religion, and to me be my religion. And when they are a minority, the public messaging from the Islamic community, it focuses on Islamophobia, on discrimination, and on how people just are not tolerant of Muslims. And there's nothing wrong with that. Every group deserves safety. But historically, this stage changes when the demographic scale increases, and these imams are telling you, we Muslims are going to come take over your land. We're going to take over your world. Now, the second phase is a large minority, and this demands political accommodation, right? When the population reaches that 5 to 15%, history shows a consistent shift from coexistence towards political pressure. Jihadist and Islamist activists began quoting late Medinan verses revealed after the Prophet Muhammad gained military dominance, such as, fight those who do not believe until they pay the jizya and feel subdued. Fight and slay the unbelievers and the polytheists wherever you find them. These chapters abrogate, meaning they override the peaceful verses according to classical Islamic law. Okay, that is their interpretation, not mine. And under classical Sharia, which is what they're trying to implement, blasphemy is punishable by death. That's according to Sahih Bukhari. Apostasy is punishable by death. That's according to Sahih Bukhari. Jizya tax on non-Muslims is required. That's according to the Quran, in the same chapter and verses where it says to kill people who don't worship Allah. Also, women are under male guardianship in the Quran, chapter 4, and this is exactly the Islamic legal system that is implemented historically across Spain, Persia, Egypt, Syria, the Balkans, North Africa, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan. I could keep going on forever. And historically, the peaceful do not control the ideology once Islamists become the majority, and that is exactly what they're doing, and it's exactly what they're telling you that they're trying to do. It starts with a minority in small numbers, and then they shape the victim narrative, they push this narrative, and then it turns into political concessions and demands, and then legal parallelism, and then full Sharia and persecution of non-Muslims, and they're telling you that they're going to do it. I have a hard time distinguishing the religion of Islam from Muslims. I'm sorry. And Europe has already collapsed. And it's not because of Muslims as individuals. It's because of the political ideology of political Islam. It is expansionist by design. They're telling you what they're trying to do, and they're doing it in front of your face. So it's about time that if you don't like this, you speak up and open your mouth.
Please step aside.
Do you want to be conquered? Do you want to be changed? Do you want this warfare at your steps? Now that it is, what say you? Are you going to say anything, or are you just going to go along with it? You're running out of options. You're running out of options. All right. Should Bill and Hillary Clinton be arrested? Well, it was good enough for Peter Navarro and good enough for Steve Bannon. Isn't it good enough for these?
Voluntarily cooperate. They didn't schedule their interviews. Now there's a subpoena. But Bill and Hillary Clinton, if they continue to duck you, will you take them to court? Will you try to enforce a subpoena? Will you go the Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro route?
100%. We're going to go that route. We expect to hear from Bill and Hillary Clinton. Look, Donald Trump's answered questions for years about Jeffrey Epstein. Every day he gets asked questions about Epstein, and he answers them in front of the American people. We've subpoenaed Republicans and Democrats. 2 Republicans have come forward, Bill Barr and Alex Acosta. They did interviews and deposition, and those were tough, but they did them. They didn't back down. Other Democrats have sent letters that saying they knew nothing about Epstein, which would hold in court if something ever comes out that they did know something, then they've committed perjury there. But the Clintons have never responded. They're the one group in this investigation that's never had to answer questions in front of a credible reporter, and they've never certainly answered questions from attorneys or members of Congress. So we expect the Clintons to come in, or I expect the Clintons to be met with the same fate that Bannon and Navarro were met with.
Voluntarily cooperate. They didn't schedule their interviews.
So all eyes on the Clintons. We'll see how this plays out. By the way, if you're watching from the time I launched on YouTube, could you hit refresh? Because the cool thing is it will play little ads under the video while the video plays. But I didn't have monetization on when I launched the show. And I Googled, I went to Grok. I grokked it. I grokked it like a hurricane. Question of the day, who sang that song? Rock You Like a Hurricane. Yeah, I went to Grok and I'm like, is there a way I can change my settings so every time I go live it's monetized, so I don't have to remember to go back to the original page that I actually don't ever even see, and just make everything live monetized? It said no, but then it said, well, maybe if you do this. So I'm trying to figure it out. Marge, change the channel. I gotta watch some more Simpsons. Thanks for the reminder. But agree or disagree? Bill and Hillary Clinton should be arrested for failing to report. I'm going to agree. If it's good enough for Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon, it's good enough for them. CWB Chicago says, here's the quote. The words uttered by the judge moments before she released the man who's now accused of setting a woman on fire aboard a Blue Line train. Prosecutor warned the judge before the release. She said, I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. You absolutely must keep the crazy, violent people in jail because you're supposed to look after your community. This is madness. You don't let crazy, violent people back out. You leave them in. You put them in a mental facility. You forfeit your right to hang out here. How many times arrested? How many mugshots are these? Over how many years? Every day. Every day we get these stories. Just for the life of me, I don't get why anyone would want to be lenient to a deviant. Someone send that to Harry Mack and say, lenient deviant. Make that the hook. Make that the, on the chorus, the refrain. Give me like a, never be lenient to the deviant. Don't be lenient with the deviant. Ooh. him some good wordplay right there, boy. Mm-hmm. Bah, cracky, I reckon. Yeah. The judge should invite that person into their home. Give me a break. Exactly. That's an easy question. Agree. Okay, good. Ads are on now. Good. Yeah, they should just kind of be playing underneath the video, and they should be refreshed from time to time. I don't think it'll pull you out of being live with the program. I just got to remember to do it because I don't even see that screen. I was done with my monologue 30 minutes in. I'm like, yeah, crap. I didn't even do the thing. But at least, hey, I'll tell you what. I want some applause. I want a little bit of applause here because I have not started the show on mute in a little bit. That's a step in the right direction, methinks. I can't keep everybody in jail because the state's attorney wants me to. No, the community wants you to. I'll type that. No, capital. No, lady. Don't keep career crazies in jail because of any other reason than because it is your responsibility to protect your community from repeat crazy violent nutbags. Recall this judge ASAP. At some point, you lose your free range privileges. All right. Keep it going. I don't know this person either. This is new.
Big topic here on
Who's this person? Bahur, I followed yesterday. Benny Ray Harmony. Don't know this person.
Capitol Hill, and it's been a big topic for a while, is banning congressional stock trading.
Banning congressional stock trading.
Now, we're talking about this today because Congresswoman Mary Miller has been a very, very avid supporter of banning this congressional stock trading. Take a listen to what Congresswoman Mary Miller had to say in yesterday's committee hearing on administration.
When the stock portfolios of members of Congress regularly beat the S&P 500 and members leave the office with vastly higher net worths than when they arrived, the public is right to be alarmed.
Mary Miller talked about how Nancy Pelosi, when she first began her role in government in 1987, she had $785,000 in stock trading, okay? And by 2025, which is 37 years later, $133 million Nancy Pelosi has in the stock market. And so the question a lot of members are asking, they're trying to get to the bottom of, is are these members benefiting off of insider knowledge from their positions in government to put money back into their own pocket? So we are expecting some conversation to be happening about this congressional stock trading. This has been an issue in Congress and been a talking point for a very long time. We'll be following this and keeping everyone posted on Mary Miller's actions going forward regarding this. If you're interested in learning more about this congressional stock trading, I recommend check out Congresswoman Mary Miller's website. She has all the legislation that she's put forth when it comes to this and banning these congressional stock trading, her advocation for ensuring that the people in positions of power cannot benefit off their information. So check it out. Big topic here on.
All right, I'm going to follow Representative Mary Miller. I am following Mary Miller. I've seen her before. A little bit. Illinois. Oh, okay. Appears I'm already following.
Big topic here on Capitol Hill.
What say you? Should Congress be allowed to, oh my God. Should they be allowed to trade stocks? From CWB Chicago. Here's the image of this woman who was set on fire. on this line. This is a horror show. You pray for humanity. And you shame and recall the people that are making it so that repeat crazy, violent people are allowed to harm us. Unacceptable. Dear God, please be with this woman in her recovery. CWB Chicago says someday, hopefully soon, our government will once again care more about the victims than the criminals. Looks like a member of Wu-Tang Clan. Was that ODB? Does he look like a Wu-Tang Clan member? I wonder if I can get Isn't there somebody with crazy hair like that? A lot of hat wearing, though. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, that's ODB, isn't it? Oh, doggone it, I clicked it and no. Yeah, like this picture. Doesn't he kind of look like that? You see the resemblance? Even has the contorted mouth like he's getting ready to drop a mad bar. That was a pretty good reference right there. Thankfully, I found that picture. There's a lot of pictures with them wearing hats. Anyway, you get the point. Apparently, this person said, burn alive witch, but he used the B word, didn't he? That's what the CTA fire attacker yelled after Chicago cops after Chicago cops arrested him Tuesday. According to a newly filed federal complaint, he's charged with committing a terror act or other violence on mass transit. There he is, dousing and lighting a human being on fire. End Wokeness says the judges who let Lawrence Reed walk free 49 times should be jailed. I'm going to say jail the judges button. Let's see if people agree. I think they will. Unreal. Dear Lord, be with that woman and help us with the necessary needed enema of American blue cities that are allowing nutbags, violent, crazy people out to harm citizens. I've had enough of it. All right, this is the California Sheriff Jim Cooper sounding the alarm on Gavin Newsom's mental health diversion law. Oh, look, that's letting violent offenders from C abusers to armed robbers dodge prison time, even in cases where babies were teed or K'd or have qualified for diversion. What?
To get diversion, you can do anxiety, depression, caffeine addiction, caffeine withdrawal, marijuana addiction, marijuana withdrawal, alcohol, same thing. It's crazy. Anyone pretty much can find a condition that will suffice to get you diversion.
Let me read this here from, who said this? Shura Scott Est. Don't know. The problem with California's diversion policy is that every rapist, murderer, predator is mentally ill. If we start handing out that excuse to everyone who fits a diagnosis, our jails will be empty. Doesn't matter if you were born evil, became evil, or just didn't take your meds. If you're dangerous to others, you're dangerous, period. How many serial rapists aren't stopped until they case someone? Why must we wait for that to happen? It's a great comment.
And I know you have photos of the baby. Father got blackout drunk, drank a pint of vodka and some beers, and basically beat his 1-year-old to death. My deputies investigated that case. Horrific. and he got diversion. And here's where it rubs me the wrong way.
Oh my God, no.
When he got diversion, it erased his record.
Oh my God, no.
His entire record is erased. That arrest, those charges, everything. And here in California, we do background checks for schools do for everybody.
Oh
You get
God,
fingerprinted
no.
on those background checks. So right now, when this person gets fingerprinted, the arrest record's not there. He can be a teacher. He can be a coach. He could be a Boy Scout, troop leader, all those things, because the record is not there. And that's scary. And I'm going to say, if you beat your kid to death, you should not be around kids. I don't want you around my kid. And that's what troubles me. And even a bigger issue, you could be diagnosed after the fact. So you think if someone got diagnosed with a condition, it would be beforehand, but they're being diagnosed after the fact.
Actually, I'm going to leave a comment. When he says diagnosed after the fact, he means coached, here, in parentheses, coached to escape. Similar to how illegal alien chain migration migrants are coached to claim for asylum. Hashtag completely broken systems.
And I think when someone's accused of something horrific, I would expect that a diagnosis would come from a psychiatrist who's a medical doctor, okay? Not a psychologist, even a licensed marriage family therapist can diagnose you after the fact. I'm not sure the rest of the country, but in California, if you want to volunteer and be a coach or work in schools, you do a fingerprint background check, and we make sure you're clear. Now, this individual is clear. We had a bank robber recently in a neighboring jurisdiction, convicted of bank robbery. He got mental health diversion. We have a new case of bank robbery for him here in Sacramento. Somebody burglarized somebody's house, took tens of thousands of dollars in jewelry, and got mental health diversion. So it's really being abused by these criminals. They talk about it in our jails. The phone calls are recorded. They know it. We've got them on record talking about mental health diversion, how to exploit it, and really get out of their cases. To get the
danger, 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 danger.
Rudy Bautista is.
Check out this report. I touched on this yesterday, but look, CBS 2 is reporting this, not just some podcaster.
Is a Rule 8 attorney. Qualification.
And I know the irony of me constantly pointing out how legacy media cannot be trusted. But now we're combining stuff that Candace is talking about with stuff that legacy media is talking about. How in the world are they saying the same thing? Well, when they're agreeing, you need to double check and take an extra look.
Only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty. He's not affiliated with the case involving Tyler Robinson, who's accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back in September. I showed him what I found that could indicate there's potential missing evidence in the case.
He said, "Hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is."
On September 17th, 2025, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby held a press conference.
Our job was not to interview. Our job was just to get him here.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter was taken into custody in Washington County less than 2 days after the shooting.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives.
After learning of this, I submitted a public records request to obtain any video of Tyler Robinson walking into the jail facility. Washington County responded saying there were no. Rudy Bautista is a Rule 8 attorney. Qualifications only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty.
Right,
records response.
I really wish Instagram would just combine these segments.
To the request, as Robinson did not go to the jail area. Our request for any holding room video was denied. A few weeks later, I re-upped the request on a more generalized scale for surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into the sheriff's office.
For the state of Utah, we would certainly hope that this video is available.
The response? Our office does not have any applicable records responsive to this request.
Oh, that's weasel language.
As the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period.
Okay, stop. As, when they said as, they're saying, well, we don't have this as it's been 30 days. So, like, how could we have that? That would be part of your investigation. Are you kidding me? Is the claim that this guy turned himself in, the one that you have identified allegedly as the person that allegedly took out Charlie Kirk, and he walked into the police station and turned himself in, and you don't have that as evidence? You can't prove that ever happened, and you put a gag order on the whole city? Anybody who was at the event? Are you kidding me? How stupid do you think we are? This is flashing red lights and sirens level of red flags.
If in fact it has been destroyed and not preserved, it's very concerning. And if it has, then it's very concerning that they're telling you they don't have it. If they no longer have it, I would have expected to say that this video has been provided to the Utah County law enforcement. Please contact them.
Records responsive to the request. As
Candace says, you honestly cannot make this up. Footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself into police does not exist. The footage simply does not exist anymore, or maybe it never existed in the first place. You decide. For video showing Robinson entering the Washington County Jail holding area and video of Robinson in a holding room, we don't have any records responsive to this portion of the request. As Tyler Robinson did not go to or enter the jail area, wrote a records officer with the sheriff's office, holding room video was denied as part of the investigation. Then they generalized it. Surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into Washington County Sheriff's Office. Our office did not have any applicable records responsive to this request, as the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period, wrote a records officer. When asked if the video was shared with any law enforcement or legal agency, the department responded, "It is my understanding it was never sent out to any agency." Huh, so nothing was ever sent. Interesting. We said this is a level 10 flashing red light level red flag territory. Wow.
We were
now Candace is weaving her two biggest stories together.
We're getting very close to something, as we had started on September 8th, by the way, our Becoming Brigitte season 2. And we were looking at how unusual it was that a dog was barking a bit too loud. You know, a thief that nobody was pursuing was running. And that was us discussing the MK Ultra program, and Brigitte Macron strangely and Emmanuel mentioning MK Ultra in the lawsuit to us 18 times struck us as odd, as we were trying to determine whether or not it could have been Brigitte Macron that was involved in that Stanford experiment, this prisoner 2093 that was being protected. We didn't know why this prisoner was being protected. We sent somebody there. There seemed to be more. And what really terrifies me is that if my inclination that Xavier Poussard's messages have been being read and tracked for longer than I even realized, and that's the reason they initially sent that cease and desist in December, was to ward me off sitting down with Xavier Poussard, then what we hadn't yet presented to the audience, but what we were investigating on the back end, if they were aware of that, it really makes me wonder if we were on the right track. And
John, is he even still in the country? Does he even exist? Oh yeah, it's a trans furry boyfriend. Is it? Does that person even exist? What are we even doing?
It was something that was so sinister, involving maybe another step of the MK Ultra program being used to foster serial killers and to give serial killers new identities and allowing them to run in countries. That was kind of conversations that I was having in the background with Xavier. And we thought that we had perhaps identified Brigitte Macron at Stanford University, a possibility is what I would say. We were maybe at a 50-50%. And then suddenly Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, and it totally throws us off of the scent entirely because we're trying to figure out what happened to Charlie. And now, strangely, trying to figure out what happened to Charlie has brought us back to a France question, right? Why on earth did France move? I mean, who wants to lease a hangar in Wilmington, Delaware for 2 years to paint planes? Ostensibly, we're supposed to believe that this was a maintenance stop, but as the tip proved to us yesterday, that wasn't the case. That was a front because that had not been operative from 2021 all the way forward to the end of 2024. So literally, that plane was still making stops in Wilmington, Delaware, and there was no lease to that. And these were federally controlled waterways where that hangar is situated. And we learned that this is a building where there's cooperation between the feds, Homeland Security, and also contractors, independent contractors, which means people that are not a part of our government's apparatus. So the question becomes, who was the foreign dignitary that was escorted on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination to 920 King Street? Is it plausible that for whatever reason, Charlie allowing Tucker Carlson to hit the stage and to say that made Charlie a bigger problem than us? I have to tell you guys, in my gut of guts, there is something unbelievably, I just look at Brigitte Macron and I am telling you, you are looking at an utter psychopath in my view. There is something dark. There is something deep there. I see it in the eyes, in the performance of this all, that the response in France has been to start to harass people who came out and tried to tell this story, to effectively ruin their lives, to go after their finances, to debank them. The strange circumstances of some people who have tried to touch this story, and we've covered this also in our series, that wound up dead. Something is not right. And what terrifies me the most, by the way, is how far, the length that they are going through to protect Brigitte. Who the hell is Brigitte Macron? We were getting...
Let me just... Who the hell is Brigitte Macron? WTHIBM, question mark. I know, right? Yeah, the thing about Candace, it's very interesting because you're entering the phase where you're either called the most interesting sociopath in the world or a revolutionary or like one of the greatest, one of the best researchers, one of the best discoverers. Which one is it? I don't know, but I'm here for it. I'm going to tune in every day. How these two stories could come together. I did not have that on my bingo card. Was it an Egyptian plane? Egyptian military special services? Is Brigitte Macron linked to Charlie Kirk? Is Brigitte Macron a man? Wow. I mean, we're in a very interesting place right now. Speaking of which, let's take a deep dive into Charlotte, North Carolina. What is ICE discovering out there?
Well, for one, it's everywhere they go now. You have organizations, these rapid response networks, who are being colluded with by mayors and mayors pro tems like the one you just saw there, who are actively obstructing ICE. You've got illegal aliens in these communities that are being protected by criminal elements in their own community. And really, this is generations that have got us to this point, because now you have anchor babies, kids. You saw these kids, 30,000 kids marching out of classes in Charlotte to protest this. Well, many of them are illegals themselves, or their parents are illegals themselves. This is what happens when you undermine a country from within. When you don't have the rule of law, when you don't have border security, you no longer have a country. And we're seeing that taking place in every city across America. And you go back to that census, why the Democrats pushed so hard to have illegals on that census. And it's not just blue states, it's red states, but blue cities and blue districts where they can take votes from Republicans and give them to Democrats. So we have an entire system now that has been undermined by the left. They're working to harbor illegal aliens and hurt ICE's operations to be able to go after these really bad guys in every community, whether that's here in California or out in North Carolina.
So where's the counteraction team? We know this, so why don't you do the thing and wait for it and then just arrest these people? Just do it.
And every single one.
And maybe that is exactly what's going to happen when the funding comes through. When does that happen? In January?
As you mentioned, every single one of those politicians or any of these activists need to be arrested when they are caught obstructing ICE operations.
It's amazing to me that they even get the leeway that they do. You know, I was told that in Charlotte, the number then grew to 30,000 students that didn't show up to school. The Democrats want to claim that they're all for the well-being of these illegal aliens and all this. Well, it's their fear-mongering that are calling these kids not to go to school, because I talked to Border Patrol agents. They said they are doing everything they can not to go into schools. If there was a dangerous felon and that's the only place they could get them, then they may. But they then they try not to take that person down in a school, Ben.
Yeah, and look, I ride with ICE all over the country, and you wouldn't believe, I mean, the conversations we have in the cars, even to avoid driving past schools. This is even getting to the places. So what's having to go into the mindset of ICE officers and Border Patrol officers as they're going after the worst of the worst? I mean, some of these guys are terrorists. They're literal terrorists, but many of them have rap sheets you can't even imagine. They're child rapists, they're murderers, they're all the entire gamut. And beyond that, they're here illegally. So I don't even care if you have any charges. They all need to be picked up at this point. They all need to go home. But ICE does everything they possibly can to avoid schools, to avoid even driving past them on their way to where they're going. So anyone who's saying that they're intentionally going after schools, the only time, as you mentioned, the only time they end up at a school is if an illegal alien is using it, trying to hide, or using it to harbor, or a school's trying to harbor an illegal alien.
But what if you're harboring 20,000 illegal alien kids?
That's the only time they show up there, but they avoid them as much as they can.
Let me also play you a clip of, in many respects, I think it's the delusion of people in blue cities that don't understand what is at stake. This is a business owner complaining about the ICE roundups. Roll that clip.
We have shut down. We are an ice cream shop that 80%, 90% of our customers are Latino. As of right now, I cannot take the risk to bring my employees to be profiled because they...
I'm sorry, what? Are your employees legal or illegal?
A lot of them speak Spanish. They look like me. I look like the profile that they're looking for.
First off, it's November, maybe...
And by the way... Ukrainian illegal aliens are just as not welcome in America. You're aware of that. Everybody that looks like whatever is equally not welcome to sneak in and stay.
Nobody's getting ice cream because it's November. But the other side of that is the only reason you wouldn't have to have employees come to work is if they too are illegal. And then that means the business owner broke the law as well, if that's the case, Ben.
That's right. This is so important. Until we start arresting the owners of these businesses who are hiring illegals, who are basically providing slave wages for them, who have taken advantage of the system. And this isn't just Democrats, Republicans. This is what why President Trump was such a breath of fresh air. He actually went up against the chambers of commerce who wanted the cheap illegal alien workforce, basically slave labor. And that's exactly what you're seeing now. All of these businesses shutting down is basically, I saw a sheriff come out and say, if you're shutting down now because ICE is coming through your community, it looks like you're guilty. And that's exactly what it does. If you're shutting down, it's because we know you've got illegal aliens there. You can play the victim card. Oh, we might look like. Everybody knows, unless you're an idiot, only illegal aliens are being deported. American citizens aren't being deported. If you're here legally, you're not getting deported. So if you're shutting down, it's because you know you got illegals working there.
I'm still waiting for that one American citizen to be deported, and I'm yet to find one. And yet that.
Oh, I hear about it all the time. People that I like some of the libertarian perspectives, but man, this whole anti-ICE, pro-illegal alien invasion, for the life of me, I don't understand the mentality behind it.
That's all they scream and yell about. Ben Bergquam, as always, at Ben Bergquam on X. Thank you, buddy, as always.
God bless you, brother.
All right. That's a report from Charlotte, Ben Bergquam. Here's one on Newsmax. Radical Islam is not congruent with American culture or the Constitution. Here, Ron Finnerty has thoughts.
Radical Islam is not congruent with American culture. But maybe more importantly, it's not compatible with the Constitution. That's not our opinion. That's a fact. The Wall Street Journal even wrote about this, giving examples of Muslim radicals in Dearborn, Michigan, celebrating terrorism and terrorists. They just held a memorial service for a Hezbollah terrorist in one of their new mosques. They even honored several people on the terror watch list. None of this is normal. But the media and the left in this country continue to look the other way like it's not happening right in front of us every day, all the time. These people are openly chanting death to America in our streets in broad daylight, and we're supposed to be polite and pretend that it's not happening. We're not going to do that, because that's how you take over a country without firing a single shot. And it always starts small. Win a few local elections, build a few more mosques, but people are noticing what the media continue to ignore.
Information.
Agree or disagree on that? Shiloh Mark says, Gavin, when you cheat, try to make it less obvious. What does this say? Kamala won by 3.1 million. California removed 3.1 million. Prop 50 won by 3.1 million. Well, it's like the same margin of victory, they're saying. Los Angeles County is being sued for failing to provide voter registration records of ineligible voters who participated in federal elections despite meeting federal requirements for removal. Oh. Shiloh Mark says the housing crash of 2008 was a bubble. The election crash is coming in 2026. How the radical left has been rigging elections is a bubble, and the bottom is about to fall out. They called Michael Blurry a conspiracy theorist and a nut, too. Oh, yeah, by the way. G to my head. For countervailing, I have to read this because of YouTube. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and visit cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views. They'll tell you 2020 was the only free and fair election in the history of elections, or the most free and fair election, and accurate and definitely precise. How do you lock into knowing what everything is? Yeah, you just throw everything to the wind, and then that gives you accuracy, apparently. Okay? There, go get your countervailing views. They have an agenda to push. Scott Pressler, who I interviewed in Milwaukee, check out the video on Rumble and YouTube. The Persistence says the Los Angeles Voter Registrar Recorder even admits on its website that non-citizens, illegal aliens, are registered to vote. Why is this not a bigger story? LA County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, request voter registration cancellation. It says reason. Well, this is a cancellation notice. Reason, non-citizen or out of country. So if they have a form that a non-citizen can opt out, that kind of gives you the inverse. It's like playing Sudoku. Well, if it's not this, then it can't be that. If it is this, then it can't be that. And if that's not this, then this can't be that. Am I making sense? It's a bit of a double negative. President Trump shared this. Governor Newsom decided to close the Barstow Veterans Home with an annual budget of $22 million, and then decided to spend $150 million for cash disbursements to illegal aliens right before Memorial Day, and that it's one of the single most disgusting acts ever made by a sitting politician. I don't know if that's true, but if that's true, and President Trump did share that out, that is atrocious. Attorney Michael Gates says headed back to Huntington Beach, California. After 10 months of serving the country with much sacrifice away from the family and enduring very difficult circumstances, he's headed back. Working with Trump. Okay, I don't know the context there. All right. Charlie Kirk in August of 2025, the month before.
I'm going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big explanation. And more importantly, America is significantly underwriting the Israeli government $4 billion a year. We as American taxpayers deserve answers to this. We deserve answers. Also, if we're going to get into a regional or world war based on an intel failure. So, we pay for this. What are we buying? Right? I got smeared as a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, and conspiracy theorist because I said exactly what I just said. And I refused to back down despite all the smears thrown at me because I learned during COVID. I learned when they told us that it came from a bat in the Himalayas. I learned when they told us the vaccine was safe and effective. I learned when they told us that ivermectin was horse paste, that you better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour...
I feel like he changed what he was going to say there.
I am going to continue to ask...
You know what it almost sounded like he was going to say? Maybe that's me just... I could be hearing something that's not there because I am hearing something that's not there. I'm hearing, just the hint of a different phrase. And I know from... And I told you about this before. I had an experience covering a show. I don't remember what the topic was that I was covering. And I was going to say something along the lines of like Charlie Kirk stuck his neck out or something, or put his neck out there. And in some ways, I don't know what I'm going to say until I say it. Sometimes, as the Tetris piece is falling, I see the next sentence coming out of my mouth, or I instinctively feel it. And I go, oh, God, no, that's the long, tall piece. You don't put it there. You got to get it over there. I'm like, no. That's going to block all my... Like, no, that's not what I'm aiming at. Sometimes you see something coming in slow motion. Sometimes it's already out and it's down before you have a chance to react. To me, at the very beginning of this, I get the sense that what he was going to say is that, and I'm going to die on this hill. And I think he said, no, I don't want to put, that he pulled back. Like, I don't want to put out in the universe that I'm going to die because of this. Tell me if you think you hear him saying, and I'm going to die on this hill. And he very quickly changed gears. I might not be hearing it properly, but here it is again.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Right there. Again.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I think a sentence almost escaped his lips and he grabbed it and brought it back. Is that Brian Regan? He's like, I was at a dinner party and then people were talking about the hoity-toity. I go, I like art. And you go, and it's him reaching, trying to grab the sentence. And no, give me that back. I like art. And maybe it's how his mouth is moving. Like I can see where he's going with it. I'm going to play it again. I want to get your thoughts. Agree or disagree? It sounded like Charlie Kirk was going to say, and I'm going to die on this hill. And he didn't even want to put that out there in the universe. What do you think? I'm going to play it a couple more times and watch his mouth and tell me if you thought that maybe he was going to go there.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I could be wrong, but that's what I'm hearing.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Because he goes, doot, doot, doot. And I think the dirt turned to 2.
I am going to continue to ask the question.
Going to I thought I heard the beginning of a D. I'm going to
I am going to continue to ask the question.
I heard what I heard. Anyway,
I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big.
So what do you think? Do you think he was going to say, and I'm going to die on that? Because I heard a D start to come out, and he very quickly morphed.
I am going to continue to ask the question. A 20-hour response in a country the size of New Jersey. That begs a big explanation. And more importantly, America is significantly underwriting the Israeli government $4 billion a year. We as American taxpayers deserve answers to this.
Yeah, I heard a D. I heard the start to a D.
We deserve answers. Also, if we're going to get into a regional or...
And by the way, the gate is really heavy on this one. The gate is like, imagine a gate to keep things out or to keep your chickens in. If the microphone isn't picking up on a decibel level above background noise, it doesn't project. So in between words, you'll find different distortions. Maybe that's a decent way to explain that.
World War based on an intel failure. So, I mean, we pay for this. What are we buying? I mean, we pay for this. What are we buying? Right? I got smeared as a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, and conspiracy theorist because I said exactly what I just said. And I refused to back down despite all the smears thrown at me because I learned during COVID. I learned when they told us that it came from a bat in the Himalayas. I learned when they told us the vaccine was safe and effective. I learned when they told us that ivermectin was horse paste, that you better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am going to continue to ask the question.
You know, there's a lot of stories out there that Charlie had premonitions of how this was going to go down. He had premonitions. He knew. Maybe that was the case here, and he just didn't want to speed it up, or he didn't want to feel the weight of it or give it energy. I don't know. Or maybe none of that is true at all. Anyway, like I said, you're not going to take Charlie Kirk off the board with repercussions. And what are the repercussions? Well, the repercussions are that I'm going to see Charlie Kirk. I'm going to play Charlie Kirk. Never used to do that before. I'm doing it now. Because why? I'm choosing the wrench. Goodwill Hunting. My dad would come home drunk and decide to beat me, and he'd give me a choice. He'd say, go out and take a switch off of a tree. Go get me a branch, or what was it? A branch, or my belt, or a wrench. He goes, well, you know, obviously you picked the switch. He goes, no, I picked the wrench. He goes, hold on, you were giving all Robin Williams is like trying to help Matt Damon understand like his abuse growing up, and why would anybody? What's the with this, that, and the other? And he goes, why would you do that? He goes, because F him. That's why. If you're gonna do it, make it hurt. Choosing the wrench, you think that's gonna hurt? Well, okay, all you're doing is amplifying everything he was saying. Whoever took him out. We got an official story on this that anyone believes yet? No. Marion says, yes, agree. Going to D on this hill. David says, it's possible, but it's hard to know for sure. Yeah, and it's just kind of like the way his mouth, and I heard the D. And I'm going to... Sometimes you catch a phrase right before it escapes your mouth, and you call an audible. All right, here's Jimmy Dore on Kirk.
Charlie Kirk's chief of staff is super suspect to the point where it looks like he's in on the assassination. Because he looks like a zombie. So James Lee.
Very odd. He doesn't duck down like everybody else. He doesn't run to Charlie's aid. He literally picks up the phone and turns around.
Does there have to be music behind this? He turns around and starts walking. No music, please.
He does that in under a second. Charlie Kirk, his body hasn't even hit the ground yet. He hasn't even fallen off the chair. And his chief of staff puts the phone to his ear, turns around and starts walking away calmly and slowly like a zombie. He couldn't even see if the bullet hit him because within a second, before his body even falls off the chair, his chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, picks up the phone, turns around, and starts literally under a second. It's 800 milliseconds.
Mikey McCoy.
There,
and he is right here.
There it is.
Another angle. You can see Charlie below being carried into the SUV, and Mikey is in the distance, looks to be still just on the phone, casually strolling away from the scene of the crime.
That's a guy who just got shot. He doesn't even know what happened to him, because as soon as the shot rang out, he turned around, went on the phone, and started walking away.
Who was he calling? Well, I did some digging, and according to the New York Times, it was one Erica Kirk. Oh, and one last little bit. You'll never believe who was searching for one Mikey McCoy a few months before
Charlie's D in July of 2025. Oh, geez, it keeps going back between music and no music.
So from Israel, there was a Google search. Now, we've shown you all the crazy Google searches. The day before the assassination, somebody from D.C. was Googling Tyler James Robinson, the guy who they're trying to pin this on. And we find out in July, that's when they were searching Mikey McCoy. And where was it coming from? Israel. Mikey McCoy's dad, who's a pastor. 4 days after the assassination, he said this. Listen to this. He's talking about his son, Mike McCoy.
My son is 24 years old. Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff. And I'm watching. The minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck.
And as soon as the shot happened, his son got him on the phone. According to the New York Times, Mike McCoy was on the phone with Erica Kirk. It gets even worse. Watch this.
Every pastor and pray. It's okay, son. He has wits about him. He was just directing. He had blood all over him. And
he had blood all over him. Now, I just showed you the video where he clearly walked away before Charlie Kirk's body even hit the ground.
In a clean white shirt.
In a clean white shirt, turned away and walked away like a zombie. Charlie Kirk's chief of staff is super suspect, to the point where it looks like he's in on the assassination. And he looks like a zombie. So, James Lee.
Very odd. He doesn't duck down like everybody else. He doesn't run to Charlie's aid. He literally picks up the phone and turns around and starts walking.
And by the way, he does that in under a second. Charlie Kirk, his body hasn't even hit the ground yet. He hasn't even fallen off the chair. And his chief of staff puts the phone to his ear, turns around and starts walking away calmly and slowly like a zombie. He couldn't even see if the bullet hit him.
All right, that's the reset of it. Bring it all to light. Bring it all to light. Smell a rat, though, huh? Sort of stinks to high heaven to me, if you ask me. Breaking, U.S. House voted to ban no cash bail in Washington, D.C. and prevents activist judges from routinely letting violent criminals back on the streets. Finally, no cash bail needs to be banned nationwide. I agree. Here's Matt Taibbi with Jesse Waters.
We've seen this play out in like a half a dozen times in the last couple of years?
Yeah, Jesse, it's the same moral mania story, and this particular one where all these politicians are demanding access to the evidence that they know is there, but are sure is being covered up or destroyed somehow. It's an almost exact replay of what went on at the tail end of the Mueller investigation in the early 2019, when that started to peter out and there were indications that they were not going to find collusion. Suddenly everyone was saying, well, they're hiding the underlying evidence, or they're hiding some kind of thing, these files from us. But they knew all along that there was nothing there. It's just that it's the same moral crusade, and it's the same assumption ahead of fact that happened in the Russiagate episode.
Matt, I mean, we've seen this play out in like a half a dozen times in the last couple of years?
Yeah, Jesse.
Yeah, that was the beginning of it. Agreed. Hey, TMZ Sports releases this. Is there audio?
This is the footage from the burglary that occurred at Schumer Sanders' home in Ohio during his debut versus Baltimore Ravens on Sunday.
Officials told TMZ Sports that
Yeah, so Shedeur Sanders gets his first playing time and his place is broken into during the game. Now they have video and it's coming out. Yeah, I wonder if it's somebody that knows Shedeur.
$200,000 worth of property was stolen. According to a new press release, 3 suspects entered the home wearing masks and gloves around 6:46 p.m. Suspects then left at 6:58 with, quote, various property belonging to Mr. Sanders. This incident is still under investigation, and people have theorized that the culprits could be someone close to Shedeur. But what do you guys think?
Shedeur Sanders set to make his NFL debut as a starter this Sunday in Las Vegas as the Browns take on the Raiders. I'm excited for it. But yeah, this is just another in a long string of break-ins for athletes. Very dangerous times to be an athlete. They know that you're busy during game time, so your house is vulnerable. All right, this is a terrifying piece of information that you need to know about for kids, teens. Sean Ryan here.
For teens.
Epstein was only the beginning.
I had no idea this.
OnlyFans for teens. Oh, why are they playing this music? Can I play this or am I going to get a... I want...
On either.
So if you're not familiar with OnlyFans...
OF is a website where people sell their body for money to adults. And there's Brand Army. You can join the site as early as 13 years old. They have a policy of how many bikini or revealing photos that you can post. Like 1 bikini photo, and then it has to be 2 normal photos. Then another photo that's revealing, and then 2 more normal photos. These are the 13-year-old girls or boys. The other part of it is you have to be 18 years old to subscribe to the children's content. Oh my God. There's a house in Florida called the Bop House. Bop is like a slang term that kids are using for a slit or whatever. Slot. A slot or whatever. There's a lot of OnlyFans girls living in there, but one of them was under 18 and they were waiting for her to turn 18 to bring her onto OnlyFans, grooming her. They were on Brand Army before that. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's not a misunderstanding. Parents that are doing it and letting their kids use Brand Army, they're sexualizing them, profiting off of it. They're fully aware of it. Be aware. New York Post with this story. This is kind of funny. Kind of, sometimes the universe. Boku music via Storyful.
When your car breaks down, and you've been trying so hard in life, it's just tough.
We'll be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber just stopped to help me.
So he's having a hard time and he breaks down. His car breaks down. Wearing a big Israel symbol there. Interesting to note. He goes, I might be tripping, but I think Justin Bieber slowed down to help me. He's like, what?
I don't know. Are you Justin Bieber?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Justin.
I love you, bro. Can I hug
Love you too. Yes, sir, bro.
My bad, I didn't know you was...
No, it's all good.
I love you, bro. I love you too.
I was already recording.
He's like, I was already recording, sitting there.
Do you really want to know?
Yes, bro.
Okay, so... My life is bro.
My life is effed, bro.
Tell me, bro.
I swear, I'm gonna stop recording. My life is crazy.
Pulled over to help him after his car broke down. He appeared like a guardian angel beside his stranded car. And Justin prayed with him because he told him he's going through a hard time. Guy's a musician, I guess. Hey. Yeah, you never know when your break is going to show. Just keep praying and be resilient. Don't quit. Yeah. What do you think got me out to Los Angeles? Just believing that there's something. Believing that there's something. Don't know. I've thought that I've had a glimpse of what it is. I thought that I figured it out. Never know. But you don't have this encounter if you don't get out there. So you got to get out there. That's a note to all of us. We're human beings living in this video game world. Let's get out there. Let's live our lives. It's not meant to just be, you know, little, got to go explore. I went out today and on a quest, on a side quest, and met this person. Great conversation. And it was kind of like a redirect. It was kind of like a quick, this person figuring out that I'm into politics and current events. It was kind of a, are you in politics? Have you ever thought of running for this? And I'm like, yeah. And the conversation went like, oh, well, this person can't do that much because they don't like him over in the Capitol. And I'm like, yeah, well, if you're not taking flack, you're not over the target. I'm like, people hate it. Yeah, welcome to the club. I said, if people don't hate you, you're not saying anything worth saying. So who knows what'll come from that conversation, but that's because you get out in the universe. You play the video game. You explore the world of the video game. Go explore. Literally, go explore. It's not a lot to ask, is it? Anyway. So that's pretty cool. I like that story. All right, now. I'm going to buzz through our X feed and maybe wrap this show up a little bit. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. We will be on this Sunday for the Cleveland Browns football game. Also, check out yesterday's program, Strictly Football, a division of the Unhappy Hour Sports Show here on the New American Media. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson, with a look ahead to the week in football. That's Strictly Football. Yeah, we split our show up. Tuesdays are now looking backward at what happened. Thursdays are looking forward at what's coming up. It's fun. We doubled the show. I know we were trying to condense the show. I think we did the opposite. We doubled the length of the show. I kind of like. I like the new format, which is pretty cool. So check out the show, Strictly Football. The podcast form is called the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. But yeah, just a reminder, like, hey, dude, why aren't you getting into politics? Why aren't you? Have you? I'm like, I would, I could, I should. Who do I talk? Like, how do I do it? I don't know how to do it. I would, I will. Bring it. Let's go. I think I could do it. I think I'm kind of quick on my feet. I think I have pretty rational, common sense, helpful ideas. I think I'm a good dude, smart, resourceful guy that would be a benefit to my community. Be that very local, moderately local, national. I don't care. I'm in. Reminds me of that song that the boys from Columbus, 21 Pilots, have. I'm fairly local. I've been around. I've walked these streets. You're passing down. I'm fairly local. Good people now. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Such a good album. Go back and look at 21 Pilots' Blurry Face and maybe the album before it, the album after it. Oh, good music, good music. Fairly local. Yeah, go explore the world. Okay, here on X. Remember I told you that story of the man who's going to be jailed for 4 years after defending himself? Here's what it looked like. Or here's the report. Is it a report or it's just the video? Let's get this as big as you can see the whole thing. Okay. If you were outside your home and this was happening, how would you handle it?
An early morning smoke for Charles Fainer leading to a...
Oh, an early morning smoke.
An early morning smoke for Charles Fainer leading to a deadly encounter outside his Kew Gardens apartment building. In exclusive surveillance video, you can see the 60...
And if somebody is walking backward and they feel threatened, why would you aggressively continue approaching them unless you deserve what's about to happen? What jury on earth By the way, how glorious it is that these are two white people. Oh my God, did you just say it's glorious that a white person shot a white person? What I'm saying is, thank God that in this case, we don't have to be sidetracked with the goofy racial bullshit that's constantly foisted upon us. It doesn't matter what you look like. It matters how you act. I wouldn't feel any differently if the victim is the one who's retreating, backpedaling, defending themselves. I wouldn't feel any differently if that person were a woman. I wouldn't feel differently. I don't know their religion. I don't care. It wouldn't matter if this person were Asian. It wouldn't matter if the victim were Latino. It wouldn't matter if the victim were black. I would still defend their right to keep distance between themselves and somebody else that they don't want to get close to them or they have a weird vibe on, because weirdos will emit a weird vibe that we can all read. I would defend their right to self-defense. And by the way, the perpetrator, hey, look at that. I wouldn't feel any different if the aggressor, the criminal, the violent initiator of this interaction were Asian or Latino or black. I wouldn't feel any differently. Oh, and by the way, here's a tip for everybody out there. I don't feel kinship, empathy toward the victim or the aggressor because either of them look like me. I don't care if they look like me. Be it male, be it white. I don't care. I'm just looking at actions. You could put two stick figures up here for all I care. Blur out, gray out the faces. I don't care what they look like. I care about the actions. Sorry, let's let this whole report play out, but I wanted you to see who we're talking about here. I mean, it sort of looks like a mirror image of the same guy. Anyway, here's the report. I vehemently, strongly stand up for our right to self-defense. It's all we got. This is our line in the sand. There is no compromise.
An early morning smoke for Charles Feiner leading to a deadly encounter outside his Kew Gardens apartment building. In exclusive surveillance video, you can see the 65-year-old backing up as he's aggressively approached by Cody Gonzalez. Moments later.
Oh, hold on. Am I not? I'm sorry. I thought I had the whole screen in. No, I don't have the whole screen in view. My bad. I glanced at it. Oh, maybe it was because this wasn't. It's okay. Here. Let's just go full screen so we can all see what we're talking about, what the story is here. Nope, not on me. There we go.
Building an exclusive
who loops like that and lunges and charges toward
surveillance video. You can see the 65-year-old backing up as he's aggressively approached by Cody Gonzalez. Moments later,
this guy's going right at him.
Off camera, police say Feiner pulls his revolver, shooting the 32-year-old multiple times, killing him. And
who's the aggressor? Obviously the one on the left.
Multiple times, killing him. NYPD sources confirm the shooter was not licensed to carry that.
Okay. Our Second Amendment is our license.
NYPD sources confirm the shooter was not licensed to carry that specific gun, but does have a permit for a shotgun and a clean record. He told investigators he believed the would-be robber was holding a sharp object, which turned out to be a pen. Gonzalez was demanding cash and cigarettes and had allegedly just gone on a rampage, smashing doors and glass along 82nd Avenue.
Oh my God. How could anybody side with the bad guy in that case? It's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. But that is bullshit. That's a civil rights violation right there. We need to get that fixed. This story, way too much. Too much for me. Not okay. This is President Trump hosting soccer legend Cristiano Ronaldo at the White House dinner. Leftist celebrities tried to blackmail people like Ronaldo, threatening them with cancellation if they associate with Trump. They failed, and Trump is more popular than ever. I gotta mute the music, I guess, but come on. Now we got Trump playing soccer memes. Trump playing soccer AI. I don't know that I've ever seen Trump run. Trump running in a full suit. He's the type of dude that feels like he was born in a full suit. Gotta mute this. There you go. AI, Trump Trump kicking around the soccer ball with Ronaldo. This is the wholesome content I didn't know I needed. Please be advised that this is not real. Two goats together in the Oval Office, Ronaldo and Trump. Ronaldo looks ecstatic to be at the Trump White House, but when Biden invited soccer legend Lionel Messi, Messi declined. Oh, Ronaldo's pretty tall, isn't he? He's taller than him in this picture. He's a little ahead of him here. Interesting. Bo Loudon tells this story. I'd never heard this because I don't pay attention to soccer, but listen here, an interesting sidebar.
One thing that amazed me is that she says in the film, and you're there, that you were an unwanted child. She didn't want to keep you.
Mm-hmm.
Now that must be a shocking thing. The first time you hear that, that must be...
No. Normal.
But for you to hear that, I know it happens a lot.
Don't
but
change nothing in my mind. Nothing.
One thing.
He was going to be aborted by his mother, but God stepped in, saving his life. His mother went on to work 7 days a week as a cleaner to buy his first shoes. Today, President Trump called Cristiano the GOAT of soccer. Hallelujah. Here's President Trump with that.
This room is loaded up with the biggest leaders in the world, business, sports. You know, my son is a big fan of Ronaldo, wherever Ronaldo is here. Ronaldo. And Barron got to meet him, and I think he respects his father a little bit more now, just the fact that I introduced you. So I just want to thank you both for being here. Thank you very much. Really an honor. This room is loaded up with the big...
Barron respects his father a little bit more now. Is this Barron Trump playing soccer? All right, keep it moving. Yeah, that Charles Foner. Charged with 26 counts of illegal weapon possession. You're just supposed to get K'd. That's insane. Come on, that is so stupid. We have a Second Amendment. Detectives recovered pistols, shotguns, rifles, assault rifles. There's no such thing as an assault rifle. AK-47, 153 loaded high-capacity magazines, and 2 body armor vests from his apartment. He had several different things. What does that mean? That doesn't mean a single thing to me. Did he ever do something to anybody innocent? That's the standard you follow. Anyway. Yeah, I know. I've been fiddling with Grok to change the New American Media logo. Got to get like a thumbnail size dimensions, like the rectangle, the horizontal rectangle. And Grok, the more you work with it, the more blurry and weird it gets. But yeah, I should switch it. All right, did Mamdani meet with President Trump yet? I know he's supposed to, but here's a tale of two Mamdanis before the election.
My administration would be Donald Trump's worst nightmare.
Whoa!
I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers. My administration would be Donald Trump's worst nightmare. I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers.
We'll see how this goes. It's going to be must-watch TV, perhaps. Here we go. Carolyn Levitt with thoughts on Mamdani.
I won't get into the president's thinking on it. I think you'll all hear from him directly. I also think I will just add, it speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of
That sounds like the Charlie Kirk theory.
the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities, in a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated in his many years of living in New York himself. I won't get into the president.
So stay tuned.
But if you want to pursue your promise to create the single largest deportation force in American history, or your promise to persecute and punish your political enemies, then you will have to get through me to do that here in New York City.
Oh, there's a threat from the big guy. Remigration. Zohran Mamdani going to the White House tomorrow to tell Trump that deportations will no longer be permitted in New York City after he takes power. We said that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. It's a bold strategy. Hey, remember when Dr. Fauci told Americans to prohibit unvaccinated family members from Thanksgiving? I do. We can never allow this tyranny again.
If someone in your family isn't vaccinated, should you ask them not to show up?
Yes, I would do that. I mean, I think we're dealing with a serious enough situation right now that if there's an unvaccinated person, I would say, I'm very sorry, but not this time, maybe another time when this is all over.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. All right, this lady, Lily Tang Williams, who is this? Candidate for Congress, survivor of Mao's Cultural Revolution, live free or die. Entrepreneur, professional speaker. All right, Lily Tang Williams. Here you go. Here's her report in Loudoun County, Tennessee. Take a listen.
Williamson toured the Tennessee state. I'm at this land, 400 acres parcel purchased by a group of Chinese investors.
Chinese investors purchased this big swath of land
With a LLC company, a real estate company in Loudoun County in 2023. Right before they passed the state law to forbidden the nationals from foreign hostile countries to purchase farmland in Tennessee. So we need to get awareness going here and check that out. And there's an AT&T fiber optic network from the parcel of land all the way to our national laboratory, Oak Ridge, which is causing serious national security concern. So I hope that the federal government and the state government can look into this and discover who is behind this and what's going on here. Thank you. Have a good day.
He's got very pleasant energy. 400 acres of land sold in 23 to a Canadian real estate company with mostly Chinese investors. Major AT&T fiber optic cable running through it, and it's located just 10 miles from Oak Ridge National Laboratory. 400 acres. Chinese investors with infrastructure. An assistant Virginia high school principal and his brother. I wonder if they could be radicals. Let's take a listen.
2 brothers have been arrested, charged with threatening to shoot police and ICE agents, and one of them is an assistant principal at Kempsville High School. Yesterday, Beach police arrested 54-year-old John Bennett. School officials say he's currently on leave from his position there. The other suspect is 59-year-old Mark Bennett. Court documents reveal several disturbing details about this investigation. So let's send it over to 10 on Your Side's Ethan Krause, who joins us live outside of that school. Ethan.
Yeah, Aisha, good afternoon. And you said it, the court documents do reveal details leading to the arrest of Kempsville High School Assistant Principal John Bennett. Now, according to the Virginia Beach Police Department, John Bennett and his brother Mark were both arrested on November 16th after police received information that the brothers threatened to commit acts of violence against local police and ICE agents. Court documents reveal that the brothers were overheard talking at a restaurant where Mark Bennett mentioned how he had an assault rifle with the ability to utilize explosive rounds that could penetrate protective vests. He also mentioned flying to Las Vegas to meet with like-minded people and how he would return with, quote, enforcement ideas and plans. The documents went on to state that John Bennett added statements of support and enthusiasm for the suggested violence and also expressed interest in joining his brother on the trip to Vegas. Now, both brothers were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit malicious wounding.
Teaching your kids. Assistant Virginia High School principal. Hustle Beach says something at Cheney's funeral isn't right. Look closely. Inside the room, cameras caught a very specific lineup. How many people can you point out? Music, I got to mute it. All right, who we got there? Kamala and is that Pence? And Jill Biden and Joe Biden? And not Barbara Bush, the other Bush, Laura Bush and George H.W. Bush. Oh, there's Mitch McConnell. Who else we got? Who else is here? Oh, is that Al Gore? Oh my gosh, that's Al Gore behind. Is that Al Gore? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Is that Al Gore leaning forward? Oh my goodness, it might be. Okay, I don't know what we're supposed to be seeing here, but Dick Cheney was laid to rest. Hustle Beach says different parties, different eras, but all part of the same DC establishment gathered in one place. Now look at who didn't show up. President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance. The sitting president and VP, the leaders of the new GOP, were nowhere in sight, while every heavyweight of the old guard stood shoulder to shoulder paying tribute. Symbolism matters in Washington, and so do absences. What do all those who attended with him have in common? James O'Keefe talking about Mike Pompeo and Adam Schiff.
The first of the intelligence community's surveillance targets appeared to be a former Defense Intelligence Agency, that's DIA head, and would-be Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Another target was staffer George Papadopoulos. In 2018, HPSCI, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, released a 243-page report clearing Trump of allegations that he and his team colluded with Russia to interfere with the 2016 election. However, sources close to the House Permanent Select Committee, led by Adam Schiff, covertly continued working out of a small room in Langley, and he had access to raw logs and communications from agencies like the CIA and the National Security Council. The first of the intelligence community's surveillance targets appeared to be a former Defense Intelligence Agency, that's DIA head, and would-be Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Another target was staffer George Papadopoulos. In 2018,
And it reset there. Okay. Johnny Midnight says CIA Director Mike Pompeo covertly granted Adam Schiff access to raw intelligence logs and communications out of a small room in Langley for Schiff to use in an attempt to overthrow President Trump, says Johnny Midnight, the sitting president of the United States. Handwritten notes by John Brennan, which DNI John Ratcliffe declassified in October of 2020, confirmed Obama's treasonous conduct was concealed from the American people by CIA Director Mike Pompeo. This was expired tags turning into an arrest. Sovereign citizen question. I was to say, these officers weren't hunting for drama. Half the time they're ready to send you on your way with a fix-it ticket and a smile, but if you turn a routine stop into a TED Talk, that's on you. Oh, let's just watch.
Hey, for what? Why are you arresting me? Is your...
Yeah, you know what for, right? Welcome to America.
Wow.
This is not, this isn't, don't resist.
I'm not.
How you doing? Yes, I'm Officer Galuz here with the town of Ocean Ridge. The reason why I'm pulling you over is your tag is expired. I'll need your license, registration, and insurance, please.
Why are you pulling me over?
Because your tag is expired.
Okay.
Okay?
Am I breaking the law?
Yes, your tag is expired.
Any crime?
Yes, your tag is expired.
Do you have a supervisor?
I am the supervisor right now. So I'll need your license. You have a choice, okay? And I'm going to explain this to you really probably once or twice to you, okay? I will call my supervisor, but if you fail to produce your information...
Call your supervisor. I'm not failing to do anything. I'm asking for you.
No, yes, you are.
No, I'm asking for
It's
your
upon
supervisor.
demand.
I'm demanding your supervisor.
No.
I'm not.
526, would you 56 me here? Now I need your license, please.
I'm not doing anything commercially. So...
Your tag is expired. Come here, I'll show you. No. It's right here. Lawful stop. It's a legal stop.
It's illegal. It's illegal or lawful?
It's legal, and I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm not arguing with you.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing
Good. So I'm the day shift supervisor.
Hi.
This officer has conducted a lawful traffic stop.
Is it lawful or illegal?
It's a lawful traffic stop.
It is? And
Yes.
what law am I
Well,
am I breaking?
Apparently, you're
What law?
Okay. Can we see your license and registration?
That has nothing to
Okay.
do
1015.
This is not even my car. I did not.
Lock this.
This is crazy. I hope your camera is on.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
Hop in. Step into the cell.
Why step into there? Why are you putting me in here?
Okay. So, maybe things didn't have to be that way. Maybe they did. All right, Benny Johnson talking about how many semis that were stopped had no business being on the road. This is important.
Happening in Charlotte, which please put up the map. What's happening in Charlotte is remarkable. You're able to see what a city looks like without all of the criminal aliens. And yeah, I know that there are some construction sites that are empty, but you should be hiring Americans for those jobs, honestly. And businesses should be forced to do that. Obviously, this is just the traffic map, but what can we do to accelerate this throughout the country?
Let me talk about the traffic map too. So Oklahoma is working with DHS and Department of Transportation. All these illegals that are driving semis on the road and killing individuals, traffic stops, they can't read English. So our state took a heavy approach to this, and our state troopers, great individuals. They're the ones that provide security for me. They are absolutely studs, and they got a great leader that's leading the state, and the Governor Stitt, or not leaving the state, but leading the troopers, and Governor Stitt gave them the ability to be able to work with ICE and with DHS. They started doing rolling traffic stops on our interstates coming in. So coming in out of Texas, coming in out of New Mexico, coming in and out of Arkansas, and Missouri. And it's amazing. We started catching so many semis on the road. The first time we did it is 110 illegal semis on the road that were driving with CDLs that literally said no name given. That was on the name. And they were coming from, the license were only issued in California and New York. We only did this for 10 hours. We took 110 off of one stop. This was a this was coming out of Amarillo, Texas. So it was going eastbound on I-40. We also did it on I-44, and we just finished one on 69 Highway coming out of Texas. Each time we had, and that, by the way, the 110 was just off the one coming out of Amarillo, Texas. The other numbers are staggering too. We took 10 felons off the road just 2 days ago, coming out on 69 highway coming in. The traffic, what you showed there, the trucks, we put an airplane in the sky. The trucks were stopping on truck stops and had the truck stops full in Texas, and they weren't coming into Oklahoma, and then they were rerouting around us because the traffic on 69 highway that is normally just crammed with trucks all of a sudden went quiet. And so now we're working, trying to do a 13 state wide, all the same day, so these trucks can avoid us, to try taking these truckers off the road that are causing these accidents. And and literally every single one of them, Benny, have a license that are out of California or out of New York. And I'm not joking, the license underneath name says no name given. And it is the most absurd thing that you've ever seen. That's one thing that we can do for deportation. We got to get them as they're traveling. Second thing is that there has to be a coordination and overall coordination, like I'm talking about, not just one spot at a time, because these individuals, they communicate and they'll migrate from one area to the next when the enforcement comes in. And if you're allowing them to migrate, you're just playing whack-a-mole. So
why do we have a single vehicle on the road under this type of fake licensing situation?
DHS has made it very clear. We've told them to self-deport. If they self-deport, they can fill out the immigration information legally on the border before they enter into the United States, and we will process that. But if we deport you, you're not going to be able to come back to the United States legally. But if we do it, so they know.
CBP home. CBP 1 is CBP home.
This, but if we were able to do a mass 13, 14, 15 states, or just say we do all the red states all one day.
Yeah.
And that's how you're able to do a mass deportation all at once, but it takes you an unbelievable amount of coordination, which I feel like the state of Oklahoma is leading this. We had DHS with us 2 days ago. It wasn't 2 days ago, it was actually Monday, that were down with us the whole time, seeing the way we're doing it. And is going to present this to other states, because we've got it working well in Oklahoma.
Okay, looks like there's a roadmap there. Democrat Representative Jason Crow asked 4 times what illegal orders he and his Democrat colleagues are referring to in their video calling for an insurrection.
That he's implying that he might do something that they wouldn't want to uphold or follow through with in the future. What are you talking about specifically?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. Well, number one, the protests at Lafayette Square in the first Trump administration, where he said, "Can't you just shoot them? Can't you just shoot them in the legs or something?" That's his direct quote. And of course, the then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
That was not a military
No, that's not an order.
That was a comment. That's not a military order.
When that's coming from the President of the United States to your generals, don't you think that's a request? That's
I'm
the question.
asking specifically
Number two,
what you're talking about.
Yeah, number 2, he's also threatened to send the military into Chicago and other cities to, quote, go to war with those cities. Right? That is a very, very disturbing thing. Number 3, he's also alluded to sending troops to polling stations, which is actually a violation of U.S. law. U.S. criminal law prohibits troops from going to polling stations, and he's alluded to that. So those are just one of many examples.
You're talking about
Donald Trump
illusions. You're not talking about actual policy. You're not talking about things that are members of our service members who we revere and respect are actually being asked to do. So when you see this video on all over the place, when you see this video on social media, I think a lot of people scratch their heads and they say, what exactly are they talking about? Are they talking about
Martha,
not allowing gunboats to make it to the United States carrying drugs? Is that what you're talking about?
Martha, here's a novel idea. How about we actually prevent things from happening before they become a problem?
I think that's what they're trying to do.
What you're saying is we have to wait until there's a problem to respond to that problem.
No, I'm not.
Right? As a military officer, what I think is important is we train people, we give them information, we prepare people for challenges coming down the pike. That is what I did as a commander in the military. That's what I'm doing now. As we are standing by our troops, we are reminding them of their obligation.
Order from the commander-in-chief that we are asking our military to carry out, are you objecting to? This is very, very vague. And it was so vague in this video, I don't think people could figure out what you guys were all talking about, honestly.
Martha, Donald Trump has made a series of very disturbing comments.
What we started with.
RNC research says, oh, okay. Yeah, you can't answer because they're lying because they don't have anything specific to point to. Here's a report of an off-duty Long Island postal worker arrested.
Postal worker on Long Island in court this afternoon, accused of helping a man escape from ICE custody while she was in uniform. Prosecutors say Tamara Mayorga Wong confronted officers when they were detaining the man, then opened a door on their vehicle and told the man to run. The incident happened outside a 7-Eleven near the West Hampton post office 2 weeks ago. The man was caught after a chase. Mayorga Wong was also taken into custody. ICE agents say they had to forcibly remove her from her own car. Postal
Dapper detective says this is what the Democrat Party has incited. Here's Jason Crow again. Clandestine says, look at them squirm. Now Representative Jason Crow is backtracking his comments earlier in saying that Democrats are not telling service members to disobey orders. Crow claims that nothing in particular prompted them to make that video. Sure.
So are you saying that there was not necessarily any particular precipitating event? There is no specific thing out there that made you decide now is the right time?
That's right. To be clear, we are not calling on folks right now to disobey any type of unlawful order.
So are you?
That's exactly what you did. That's exactly what you did. Wall Street Mav says Ukraine's representative at the United Nations has rejected the Trump peace plan. Here's the summary. 1, we'll make no concessions and nothing is up for negotiation. 2, we need your money. 3, the only way this ends is if you give us money and we win. Okay. Thanks, Ukraine. Thanks for checking in. Okay, this almost feels fake. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Amy Lou Who. Let me just play this. I don't even know. This is an angry... let's go full screen here. Okay, you tell me what we're watching here.
He was just trying to steal something, and now you've electrocuted him to death. You need to take responsibility for this.
A thief.
This feels like a skit. This cannot be real. Right? Come on, is this AI? This feels like AI.
He was just trying to steal something, and now you've electrocuted him to death. You need to take responsibility for this.
A thief was electrocuted
This feels fake.
while attempting to steal electrical wiring. And now his
Videos. That looks a little bit like Candace Owen.
family is suing the charging company for $3 million. The incident happened.
And there's music. Never mind. This is like a goofy... It's all sorts of different... I don't know. I've been surprised. Some of this stuff actually has happened before, but I can't play it because of the piano music. I'm not that concerned with it. Here's frozen meat being smashed. San Jose restaurant workers throwing frozen raw meat on the filthy ground near the rear of the kitchen to break it apart. Remember this when they say they can't find American food. Well, I don't know who this person is. Are they American or not? There's a big rack. Good. And right on all the crap bouncing off of that. Dirty, greasy, dirty ground. That makes me not want to eat out. Stay in. I'm eating in today. Young Bob says physically assaulted at the Turning Point stand on the LSE campus. Simply trying to debate. Yet several masked men kept approaching throughout, doing everything they could to shut down a fair discussion. This is the state of tolerance in our universities.
Fuck you! They shouldn't be allowed. You're on camera.
They shouldn't be allowed to exist or talk.
That's my property, my friend.
I think we should stay here just to see what happens. Well, this is fun. Well, I honestly think that if they're just going to do this, I think it's fine. Well, listen, I'm not going to fall into intimidation. If it is literally just a couple of bullied students, I'm not going to do anything physically. However, I can handle it. You're legit.
Yeah, they are like encroaching in their personal space. They have no right to do that.
You're legitimizing this understanding that they can just do this. I think you're stepping on my property, so I would ask that you don't do that. But look, the law IQ chimps, the ones that are unfortunately, you know...
Please do not call people that.
Well, don't protest the speaking event. So, for the intimidating woman with a ballion, do you want to speak on why... Yes.
The one you're
Fascists off of campus!
Be a traditional man and stop being afraid of women. Pardon?
This is good fun. She's so proud of herself. And what type of accent is that? Are you an American on an American campus? Waving a foreign flag?
Section 14.
Look at how intently they're covering their faces. Show their faces.
Of the Public Order Act, so not dispersing during a protest, and it was given a no further action.
Oh, hang on. Look at them all covering their faces. What's to hide?
Doxer and you harass women. How am I a doxer? What women have I harassed? Find me the woman. What woman have I harassed?
Well, going like this. They're terrified of being identified.
Pardon? That is my real name. That is just a stage name I used to go by. But my real name is very publicly open to the public. I've said it on many occasions. My name is Gregory Thomas Mackay Moffat. But I go by Young Bob.
This is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
So look. Yeah, and get NFA'd again. So, look, I'm not trying to be petty here. It seems like you are. I'm just trying to engage in a genuine discussion.
We do not engage with Nazis. We do not engage with fascists.
Why?
Fascists are on campus.
Why?
Fascists are on campus. We do not engage with fascists.
Yeah, I'll try to. However, I think it's fair to try and have a discussion with these people. Well, because I have respect for my elders, unlike you people.
Okay, that's Turning Point UK. All right, LSE. I figured I didn't know what that was. It's over the pond somewhere, hence his accent. Libs of TikTok says a Democrat convicted CM is running for mayor in Rhode Island. Michael English, a Democrat and convicted CM, is currently running for mayor. Why'd they say that twice? 1998, he pled no contest to SMing in a 13-year-old girl. He served only 15 months of a 20-year sentence before being released. 15 months of a 20-year sentence. And he doesn't appear on the sex offender registry due to his registry expiring after only 10 years. Good Lord. Now, that's a big claim. Is it true? Yep, this Jason Crow is really trying to get his name out there. Treason is treacherous. Tread lightly, traitor. Tread lightly. It's Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz who successfully pushed to have Charles Foner, a 67-year-old Queens man with no prior arrests or criminal record, sentenced to 4 years in prison after he defended himself from a moron with 15 prior arrests. It says, us enjoying Waffle House late night knowing we fin to dine and dash. That's not good. She also says anyone who's against this for them is racist ASF, and I hope y'all D. I didn't see that in this video, but don't know what that's all about. Representative Hakeem Jeffries, Tom Elliott says he's saying homeownership has become unaffordable due to global warming. Does he actually say this? It's in quotation.
Homeownership has become unaffordable in far too many places, ripping away the possibility of home ownership for millions of Americans. And we know that home ownership has always been central to the great American dream. And so it's incredibly important that we deal with the climate crisis, because there is only one Earth. There is no planet B. We have no other option. We have to deal with protecting God's green Earth. But we also should
they're the party of God now?
Deal with the climate crisis. Because
what crisis?
Because the absence of doing it causes life in America to just continue to become more unaffordable.
The climate crisis causes America to become unaffordable. I don't know what this dude is talking about. Democrats are lost. This Gen Xer grew up and said he realized there's going to be no retirement, so he sold everything he had, cashed in retirement, purchased some land out in Tennessee to live on. Now, well, here, just let him talk.
I'm Gen X, and I realized a long time ago that there was going to be no retirement for me. So what I did was sold all the things that I had, cashed in my retirement, and purchased some land out here in Tennessee to live on. And now what I have to do is pay for permission to live on this land, buy permits, and I also have to pay taxes every year, whatever amount they decide, forever, in this land of the free. You can never escape the system that they've built for us. There's no end to it. It goes on forever until you die. This system where we're constantly paying a tithe to the government in hopes that they will do the right thing at some point, ever.
Good luck with that. A lot of people just want a simple existence and to be left alone. Representative Sheila Phyllis McCormick, Democrat, Florida. She knows why she's been indicted.
I look forward to my day in court so I can prove myself and actually state the truth. But if this is what Congress is becoming, where they're always trying to intimidate you, scare tactics, especially attacking minorities, black and brown people, then we're going to have to keep fighting for the district. And everybody has been giving me so much support, and we're going to keep fighting until the district gets what it needs, which is fair prices, housing, and fair representation of Congress.
Yeah, okay. Didn't take long to play that card. Sweetheart, criminals come in all colors, and it seems like you're up to bat. Enjoy discovery in the trial because the accusations are vile. Stealing from FEMA? That should carry a capital punishment clause. Shame on you. Now, she is innocent unless proven otherwise, but enjoy the trial. If she stole $5 million in FEMA aid, I mean, what is that like? That's like reaching in the church collection plate, stealing from the nursery, taking from the Girl Scouts. Like it doesn't get worse than stealing from FEMA. This congressional Democrat candidate, Aftin Ben, says she doesn't hate Nashville, the city she represents, after audio footage was released of her saying that she hates Nashville. She said, "I hate the city. I hate a lot of the things that make Nashville, Nashville." There you go. So you hate the city. Now you're talking to someone who's cried no less than 10 times in the Country Music Hall of Fame. This Democrat who hates the city of Nashville is running up against Republican nominee Matt Van Epps to represent Tennessee's 7th Congressional District. Yikes. Good luck with that. Matt Van Swole says Databian Fortenberry of Charlotte, North Carolina, who has been arrested a mind-boggling 56 times, was arrested again on Friday for assaulting a woman multiple times. Oh, he's already out of prison. He's back on the streets today. Dollar General store video shows a mother directing her young daughter as they fill multiple shopping carts with unpaid items, including diapers and snacks, before leaving the store. During the incident, the mother pulls a handgun on a woman, filming the theft, turning the situation into an armed robbery. No arrests reported.
They be stealing and walking out the door with that stuff. Girl, if you don't, why'd you follow me? You pitiful. No, you pitiful. You still beating about a man from years ago. You gonna And then what? You stay out of our business how we pay our bills. Stay out of our business. You better go home.
This is how we pay our bills. Stay out of our business and go home. All these, I don't know if they're skits or real.
You better go on follow me.
You better go on. Quit follow me. Sorry, you're supposed to be full screen there.
I got you on camera, baby.
I got you on camera, baby. I got you on camera.
I got your face on camera, baby. Ain't nobody scared.
Ain't nobody scared. She reaches in. Now she's holding a G.
I'm not scared. Don't follow me. This is how I take care of my children.
Don't follow me. This is how I take care of my children. I walk in, I steal, I walk out, and nobody bothers me, apparently. Feels like a skit. I can't tell. And they're yelling. Right there. She aims it at her. Let's go slow, scene by scene. Right there, bang. Aimed the barrel at the person. Yeah, that's if this is real, that's now arrested.
This how I take care of my children.
Just aimed a G.
I got you on camera. I got you on camera, baby. I got you on camera. Baby, ain't nobody worried about that. You should have had that little girl doing that.
Again, did it again. Can't stop pointing. You can't do that with the G in your head.
Had that little girl doing that.
Nope, that's twice now. You've aimed it.
You been doing selling drugs?
Yeah, but I ain't gotta walk out the car with stuff though.
Okay, but you selling drugs at your house?
Whatever.
And you selling that food that ain't no good, get people sick. And business. Why y'all following me? Yeah, because y'all better go on. I'm telling you.
Oh, now that's the stupidest thing ever, to now advance upon the other person. You're now the aggressor. Oh, and then you hit the phone. All right, so I sort of get the sense this could be a skit. At Grok, is this a skit or a real event? And was an arrest made? Mark Cook says, if you haven't seen the real Tina Peters sentencing, you need to. The judge is out of his mind. Tina isn't allowed to enter her evidence into trial and not allowed to testify about anything except BIOS passwords. And this could be your wife, your mother, your grandmother. If these people will do this, evil prevails when good men do nothing. We saw Jasmine Crockett responding to Epstein, feeding Stacey Plaskett questions during the hearing. We watched this and said, hey, why isn't South Park, we tagged South Park, why isn't South Park having a field day with this character each week? She's a parody of herself at this point.
Because I'm sorry, but like we don't have ethical like rules that say that you can't receive text messages or you can't respond to text messages, especially if somebody has a certain record and you can't do it in committee. We all be sitting on our phones, and yes, people be texting. I mean, our staff text us, like everybody texts us, like people. I remember when I had the bleach blonde situation, you know who was texting me? My pastor. Okay.
Huh? What's a bleach blonde situation? I have no idea what she's talking about.
At the bleach blonde situation, you know who was texting me? My pastor. Okay. Like, let me be clear. There is no ethical violation. And so
she was eating pasta or pasta. Is it pastor? I think she was eating some pasta.
So like, let me be at the bleach blonde situation. You know who was texting me? My pastor. Okay.
My pastor. I don't really understand what the bleach blonde situation is.
So like, let me be clear. There is no ethical violation. And so the idea or the audacity.
Come on, South Park. She's right here. Every week you should have her worked in as a character. She's getting more and more. She's becoming more and more of a parody of herself.
Idea or the audacity.
The audacity.
And so the idea or the audacity to decide that you want to strip a black woman of her committee.
What? Okay, now we care about her color. What? She's colluding with Epstein to frame Trump in Congress, caught on camera. Doesn't matter what she looks like. Doesn't matter that it's a she and not a he. All that matters is the action. Colluding with Epstein to frame Trump from Congress. That's what we're talking about. She wants to bring up her pasta and her skin. Look at that. That's the face that should be. Whoa! That's the face that South Park should be using. The audacity. My pasta. My skin color.
Audacity.
Audacity.
To decide that you want to strip a Black woman of her
the race card.
Committee assignment because she was texting with
because she's colluding with the bad guy.
Epstein. Because
I mean, come on, people. Come on. Elon posted this. Is this cool or creepy? It's got music, so I can't play it. There's the test the robots. Hey, go over there. Oh, look, there's a person down here. Let's help him. Oh, look, I'm punching the... You give him this nail gun and aim him in that direction. But over here, oh, look, I'm going to help you. No, wait, I'm going to punch the crap out of you. Here, take that nail gun over there. Well, what if I turn around and put one into you? Okay. Now, what if the powers that be deem you to be one of the undesirables? Do you sick a robot on them? Can they play poker better than you? You know what I'd like to call for? Oh, this is a good idea. Maybe a border to a video. A green border, a black border, a striped border, a border that's made of dollar signs. Some visual cue that we can know if the music contained within the audio piece is available to play with free use. It's cleared. I went back through all of my videos on the New American Media YouTube channel, and there's a lot that Blake, he made intro videos, but there was like GoPro generic music we could use, and they're all getting flagged. I'm like, this is sound library stuff that should be royalty free. I mean, you got to appeal all this stuff. But I would love to, like in the bottom corner, it's like, no, you're good to go. You can play the audio here. This video, this clip is safe. I would love to see something like that. Oh, the X-Bot is walking around on the beach. Uh-oh, now the X-Bot is arresting you. Stop, halt. I said stop and halt. I'm going to cook. Ha, 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 ha. You made such a funny joke. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, ha, ha. Ha. All right, well, the Tesla bots are coming. And, of course, check out yesterday's episode of Strictly Football. All right, that's all I have for you today. Thank you for joining. I'm going to replay the previous show. Please enjoy. Hit like, hit subscribe. Reminder, clink, clink. We do have a tip jar in this house. Patreon is a great way to sign up, as well as YouTube or Rumble. You can do memberships. Or you can shoot something on Venmo or Cash App that goes direct with no or limited fees. And we also have Rumble Rants and Super Chats. So if you like the show, please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share with a friend, please consider tossing something in the tip jar. Yeah, RoboCop, mad. I mean, how long is it going to take before that occurs? I don't know. But the future's here. Whether we want it or not, it's here. Welcome to the universe. Before I go, and I'll queue up the next video here, are you planning on doing anything interesting this weekend? Is there anything on tap this week that you're excited to watch and excited to do, excited to participate in? Remember when I said life is a video game, go explore? Is there anything that you would like to do? I'm curious to know. Yeah, by then, not Biden. I'm going to watch a little bit of football. Next week is Ohio State versus that team up north, so I'm got to kind of wind up for that. Excited to see Shedeur Sanders play on Sunday. And then who knows about today and tomorrow? Don't know quite yet. But whatever it is, I'm going to try to live a little bit more. Everything's temporary and finite, so let's not take it for granted, just doing the mundane. Marion doing the usual stuff. I know I got so much usual stuff to do. Doesn't leave me a lot of room for much else. But that being said, I'm going to try to find something. I don't know what it is yet, but maybe an adventure. We shall see. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Rumble Round Super Chat. And here is yesterday's program, the replay here on the New American Media. Thank you so much. I'll see you Sunday for the game. And by the way, I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to do, we're definitely doing Strictly Football on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Are we doing 4 p.m.? I think Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. I might consider doing a day-long show on Thursday. Not entirely certain yet, but it's a big maybe. It's a definite maybe. We shall see. All right, thank you, everybody. To be continued. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, no longer Los Angeles, California, to be pseudo-specific. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is, well, your favorite day you've had all day. Thursday, November 20th, 2025. And this right here that you are watching is called the TNAM Daily Show. Where do you find that? You find that on the New American Media, because the old American media has failed you. Programming note tonight, Strictly Football, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Strictly Football, myself, Mike Barrett, Jim Mitchell, and Azrael Robinson. Strictly Football today at 4 p.m. Eastern. I say tonight, but, in a couple of hours. We've split our show. We're now on season 2, episode 15 this season, something like that. I wonder if instead of season 2 episode this, maybe I should just do episode number 32, 33, 34, 35. I might do that. It takes up less space and it's probably easier to find, but it's nice to know you're on season 2. What do you think? Tell me in the comments. Hello, everybody. Let me pull the comments up on the screen. Question of the day. Do you agree or disagree? How do I ask this question? I should keep the Strictly Football title by season and episode number. So like right now it's season 2, episode 15. I'd have to double check. And I will when I launch the show. Or should it just say, hold on, I got to make it as agree to disagree. Agree or disagree. Keep season 2, episode 15. Agree or disagree. Tell me in the comments. Question of the day. And of course, Strictly Football. Let me play you the intro for it. You should come over and join. And I know most of my regulars do, but there's people tuning in today for the very first time. Oh, I need to switch something. Once again, could not remember to monetize this stream prior to launching. I'm new to this. The one thing I've noticed now that I'm back in business with YouTube, that's been 5 years since our content was monetized. I have noticed that there's advertisements that play even if they're not stopping the show with like a pre-roll commercial in between. Like it will put advertisements on the watch screen that they can bill to the customer without interrupting the fact that you're watching a stream live. So I don't know how it works if you joined before. Actually, there's a question. I'd be curious if one or two of you could switch and hit refresh Tell me what happens. Do they play a pre-roll ad to even get the show started? And then does that feed show different stuff during the stream that the people who got here before don't see? I'd be curious. But yeah, I'm just very curious as to your comments today on all of the things, I suppose. But yeah, let me advertise the show. Strictly Football. Check it out.
I'm Eric Metcalf, and you're watching Unhappy Hour.
New American Media is proud to present a division of the Unhappy Hour sports show, Strictly Football.
It's the Unhappy Hour.
So yeah, anybody who's out there watching on podcast, if you have a podcast format, could you please subscribe to both the Unhappy Hour sports show and the Agree to Disagree show? I know that like this year I've changed it to the TNAM Daily Show, and maybe these will end up being two different podcasts. Maybe they should be. But pretty much over the past 14 years, anything called the Agree to Disagree show has been some version of myself and Blake co-producing. He would produce, I would produce, co-host, guest, whatever dynamic we had. It was all of them and some of them, depending on how we did it. Sometimes it was me on my own talking about what was happening. Sometimes it was me bringing in random guests for little segments. Sometimes it was me with long multi-hour sit-downs with people you recognize and people that are interesting enough to take up some of your time. So I'm trying to figure it out. I got a lot of irons in the fire. Am I watching this? Okay. So on the other screen, it looks like it's doing a pre-roll advertisement in advance, but I don't know if I have it on here. So let me close it out of here and restart it. Got to watch from different. We have so many different ways to connect. I had this realization. What if YouTube wasn't there tomorrow and you wanted to still hang out and watch the news? How many of you can you raise your hand? Another question of the day. This is very, we're playing some tennis here. I know that sounds more like ping pong. Then it fell off and rolled into the corner by the sump pump. Anybody have a ping pong ball fall off the table and roll over somewhere near the sump pump? Where else are you going to put a stinging ping pong table? All right, let's say hello to everyone before we get the show started. Good morning, TNM. Hello, Leon. Trash Panda. Troopy Dog, Marion, howdy to all, howdy do. What's up, John, Ken F, seasoned greetings. Yeah, seasoned greetings. Here's a question of the day. This is very crowd participation. Type QOTD and put the answer. If you could only put 3 items on a plate and do the best Thanksgiving you've ever done, what 3 items do you create? Tell me in the comments, please. Like what family dish passed down from generation to generation? What would you put on there? A piece of dessert, does it make the cut? Do you get like that Jell-O thing with the cranberries? Then it's got that cream cheese, whipped cream topping with the walnuts or the pecans. Oh, there's a pumpkin pie with way too much of the. By the way, another question of the day, how are my sound effects? I feel like my sound effects are sort of on point right now, but I can't hear me, so I don't even know if the stuff I do sounds like the thing that I think it does. You know? What's a favorite Thanksgiving dessert? Sweet potatoes with the candied yams. Oh, You got the butter, you got the brown sugar, you got the melty, marshmallowy. Oh. Put it back in the oven and it'll get that browning over the top. It almost gives it a tactile crunch to the outside of the marshmallows on the yams. Oh, stuffing if done right. Oh, goodness. And then for toppings, what do you for main courses? What do you go with? Turkey, ham. What else do people do besides turkey or ham? I mean, I'm fine normalizing a steak. Does anyone do like Cornish hens or like rotisserie chicken? Oh. I mean, I'd probably go turkey. We used to deep fry it. Some people think turkey's not... some people actively dislike turkey, and I just say, how could you actively dislike turkey? I don't even understand. Do you actively dislike turkey? How about those green beans with the cream of mushroom? And then you put the fried onions on top. I want to find a way to make my own fried onions because I don't want canola oil, soybean oil, any of those seed oils. I don't want that shit. And that's what you get when you open a can of those onions. I don't know how to make those on my own. Like panko crusted. Use a different kind of oil. Maybe air fry it. I don't know. Trying to take versions of my favorite foods and make them into, versions that I want moving forward. But yeah, we got 1 week. So I have no idea what Strictly Football is going to look like next week. Of course, Turkey Day is usually a national holiday to just hang out. You know what? Maybe I'll do an all-day live stream. That would be friggin' fun. Because I am thankful for the regulars. Let me take this off the screen here. Welcome to my bar. I've always wanted to run a bar. Always. This is a virtual bar. Belly on up to the bar. Come on in. I don't know. What are you sitting on? You got a stool? You got a desk? You got a couch? Do most of you sit at a... Okay, here's another question of the day. When you watch the show, are you always sitting down, always standing? Are you in the car? Is it live? Is it after... Another question, do you watch only live or do you also watch after the fact if you missed an episode? I don't know how that works. Very curious to get your feedback. But this is a virtual bar. And yeah, on a day like Thanksgiving, that's a special day in the food service industry. Servers, bartenders, cooks, all of it. It's a whole universe, and it makes the world go round. And there are some years that knocking out a big Thanksgiving dinner is the thing that you want to do. It's the thing that makes sense. It's the thing that you want to make sure the kids get to experience. You're not even doing it for you, but you're going through the motions, or you take it for granted. We've probably all had various versions of that. We don't know what's going on as a kid. We just expect it to be there and have everything perfect. And we're not helping the way that we should be. Maybe. Or maybe we are helping. It's like, get your ass over here. Come on. Turn that TV off. You're going to help me make all this stuff. Because next year, you're going to be in charge of that dish. You go, oh, okay. Every kid is raised differently with different expectations. Yeah, Thanksgiving is a nice pivot point. Kind of assess. Catch your breath. Give thanks. Another question of the day, do you already have Christmas up? I've been working on some Christmas. Little bit of Christmas. And as a reseller, I also need to put a bunch of my Christmas stuff online. I actually found something awesome on Facebook Marketplace that I may or may not acquire today. I should probably check on that because I said I'll take it. And it's going to require quite a bit of driving, actually. But yeah, all those questions and more, type them into the comments. Let me see what you had to say, and then we'll launch the show. Yeah, I did say T minus, and then I had to take care of a couple of things. Sometimes the T minus is just like, I know. I'm working on it. Haven't forgot about you. It's not going to take too long. Sometimes that's what it means. Sometimes it means, hey, be here in just a moment of moments. And I sort of thought so, but. All right. Let's see. David. Hello, David. Welcome. You said seasoned greetings. Look at that, Kenneth. You took me on a 10-minute detour. But it was a fun detour because we're bar family. You go into the place. Hey, what's up? Hey, dude, how you been? I haven't talked to you in a while. Right? Why not? It can be that. It can be whatever you want it to be. But yeah, we have extended internet families now. My mom's no longer with us. My brother's no longer with us. Like, I'm never going to have those types of Thanksgivings ever again. Not like if they were. And they change. I've had them on the road. I've had them with extended family. Used to go in Los Angeles out several hours. Many different locations. Great memories. And yeah, there's some, it's like some I'm working. I'll be serving or bartending. That was a big part of my life, getting through high school, college, post-college, pre-move to Los Angeles, post-move to Los Angeles. It all sort of, these are pivot points. Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Chances to connect in different ways. Roommates, strangers, distant, semi-distant family that becomes close through these gatherings. I went on that tangent because you said seasoned greetings. And it combined both of those, the turkey seasoning and Christmas for me. So thanks for that. Yes, hope your day's going well up there in Canada, David. What were you saying about Trey New American Miola? John says it looks like it. What looks like it? What was that? What looks like Trey Miola? What does that mean? American is messed up as well? What are we talking about? Marion, I'd venture to guess the average age of the TNAM viewer is more like over 60. I actually do have demographics on YouTube. Analytics. Audience. Where's the age? Demographics. We're 62% in the United States. What would you guess? Question of the day. Male versus female. And we're going to just go from what showed up when I clicked over to this version of the analytics audience. It's showing for the last 28 days. Age and gender. Well. Well. We're 50-50. 50.3 female. Hey, 49.7 male. Yes, we're trending older. I will give you that. But let's say all time. Let me click on this. Last year, let's say for the last year. Now you got me doing the advanced analytics. 80.8% of our views are coming from subscribers, 20% organic. Okay, in the last year, 71% male. No, we got 18 to 24. 25 to 34, that's about 10 point something percent, 11%. 35 to 44, 17%. So that's 17, 20, 28%. 13 to 44. 14%. Here, let's go lifetime. Oh, let's see what happens to lifetime. This is going to be crazy with the audience. Let's see if Grok can even calculate it, or YouTube can even calculate it. We started this channel April 30th, 2011. Can you believe that? Got to sneeze. Bless me. Lifetime. Yeah, we started this April 30th, 2011. 14 and a half years ago. My goodness, how time flies. Audience by watch behavior, monthly audience, new viewers are making up a lot of those. Is this all Lifetime? Audience, it says Lifetime. Hey, Lifetime, 25 to 34 years of age is 32.6%. Take lower than that, 13 to 34. 43% of our views are 13 to 34, with most of them being 25 to 34. Check that out. Well, thanks for the deep dive in the analytics. Thanks, Marion. Kenneth, strictly cleavage is more like it. Well, now, I mean, I don't know where you would get such a idea that strictly football is playing to the base instincts of humans out there. See, we're just all about football. I tells you, all about the football. No trouble. Marion agrees. Keep season and episode. John says keep it. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Kenneth says he refreshed the YouTube channel and an ad came up. I see. What? The agree that this is egregious show? Well, that's hopefully every episode. The egregious to egregious episode. Kenneth says if I can put 3 things on a plate, just give me stuffing, stuffing, stuffing. There's that girl in the news for doing GBs. And I don't know her name. Do I dare look it up to make the joke? What Grok tell me? Looking. So famous I can't think of her name. Okay. Anyway. I was going to make a adult movie reference to stuffing. And I couldn't think of the girl's name. And I asked Grok twice and it couldn't tell me. Just say it's Angela White. Marion puts a plate together. Dressing. Fresh cranberries and turkey. Well, what do you do with fresh cranberries? You go, because they're very, very tart. You got to cook them down with sugar and maybe orange peels, or what do you do? Fresh cranberries, how do you cook them? How do you prepare them? John, question of the day. Turkey, you love it. Club sandwich, turkey and beer. What kind of beer? Kenneth coming in off the top rope says, Popeye, I am what I am. No stuffing. John would rather yak in his mouth. Turkeys do matter. It's a literal genocide, you guys. A literal genocide. Stuffing is butt bread. Not all of it's in the butt. Absorbing all of the cooking juices from the bird. I mean, it's respectful to the creature to use every part of it. If you're going to go to the great lengths to snuff it out, you might as well use all of it. Or they say, take all you want, but eat all you take. Take all you want, but eat all you take. So take small plates, come on up 10 times. I don't want to see a pile of good food that you threw in the garbage. That's unacceptable. That's a good way to live, non-gluttonous. I learned that at camp. They weighed all of our trash, and the team that had the lightest amount of trash won some sort of thing that they wanted. It's smart. Because really, kids are very wasteful. And if they're just going to go through super reckless like a tornado, well, it's going to cost you a lot more money. John never cared for stuffing. Marion loves it. John's sitting and working. He watches them all. That's excellent. Marion, I have a stand-up desk. Haven't sat down for about 5 years now. Oh, I just flew in from Boise. Boy, my arm's tired. I know you've sat down in the last 5 years, but maybe not at work, you mean. Oh. Yeah, I'm very allergic. My cat wasn't up here recently. Maybe it's the shirt that I'm wearing for the first time. Starting to get a little sniffly. And no, I'm doing great. I'm boosting with. Here's a question of the day. During these cold months where we don't get a lot of sun, people say, oh, it's cold. There's going to be flu. Also, you're not getting your vitamin D from the sun. Vitamin D is super important. So during these doldrums, do you boost up with anything? What's your routine? I do like an emergency packet. I know it's got shit ingredients. It's just, I've been doing it for a while, and I'm just kind of keep doing it because I make a couple scoops of a fiber drink. I do the emergency. Kind of keeps the system, whatever. And I guess there's better versions of emergency with some better ingredients. But I do that, and then I do CD and zinc. I've been off CD and zinc for a little bit, maybe over the summer. Maybe if I'm around a lot of people, I'll boost up. Go to a big sporting event, a big community gathering, church, or I don't know, whatever. Maybe I'll boost up then. But yeah, C, D, and zinc. And I think, was it vitamin K is a part of the zinc package or the D package? So no, I'm fine. I'm feeling great. Just a little sniffly right now, but I realize it. John, sitting, working, watch them all. Yeah, I mean, I booked Blake Wally onto the show 2011, probably 2012, a long time ago. Hello, Deb from SAC. Deb checked in yesterday. She's like, hey, did you watch Toxically Masculine Tuesday? I'm like, yeah, but she was already gone. In my defense, it did take, well, in her defense, it did take about 20, 30 minutes for me to see the comment. But yeah, after our daily show, we're replaying the previous day's show. So we run a network here. I have 1,900 videos. Why am I not broadcasting 24 hours a day? I know there's little glitches or tricks or things and ways to kind of piece it all together, and I'll work on that. I'm thinking if I could put all of my sports shows together in like an 8-hour block, but it's kind of like week to week. It's not as evergreen. But then again, I mean, the news is not evergreen in that way because current events are never going to, well, I can't say they're never going to be as popular as they are when everyone's talking about them. Sometimes stories age like fine wine. Sometimes they age like a gallon of milk that you forgot in the back of your hot car for a month. And then the plastic broke. But I share so many news stories. They're interesting. I share clips of people talking, opinions. I share a lot of opinions. And we're allowed to adjust our opinions. We're allowed to kind of tweak how we feel about things. No doubt about it. But I think those shows do kind of... I rarely play the same thing more than once. From show to show. Occasionally I will. And it's sort of a function of someone else shared it and I thought it might have been an addendum to it or a beginning to it or an ending to it. Also, it's just, there's a lot flying every day to kind of grab the interesting stuff, put it in one pile, knock away the garbage. So it's a process. But yeah, I used to work and I'd sit at the desk and Blake would be broadcasting on Freedomizer Radio. And so I'd just be typing in like, I was you. It sounds like the worst grammar on earth, but the sentence sort of makes sense. I was you. Hey, forget about it. I was you. See? No, I don't see. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? No. I was you. It was Tree Utes. Utes? Yeah, Utes. Oh, youths. Yeah, I like youth. Utes. But that's what I would do. I'd be sitting here working, and I'd have the show on. It's like, let me catch up on the news. What's happening? There's so much going on. So I'd listen to the show. Occasionally I'd jump in. But yeah, I was typing away, having a grand old time. But yeah, maybe I'm going to do a marathon Turkey Day stream. I wonder if I should do a standalone. Here's a question of the day on Thanksgiving. Should I knock out a daily show, end the show, and then knock out Strictly Football, and then end that show, and then do a live stream? Or should I do like one super long mega stream and then say, hey, at 4:00, we're going to do this part of the show? I could see pros and cons. I should do both. I should do the long mega stream and then chop it up afterward and put those up as separate pieces. But the reality is I'm working with a team of one. I, downloading, uploading, editing, chopping, saving, re-uploading, retitling. That's where my... So I'm just like, I don't know. I got nothing. I'm curious. I do want to do a stream on Thursday. Kenneth says he watches our shows on the toilet. Well, thanks. And you got up there all by yourself. No, actually, he used a squatty potty. Squatty potty? Yeah, I said squatty potty. Not an official sponsor. With our revolutionary... Have you seen those squatty... Do you have a squatty potty? It like puts your feet up so like your knees are up above your head. You're like... See, that simulates what the caveman used to do. You go knees akimbo. I mean, that's a straight, it's like being out at camp or something, going into a hole. Thanks for the visual, Kenneth. Can we get back to the food? Hey, barkeep, pour me a virtual beer. See, I think what I should do is sell virtual beer. There's got to be a way. There's a few sites that I'm looking at. A few sites. Yeah, selling virtual beer. Like as crypto tokens, maybe. And what are those things called? Not EDM, not PDFs. What are those things called? NFTs, non-fungible tokens. Remember that was all the rage for a minute? I should sell some virtual drinks. That would be interesting. Pixel beer? Pixel beer. Deb is in the house. Now, hold on. Everybody, let's stop. Oh, well, I want to talk about this, Deb, but hang on. Let me officially launch the show. This is maybe the longest intro of all time. But it's like we're having a good time here. We're connecting, we're reconnecting, and we're laying out the groundwork of what you're going to hear on the show. Today's show is called It Was a Trap, and Trump Tricked Dems into Demanding Epstein Justice. Agree or disagree? Type that in the comments. Trump Tricked Dems, TTD, or no TTD. Do you agree or disagree that TTD or no TTD? So type that in the comments, QOTD, TTD, or no TTD. And we're going to begin the A2D show, Agree to Disagree. This is the umbrella of the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Buckle up. The show officially begins right now.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
All right, everybody. Deb, we're going to get to that. Deb says, I'll just start with it. Deb says, I'm beginning to think Trump did trick the Dems about pushing the Epstein files out. You know, the thing that I've said, and now this is where I would kind of John off the top ropes with a Rumble rant or a super chat or something. $5 for a virtual beer. Thank you. Yeah, people have buy me a coffee. It's like, buy me a beer. I really don't drink much beer these days. I do love some beer from time to time. I do try to avoid it. I've been trying to stay svelte. And beer can weigh on you. The hell was I just talking about? Thank you for that. This is where I would advise my team to edit this part out. And if I were maybe a little bit more disciplined, I would do it myself. It's just, guys, I'm juggling lots of things. Cry me a river. I think Elon Musk, who is a pioneer in the realm of space trajectories, navigation, exploration, satellite coverage, communications, self-driving, self-moving, autonomous robots, vehicles, craft. Elon Musk, better than most, understands how to propel with a burst into a different direction with a game plan in mind. And when Elon said that Trump was in the Epstein files and they had a big blowout, it sent Elon one direction, it sent Trump in another direction, and it was hook, line, and sinker for the Dems. They bit. They took the bait. They said, well, if Elon, who's been looking under the hood of everything, found out that Trump's up to no good, we got him. We got him. Let's go get him. Yeah, but it's going to take down the Clintons. Doesn't matter. Throw them away. We got to get Trump. Guys, it's going to get Larry Summers. Do you even understand how influential Larry Summers was with our economic policy? It doesn't matter. We're going to get Trump. Okay, cool. But do you have any idea the implicit, I gotta, and by the way, these are all hypotheses, allegedly. Everyone's due their day in court and their presumption of innocence. But do you know what's going to happen with JP Morgan Chase? Do you have any idea what was going on with these payments? Prince Andrew? Do you have any idea what was going on? Bill Gates? Do you have any idea how deep this goes? Bill Clinton. Epstein was like in the room with Trump on many occasions at various functions. He never took the bait to go to that island. Do you know how many people did? Doesn't matter. We're going to get Trump. We're going to get Trump. We're going to use this to get Trump. Elon said. I think Elon showed us it's there. It's there. We got to go get it. We have nothing left. Everybody hates our policies. We're destroying our country. American citizens can't stand the Democrat Party. We got to do something to get Trump. Otherwise, we're never going to get back in office. And frankly, we're going to get busted for all the criminality. Criminality. Yeah, criminality. It's all the way up to high crimes, misdemeanors, sedition, treason, insurrection, all of it, in order to try to take out Trump because he was messing up our gravy train. We did all of this illegal shit, piles of illegal shit. We got to get Trump. We got to go Epstein. So they went Epstein. Did Trump trick Dems? TTD? I keep wanting to say Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. No, TTD. Trump tricked Dems. So it's very possible that's what happened. And now that you've seen the flip, it's almost like if you're watching 300 and they're being chased by the army and they take them in, they funnel them into this area where there's a mountain range, and they funnel them into one choke point and they take them out. While we're all screaming, where are the arrests? Where are the arrests? Why won't they do anything? Look, we're not going to release the Epstein tapes because we're not going to re-victimize the women on those tapes. Also, there are no Epstein tapes. Nobody has been more critical of Kash Patel. Pam Blondie. None of us have been as critical of President Trump, this administration, than we have. The New American Media, our wonderful regulars, we're all looking, we're all confused. I believe at the time I said, this is probably the worst day of President Trump's political career. He's like, Epstein, you want to talk about that guy? There's no there, and let's just move on. I mean, it took Trump acting guilty as shit to set up the Elon Musk, Trump is in the Epstein files, poof. And it allowed Elon to get the fuck away from the people who were setting fire to his cars. You know why? Because the Democrats have turned into a domestic terrorist organization. No sugarcoating, no placating, little shades of gray here. They've become a domestic terrorist organization. Are we old enough to remember when people were lighting Teslas on fire because Elon was trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption inside of our federal government to save us trillions of dollars to stop the spending so we can reduce inflation and live better lives? Oh yeah, what an asshole. Except we uncovered a ton during that time. And guess what we're uncovering now? Look at Charlotte. Look at how many school kids are not going to school. Look at the job sites that are empty. Look at the stores that are shut down. Look at the traffic patterns. How much of America has been an invasion by Obama, Biden, Harris, and their whole criminal cartel? I think reasonable people could look at the topic of immigration and go, hey, I mean, I get wanting to live somewhere better and do something better. In fact, as an American, I've been able to make those decisions myself. So I think everybody can understand why somebody would want to come to America. But that's maybe where it ends on immigration. Don't we want the best of the best? Shouldn't we have pre-qualifications? If a woman, how do I phrase this? Careful, Brian. I had the person on my shoulder with the wings going, careful, Brian. I'm like, all right, hang on. We already established on yesterday's show, I talk and sometimes I don't even know what I'm saying. I go, what was I just talking about? And we're not playing Stump a Stoner. It's literally, there are so many, they're like Tetris pieces of ideas coming at me, and I'm trying to build walls of them and kind of clear some levels so that I can continue, because the pieces don't stop and I'm trying to catch up. I'm like, I don't know. I remember when you did that thing? I go, no, I don't remember. It's not a wise idea for a woman to open her legs to anything that wants inside, right? We would all agree it's a bad idea for a woman to spread wide for whatever feels like going there. Is that fair to say? If you had a family member, a sister, a mother, a grandmother, a daughter, whatever, a cousin, you would probably advise them as somebody that you care about You know, obviously you don't want to open your legs and let anybody inside that wants to go inside. Why would America do that? Every nightclub on earth, every nightclub in America, stick to America. Papers, please. You Nazi! Cool. Papers, please. Show me your ID or get to the back of the line. I got people waiting. Oh, okay, yeah. Here's my ID. Uh-huh. What's your address? Mm-hmm. What is your, you know what one of the good tricks was? You say, okay. What's your name? And you read it and you go, what's your zodiac sign? And you're not looking here, you're looking at their eyes. This whole time you're kind of looking at the card. I got so many tricks on this shit. What's your zodiac sign? And they'll go, and they'll give you the look that Trump gave when it was like about the Epstein files. He's like, look, it's a hoax. It's a hoax. They're eating dogs and cats, but it's a hoax. And he looked like someone trying to use a fake ID when they got busted because they didn't think to memorize what zodiac sign. Because everyone knows, yeah, I'm a Capricorn, I'm a Taurus, I'm a Libra. But you're trying to no, I'm Susan Wiles. Yeah, Susie Wiles. No, I'm this person. No, here's my address, 13304. Okay, yeah, I can memorize that. Yeah, I can memorize that. Oh, you can? What's your sign? Gotcha. Every nightclub has a bouncer. Oh, well, it's too hard to get into America legally. What? You got to show your ID and pay a cover charge? Yeah, there should be no cover charge. Everybody should. This is America. I'm libertarian. Everybody should be able to go everywhere. There should be no borders, no walls, and we're all one people. Yeah, you're sounding like a New World Order globalist with no borders. You're going to consolidate this under one supreme leader that we're not going to be able to challenge and handle domestic situations with. We're going to be at the wit and whimsy. We're going to be at the whimsy of one all-powerful creature that governs everything on earth. All borders will be blurred. Sovereignty will be erased. We're all one humanity, people. We're all one race of humans. No countries, no borders, no walls. That's what Soros, that's what the New World Order, that's what the globalists, that's what the Democrats, that's what the rhinos all want. Just mix all the colors of paint together and you'll get a... That's their plan. Of course you want to limit and restrict the people who want to get inside. Be it your panties or be it your country, you should be discerning on who you let inside. The best of the best. A select few. Not everyone. Yeah, man, but like that's not fair to like, you know, everyone. Do I look like I give a shit? Matt Walsh said it great. He did a good job explaining America first, America only, because I didn't like America only because it's very short-sighted. It almost implies like you don't need to engage in geopolitics to participate in the role of president or Congress, everything. There's so many countries, so many interests, so many corporations, so many conflicts and wars and strategies and crossing and double crossing and deal making. It's all cloak and dagger. I understand why we have a Central Intelligence Agency. I understand why we have a National Security Agency. I'm not going to go through all the three-letter agencies, but you get my point. I get it. But you were never supposed to turn that shit on us. You were never supposed to turn that shit inward on us. We're normal people. We're good people. We're Americans. We have civil liberties. You don't get to just fucking spy on all of our shit all the goddamn time. I want to stop saying that word. I've gone my whole life not saying it. And then I've started bringing it into my routine. I want to peel back. I want to take that one back. I want to try to stop saying that. I want to try to stop swearing anyway. But you get me fired up, and I'm reaching back into the crayon box to find some colorful language. Because it gets me real fired up. The treason that they've committed in the grand conspiracy, all to take out Trump. Oh, Orange Man bad. Frame him, shoot him, indict him, impeach him again, frame him again, shoot him again. Fuck you. It's not to say he's worthy of worship. He's just getting a lot of the basic stuff right. And he is going around the globe as a peacemaker, making deals, fixing the flaws in our supply chains, trying to get some of this country put back together, because Humpty Dumpty fell off this wall a long time ago. Was it 1913? Was it after World War II? Was it in 1971? There's different points on we lost our money, our monetary system. We're off the gold standard. 37 trillion. Money printer go burr. Cool. I appreciate that we're getting some of this stuff right. It's not to say I approve of off-the-cuff Trump in some of the random, unnecessary, mean-spirited insults. Not necessary, not helpful, never have been. But if I'm going to gauge the top 500 concerns, we're talking about concern number 500, concern number 499, concern number 498. These are at the very bottom. I'll put up with some. No, but I've never seen somebody hit for a higher batting average than this group. So when all the Epstein stuff came and went, and when MAGA is splitting, year after year, I never saw evidence of Trump Epstein. Oh, oh, look, there they are. They posed for pictures. Yes, they did. Oh, they knew each other. Yes, they did. I've always watched and waited for evidence. I never saw anything. To be in the files, what does that mean? Oh, they had they connected, they overlapped, they met each other, they talked to each other. Yeah, they did. It's not guilt by association. If so, show me anybody in Congress who wouldn't have to get thrown out. Oh, you took money from this group. Oh, you took money from that girl. Oh, you took money from that organization. Oh, you spoke at this thing. Oh, you posed with so-and-so at a campaign rally. Yeah, that's glad handing. You're going to get that. Smiles and glad hands. Any actual evidence, any actual proof, any actual incriminating information? So Deb is saying, I'm beginning to think Trump did trick the Dems about pushing the Epstein files out. And Deb, it's like I told you, I've told this group of regulars for a while. I said, I don't understand what's happening. And if it turns out to be what it looks like, I'm going to be very disappointed. Upset, disappointed. That would be bad. In the meantime, I don't know for what reason we're not prioritizing this at this very exact second, at this exact moment. I don't quite understand the plan. Please don't say, yeah, that's why you trust the plan. Ugh, I hate trusting the plan. Hurry the hell up. Screaming, hurry up. Before they accidentally, potentially intentionally release another COVID. So it's possible. But Deb, I've been asking people to just, let's wait and see. Let's watch the movie. Am I going to argue about it every day? I don't understand it. Yes, we've said we want it. No, we're not going to stop saying it. But for some reason, they're delaying it. So let's just let it play out and see how it goes. I'm not going to fixate every day on it. I want to fixate on all of the wins. And I think that's what Trump has been saying. He wouldn't only say that if he were guilty and he's trying to take pressure away. Well, they delayed long enough to take his name out of it. Perfect. So you keep moving the goalposts. You keep moving the football as Charlie Brown goes to kick it. You're never going to have a reasonable argument with the left. So if that's where they pivot to, you just got to laugh in their face and say, you guys are out of your minds. And I'm not certain that's the case, but it seems like it could be possible. Kenneth, he says, my S&M friends say happy Spanksgiving. Well. Hey, pass those masochist potatoes and the masochist potatoes and gravy. Yeah, the masochist potatoes and gravy. You're saying my logo looks weird. Which logo? The New American Media? It's actually off the screen again. Let me put it back up. Your logo. The TNAM Daily Show part? Or the top logo or bottom logo? I have multiple logos. The TNAM side, dude. Okay. I don't know. Like I said, I'm juggling over here. I got to get back to the comments, but age and gender, does it matter? Well, it mattered because they were saying our average listener is over 60 years old. I said, no. I said, hey now. Oh, I did sneeze. Or that's what they say in the South to someone really dumb. They go, bless your little heart. Bless you, Brian. You little dipshit. You dummy, you. Oh, you little dummy, you. Don't they say that in the South? Bless. How am I going to wipe my nose with a virtual handkerchief? Thanks, though. Deb, stuffing and gravy is the best part of Thanksgiving. Not a cranberry fan. Marion, fresh cranberries cooked down in sugar water to make it jelly-like. Yeah, but then you take that, you put a can of the pineapple in there, and then you set it in Jell-O. Then on top, you mix the cream cheese with the whipped cream. Then you sprinkle on your favorite pecan, walnut, sliced almonds. Cranberries mixed with red beans. What? I've never had that. Is that a real thing? Cranberry and red beans? Deb says, I had 24 turkeys in my yard, and on our count 2 days ago, our count 2. Wait, hold on. What are you saying? I had 24 turkeys in my yard and on our court 2 days ago. Turkey gangsters. I try to get outside and get some sun, but it's tough when it's all like overcast and gloomy. Dems get plenty of vitamin D. John takes zinc, ivermectin, vitamin C, and D. Do you take that every day? I don't know an NSYNC song. In Zinc. That's the time that we would mention that. Marion allergic to cedar trees, surrounded by them, cedar fever, real. Double up on allergy meds, December, January, February. In response to me asking, what do you take? Kenneth is aged like fine crime. Oh yeah, IBU. Don't be a you. Blaze your own trail. Yeah, I of course that's exactly what I do. But like I would hang out and just comment on Blake's show. It was fun. Kenneth has a mega stream after 6 beers. Oh yeah, we've all been there. Let's see. TDD for me. TTD. Trump is a trickster. Trump tricked the Dems because they're stupid. TTD for thee. Yes, TTD. This is tough to say. I feel like I'm having a stroke. Yep. Once again, thank you, John Brennan, for the virtual beer fund. Glug. Appreciate you. Cheers. Super chat in effect. Everybody can do that. Much obliged. Appreciate you. Deb says, we will know if the tricked the Dems when we see what's in the Epstein file. Yeah, but like I said, now they're going to say, no, Trump just delayed long enough to take his name out. All of the incriminating stuff. It's really about Trump. Well, what it's really about is the Dems colluding with Epstein to try to take Trump down. And Trump was the only person that testified to take Epstein down. And they did. He was the one. In those emails, Epstein's like, yeah, I'm 75% on the way there to thinking it was Trump that did this. So you tell me. You know, you got those comments, I don't know, it was on Howard Stern or whatever, or liking him young. And it's like, well, he knew more than he was letting on. And no, see, Trump would walk into the pageants and he was a creepo to underage little girls. And no, see, he was with E. Jean Carroll. See what happened? There was a civil case. Yeah, he wasn't allowed to defend himself in that. That was the only time something like that went to a court, and it was BS, and it's probably going to get overturned. We'll see how it goes on appeal. All right. Deb, so Elon was part of setting up the Democrats. I'm thinking so. Prince and Andrew were friends, I hear. Princes and of cabbages and kings. David says there's very little that's not true that the number 17 talked about. If you know what he's talking about. Arrests, give it a rest. Yep, Trump played the Trump card. David, though, I'm just sick of the sweet-ass time they're taking to bring it all down. John, yep, look how fast they moved on from it. Let's see. Deb says, Brian, I'd love to hear what Mike thinks of your Trump tricked Dems theory, including the Elon part. Ask him. Yes. I know I'm going to see him in it. Like when we talk, Mike and I were just like strictly football. He and I, if we go out, like it's up to me to keep him under control, which is impossible. And it's up to him to keep me. Come on. All right, let's wrap it up. Come on, keep it tight. Let's go. We do a decent job in that regard. 2 seasons under our belt. Now we've added 2 extra full-time members in Jim Mitchell and Ezrael Robinson. So that doubles the length of time. But it also kind of doubles the depth of the show. Different angles, different perspectives, different takes, different pieces of information. Stuff I would have never said. Stuff that is very worth saying. I love it. Izzy says shit. I'm like, I don't even know where you got all this information. Same with, they all say it. So it's, but it is good because we both want to do that sports show minus the politics of the day, because everything Mike and I do, it's just politics. So it's like, can we just have a safe space? Because I've always considered the Unhappy Hour to be a place where you combine sports and politics, because ESPN won't leave us alone. ABC, ESPN, Disney. They've ruined that formerly fine network. To some degree, a little bit of social justice. Hey, look, sports for a good cause. But that good cause is not always whitey bad, system bad, America bad. Trans good. Men should be swimming against it in the locker rooms and beating up women. No, that's not good. Men or women, huh? What are you guys even doing? In the sporting realm, it should have been the easiest thing on earth to just go, guys, stop. We're not letting a dude beat up a lady in the ring. And the Olympics have finally changed course. And some of the ladies do have like raging testosterone levels. There are some unique cases, which they have to figure out in the minutia, but micro, macro, bigger picture, sports should have been the easiest place to shoot down all this woke stuff, except it's ABC, ESPN, Disney, who has a hard-on for going after Trump, trying to ruin MAGA, trying to destroy the United States. They're all in on it. So it became by proxy another attack vehicle for the left. And they knew how ridiculous their positions were, but they had no choice. They had to do it because the radicals took over their party. That's what happens when radicals take over, which is why you should be selective of the people that you put into those positions in the first flipping place. Okay. But yeah, Deb, I'd love to hear what Mike thinks of my Trump tricked Dems theory. And I'm not 100% to believing that's what happened. But finally, for the first time in a minute, I'm sort of leaning back toward it going, since none of this has made any sense, at least that's a plan that I would understand. And that rhymes. Someone reach out to Harry Mack and ask him to use that quote in a freestyle. At least that's a plan that I understand. It's like a slant rhyme. John says we already have the best of the best. Stay out, country's full. Nice. I said, sir. They said, sir, what are you going to do when the macho man Randy Savage comes for you? Ooh, yeah. Oh, ooh, yeah. Anyway, John says you take ivermectin once and then monthly. Once monthly, others daily, if I remember. David says it was an exit strategy for Elon to get out of Doge and lure the stupid people into thinking Trump was involved. He had to save his company from they were target number one, the domestic terrorists of the Democrat Party. So we're going to unpack the stories, see what we can learn on today's program. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe, however you happen to be watching. Here is your daily reminder that we are 100% crowd-funded. We appreciate all of your support. You can sign up to be a monthly member, set it once and forget it. And you'll just be a regular, once a month I kick $5 or $15 or $100 or $1,000 to the New American Media. I like what they're doing. I'm going to sign up for that and forget it. I do encourage that because Patreon takes very small fees. But yeah, it's on Patreon under the New American Media. Our tip jars are also out. Venmo Cash App, that's Brian Engelman, BrianEngelman. And then on PayPal, the email address is fuzzinstallment, FUZZINSTALLMENT @yahoo.com. You can do that. You can also subscribe on YouTube and Rumble. I don't know if we have a YouTube subscriber yet. And that would just be a monthly thing. I think so, testing them all out. Definitely appreciate it. At the bottom of the screen, in case you need to pause and toss a few coins into the wishing well. All right, let's go to our Instagram feed. Let me hit refresh here. Got a lot of stories to get to. There's a lot going on, and we're going to talk about it. But look, when we talk about the show that we do, and we discuss that intro, sure, we talked a little bit about cranberry and turkey, a little bit. But we're also painting the general picture of what the show is about. There's a lot of moving parts. We're introducing ideas. We're pontificating. We're connecting dots. The intro to the show is not, you wouldn't call it the lack of a show. It's just an unconventional show. Now, some people want to get in and get out. Like it's prom night. I don't know. Like you have 5 minutes during a conjugal visit. But it's not always how I roll. I know that I'm capable of rolling that way. And I could in the future. I think. But there's some times I think I'm doing this show for me. And you just happen to be hanging out, letting me just dump the stuff inside my head. Look at the green screen behind me when I do that. Look at that. Bam. It's magic. It's TV. All right. Let's get into the news. This is the Warwick Report. What's her name? Jade Warwick. She went to Dearborn, Michigan, as did other people that I know. Whoop, where's the volume?
In Dearborn, Michigan, for the Christian, anti-Islam, pro-American march. The police didn't separate the protesters. Some people...
There's music, though. The police didn't separate the protesters. I can't. There's no...
to burn the Quran. Here's a breakdown of my day. The Michigan First group drove their bus into town.
I want to hear this, but there's music.
It was originally wrapped for the gubernatorial candidate, Anthony Hudson. Since Anthony...
I can't do it because of the music. Sorry. I really wanted to get this report. Sorry, that's on you for putting music in, and that's on YouTube for being as stingy as they are. All right, Dearborn, Michigan is unrecognizable, a lot worse and increasingly Islamic, according to this show. This is Jack Posobiec, and I don't know who the guest is here.
You seem kind of taken aback by this, even more than usual. Were you surprised when you had got there to see how far gone it had become? Were you surprised to see this in an American city?
Yeah, I think it was a lot worse than we had even heard about, to be honest with you. The amount of seemingly fundamentalists out there, and that you're seeing the city council is becoming increasingly Islamic, and this is not a small city, right? I mean, for Michigan, it's a pretty large city, actually, and it's taking over the suburbs around it as well. And, this is this is something that's been happening recently, like over the past 4 to 5 years that these towns have been popping up. And it scares me to think that something similar to this is also going to be in and around Minneapolis, and we're just letting it happen. These are the types of places where you should be seeing mass deportation raids happening on a regular basis. I know that ICE and DHS are spread thin. It's one of the reasons that I think that probably we need to start calling to use the military to do some of this stuff, or else we're never going to be able to get all these people out. Where did they come from? We don't know who they are. We know how they got here. It was across the southern border, right? Completely unchecked. And what's going on in these in the mosques out there? I mean, it's pretty frightening to me that we have to ask these questions, but that's the reality we live in right now.
You seem kind of taken aback by this, even more than usual.
Steve says in the comments they have no intention of assimilating with other countries that they invade. Their plan all along has been to destroy the existing civilization and its heritage. They'll impose their beliefs by population, aggression, and indoctrination, all while cult-like society lives off the host country. Their goal is subversion of the existing government and a complete takeover of the United States, Europe, and the world. So either you stand against their culture of draconian oppression and evil, or you lose your country. This is not just my opinion. This is what they're telling us in plain English. Too bad. I wanted to hear that report from Jade. But it was because of music. All right, who's Angry Day? Avery Day. I don't know who this person is. Let's take a listen.
In case you didn't know, this is what Dearborn, Michigan looks like. Dearborn is actually home to the largest concentration of Muslims in our country. New York City has the largest population of them, but per capita, Dearborn wins.
And there is music in the background of this, too. It's something Middle Eastern that I can't make out. That doesn't mean it's not copywritten.
And when you go into another country and you wave other...
There's music here. Sorry, guys. What did she type? Doing nothing about the Islamic invasion is not an option. The Western world will have to take draconian measures if we want future generations to experience the same freedoms we do, says Avery. Offer incentives to get foreign-born individuals to revoke citizenship. Cut all benefits and subsidies for the foreign-born. No family chain migration. No migration from OIC countries. Enforce English-only public schools. Ban Arabic signage in government buildings. Outlaw Sharia. Ban the Muslim call to prayer. This is the only way to ensure our survival, says Avery Day. Can't play the report because they put music underneath. All right, well, she referenced Minneapolis, or maybe the other person did. Yeah, the person on Jack Posobiec's show referenced Minneapolis. Anti-ICE protesters in Minnesota FA and try to block ICE. Then they immediately FO. That seems to have worked.
No peace!
I wonder if I can find my video when I got pepper sprayed. Let me see if I can find that. Let me share this instead.
So, just got tear gassed, and these guys, these guys are friggin' awesome. So if any of you run into a situation like this, learning what we've learned, you put a little bit of water in, you gotta blink, 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 blink. I just learned my lesson. They just gassed everybody over here.
And of course, that was on January 6th. We'll do, in case you missed it, I'll share that on X. Yeah, it's no joke when you get pepper sprayed. They let off all of that gas, and that was difficult. Could barely see. Yeah, it was very difficult. Kenneth saying, Dr. Pepper sprayed. It's not that bad. Marion, they don't have a right to try to stop law enforcement, so there you go. Exactly. And they're being encouraged to be lawless, including, hey, there's calls for treason. We're going to get to that. They rolled out an ad campaign a day or two ago calling on military to defy Trump's orders. They're literally committing sedition, insurrection, treason, and Trump has called them out on it. So it's about to get very interesting. Anyway. All right. Did you know that Democrat spelled backwards is asshole? Hey, if they can make shit up, so can we. I mean, if they can make shit up, so can we, right? That's what I wish half my content was, just clever little quips, clever little jokes. Unfortunately, I got to dig around in the trash and get my hands all gross, covering things I really don't want to deal with. But it is what it is. Okay, who's this? It's all politics. Says this is kind of. Where's the volume? Is the volume up? Let's try it.
I think it's important to note that even from the beginning of my task force in January of this year, I was really pushing to figure out what the deal was with these documents. And in around February timeframe, I was made aware by a whistleblower, which I have since reported this to the FBI. And it was actually the only outlet in the country that would report on our findings was Fox News. We had actually reported that we were made aware of a whistleblower that under the former deputy director of the FBI, so under Biden's FBI, there was destruction of evidence specifically pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein and
Anna Paulina Luna saying there was destruction of evidence by the Biden FBI regarding Epstein.
Potential evidence tampering.
And evidence tampering.
I think that that's pretty important to note because I went public with this and not one member of Congress, really for the most part, a majority of Republicans weren't even tracking that. But for those that were trying to use this to scare the president, notice how they never made a mention of that.
The people trying to use the Epstein stuff to scare the president, they never made mention of the Biden FBI committing crimes.
As we continued in our investigations, I've gone to every potential meeting with these victims. I sat in the same room where the victims exonerated President.
She went to the meetings with all the victims. She sat with the people that exonerated President Trump.
And said that they simply want access to their files that they had requested from the DOJ under Biden.
And they just want access to the files that they requested the DOJ under Biden. Yeah, this is pretty quiet. Denied access.
Was potentially tampered with and removed by the Biden FBI. And so the victims asked when Biden was president for the files to be released, but he rejected them. But now Democrats in Congress are acting like it was their idea for the files to be released, even though that was the thing President Trump campaigned on. This is kind of a crazy thing that nobody's talking about.
I don't know what to type. So I won't. Okay, we're back to normal volume here. Yeah, that was a very quiet segment. Wall Street Ape says new document. Let's shift gears for a moment. We'll get back to this. New documents obtained by News Nation prove that Gavin Newsom is lying about the Pacific Palisades fire in court. Did they lie about it in court? Lie about all of it in court? These new documents that we've obtained suggest that's absolutely what happened. Gavin Newsom, California, under the spotlight.
Q obtained documents that may show that the state is in fact solely responsible for that fire and possibly for the deaths of the 12 people who died. Last week, our exclusive reporting found that a state representative was present near the burn scar, which had all the embers deep underground of a fire that had not been completely turned out. Well, it eventually turned into the Palisades fire. And
that's what the reports were. They came and put out a fire, but they didn't put it out good enough. And they were supposed to stay, and they didn't stay to watch to see if it flares back up. I don't know what the protocol is, but isn't that the protocol? That absolutely is the protocol.
Apparently, according to our reporting, a state representative was on the scene ordering firefighters around, telling them where they could and could not go. Well, tonight, we not only have confirmation that a state representative was there, but we now know exactly when they arrived and why. News Nation's Rich McHugh joins us now with this exclusive. Rich, tell us what more you've managed to uncover.
Hi, Elizabeth. Well, it's really shocking, and ultimately comes down to two really big questions. Number one, did state mismanagement ultimately cause the Palisades fire? And did they lie about it in court, lie about all of it in court? And these new documents that we've obtained suggest that that's absolutely what happened. Now, this all began in the early morning hours of January 1 when an alleged arsonist started the Lockman fire. And we know underground embers reignited 6 days later, starting a second, more devastating fire. That was the Palisades fire. In response to a lawsuit from over 3,000 Palisades residents alleging the state failed to monitor embers from that initial fire, Governor Newsom's office told News Nation the state didn't start this fire. That was an arsonist, and the state wasn't responsible for responding to or monitoring this fire.
No. We know the state didn't start the fire. That was an arsonist. But that doesn't mean the state is not responsible for responding to and monitoring the fire. You had empty reservoirs, and you're supposed to keep people on scene to watch in case there's a flare-up. That's protocol, and you broke it. And if it's not protocol to keep the reservoirs full, and if it's not protocol to stay on scene when a fire's lit like that to make sure that it's not still simmering on the roots, then it needs to be. And that's still dereliction of duty. That's still malpractice, malfeasance. That's still your responsibility.
Now, a new court file.
It's not your first forest fire, California.
The state goes further and says the Palisades victims cannot allege that the state had notice of the Lockman fire because it never had notice. State records show a call at 12:27 a.m. on January 1, but with the rest of the incident report redacted, completely blacked out basically, including their response to that call. But a Los Angeles Fire Department record tells us all the details.
And the LAFD's records show not only did the LAFD notify the state just after midnight, the state sent a park representative at 1:46 in the morning on January 1 and arrived on scene at 4 a.m. on January 1.
Now that Los Angeles Fire Department incident report shows what the state will not, that the Los Angeles Fire Department contacted the state after midnight on January 1 and a state park rep arrived on scene by 4 a.m.
If the state had no responsibility for this land, why are they sending a state park rep? The state is playing hide the ball.
Rich McHugh obtained documents that may show that the state is in fact.
There you go, California in the crosshairs. Gavin is not going to be able to outrun that. I don't think so.
Now the Democrats.
Let's take a listen. Who's this official? Craig Long. Don't follow him either. Let's take a listen to this one.
Democrats are okay with politicians who colluded with Epstein. You can't make this shit up. Play the clip.
Well, they want to give them another headline, which is that they've arraigned a Democratic member for taking a phone call from her constituent, Jeffrey Epstein, what? In the middle of a hearing. And of course, I don't think.
Yeah, Epstein is colluding to frame Trump during the meeting with the Democrats. But they're framing it as, well, he's a constituent. That's the Virgin Islands. That's who she represents. She's allowed to talk to a constituent. Yeah, they're collaborating is what you call that. Collaborating. Or like Scott Adams says, nobody's going to tell me who I can and can't talk to. And if that person is a bad person? Okay. Then say they're a bad person. I get what he's saying with that. But that's not just a person. That's Jeffrey Epstein. Raskin looks guilty as sin here, the way he's stuttering.
If there's any rule here against taking phone calls in a hearing. Now, if you want to actually give her the chance to explain what happened, then we would take it to the ethics committee. I still don't see what the charge is. Where is the ethical transgression? Where is the legal transgression? Are you saying anybody on your side of the aisle who had a phone call with Jeffrey Epstein should be censured? Be careful your answer there, because there's a lot more that's about to come out, right? So you should think about what is the principle behind this rush to judgment. I want to close just with this thought, because I know there were a lot of people in the chamber who were here when this happened and a lot who weren't.
He is literally covering up for that DEI congresswoman.
Why not? Follow that. Bizarre defense of colleague texts while they're framing Trump. Alex Jones says, breaking, over 80% of students in Charlotte public schools are illegals, according to a New York teacher. I don't know if that number is accurate. The district had over 30,000 kids absent, over 20% of their entire student body. Oh, so maybe there's the private schools, so 80% of public schools are illegals. Schools are not underfunded and understaffed. They're just full of illegals.
Class typically has 16 students in it. We had 4.
Oh, okay. He's talking about his own personal class. Okay.
District-wide, there are 145,030 students enrolled in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. On Monday, 30,399 were absent, 28,136 unexcused. While CMS doesn't break down the numbers by ethnic origin, Gillespie, a multilingual teacher, did.
Children of parents from Angola, from Vietnam, but the students whose parents come from Latin American countries were the students we were missing. So that was kind of the line, even among the ML students, is that we were missing Hispanic students. Class typically has 16 students in it. We had 4.
District-wide, there are 145,030 students enrolled in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. On Monday, 30,399 were absent.
That's a ton. How long has this been going on? And the teachers' unions are in on it because the more students that you have, the more funding you get, which means the bigger raises you can get, which means the more Democrats you can fight to put in power, which means the more people who can open up the border to bring more people in, to get more students, to get more money. They're voting for more money. And then they put the teachers' unions together with the Democrats and the media. And so they're going, look, we're all in this together. We're all doing the right thing. We are the good people. No, you're overwhelming the system like Cloward and Piven taught to overthrow the nation. All right, Candace Owens has thoughts.
So let's read.
Let me remind you, Candace Owens, sharing a Candace Owens clip is neither an endorsement nor a opposite of an endorsement, an anti-endorsement. Endorse or anti-endorse? Kind of sound like Star Wars planets. Anyway. I want Candace on the case. I want her thinking about it. I want her talking about it. And let's break it down. What do we agree? Where do we disagree? What's real? What's not real?
Recap these facts. On September 10th, an Egyptian government aircraft with a history of flying to France and the United States lands at a small Delaware airport under a French company maintenance pretext that doesn't actually match the hangar timeline because the French visit predates the French company's deal. Within an hour, federal SUVs move from that airport to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street has been a federal residence office since at least 1997, and today it houses the DEA, the FBI, and the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. The hangar the plane would have used is controlled through a DRBA lease that itself is nested in federal waterways. The FBI also publicly talks about key partners in Wilmington on the same year that the hanger reactivates. I'm going to skip this next portion because he tells me how I can verify this. And like I said, I did that. Once more, go through this logic and ask yourself how the...
By the way, I just said Candace. I'm not explaining to you the context of this. A whistleblower revealed to Candace Owens that the Egyptian plane spotted in Utah on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination is tied to the Secret Service, DEA, DOJ, FBI, and several other agencies. The plane made multiple stops for so-called maintenance, even in places with no Egyptian consulate presence. Owens says that this is the same aircraft she previously claimed had been trailing Erica Kirk.
This makes any sense. On November 13th, 2022, SUBTT flies from Cairo to Paris to Wichita, Kansas, to Wilmington, Delaware, back to Cairo. That is already a 4-leg, 2-continent hop that ends in Wilmington before going home. 4 days later, on November 17th, 2022, it does Egypt to Wilmington, again, departing at 8:54 a.m., and this time it stays in Wilmington until November 20th, and only then returns to Cairo. So that is 2 Wilmington arrivals in the same week. Nobody burns a government Falcon 7X on 2 separate Wilmington runs for no reason. I mean, just look at the choice of St. Louis, Wichita, Omaha, Lincoln, Williston, Minot, and Provo. None of these are standard diplomatic hubs. Most of those don't even have major consulates, and absolutely none of them are known for large-scale Egyptian presence, so that immediately undermines the whole "it's just a maintenance stop" excuse. Ask yourself, why else a state aircraft would hopscotch across America to remote cities if its purpose was just servicing at a defunct Wilmington Assault Center? Wilmington is undeniably a terminal point, and the only logical reason points to 920 North King Street. I could go through all of the dates and do this, but you already mapped the flights, so you already understand exactly what I'm saying. Obviously, I can't tell you how I know this or who I am or exactly who it is that I work for. My motive is simply that I can no longer keep this stuff in my head anymore. I just need somebody with a history of doing the right thing and figuring out the entire truth. I hope you can understand why I cannot verify my employment here. I took a big risk to tell the truth, and my hope is that you will at least check me on it. Analyze and verify the flight patterns. So let's recap these facts. On September 10th, an Egyptian government aircraft with a history of flying to...
I think that was the beginning of it. So who, type in the comments, who did it? Who did it? You got all that, we've got all of that information, or the allegations rather, or at least the tips. Whether the tips were true or not, we don't know. What do you think? Who was behind the Charlie Kirk takedown? Egypt? Erica? Other? Something starting with an E? Here's Mike Benz.
It's this relentless obsession with Russia.
And there's music. Why the obsession with Russia? 75 trillion amount of raw assets that Russia sits on in total. Russia is the great untapped world home of natural resources. So just think about what would happen if Russia could be regime changed and a puppet government could be put in place. Say Russia could be turned into a client state, and think about Wall Street, hedge funds, private equity, alternative asset investors in Wall Street and London. Who would profit if only Russia would just belly up and give it $75 trillion worth of natural resources? Yeah, everything else is subservient to that. The Ukraine war will never end because it's not about Ukraine. It's about Eurasia. It's about 75 trillion. It will never end until Boris Yeltsin is resurrected from the grave and put back in charge of Russia, giving away that 75 trillion to the political donor class. New York City, London, all about money in the end. It's all this relentless Russia, this, Russia, that, Ukraine. It's all about wanting what Russia has and won't let us have. Yeah. Well, holy crap. how do we get ourselves out of this mess? Let's go to the next one. Oh, I guess I put it there 2 or 3 times. There we go. So this is Cam Higbee in Dearborn, Michigan.
In Dearborn, I walked up and down Michigan Avenue. There wasn't very many people out.
There's music. Can't play it. But they're protesting in Dearborn. Campaign finance investigation. Democrat U.S. Representative Sheila Cherphillis McCormick charged with stealing $5 million in FEMA funds.
She was back in the district at this event. We tried again.
I also wanted to ask you about the investigation into your families. But this is also part of her congressional duties. Congresswoman, you know, you're under investigation for the congressional ethics for violation.
Wow, that is a bad look, is it not? Wow, her handler. This is a guilty look. You got to kind of answer like you're in the public eye. Answer.
Violation of campaign finances.
Wait, what are the police doing there?
Congresswoman, this is your district. You have to answer to these people. Congresswoman.
Attorneys for her family's healthcare company aren't answering the I-Team's questions either. And the Department of Emergency Management says they won't comment on ongoing litigation, leaving taxpayers and her constituents wondering what happened to those millions. She was back in the district at this event. We tried again.
I also wanted to ask you about the investigation into your families. But this is also part of her.
Yeah, why were the cops protecting that woman from that potential thief from public questions? How many thieves? This is a 6-minute clip, but Candace Owens reads an email from a whistleblower about the Egyptian plane and says, Charlie found something out and it cost his life.
There's facts.
It's a 6-minute clip. The other was 3 minutes. I don't want to play the whole thing if we were going to repeat it. But Godfather of Chaos says, Candace now believes FBI, Secret Service, DEA could be involved in Charlie Kirk. Anyway, check it out. It's 6.5 minutes. This is Joe Rogan podcast shares this, an anti-gun protester. I urge you to ask yourself. Well, here.
Countless victims brutally slaughtered by AR-15s.
AR-15s.
Think back to the children at Uvalde who couldn't be identified by anything other than their shoes because their bodies were so badly mangled. Do we really want to be a country where children's bodies are being pulled out of schools mangled because we refuse to take any semblance of action to fight? No, we don't want to be that country. Which is why I commend the efforts of the senators and Congresswoman McBath here today. Because while their Republican colleagues are finding new ways to terrorize transgender children in this country, they're actually taking action to make
action.
It's safer for kids in the United States of America. I have lived with post-traumatic stress disorder for the last almost 6 years of my life. Next Wednesday will mark 6 years since my shooting happened in Colorado. I was a middle schooler. Being a school shooting survivor robbed me of my adolescence. I didn't get to have normal experiences. I went to 3 high schools because my anxiety was so severe I couldn't sit still in a class. Just in December, I acquired a service dog because my PTSD is still that bad. And yet, I'm lucky because my gunmen weren't armed with an AR-15. I had the time to close my door. But if they had, I don't think it would have turned out the exact same. So that is what makes this bill so critical. When you think about, say, the Second Amendment, I urge you to ask yourself, is a piece of paper that was written by slaveholders more important than the kids whose parents didn't even get to recognize them when they were buried? Is it more important than Jessie Gawi, who had a 6-inch hole ripped through her face? Is it more important than Sandy and Lonnie Phillips, who that's their last memory of their daughter? The answer is a resounding no. And while the Republicans in Congress might try to debate this as a political issue, it's not a political issue. You've heard from me, you've heard from Alea, and you've now heard from Matt about the devastating effects of gun violence on your life when you survive it as a young person. We're hearing AR-15s.
Jesse Kelly, that all that was to get to that quote, because Jesse Kelly says, in response to, let me just ask, you ask yourself, is a piece of paper that was written by slaveholders more important than kids? It says here, Jesse Kelly says, my gun is so important to me that I'll K anyone who tries to take it away, because the only reason you'd want to take it from me is because you want to hurt me. And no mentally ill communist white woman can emotionally manipulate me to change that stance. Yeah, sit down, Greta. Sit down, Greta. We got the First Amendment and the Second Amendment if somebody tries to silence us. Okay, that's 19 minutes of Candace. Not going to play it, but it's in our stream for today. Way music. Nick Sorter says, breaking, an Antifa terrorist. An Antifa terrorist has just been found guilty in federal court after he launched an arson attack against the Portland ICE facility in June, per Mr. Andy No. Trenton Edward Baker, who identifies as trans, now faces 20 years in prison, FAFO. The arson attack damaged the facility and in part helped to hold DHS agents hostage inside. Edward Baker, bravo. Adios, Edward Baker. F-O. Find out. Because he messed around, you get it? Finally, some justice for these people. This is that same person that I couldn't play that first clip. Let's see if we can play this one. Jade Warwick.
Is this reminiscent of anything that you've seen in London or in the UK?
Yeah, so I left the UK 10 years ago because I saw this taking over. Unfortunately, I don't believe that Islam is compatible with the West. And as much as they want to assimilate and respect the law of the land, their women are still covered. They still do not have as many rights as Western women. I don't feel safe in these communities if I was walking through there alone. I do feel safe in Poland. The problem is the governments, they don't stand up for the people of the country. So my family were in the UK for generations and we felt abandoned by our government. We felt as if they were protecting the asylum seekers and the migrants over the citizens, the natural born citizens.
Prioritized.
Of the United Kingdom. And as Muslim immigration, Islamic immigration has increased in Europe and the UK, so has the crime rates, so has rapes, murders, molestation of children. It's very dangerous, and unfortunately, their cultures are vastly different to ours. We need to be extremely careful how we tread and integrate Islam into the West, if at all. But personally, I think that it's happening too fast and at such a huge number that we're unable to actually control it. And we should be able to control our countries. These are our countries, first and foremost. Brits founded America. They brought over Western values. They brought the Constitution. The UK doesn't even have the Constitution, unfortunately, at this point. They are governed by the Human Rights Act from the UN, but that does not protect
UN. Never allow the UN to write your laws.
free speech. So really, the only place in the world...
The UN wants to be the global governing force. And by the way, that's the conversation that we're having about AI, if you're not aware. Are you going to let Democrats seize control of the government at some point down the road, take over AI, and make sure that everything is twisted to their woke, weird, backward, false ideology? or maybe have some nationwide standards so your crazy states can't dominate AI and put out their poison anymore. That's a whole different conversation, but it's all part of the same conversation, and she's sort of referencing it here. The UN doesn't make laws for the United States, and it should never be that way. The Democrats are all about it because then it's like, well, we can't do anything. The UN said, who the hell's the UN? They're not my dad. Tell me where I'm supposed to listen to the UN. I don't give a shit what the UN says. That's about you, not me.
That Christians are protected and your free speech is protected is America. And that's why I say God bless the Constitution and God bless America. This is the best country in the world.
David, I notice your YouTube channel's different. What happened? It now says your name in 7961. What's that all about? What's that all about? What's that about? David asks, why hasn't Antifa been taken down yet? They are a terrorist organization. Exactly. But they're working on it, allegedly. So here we go. Can't play the music, even though I want to. Eric Daughtry says, breaking. There are now 3 congressional Democrats. Oh, 3 congressional Democrats now. Wow. Wow. 3 congressional Democrats under current federal indictment. LaMonica McIver, New Jersey, for assaulting a federal agent during an ICE performance. Sheila Churfilas McCormick, Florida, stealing $5 million from FEMA for her campaign. Henry Cuellar, Texas, bribery. If Democrats controlled the House and the parties were reversed, all 3 would be on 0 committees, censured, and likely even expelled by now. Why is at Mike Johnson? Can I tag him? Oh, I can tag Speaker Mike Johnson. And at Donald Trump. Allowing these 3 to hang around. By the Democrat standards, all 3 will be censored and compartmentalized for our protection by now. There you go. I tagged Speaker Mike Johnson. Paratrooper says there should be a lot more than 3. Eric says a lot more than 0 should be expelled. McIver should have been out a long time ago. I Love America News. That's just scratching the surface of Democrat fraud. Exactly. CBS 2 is going to investigate. All right, we're talking about Charlie Kirk. What's going on with the alleged, and we're saying alleged shooter, the alleged person, the alleged perpetrator? We don't know. Where's the volume? I didn't turn it down. Here we go.
Batista is a Rule 8 attorney, qualifications only select number of defense attorneys in Utah have in order to defend cases with a capital offense, some involving a possible death penalty. He's not affiliated with the case involving Tyler Robinson, who's accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back in September. I showed him what I found that could indicate there's potential missing evidence in the case.
He said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is.
On September 17th, 2025, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby held a press conference.
Our job was not to interview. Our job was just to get him here.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter was taken into custody in Washington County less than 2 days after the shooting.
Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives.
After learning of this, I submitted a public records request to obtain any video of Tyler Robinson walking into the jail facility. Washington County responded saying there were no records responsive to the request, as Robinson did not go to the jail area. Our request for any holding room video was denied. A few weeks later, I re-upped the request on a more generalized scale for surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson walking into the sheriff's office.
For the state of Utah, we would certainly hope that this video is available.
The response? Our office does not have any applicable records responsive to this request, as the surveillance footage is no longer available after the 30-day retention period.
If in fact it has been destroyed and not preserved, it's very concerning. And if it has, then it's very concerning that they're telling you they don't have it. If they no longer have it, I would have expected to say that this video has been provided to the Utah County law enforcement. Please contact them.
What do you do with that? So what do we make of this latest revelation? What do we make of it? Where's that video of Tyler Robinson turning himself in? Oh, there is none. Oh, really? Comments. Everything about the Kirk situation and the Trump attempt is bizarre. Kashmir Patel needs to resign. Well, Smitty says it sounds odd. I mean, what? There's no cameras at the police station? You kidding me? Skylar says because it's not the guy. Kenneth, can you see this on the comments? No, let me go full screen. There's Troy McClure stepping into frame saying, case closed. Well, hearsay and conjecture, those are types of evidence. Denied. All right, so the more we learn, the less makes sense. I want to ask about this. End Wokeness is saying, mass deportation would be a 95% to 5% issue if people realize the impact. I'm going to ask Grok about this graphic. There's a Charlotte traffic graphic going around showing that since ICE came to Charlotte, traffic is massively down. Is it true or false? And please show me the accurate graph. Let's see how AI can move fast. How Grok specifically can move fast here. Okay, let's see. False as a causal claim. Screenshots being shared are misleading or cherry-picked. Let's see, lighter traffic on those mornings. No actual time series graph or data. Actual traffic. Charlotte remains one of the more congested mid-sized U.S. cities. No credible source reported any measurable citywide improvement in November 25 tied to immigration enforcement. Massively down is a viral exaggeration meme based on a one-off fear-induced slowdown, not evidence of real sustained improvement from ICE operation. There's no accurate graph. Okay, so what graph shows the traffic decrease accurately then? They're not giving me a graphic, but I'm trying. So I would say proceed with caution. TLDR answer to this graph accuracy so I can post it on IG as a comment. Yeah, all right. I'm going to post this per Grok. Let me put this on the IG right here. Per Grok. It's my job to inform when I can. But they're saying at the bottom, illegals are voting, receiving benefits, influencing electoral college votes, changing House apportionment numbers, making things more expensive for Americans. Anyone that claims they are not is lying. Well, some of that's verifiable. Some of it may not be. All right. Thomas Massey.
Decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up. Decades. That is wrong. Do not.
So things are happening. What is this here from the Scoop?
Islam is a culture with patina of religion.
Representative Keith Self on Sharia.
Sharia is the law of Islam. Sharia is dangerous. Western values form the basis for the founding of America, namely that rights come from our Creator. Ours is a Christian-based culture. Sharia, on the other hand, is a culture of violence and domination, totally anathema to the concept of individual freedom. The United States Constitution and Sharia are fundamentally at odds with one another. The Constitution begins with "we the people." Sharia states Allah has said. Followers of Sharia believe Muhammad received a divine legal code that stands supreme over all man-made laws. While Western civilization has evolved, Islam has not. Islam is stuck in the 8th century, and if they succeed at imposing their beliefs upon us, we will be dragged back into the Dark Ages. The contrasts are stark when comparing Sharia to the strides made by the United States. Islam is a culture with patina of religion.
Second part.
States in 250 years. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution abolished slavery, but there has never been an abolition movement in Islam. The Quran and Hadith even contain rules for slaves and the slave trade. Sharia prescribes inhumane punishments viewed as normative. Stoning to death for adultery is common, as are public beatings of women, the amputation of the hand of a thief, and execution of Christians and Jews in accordance with the Quran. Several hardline clerics have even issued fatwas for the assassination of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. The Declaration of Independence states we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Not so in Islam. According to Sharia, the testimony of a non-Muslim is not valid against a Muslim in a court of law. A woman's testimony is equal to 1/2 of that of a man. Non-Muslims living in majority Islamic societies are second-class citizens with few rights in 250 years.
Third part.
The 13th rights and little protection under the law. The 6th Amendment speaks of an impartial jury, but the testimony of a non-Muslim is deemed inadmissible. So in an Islamic Sharia court, the only testimony allowed is that of a Muslim, hardly fair and impartial. Sharia prohibits marriage between a Muslim woman and a non-Muslim man. A Muslim man may marry a Christian wife, but not vice versa. Sharia also gives the man, but not the woman, the unconditional right to divorce. Freedom of religion is in our First Amendment, but freedom of religion in Sharia means one is permitted to embrace Islam, but one is never free to leave Islam. Abandoning Sharia is an apostasy punishable by death. Freedom of speech in America extends to expression not only of verbal communication, but in art, writing, the media, and action. Certain forms of expression are forbidden by Sharia. Non-Muslims and moderate Muslims who openly criticize Islam, Muhammad, or the Quran, rights and little protection under the law.
Next part.
The 6th face severe punishment. Remember Salman Rushdie, who was stabbed under a fatwa just for writing about Muhammad. America was founded on a basic concept of freedom of the individual, self-governing under the rule of law. John Adams said our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. We are witnessing the reality of Adam's wisdom in the clash of cultures as outsiders stream into our country without assimilating. A prominent Muslim attorney argued in the U.S. court, Islam is Sharia, Sharia is Islam, the two cannot be separated. There are acceptable actions in Sharia that are illegal in America. Murder of family members who dishonor the family, child marriage, spouse abuse, to name only a few. Our legal processes, developed through centuries of Western civilization, are not sufficient to confront the Sharia influence spreading across America. Face severe punishment. Remember Salman Rushdie, even legislation may not stop the encroaching danger. It will take more. In the streets of New York City, a Muslim imam recently proclaimed, "We will not stop until Islam enters every home." There is no denying Islam's intent to dominate Western civilization. Their stated objective is to destroy us from within. All who serve in this Congress swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This is a time for choosing. Either we defeat the Sharia advances in America, our government of the people, by the people, and for the people may indeed perish from the earth. I yield back. Even legislation may not stop the encroaching danger. It will take more. In the streets of New York City.
All right. What do you think? Do you agree or disagree with the general gist of what that gentleman had to say? There's a lot of valid concerns, or are they invalid concerns? Do you agree or disagree with that guy? Checking over here, let's see what the Supreme Court's up to.
We have a Fox News alert. The Supreme Court just cleared the way for Trump to deport illegals even faster. The High Court ruled that Trump can use the Alien Enemies Act to send Venezuelan gangbangers to a mega prison in El Salvador. This is a huge ruling in Trump's favor and a major win for the country. After, as you know, D.C. Judge James Boasberg ordered a stop to the deportations. So this is pretty significant. These deportations, Caroline, can keep going.
This is a massive legal victory, Jesse, a massive victory for law and order and for our constitutional republic and the sovereignty of the United States of America. We called on the Supreme Court to rein in these activist judges like Judge Boasberg, who was completely out of line in trying to say that the president didn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists off of our soil. We have always maintained the position at the White House that the president was well within his constitutional authority to do so. And this decision proves that President Trump and our administration have always been right from the beginning. He will continue to utilize the Alien Enemies Act to remove foreign terrorists and Tren de Aragua members, vicious gang members from American communities. And because of this ruling, the United States of America is a much safer place. Our team will get to work tomorrow to deport these heinous, violent foreign terrorists from our neighborhoods.
And you had another couple critical wins in the court with regard to Doge. Tell us about those. That seems to be making progress.
Yes, absolutely. There have been many wins that the mainstream media has failed to cover, particularly over the weekend. The Supreme Court also ruled that the president does, in fact, have the authority over federal funding, that he can dictate what funds can go out the door and what can't, so long as they are part of the executive branch. So we have always, again, maintained that every executive order the president has signed, every executive action that he has taken has been well within his executive authority. And Doge is doing a tremendous job at cutting back at the waste and the fraud and the abuse that have been ripping off American taxpayers, that have not been aligned with our interests here in our country. So we're going to continue the president's agenda. Again, he's well within his constitutional authority, and it's great to see the Supreme Court reining in these activist judges who are wearing robes but are acting as judicial activists, not as real judges and real arbiters of the law.
All right. Lawyers wrong. I can't believe a lawyer would ever be wrong. It just amazes me. They think they're always right. I guess not this time. Sorry, Boasberg. We love you, but we're sorry. Caroline, thank you. Now we have a Fox News alert.
Boasberg.
The Supreme Court just...
All right, well. There's gonna be so much winning. We're gonna get tired of winning. Button. All right, well, that's a big important thing. More Candace, what does it say? I want to know why the decision was made to M Charlie Kirk, a decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends, she says. These are all long clips. I can't play them, but conversations out there. All right, so what is this? Nick Matau, don't know this guy, but it seemed like an interesting conversation. A Muslim woman asked me to prove Muhammad was and says it was okay in the Game of Thrones. Here we go.
Did you read like all of the Quran? Did you read the Torah? Did you read the Bible? Because you know everything is very similar.
I've read the Quran twice. I read over 20,000 hadiths. I've read the Tanakh. I've read both the New International Version and the King James Version Bible. That being said, let me ask you, have you read all of them?
I haven't read the full Quran. I'm half Lebanese and I'm half white.
Have you read the Tanakh?
No, never.
Have you read the Christian Bible?
I have not read a full Bible, but I've done a lot of research and everything. I've read laws of Islam. I've read a lot of the Bible. I went to church.
That's great.
I went to the mosque. I've
Okay.
done all of that.
I'm not asking for a monologue. So my question for you, now that you've admitted that you haven't read any of them in full, how do you know they're very similar?
Because I've done my research.
Your research didn't include reading the actual sources?
I did my research, but I didn't read any of the books.
I'm not a big reader. I'm more of a person that does research on my own.
But research requires to read. Did you ever think to read
source documents?
The actual source to see if they're similar?
I'm asking you. You're a Jewish person. We're supposed to be brothers and sisters here.
I'm not Jewish. I don't know why you assumed I was Jewish. That being said, if you asked me, the Quran was never sent down. Muhammad was not. He's a false prophet. He's not real. He was a warlord, pedophile, who just said that he got revelations from God. If you ask a Muslim, they'll say it's because the Tanakh and the Christian Bible were corrupted.
What would make you think that he is like a pedophile?
He married a 6-year-old.
She was 13.
She was not. She was 6. It says it in Sahih al-Bukhari. So just so you know, even if she was 13 and he was 51 to 54, that's not better, Brandy. I don't know why you thought that was a good answer. No, stop.
Have you guys ever watched like Game of Thrones or like?
Have I ever seen Game of Thrones? I have seen Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is fiction, just like Islam. However, the difference is that nobody watches Game of Thrones and says, I think Jaime Lannister, who has relations with his sister, no one's saying that is the most perfect man to ever exist and ever will exist. Nobody goes and worships that man. Nobody goes and has an entire religion around that man. We watch it because it's an entertainment.
Nobody K's in the name of that man.
So if you're going to compare Islam to Game of Thrones, the only thing you're getting right is that they're both fiction.
You read like all of the Quran.
That lady, though, that didn't read any of the source documents and claims to be super educated because she does her own research. That's kind of what we're dealing with. Let's get a taste of this one. Kathy Rumler's connection to Epstein. Here you go. Former White House counsel to President Barack Obama. And this person, Rick Delgado, reporting on this and the connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
The other breaking news has to do with more Epstein stuff. Do you want to just jump into it? I've got a couple things we can talk about. Okay, because again, last night we talked about this as they tried to link this Epstein stuff to Trump. The boomerang effect is going to be glorious because we've already seen, like I said, the drip started with Stacey Plaskett. It then went to Larry Summers over at Harvard.
To Jeffries.
Right, and then Hakeem Jeffries. Tonight there's another person who's been exposed that I'll jump into as well. Her name, you may know it, you may not. She's kind of an interesting character in this whole thing. Her name is Kathleen Rumler. Have you heard of this name? Days after her name appeared in a tranche of newly released Jeffrey Epstein emails, Goldman Sachs general counsel, I should say, Kathleen Rumler, sent a company-wide message to her own employees that many found tone deaf. Check this out. She wrote that what and how you communicate reflects on you and the reputation of the firm in a Tuesday memo reminding staffers to complete mandatory training, including a module on communications at Goldman Sachs. The message was not well received by employees, Damon, who are disturbed that the firm has yet to even acknowledge that their top legal officer has questionable judgment when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. The fact that they put her name on this in last week's email, one insider said, is beyond offensive. Sources also said many employees have left Rumler's team over the last few months frustrated as the perception of the ongoing scandal is being swept under the rug. And that was included in a September report in the Wall Street Journal, claimed she was close to Epstein and once even named an executor of his estate. Now, why is her name important? Well,
okay. Executor of the estate is a very big deal.
Kathleen Rumler has an interesting backstory there, Damon. Who is she? Well, she has an interesting previous boss known as President Barack Hussein Obama. She was his lead counsel in the White House between the years of 2011 and 2014, and it was this email exchange that just got recently exposed in 2014, in September of 2014, with Jeffrey Epstein about her boss, about some parties, about some stuff that's going on. There's a copy of the email. The people that are involved, again, you're starting to see this boomerang effect, and you're looking for a bigger name, somebody who's attached to President Barack Hussein Obama. During that time, she left his office about a month after this latest email that you see up on your screen, a direct back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein talking about girls. He talks about his old habits. He talks about some very powerful people that he's going to be invited to hang out with. If she wants to join them. He's talking about Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, ex-CIA Director William Burns, ex-UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown, one of the sultans from Dubai, just to name a few. And then in 2023, we learned Jeffrey Epstein was involved in establishing a client relationship between former White House counsel Kathleen Rumler and J.P. Morgan Chase in February of 2019, just 4 months before he was arrested on federal child sex trafficking charges. So
goes back to Chase, doesn't it? All right. Let me do this. Let me grab another show. We're going to keep it rolling. But what happened here? All right. I'm going to grab another show and keep it rocking. Rocking and a rolling, rocking to the rhythm. It's the TNAM, TTTNAM, TTTTNAT. Wait, NAM. Me. You're gonna rockin' and a rollin', rockin' to the rhythm. TNAM, TNAM, TNAM. That's how we do it. All right, I found the one that we're gonna play. We're gonna go to the next one because of timing. Ooh, no, I took ads off. Didn't I take ads off? This is such a. I'm learning, people. Trying to figure out the best way to do this here. I'm going to get the next program rocking and rolling, allegedly. Where we at? I had it, and then something went weird on it. I don't know if you can hear Mr. Ben. Hi, Ben. You hungry for dinner? Meow. Okay. I guess I didn't. Let me take the ads off here. Save it, then go here. And go to the link. There it is. Oh, I remember wearing that shirt. Just a couple of days ago. It's like a walk down memory lane, isn't it? Isn't it, Governor? Isn't it, Governor? All right, here we go. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hit like, hit subscribe. Rumble Rant Super. That's good coffee. I need a coffee sponsor, don't I? You need a coffee mug. You need a coffee mug this holiday season. If you don't have a coffee mug, order one from me. How do you do that? I probably need a good method of doing that. I looked into Shopify, but it's like it's yet another monthly expense. And you're like, okay. So for now, shoot me $40 on Venmo at Brian Engelman, and I'll mail this out to you. Includes about $10 in shipping. I just got to guess where I'm shipping this to. In the United States. In the United States. In the United States. Oh, yeah, I did a episode of The Unhappy Hour yesterday. I did 3 shows yesterday. Yesterday was a long day, yo. Let's put this stuff up on the screen. I know I'm not doing the intro, but since I started off telling you about the coffee mug, I want to put on the screen how you can shoot a donation, and I will mail this out to you. Ask Kenneth. Kenneth got that mug lickety split. And now it sits up on the shelf like a trophy. Like a trophy. Well, it's a major award. Question of the day, what's that for? It's a major award. Come on, you know what it is. Type it in the comments. It's a major award. Now it sits up on the shelf like a trophy. This device moves slow motion these days. I press the buttons and it does not react quickly. But I guess such is life. You get better at pressing buttons and then things don't move as quickly. You're great at moving quickly, but you don't understand which buttons to push. Like that's age versus wisdom versus knowledge versus not atrophy, but lifespan, aging atrophy, burnout, wear down, wear out. Kenneth, I got a mug for radio, I does. I told him, see, get a load of this. It's the finest cup you're going to find, see, says the New American Media. It's red on the inside, like you read the news. TNAM, because the news always matters. Thanks for finding us today. Right here on the TNAM Daily Show. I do like the snap, though. There we go. Thanks for finding... I'll go like this. Thanks for finding us today on the TNAM Daily Show. What's TNAM stand for? That stands for the New American Media, I tells you. Get a load of this, see? Bap, 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 bap. That's like a Tommy gun if you didn't. Bap, 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 bap. No, I did not have too much coffee. I'm just having a wonderful time. Trash Panda, I'm married. I sure know which buttons to push. Here, let's put the chat up on the screen. Hello, everybody. Marion Trash. Yes, hello. Howdy, TNAM family. The New American Media, because the old American media has failed. Marion Trash Panda. Kenneth. John. Droopy Lake Leon. Uh-oh, what happened? What did I say? Did I say something? I legitimately mean this. I don't know what I say sometimes. I remember people gave Alex Jones so much grief, and I believe it was a deposition for a divorce. I don't think it was with I don't think it was Sandy Hook related, but I think he said something like, I play a character. See, he doesn't believe what he says. See, he's deep state. See, he's a shill. See, he's an asset. He's Mossad. Everyone has opinions. Everyone has life figured out. No, they don't. I totally get what he means. Actually, I don't know what he means because I can't be inside of his skull. Talked with him a couple of times. I should book him on the show. God, that'd be a fun chat. I should book Alex. But when you enter I should do a show where I show you all of the behind the scenes stuff. How we put the show together. We. We. The proverbial we. When I get excited, I like to refer to myself and several other people. All right. We. Sometimes we put our hands into the air. Hey, look, there's behind the scenes. I'm wearing green. I don't normally wear green because it would mess with the green screen. Look at that. Yeah, green screenage. It's a mirage. It's not reality. No, it's not. But it is reality. It's the reality that we create. Look at that. OHIO. Number one team in the nation. All right, what was the visual? What did I say? I don't remember what I said. Honestly, I don't remember. Talking about coffee? Trash Panda saying, so low that I get grass burns. I did just share something about Ken Burns. So we'll put that up. That's on our X feed at American_media_. Everybody, you got to follow us in all the places. Oh, how's it hanging so low I get grass burns? Then you got the visual. There we go. See, we're connecting all the dots from the conversations. Okay. The lickety split. Is that Blake's the lickety split? Is that Blake's bar? Which one is lickety split? I think someone refers to Blake's bar as lickety split, but what isn't that another bar? Yes, welcome to another Nimbus production. Well, Nimbus is not here right now. Did feed him a little late. He's napping. He'll be back in a little bit. I saw the replay of yesterday's show, and I'm just sitting here holding little Nimbus. 19 years with that guy. I mean, it changes you when responsibility changes you. And yeah, we've had our ups and downs, and he communicates how he communicates, and he gets certain ways, I get certain ways, and we try to figure it out, you know. It teaches you a lot. It's important. You know, shame on the deep state media for saying Americans shouldn't be having kids. Shame on the school systems that were saying, oh, the earth's overpopulated. We're all going to die. There's no point in having a family or a career or anything. Everything's going to fall to shit. So just be a nihilist, dude. Just be a nihilist. Nothing matters. There is nothing. Nothing. Like, what a miserable sack of shit they've been peddling to us for decades. We're kind of designed to build. And part of that is building families and building culture. And a lot of that's been changed intentionally. We've been hated, marginalized, replaced, discriminated against. Oh, boo-hoo for you. You're a guy. Boo-hoo for you. You're a dude. Boo-hoo for you. You're white. You want to hear about real problems? Here's the secret. Everybody's got real problems. But making every day about complaints instead of actions and solutions, that's a bigger problem. So we're going to get to talking about a bunch of that, some interesting activity up in Dearborn, Michigan. We'll talk about that. Hello, David. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Kenneth says, we love Nimbus. We do. He's our official dude. He's our official mascot. Like I said, he'll probably join shortly. And like sometimes he'll jump, but then sometimes he just sits there and I'm like, buddy, I don't know what you want. So I brought a chair right now. I'm like, do you want to sit right here? Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. And then sometimes he just waits for you to scruff him, pick him up, and just drop him into the lap. And you're like, hey, bud. Sometimes he'll tolerate it for a while. Sometimes he just wants to walk on the desk. I don't know. Anyone with a cat or cats will tell you they just do what they do. Some of it's predictable. Some of it is not. But I'll tell you what is predictable. Me, Brian Engelman. Me, the New American Media. Every day, we take a look at what's going on in the world and we discuss it. We talk about it. Sometimes we let the videos speak for themselves. Sometimes we add original, unique, transformative commentary. But we got to think together. We got to strategize. We have to mobilize. We have to prioritize with our eyes and our ears. Bunch of little trash pandas here. Yeah, we got a couple of mascots. We got cats. They do what they do. Yes, Mary. Look, I know that Congress has voted to release the Epstein file. By the way, my name's Kash Patel. I know that Congress has voted to release the Epstein files, but look, we're not going to re-victimize the women in these videos. We're just not going to do it. By the way, there are no videos. That is an eyeball exercise, isn't it? Kat Patel. That was Kat Patel. On that note, broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere east of the Mississippi. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Wednesday, November the 19th, 2025. And as I told you, this is the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. On today's program, we're going to ask if the Epstein thing has boomeranged on the Democrat deep state. I'm fully aware that the deep state includes many rhinos, Republicans in name only. That was my rhinoceros. I don't know if they snort, but I felt like I should make that noise. But the deep state, how do you get bribed? How do you get blackmailed? Was it just, we don't even know what we don't know. Was the whole situation frazzle-dazzle? Was the whole situation all consenting, aged 18-year-olds? Or what was the grooming? Get them down there. We'll take a picture. We'll do some modeling, but then you can't leave. And then, well, if you do this, you do that, and then you're stuck in it. And you're trapped. It's bondage and slavery in modern day. Epstein going back to Iran-Contra. I mean, that goes right back to Ollie North. The drug cartels. Getting crack into all our neighborhoods. The Reagan administration, I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Was Epstein an asset for Israel? For the deep state, the CIA, the NSA, pick your three-letter agency. What was the story? Disgraced former financier. Oh, financier. Is he, though? Or is he just a mob boss who gets off on power control and debauchery and making other people their property? A slave owner. Was the situation with President Trump, did they trick him? Let me ask you that. Were Trump and Elon able to trick all the normies into demanding the Epstein files? Well, when Elon said Trump is in the files, Trump is on the list, well, you know, I've long said, what does that mean? Your name appears in a document? Oh, no. That doesn't do anything for me. I'm not buying into that. I'm not convinced that means much of anything. We're already seeing it. Larry Summers, Harvard. What word did he use? He didn't say embarrassed, ashamed. Well, we got a clip from inside the class where he's there talking. It's about to get weird quick. The Clintons are refusing to show up. Isn't that the same thing that Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, like weren't there a lot of people around the Trump orbit penalized, charged, indicted, kidnapped, thrown into a cage because they didn't cooperate with a panel that ordered them to show up and testify? Well, if it's good for the goose, is it good for the gander? I don't know. But on today's show, we got a lot to get to. David saying everything is going to be redacted, I'm assuming. Oh, yeah. I was in the process of posting one of those redaction. And then an alert came up and I went off topic. I need to make sure I post that. Probably, you got to follow the New American Media in different places. You got to follow us on Instagram, the New American Media, X at American_media_, all the places. We put different content in different places. Marion says, yes, David, they probably had to buy a case of Sharpies to delete it all. Hillary will take old Billy behind the woodshed. I ran contra clockwise. Okay, you say Planet Burp, but let me add one point. I got a good friend of mine, and he used to be a fan of the big burps. This was back in college, and dude just barf. It would be arf, arf, like burping arf was the sound. And so we named a project Planet Earth. Planet Arf is what it is. Planet Arf. It's a fantasy football league that we co-manage. And I'm still trying to win that league. Maybe this year is the year. We shall see. Planet Arf. And yeah, that was a burp. Anyway, lots of inside baseball on today's episode. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Rumble Rants, Super Chats. We're going to begin dumping all... We're going to rifle through the rubbish like a bunch of good little trash pandas. Separating fake news from fact here on the TNAM Daily Show, a division of our Agree to Disagree podcast here on the New American Media. Here we go.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
Just noticed something. I really do need to make sure before I launch the show that the show is monetized. I don't know why every show isn't automatically monetized, why I have to go back and add an extra step. YouTube is back up and monetized. That is very helpful. Very helpful. Thank you all to helping make that happen and bring that back. Super appreciative of that. But yeah, still going through the process. I'm back to 2017 now. Well, not quite, because there's so many different subcategories, but I'm going through, and I just found our documentary on the 2016 Republican convention where President Trump was nominated by the party in Cleveland, Ohio. Oh my gosh, the people we met and interviewed there. Blake and I went out. A lot of people in that video. If you've never watched that documentary, you should go. What I need to do is I should put all of the TNAM documentaries into one spot. I should go back to back to back to back, put them all in one video. Hurricane Helene, Help on the Way. Football Equals Family, story of the Cleveland Browns' perfect winless season parade. Declassified, the unreleased J6 interviews. The 2016 Republican Convention documentary. I don't know if there's a name to that one. But I should make one video that's just many hours long, and it's just all the documentaries we've made. I love making documentaries. I don't always love filming. Definitely don't want to edit. Definitely don't love the editing part. Something about the editing. And I can edit, and I'm good at editing, but I'd rather be an editing supervisor and let someone else handle the nuts and bolts of it. Not that I want to kick back and not do the work. It's just like there's things that you can be better at hitting a baseball than you are throwing a baseball. Oh, you're just not good at baseball. No, you're better at some things than others. But yes, thank you, everybody. Okay. I got Planet Burp on the stage. Terrific. All right. Let's jump into the news. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's see what people are talking about. Share the screen on Instagram. Follow us at the New American Media. All right, take a listen. K-Sock conservative Kristen Sokolov. Am I following this account? Yes. Democrat exposed the plan for 2028, and if successful, Republicans will never win another election. Highly acclaimed. What is a Citizen Free Press now endorses ending the filibuster rule. After what Carville said, we have absolutely no choice. So take a listen to anyone that says, should we, shouldn't we end the filibuster? Look at what's coming down the road. These people have lost their minds. And if we don't head them off at the pass, this is where we're headed.
Talk to Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Alito, Justice Barrett, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. I might be forgetting one. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. A Democrat is going to be elected in 2028. You know that.
No, I do not know that. Why would the country ever go backward?
Know that.
No.
He's going to be a Democratic House.
Why would we ever do that? No.
He'll be a Democratic Senator.
No, we're not going to do Democrats as Senate. No. Why would we ever go backward?
The Democratic president is going to announce a special transition advisory committee on the reform of the Supreme Court, that we could have our third branch of government has lost the faith and trust of the American people.
According to who?
This president would going to do everything alone. He's going to appoint a blue ribbon, maybe Judge Ludick and the dean of the, just the usual fucking suspects, all right? And they're going to recommend that the number of Supreme Court justices go from 9 to 13. That's going to happen, people. That's going to happen to you. They're going to win. They're going to do some blue ribbon panel of distinguished jurists, and they are going to recommend 13, and a Democratic Senate and House. They're going to pass it, and the Democratic president is going to sign it, because they have to do an intervention so we can have a Supreme Court that the American people trust again. So just keep.
What is he talking about? We all have our problems with the Supreme Court, but they're finally getting a couple of things right. We got to get some rulings on birthright citizenship. Actually, I'd love to see the full list of what's up for debate right now. Let me see if I can check Grok.
Keep that in the back of your mind. And I would bet a lot of money that that's what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. A lot. I want to talk to Chief Justice.
Let me see if I can find it. Let's ask Grok. Grok was down yesterday, that Cloudflare glitch or cyber attack. Not entirely certain what it was, but Grok was down. What cases are SCOTUS considering ATM TLDR version? SCOTUS is Supreme Court of the United States. ATM is at the moment. TLDR is too long, didn't read. Let's see what Grok has to say. Yeah, I can put that on my to-do list. The documentaries in one area. Yeah, just make like a 7-hour, a 15-hour video. Some of these, it's hard to figure out what is a documentary. What is a woman? Okay, already argued November 3 through 12. Trump tariffs case. Can the president unilaterally impose broad tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act? Big economic and foreign policy fight. RICO v. United States. Fugitive tolling for supervised release. I don't quite follow that one. Fugitive tolling. Hensley versus Fleur. Government contractor immunity from state tort suits, military related. Landor v. Louisiana. Can prisoners sue individual officials for money damages under religious freedom law? Fernandez, United States. Rutherford, United States. Consolidated sentencing reduction cases. What counts as extraordinary and compelling reasons for compassionate release post First Step Act? Several procedural cases, time limits on vacating void judgments, appellate jurisdiction quirks. Collateral order doctrine for contractor immunity appeals. Ham v. Smith, December 25, upcoming. Death penalty, how to assess intellectual disability to block execution. Plus 30 to 40 other granted cases on guns, transgender, religious, but not yet argued. All right. Well, I guess the tariffs are probably the number one thing on here. But James Carville is a very high ranking. I mean, he's been kind of thrown out of his party because the party's gone crazier. I think he's matching their crazy energy, though, if that's what he's advocating. But you need to know what they're up to, and that's what they're up to. That's what they're planning on doing. So to the people that are saying, oh, you know, filibuster, we can't get rid of the filibuster. We're going to get steamrolled if we don't fix this country and fix the voting. It's gone. I am conservative in nature. I don't like making changes, but based on the seemingly irrefutable evidence that the Democrats plan to break the filibuster and go bonkers, we need to do it first. Mutually assured destruction, perhaps. Maybe this is our only chance. Maybe this is the only chance we've ever had to kind of rebuild the American Republic. I don't want to squander it. If that's what Carville says they're going to be up to, you better believe them. Believe them when they tell you what they're doing. Looks like I lost a couple stories because I talked too long. Can I go back to any of these? President Trump stops the ABC reporter from asking any more questions and calls for their license to be revoked.
Your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something. I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake. And
that's ABC, ESPN, Disney. They've ruined ESPN. They've ruined woke Disney. ABC, from Jimmy Kimmel to the other stuff they're doing. I mean, it's unwatchable slop. And you still have a bunch of boomers that think they're watching the news, and they're not. They're watching deep state Democrat, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-common sense propaganda. So is he right to call them out? I think so.
So wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that, because I think when you come in and when you're 97% negative to Trump and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with him all the time. That creep, the fund guy, was with him all the time. What's his name? Who? Reid Hoffman. I don't know Reid Hoffman, but I know he spends a lot of money on the radical left.
Where's their funding coming from?
Reid Hoffman, in my opinion, should be under investigation.
Wasn't Reid Hoffman the one that was behind the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit? He funded that, I believe.
He's a sleazebag. And those are the people, but they don't get any press, they don't get any news, and you're not after the radical left because you're a radical left network. But I think the way you ask a question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. You ought to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you. Who else do you hoax? And ABC.
He says you're being rude. Yes, Reid Hoffman did provide funding for E. Jean Carroll's lawsuits against Donald Trump. Hoffman, the LinkedIn co-founder and major Democrat donor, funded parts of Carroll's legal efforts through a nonprofit he primarily backs called the American Future Republic. Funding helped cover certain costs and expenses, not Carroll's personal fees, which were on a contingency basis, starting around 2020 after Carroll already filed her initial defamation suit in 2019. Hoffman defended the funding. Trump's defense said it showed political bias. Okay, so that's Reid Hoffman, people. In the news. Speaker Johnson torches Democrats for suddenly pretending to care about the Epstein files.
And transparency, or ensuring justice, or protecting victims of this unspeakable tragedy, the Epstein evils.
Unspeakable tragedy. There's more than one of these guys. You're aware of this. This is the tip of the iceberg. And this has been going on forever. Don't talk about it like it's a tornado or a flood. This is very organized, well-funded, disgusting, demonic infrastructure.
And how do we know that? Because the Democrats had every one of the Epstein files in their possession for the 4 long years of the Biden administration. The Biden Department of Justice had the files the entire time. And not a single one of the people who are so loud and animated right now, they never said anything about it for all those 4 years. None of them held press conferences. None of them demanded the release of the documents. And under Biden's DOJ, when they prosecuted just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, not a single one of these Democrats or any of the proponents of the discharge ever made any noise about that at all. So it's fair for the American people to ask the question, why now? Why suddenly are they so interested? They have such an urgent interest in the Jeffrey Epstein matter.
We all know.
The truth is simple and straightforward and obvious for anyone who is willing to look at it objectively. Clearly, this is a political exercise for Democrats and a few others, sadly. And it is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt to shut down the government. Same idea.
And a few others, sadly. I don't know if he's referencing Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if he's referencing Thomas Massie. I don't know. But I appreciate them pushing to get the information out. I didn't understand why Trump made it seem like there was a hoax and nothing's happening and there are no files. And he sure looked guilty, which I did not appreciate. I think many of us looked at that and had concerns. Also being concerned that the Democrats are going to try to frame Trump for the 117th time and 118th time. Once again, mutually assured destruction. Well, you're implicated, so you can never talk about it, so we're protected. Because you can't talk about it, because then it would take you down. Well, not if you didn't do the stuff that y'all did.
Behind this. Democrats are trying to use the Epstein matter as a political weapon to distract from their own party's failures. And in a desperate attempt, they're trying to somehow tie President Trump to the scandal. President Trump has nothing to do with it. He has said himself he has nothing to hide. And that's clearly what they've been trying to do. They're trying to attack President Trump. This is what they've done. They weaponized the justice system over the last several years to go after him, and this is their latest attempt. And they don't have a platform or a principle to defend on the Democrat Party side, so they put all their eggs in this basket. And that's why you hear endlessly about Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Everything's about Epstein. Now, this was an unspeakable tragedy, we said that. And we have great compassion for the victims. And I'm heartened that I met with the victims. Our House Oversight Committee members met with the victims, and they deserve justice. It has been too long delayed. Not just justice for what they were made to endure, but also we need answers on why it took so long for the Department of Justice itself to do that job. And transparency, or ensuring justice, or protecting victims of this unspeakable tragedy.
Yes, that reset. Unspeakable tragedy. That makes it sound like it's an earthquake or something. Ex-Harvard President, Clinton Treasury. Hold on, what? Okay, they messed up this headline. Ex-Harvard President and Clinton Treasury Secretary. Got to change the screen. There we go. Ex-Harvard President and Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. Oh, the Clinton Treasury Secretary, Larry Summers. Deeply ashamed of Epstein relationship and will step back from public life. Democrat backfire. Former Harvard President Larry Summers, who also served as Treasury Secretary under President Bill Clinton, stepping away from public life after emails revealed a long-term relationship with convicted criminal Jeffrey Epstein. While the relationship between Summers and Epstein had already been publicized, emails released last week showed it went beyond the professional, per the New York Times. Emails released last week showed a cozier relationship that included Dr. Summers seeking romantic advice and trading banter with Mr. Epstein over several years. The communications stretched to 2019, long after Mr. Epstein had pled guilty in 2008 to charges related to soliciting a minor for prostitution. In 2019, Epstein advised Summers on dealing with a potential love interest while she courted another man. I didn't want to be in a gift-giving competition while being the friend without benefits, Summers wrote in the email. She's smart, making you pay for past errors. Ignore the daddy I'm going to go out with, the motorcycle guy. You reacted well. Annoyed. Shows caring. No whining showed strength. Epstein responded. Summers admitted he felt deeply ashamed of his actions and will be stepping away from his public commitments. I'm deeply ashamed of my actions and recognize the pain they have caused. I take full responsibility for my misguided decision to continue communicating with Mr. Epstein while continuing to fulfill my teaching obligations. I'll be stepping back. I'll be stepping back from public commitments as one part of my broader effort to rebuild trust and repair relationships with the people close to me. Yeah, he's only ashamed he got caught. Okay, Shadow of Ezra is taking issue with Mike Johnson, saying, well, redact, redact, redact.
All right. Number 5, national security concerns, okay? The discharge requires the Attorney General to release within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum extent possible. This ignores the principle that declassification should always rest, and always has rested, with the agency that originated the intelligence. Why? So that they can protect their critical sources and methods. It is incredibly dangerous to demand that officials...
Yeah, but here's the thing. If the methods to gather information is this heap of shit, torch it all. Well, but it's effective. But fuck you if it's effective. Double-barreled middle fingers if it's effective. Maybe that's not what he's saying. But it sure kind of, it hints toward, well, you know, it works. We don't want to you know, we got you have any idea how much sway we've had because we've trapped all these people? Can't stop that. Yeah, you can. Because the stories are way worse than a 17-year-old underage escort. The stories circulating around is we're trying to figure out what exactly are we even talking about here? We don't really know. Well, some say if you knew. It would make you ill.
Or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies, in intelligence agencies. All right?
Shadow of Ezra. Thomas Massie also claims that Speaker Mike Johnson intends to discredit victims by inserting an amendment that shields wealthy and powerful men who have long avoided justice. It says dangers of the discharge petition if not amended. Innocent persons risks disclosure of non-credible allegations, creating new victims. I mean, that is part of it, right? Like, we just by simple implication, if there's no there, what are we smearing people for?
Thank you. You give
Thomas Massie speaks.
me hope. You give us hope. There is hope here. We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the Speaker of the House, and the Vice President to get this win. But they never, they're on our side today, though. So let's give them some credit as well. They are finally on the side of justice. And as Rose said, don't muck it up in the Senate. Don't get too cute. We're all paying attention. If you want to add some additional protections for these survivors, go for it. But if you do anything that prevents any disclosure, you are not for the people and you are not part of this effort. Thank you. You give me hope. You give us hope. There is hope here. We fought the president.
So yeah, some people are questioning Massie and his motivation, but this is moving forward. You know, how much am I supposed to bang on the table? I don't know what's inside of this. I don't know what we're even arguing about. It's hard to have definitive opinions about the things. Donald Rumsfeld famously said, there are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns. Lots of implications, a lot of innuendo, lots of guilt via proximity. I'm not really into guilt via proximity. Knowing someone, being around someone, talking to someone doesn't mean that you're like business partners with them. That they've got dirt on you. This is a very toxic thing. So I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I'm just mainly watching it and commenting on what I'm seeing. I'm sort of past banging on the tables.
Why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
You know, it's not the question that I mind. It's your attitude.
This was the beginning of this interaction. I wanted to give you the beginning.
I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions.
There you go. That was just the intro part. All right, David Harris Jr. shares this and says, elected Democrats appear in a new video urging military members to defy orders from President Trump and Pete Hegseth, sparking major backlash. Yeah, this sort of sounds like insurrection, a coup, treason.
Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Chris.
They have music in it. Does it have to have music?
Officer.
Former Navy.
Music means I can't play it. Anyway, the gist is that elected Democrats appear in a new video urging military members to defy orders from President Trump. Insurrection button. Let's see another comment. Treason button. Ooh, I got one. Threat to democracy button. Sam Shamoun on why Muslims refuse to debate Christians. Okay. I mean, you're used to it at this point. Like, all my stories are not clumped together in one particular thought thread. I find interesting things. I share interesting things. We talk about them. Patrick Bet David.
Who debated? That's a high-level scholar, known Muslim debater.
That's hard. So it would. I think it would be my first debate with Shibrali. I think that's the only one credible. Everyone else tried to make a name, but it didn't go too far. There's not many great Muslim debaters, even today. They're popular ones, but that doesn't mean they're great.
Who were the popular ones?
Daniel Hakikuchu, very popular. Muhammad Ajab exploded. He's very popular.
Would you debate him?
Absolutely.
You would debate Muhammad Ajab?
Absolutely. In fact, one thing, though, I have to share because I know.
It says Mimi Hijab chickened out. It will never happen. Even money was offered and he refused. I don't know who this Shamu guy is.
Bring down Islam. You have to know what to debate. This is the problem with many Christians who set up debates. They don't know what to debate. If you want to see Islam, you have to know what to debate. And when you propose...
They muted out the word destroyed. Huh.
These debates, they'll try to make 10,000 excuses not to debate them because they'll know it's the end of Islam.
Such as what?
The one thing I always start with before I debate a Muslim, what did Muhammad say?
Hang on. What did Muhammad say?
About the Bible.
It's
called the Islamic dilemma. Islamic dilemma. We put a Muslim in a dilemma. What's the dilemma? Well, just like my New Testament confirms the Old Testament. So as Christians, we can't attack the Old Testament. We're stuck with it. So when they tell me, what about these wars in the Old Testament? I can say,
about these wars.
Jesus told me the Old Testament's God's word. So I got to join with the Jews in defending the Old Testament, right? Sometimes it's hard. But if I believe Jesus and I believe in his lordship, he told me the Old Testament's God's word. It's not the Vedas. I'm stuck. You know, we love you, Lord, and you didn't make it too easy, right? And we have to deal with all these, wipe everything that breathes. Muhammad put them in a similar situation. All throughout the Quran, Muhammad said one of the proofs of his prophethood is that my Quran confirms your scriptures. It agrees with them. No, it doesn't. My Bible contradicts your Quran. That means the Quran is false. But see, the Muslims see that and say, oh, you must have changed the Bible. But the Quran never says it's been changed. They try to take a verse here and there out of context. And but you read the context, it'll either refer to the misinterpretation of the text or a particular group in a particular area, but not the entire community itself. So once I debate that, anytime they attack the Bible, I go, oh, so you agree Muhammad is wrong. Why? He said my Bible is not changed. You said it is, so that means he's wrong. So are you going to renounce Muhammad? See, this is how you have to do it. But then they'll come back and say, if they say, well, no, the Bible is right. Well, Muhammad is wrong again. Because my Bible says that what the Quran says about Jesus is wrong. So Islamic dilemma. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. See, once you do that, everything else falls in place.
So you would debate him. Who have you?
Interesting. This debate must be had because America has changed under the forced migration policies of Barack Hussein Obama. And for 20 years, the NGOs, the teachers' unions, the media, the deep state media, the Democrat Party, all sorts of groups pushing to dump non-citizens into sovereign nations, to water down those nations and change them from the inside out. Not with people that want to assimilate into the culture they're showing up into, but to form enclaves and try to conquer that nation with their ideologies, their culture, their traditions, their laws, their customs that are antithetical to places like the Bill of Rights. Well, like the United States, like America with the Bill of Rights and the civil liberties that are protected therein. We're going to talk about a dilemma for everybody involved. David says they just tested the emergency broadcast system in Ontario about 30 seconds ago. I did just watch a Netflix movie that was about a nuclear launch that ended in Chicago. You know, Netflix and Obama are thick as thieves. Producer credits. Okay. A lot of end of the world stuff from Obama. You wonder what's coming. The Cloudflare takes what did it take offline? X, Amazon, all sorts of sites that we use or sites that we need. What if the power just goes out and doesn't come back on? What comes next? What does that look like? Are we ready? Are we prepared? Trash Panda chiming in. Hey, David, what's that all about? Or a boat. Or a boat. David says that dude, oops, sorry. David says that dude knows his stuff about Christianity and Islam. It's time. Now or never. Discuss, debate, draw a line in the sand. There's not a compatibility. These are Lego blocks that do not stack. One remains and the rest are built upon that foundation. Either America is the foundation that the rest of it's built upon, or someone starts a foundation within that structure and then grows to remove, replace, destroy anything in its way. That's what we're talking about here. Jesse Waters talking with Tim Pool. They're talking about the godsend it has been that President Trump has been bringing U.S. manufacturing back for working Americans. Democrats have nothing to stand up and compete against that.
Bad for me because in 2020, I actually was a very big supporter of the Democratic Party. I donated the maximum to Tulsi Gabbard. She's now a Republican alongside Trump. I hear Trump talking about tariffs. I understand this. I am a business owner. I own a skateboard company. We make all of our products in America, and I know what it means for an industry to outsource those jobs. And I agree with these tariffs because it's been a godsend for the manufacturing in this country, real Americans to get work, to benefit our culture. And when I look at Democrats, what are they talking about? They've got Mamdani talking about free buses and faster buses. He has no authority to do that. Chuck Schumer is infighting with Democrats, but the socialists are likely going to take over that party. I don't recognize them anymore. And it's strange to me that after all of my years, I'm going to be 40 in a few months, the Republicans are the party of the working class and of the manufacturing jobs. I wish we had real political competition in this country, but we just don't.
All right, so it looks like the Republican Party may be competing against the socialists. It looks like Chuck's on his last legs. And like Gavin Newsom, of all people, is like the one semi-normal Democrat that's
nothing normal about that dude. That dude is weird beyond belief. Chuck Schumer, gargoyle.
Like keeping everything at bay. I mean, is this what we're facing?
I'm pretty confident going into these midterms now. The past couple of weeks are a little worrying with the infighting on the right with some of these foreign policy issues. But, you know, today it seems like Trump is back on message. It's sad for me because in 2020,
some of these, I think he was talking about Israel.
I actually was a very big supporter of the Democratic Party. I donated the maximum.
There we go. That's a new one. Yeah, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump, that whole thing. But he's better about it now. All right, here's Representative James Comer destroying Democrats' latest anti-Trump hoax on the House floor. This is shared by the GOP Oversight Committee.
Kentucky is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims.
Yeah, but it's not just failure to protect the victims, the federal government's involvement. That's where I think Trump's going, oh, shit, what am I got to burn down the CIA, I got to burn down the FBI, I got to burn down NSA or whatever agency involved. You mean the same agencies that tried to frame you and throw you in a cage for the rest of your life or explode you in Butler? There's no proof that Thomas Matthew Crooks, who totally acted alone, had anything to do with government three-letter agencies. It's a bold strategy saying something like that definitively that we couldn't possibly know. That's a bold strategy. Bold strategy.
The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes. To date, the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump.
Yep, that part is the hoax.
For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative. His testimony confirmed there was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 1 dozen. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions to 2 of those emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response when we released every single document that we got? They claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, release the files every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell. That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The evals reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman's recognized.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump.
In Congress texting with Epstein to take out Trump. How could you view this as anything other than another contrived political hit job by the deep state Democrats? Oh, their system of abuse is under scrutiny. Damn right it is.
And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well said. I tried to type well said and I just typed W. Yeah, but President Trump did not do an excellent job explaining what was the hoax about this. It seemed very sketchy for many months. All right, here's Chris Cuomo occasionally making sense.
The left is saying it's all about the victims. I don't buy it, okay? It wasn't about the victims wanting transparency and you wanting it for them during the Biden administration? Or before that, when like only 2 of you ever asked about it? Oh, wait, hold on. The Maxwell investigation was still going on. We couldn't release anything. Who's going to believe that? So no other investigation could go on of other people at the same time that Ghislaine Maxwell was being investigated? Really? Anyone supposed to believe that? The left is saying it's all about the victims. I don't buy.
No. We will never believe the deep state Democrats ever again. Make that a button. Platoon? Nope, button. There we go. Marjorie Taylor Greene has thoughts. She's been all over this.
I proudly rise today in a bipartisan effort to release the Epstein files finally, after 5 administrations have covered it up.
Jeez.
Earlier today, I attended the press conference where the survivors, they're not victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse and sex trafficking told their stories. And they told stories about how it started back in 1991, 1996, and they continued on through the decades. And they told stories about how they told someone and tried to get help. They told the FBI and they weren't listened to. And they told law enforcement and no one did anything. And these women don't just number a few. These women number around 1,000 women. And they are victims of something that's unthinkable. And this should have never, ever happened. This was the biggest fight I think I've seen in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th year here. And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women. These American women aren't rich, powerful elites. They do not have someone paying for their airline tickets or paying for their trips or paying for their expenses every time they try to do something to get this information out. These are your average Americans. And you want to know what the Epstein files represent? The cover-up represents to average Americans. It represents the failures of the federal government and Congress to the American people. And that is what people rose up about in 2024. They wanted and demanded transparency from their government and for Americans finally to be put first. And today, with this vote, we are finally putting these victims and these survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the cabal of rich, powerful elites that expands not just here in the United States of America, but to other countries as well. We're putting them last. And that is exactly what Americans want. You see, for far too long, Americans have been put last. And they're sick of it. They're sick and tired of it. And this is why they don't trust Congress. This is why they don't trust the government. And here's the problem. All of these women, women who have suffered in shame for years and years and years, women who were terrified, women who were intimidated, women who were threatened, just like Virginia Giuffre. And now she's dead. And these women should have never faced that, for this information to come out. And we, especially the 4 Republican members of the House of Representatives, we should have never faced intimidation and threats for us to get this vote to come to the floor. Never forget, there were 4: Thomas Massie, myself, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. We had to sign a discharge petition, and we had to fight through intimidation, and we had to endure it for months to push that discharge petition finally to 218 to get this vote to come out. This is what the American people are sick of, and rightfully so. Now, where does this go from here? The question will remain: will the Department of Justice release all the information? Will a judge in New York release the information? Will the CIA release the information? And will foreign governments release their information? Or will this continue after this vote today be a cover-up? A cover-up of the rich, powerful elites that bond together in sex and human trafficking abuse and all types of global business that enriches them but never serves Americans. The American people will know, and the victims, actually the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, will know, because they know the list of names. And I remain dedicated to my promise to read those names here on the House floor if those women ever find them in a place that it needs to be done. I yield back. I proudly rise today.
All right. Why on earth has this been so difficult? We're living in a cuckoo clock with all this stuff. You know, but how long has this been going on? I said this is just the tip of the iceberg. This isn't just one guy in one island and a couple of people. This probably goes back to time immemorial. That being said, what if humanity goes way far back, ancient civilizations that got wiped out? You know, the ones with human sacrifices and slavery and abuse and all those sorts of stories. What if there's nothing new under the sun?
I got up this morning after my crazy dream. I went to the gym. I put on this documentary on the Sumerian Kings list.
Sumerian Kings list. This is Brett Weinstein talking with Rogan.
Because I've been really fascinated by this. It's a really loony thing that they found in Iraq and in several different sites, and it varies slightly, but it's all this list of people who ran the earth for tens of thousands of years. That's what their reign was, like tens of thousands of years. And then there's this huge flood, and then afterwards the timelines become way more realistic. It's like 100 years, then he ran for he was a king for 50 years, but he have it documented to like 8 kings over the entire course of their civilization, including the places that these kings were ruled, that actually exist. Like, these are ancient cities that are actually built on top of even more ancient cities that are below them. And these people, when I got up this morning after my crazy dream, I went to the gym, I put on this documentary on the Sumerian kings.
I really wish Instagram, like in these cases where they clip them and separate them, why don't it just autoplay to the next one? I really wish it would, but I don't run Instagram yet.
These bizarre kings lists, they're trying to say that this was an actual human being. This is an actual human being that lived that long. Like, I don't know what that means, but they're the ones that have all this crazy stuff with the Anunnaki and from heaven to earth came, and that they had an understanding of stuff that was like way beyond what we thought they were capable of. They have Pythagoras' theorem. They had that 1,000 years before Pythagoras, which is weird because this civilization sort of pops up out of nowhere.
Well,
that's why I bring up God a lot.
Okay, well, hold on. I want to get back to God, but I will just say that there is this increasingly fascinating thread about a recurrent disaster cycle and the possibility that sophisticated civilizations get erased and that we
rediscover,
exactly.
Yes.
And I,
these bizarre
I wish that was a crazy story. It sounds like it should be, but I will say the evidence is far too compelling to dismiss it. So I think we have to be open to that possibility, and we seem to be heading into one of these catastrophic upheavals, which is something, while we're busy dicking around with climate change, which is not what we're pretending it is, we are not dealing with this hazard to our civilization and figuring out how
the ecology has been widely misinterpreted and weaponized.
Right.
How to protect ourselves. I wish that was a crazy story. It sounds like it should be, but I will say
Brett Weinstein suspects ancient advanced civilizations existed and got wiped out. The evidence is far too compelling to dismiss. The Anunnaki. It's this list of people who ran the earth for tens of thousands of years. Their reign was like tens of thousands of years. Then there's this huge flood. Afterward, after the flood, the timelines become way more like, he was a king for 50 years. What are some comments? Read the Bible and you'd realize there's plenty of supernatural events. Noah's flood, plagues in Egypt, Sodom and Gomorrah, parting the Red Sea, the sun and moon standing still, Elijah taken to heaven in fire, all in Old Testament before we even get to the plethora of miracles Christ performed. These people are looking for purely earthly answers to ethereal heavenly questions. Joey says, I've been preaching this for years. Aliens were here before humans. They've been here for thousands of years. Or we're the aliens. We are the aliens. Craig says the micronova is coming. The mud flood, basically the same thing as Graham Hancock's ancient apocalypse idea. Lucano says the flood wasn't of water. Oh, okay. They're saying, what, liberal tears? Nope, it was mud. Another Stein telling us our origin story. Now, Tartaria, is that about to go mainstream? If it wasn't a flood of water, where did the mud come from? And doesn't it take water to make mud? We have the capability of reaching these levels of longevity, but it's gate kept. It has to do with cellular regeneration via acoustic resonance and diet. At a baseline, we were designed to live for an average minimum of 1,000 years. Euro says, here's what happened. God sent the angels to rule over these various kingdoms of the world. These angels became corrupt and demanded worship. Paganism ensues. Ideas like emperor gods, divine royal lineage stem from here. Another detachment of angels decide to come here and mate with human women. And they trade secrets, technology, with men for their women. This is where the sudden explosion of advancement comes from, the offspring or Nephilim. These angels, Elohim, are the Anunnaki, not space aliens. The giants, mighty me of old. Half-breeds of angels and men, not a new discovery, has been in the Bible for over 2,000 years. Love this topic. Comments. David said, in my opinion, it's time for action that's tangible with Epstein and such. He doesn't need the drama. He needs to see the arrests. Kenneth jumps in. Hey, baby, how about some Ananuki? I did it all for the Ananuki. Come on. Trash Panda, been going on from the first day our government was formed. Abuse and corruption, maybe. David, how about some Pleiadians? Yes. Isn't that where I'm from? Isn't that where we're from? The Seven Sisters Lodge of Philadelphia, where Ben Franklin attended. The kite in the sky, as I call it. The cluster formation that you can't really, if you look at it, you don't see it, but if you look off to the side, then it comes into resolution. Trash says it looks God to me. Good to me. Anunnakis can't swim? Well. Anunnakis can't swim. Or chefs. What is the truth? This is part of the problem with the past. Yeah. I mean, we know how misreported the current is. Not water current. We mean like the current day events are widely misreported. Why would we believe the past? That's a tough one. Trash had a full-size Nova. A Chevy Nova. David, master builders 2,000 years ago, and today we build ugly buildings. For real. Anunnaki, get drunk on sake. Just like so many build bridges in the United States, who actually built them? Who actually did it? Rod Benson says, if you think the general population is smart enough to see what's around the corner, just remember during COVID that people believed that no symptoms was a symptom. The lack of evidence of something is evidence. That's where we were at a few years ago. And it was difficult trying to make sense of those conversations. Yeah, the same people who trusted the science said shopping at your local mom and pop store was dangerous. Shop alongside hundreds of other people at Walmart. Hey, that's perfectly safe. But not small shops for reasons. But if they release the Epstein list, most of Congress will go to prison. Your terms are acceptable. What is that? This guy says, normalize wearing thobes in the West.
No.
Can't play the song? How about no? How about freedom? How about music and sports and achievement and attractiveness and wonderful feats? How about no to this? How about don't change America like that? A lot of stories like this in the feed. This is a big topic today.
Future is ours.
This guy here, this Islamic feller, claims the future is his.
Every ideal nightmare of a Muslim Europe will come true. They can be as mad as they want. I don't care. America will be a Muslim country. Russia will be a Muslim country. Islam will enter every house, inshallah. But we have to be a part of that change and never, ever apologize. We're unapologetic. Never, ever compromise. We're uncompromising.
When people say that Islam is not compatible with Western society, with a pluralistic society, this is exactly what we are talking about. You have this imam who is just casually saying in the UK out loud that America is going to become a Muslim country, Russia is going to become a Muslim country, that Islam is going to enter every house. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I hear that, I don't think of a missionary project. I don't think of Islamic proselytizing. I don't think of him referring to Muslims converting people over to Islam through love and acceptance, which, by the way, is not really a large factor in the growth of Islam. It's primarily driven by high birth rates. But he's clearly not talking about faith or a personal belief. He's referring to a political takeover. His language is the language of conquest, and that is the language of people who think that the West is weak enough for them to come in and replace. The United Kingdom, where this imam is saying this, proves why they feel so bold enough to say this. Look at what's happening there. Nobody in America gets told any of this, but in parts of London and Bradford and Birmingham and Luton, the police won't even enforce basic laws if it risks community tensions. They have totally redefined the definition of Islamophobia to include race when Muslim is not a race. Their politicians have no backbone. They have no spine. They have entire neighborhoods where extremist preachers literally have more influence than the parliament. There are schools where kids are bullied for being too Western. Politicians as well as police and authorities have openly admitted that they don't talk about this, they don't say a word because they're terrified of offending the wrong people. It has gone
in the comments, wake up Canada as well.
Beyond the idea of diversity. It has become a cultural surrender, and I'm sorry, the UK's done. There is no recovering from what has happened to the UK. And I already know that people are going to come in and say, oh, well, this imam doesn't represent all Muslims. Obviously, I know it doesn't. Most Muslims, or at least a lot of them, don't want any part of this ideology of the takeover, but this is the strain of political Islam. This triumphalist, we're going to dominate the West mindset is very real, and pretending that it doesn't exist.
And if someone says, I want to come inside of your home, I want to walk inside of your doors and take over your home, how do you handle that?
This is, again, exactly how the UK got...
That's exactly what the UK did not handle properly.
...caught flat-footed in the first place. Every warning was dismissed as racist or Islamophobic until the...
And look, it worked for a while. It doesn't work anymore, but it used to work.
Reality became too obvious to hide. And by the way, since the 60s, the UK's public opinion have continuously shown that they reject the influence of Islam in their society and that they think the immigration policy has been horrible and they think that too many people have been coming into their country and their politicians did nothing. And I'm sorry, but this whole, we're never going to apologize, we're never going to compromise, never water anything down in our religion, it's not religious devotion. It is, again, political absolutism. That is a vision of society where pluralism does not exist, where you cannot disagree, where you do not coexist with people, you overtake them.
The future is ours.
So either it is the future being his or it's not. I prefer America. I prefer our Bill of Rights, our Constitution, our civil liberties. No exceptions, no compromise. Who's this person? I just found this account. It's Murr. Okay, I guess this is Murr.
Oh my God, y'all are making it so hard. You're making it so hard. This is why they didn't let us vote. Because you guys don't use your fucking brains. Oh, in case you guys didn't know, 80%, over 80% of women in New York voted for Mamdani. Over 80%. Over 80% voted for a man that won't eat a pig because it's dirty, but is okay marrying off 8-year-old girls to grown men. That's who you voted for. Women voted for that. 80% of women voted for a man that is okay with using violence against women, that sees women as less than. That religion castrates young women so that they can't feel pleasure.
None of these are compatible with America. None of these policies. It's not compatible with humanity. We all have rights. We all have the autonomy to live our lives free of molestation. In the regard I'm using that word is not in an Epstein way. I know it's right up against that topic, but free from hindrances, free from bother, free from totalitarianism, free from being told what we may and may not, shall and shall not do.
Women are not allowed to go outside without a man being present, okay? And you guys are all worried about, oh, if Donald Trump gets elected, it's going to be Handmaid's Tale. Do some research. Do a little bit of research and you'd realize that Handmaid's Tale, yeah, it's based off the Islamic religion, but they wanted it to be easier to swallow for dumb Americans. It's based off
religion, but Margaret, Author Margaret Atwood was inspired by events in Iran following the 1979 Islamic Revolution, which established a theocracy and reduced women's rights. So The Handmaid's Tale isn't about Christians. It's about Islam.
The Islam religion.
Wow, Margaret Atwood, apparently. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
And Sharia law.
Sharia means law. So when you say Sharia law, you're just saying law.
A little bit of research would have told you that. But yeah, let's go vote that man in. Jesus Christ. If there's ever a vote to take away women's right to vote, yep. Because y'all are fucking it up for everybody. Oh my.
Okay, I did not. Let me ask Grok. Was Handmaid's Tale about Islam? No. It's a dystopian novel set in the near future, United States, renamed the Republic of Gilead, where a totalitarian regime overthrows the government and establishes a theocracy based on a distorted extremist interpretation of Christianity, specifically drawing from Old Testament biblical stories, Rachel, Leah, and their handmaids, Bilhah, Zilpah in Genesis as justification for forced surrogacy. Then it's Grok says, influences from 79 Islamic Revolution in Iran. Atwood wrote the novel in 84-85, shortly after the 79 Islamic Revolution in Iran, which turned Iran into a theocracy that severely restricted women's rights, imposed strict dress codes, and religious police. She acknowledged this as one real-world influence. Well, okay, then you could have said that in the first, like that. Yes, Islam was one real world influence. I don't know why Grok led with no. It's clearly the opposite when I'm reading this here. Red robes, white wings worn by handmaids visually echo some conservative Islamic dress. The overall idea of a modern society suddenly becoming a religious dictatorship drew from Iran's shift. In the book epilogue, academics even reference a fictional history book titled Iran and Gilead, two late 20th century monotheocracies. However, Atwood emphasized that these are illustrative examples of how theocracy opposes women, not the core subject. She explicitly pushed back against the claims that the book is only about Islamic countries, saying she had everybody in mind and that Gilead is built on America's own historical and religious foundations. Some readers in the Hulu adaptation highlight visual or structural parallels to certain Islamic theocracies. Gender segregation, modesty enforcement, religious police, leading to debates or accusations of Islamophobia. Atwood and most literary analysis reject this. The scripture quoted in the book is from the Christian Bible. Rituals are Christian influenced, and the regime leaders are white American Christian nationalists. Parallels exist because fundamentalist extremes across Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, can look similar when taken to authoritarian levels, but the story is unambiguously about a Christian takeover of the U.S. In short, it's a warning about religious fundamentalism in general, but specifically imagines it happening through Christian extremism, not Islam. Atwood's own words, the book shows how oppressive systems can't happen here, except they can, using a society's own traditions. Okay. So, like, she clipped out one sentence that appeared to be what Grok said, but it was a part of it. But no, I think they're mainly trashing Christianity, but they also, the author also references Islam in there. Libs Meme Central. A white liberal says, "We're on the same side." He bumps him or does something to him and say, "Hey, we're on the same side." Masked Muslims say, "No, we are not."
There's no need for that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro.
We're on the same side, bro. No, we are not. Yes, we are, bro. Bro, when they tell you they're not on your side, you might want to listen to that.
There's no need to that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro.
And then another guy says no.
There's no need to that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro. There's no need to that. We're on the same side, bro. No, we're not. Yes, we are, bro.
No. So don't let people tell you that you're on the same side. Queers for Palestine. Are you out of your mind? All right. Governor Greg Abbott designates the Muslim Brotherhood and the Council on American Islamic Relations CARE as a foreign terrorist organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, designated the Muslim Brotherhood and Council of American Islamic Relations, CAIR, as foreign terrorist organizations. And everybody is cheering for it. My only question is, why did it take so long? He's been governor for 10 years. And it took him 10 years to do so. The same with the southern border. He's been governor for 10 years, and it took him 8 years to do something 2 years ago to secure the border. Why are Republican politicians always so reactive to everything that is going on? Why are we always the last ones to mobilize? Why are we always the last ones to get involved? He could have done something on the southern border 8 years ago. 7 years ago, 6 years ago. No, he got in office in 2015 and he waited until 2022 or 2023 to actually do something at the southern border. Remember the buoys and the razor wire and all of that stuff.
I remember.
And everybody's cheering for it. I'm sorry, is it that much to ask to have higher standards and have an expedited reaction to what is happening in our country and our communities? Hey, listen, if you want to support my work, link in bio for my online store, my merch.
All right. Immigrateful is the account. Texas making moves. Nicki Minaj speaking out. She speaks out every now and then. I believe she's got a bit of a checkered past where she would drug and rob people as part of her sex work as a stripper prior to Hollywood propping her up. But look, she's right here talking about Nigerian Christians being targeted.
In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray. Sadly, this problem is not only a growing problem in Nigeria, but also in so many other countries across the world, and it demands urgent action. And I want to be clear. Protecting Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides or dividing people. It is about uniting humanity. In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes.
I'm going to ask Grok. Did Nicki Minaj drug and rob people? I think she spoke about it. No. Hold on. No, Nicki Minaj, real name Onika Tanya Maharaj Petty. Never been accused of or admitted to drugging and robbing people. Rumor stems from a widespread mixed-up with her longtime rival, Cardi B. Oh. Cardi B did that. 2019 resurfaced Instagram live video. Cardi B openly admitted that during her time as a stripper in New York, she would lure men to hotel rooms with the promise of S, drug them, and then rob them. She later described these actions as things she did for survival, but said she was not proud of them and never glorified them in her music. Okay. I think that he popped a Molly because look how he's sweating. I'm going to let my people rob him as soon as it sets in. Clearly a fictional rap boast. Cardi B, yes, admitted to drugging and robbing men. Nicki Minaj, no evidence, no accusations, no admissions. It's a persistent online mix-up. They're both attractive lady rappers. I think they're both black. I don't know. Is Cardi B Latina or something? I don't know. I don't care. But they're both buxom, non-white lady rappers who got popular roughly around the same time. Okay, so I'm glad I checked that. I have no motivation to lie. I have no motivation to mislead. We all misremember stuff. And John, you talked about how this is a classroom. I'm the teacher, right? Or I mean, we've all talked about it, but yeah, I want to double check. If I get something wrong, I want to quickly reverse course and clarify. What's up, Nimbus? How you doing, sir? You just had a little lunch? Licking his chops. Maybe he's going to groom over here. Here, bud. Come here. Where are you trying to get? I can't. Yeah, if you change where you're at. So I'm trying to help my buddy. All right. He can't use his back legs to scratch now. He's got a creaky hip. It's like he'll try to scratch and he'll fall over, and it's like, oh, bud. It's like I'll try to scratch for him, and like sometimes I get the right spot, and sometimes he's like, no, and then he'll bite me. I'm like, his bites are usually no big deal. Anyway, I'm glad I clarified that. Thank you, Nicki Minaj. I'm just going to say thank you, Nicki. Can we please get more entertainers to denounce this and call attention to this genocide? No good. Also, really bad stuff happening in South Africa if you're paying attention. Jesse Kelly.
Jamal Osman, he's a member of the Minneapolis City Council. Huh? He just won
Minneapolis
re-election. His platform was restorative justice programs for low-level offenses, violence prevention programs.
Hey, that'll make your community safe. Oh, wait, I mean the opposite.
And alternative responses to 911 calls. You know exactly what kind of guy this is. He ran for office and got elected on a pro-crime, pro-rape, pro-theft, pro-murder stance. Let all the criminals out. They're just misunderstood because he's a communist. He was just carjacked. He was just carjacked by a couple teen hoodlums. And I kid you not, called the cops, of course, called the cops. And this is what he says afterwards, quote, I'm not a legal expert, but there has to be some kind of consequences with this action.
Oh.
If individuals know they can get away with this kind of heinous behavior or crimes, they're going to continue to do it again. Oh, wow. That is so sad. Were you, by chance, afraid? Did you feel fear when a couple young thugs came up to you and pointed mace in your face and then stole your car? That is a real shame. These violent criminals,
what could have prevented that?
They hurt people, don't they? That's too bad that happened to you. I feel terrible, absolutely terrible for you. I'm lying. I actually think it's hilarious, and I'm thrilled that happened to you. And you know why I'm thrilled it happened to you? Because you want it to happen to other people.
Yep.
I, in fact, wish that this kind of thing, I wish every person who pushes restorative justice in this ridiculous commie gobbledygook, I wish every one of them would have their car stolen. I find it to be the funniest thing in the world. I will gleefully report on this every single time, purely out of spite. But if I have to be honest and try to make myself sound like a little bit of a better person, I want you to learn. I want you to care what innocent people go through because of your scumbag, dirty commie policies. Jamal Osman, he's a member of the Minneapolis City Council.
Important is that
He just won.
Some people, actually, I'll put that in the comments. For some people on the left, this is the only way that they will grow up and learn about their backward, dangerous, reckless policies. Hey, Nimbus, do you want to come up? Buddy boy, you want to come up? I'm going to try to scratch where he's getting at. Where are you trying to get to? I don't know where you're aiming. I'll just scratch everywhere on your head. Am I getting it? I'm trying to. I know this is compelling content, me off screen scratching my cat's neck, but I assure you, it is helpful for him, and that's what counts. You can come up. Wee. Hey, guy. Yes, we'll be right here. No biting. Thank you. Let's get you on camera. Hi, bud. All right, well, good. Glad that happened. Because
Democrats have had...
Because some people will only learn by going through the goofiness of their own policies. All right, here is Jim Jordan blasting Democrats for their dishonest use of these files to hurt Trump.
Spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it. Now, why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump. For the past decade, there's been one constant for Democrats: go after Trump.
Mm-hmm.
They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was impeachment 2. Then it was all the lawfare. Then it was a 43-day shutdown. And now it's Epstein.
Oh, and the
And by the way,
hoax.
the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate, an email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name, something we all support. Except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted, and the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. Democrats have had spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it.
Okay, so that part of it is a hoax. Mr. Nimbus purring. How about Chip Roy? Is he the one person that didn't vote for this?
United Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires. That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell.
Forgive me, it's not Chip Roy out of Texas. The one person that didn't is Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana. Higgins explained his opposition by arguing that the bill in current form could harm innocent people. such as witnesses, family members, or others mentioned but not criminally implicated by broadly releasing investigative files without sufficient privacy protections. He noted he would support it if the Senate added amendments, and he pointed to ongoing House Oversight Committee work as a better path for controlled releases. A small number of House members, 2 Republicans, 3 Democrats, did not vote at all, but they are not considered as voting against it. The bill now heads to President Trump for signature. He has indicated he will sign it. Okay, there we go. Sorry, Chip Roy is not the one I was thinking of. That's Clay Higgins.
It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Placette, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. A united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to...
There we go.
How do you feel about the country?
This is World War II. Okay.
That you worked so hard to stay free, to keep free?
The real
World War II hero and how he views America today.
truth?
Yeah.
I feel like a foreigner in my own country lots of times, and I don't like it. It makes my heart real heavy. And
that echoes what that guy in Good Morning Britain said. We've lost our rights. It wasn't worth it.
I just hope we can pull out of this. There's too much Hollywood going on in Washington all the time. The important subjects they don't cover. So the thing is, I hope all the guys will rally up and we'll go back and straighten it all out.
How do you feel about the country?
Interesting context. All right, this guy, Stu Peters, talking about Charlie Kirk. Turning Point donors and allies are recommitting after Charlie Kirk is gone, he claims.
In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, the very people that he did not want influencing Turning Point USA are influencing Turning Point USA. And it's people like Tyler Boyer, the chief operating officer at TPUSA, who secures all of the Jewish donors that Charlie Kirk was refusing to align with. Charlie Kirk just couldn't fire him. Tyler Boyer is more than just a gay little Mormon. He's actually a longtime political operative. His Mormon mission took him to Russia, at which point he developed ties to these shady Ukrainian orphanages that are so oftentimes connected directly with child sex trafficking operations in war-torn countries. And you remember who else was directly tied to Eastern European orphanages? Erica Kirk in Romania. What are these people doing? Do you find that to be just a little bit weird? At 22 years old, is this the type of thing that you were into? And that's not all when we talk about Boyer's background or his involvement in Maricopa County, Arizona, because in 2020, he faced a whole litany of criminal charges related to fraud and forgery and other criminal schemes. He didn't just lose his wife and kid over having gay sex before scrubbing any evidence of their existence from the internet. They say that he embezzled more than $50,000 worth of Republican Party funds, as well as violating election laws. Now, fast forward to 2025, and Boyer, as the chief operating officer at TPUSA, oversees hundreds of millions of dollars and even the construction of an American orphanage in Chicago. How the hell does that even work? None of this is normal. Normal young men don't hang around with vulnerable children in destitute, war-torn regions of the world. They just don't.
Well, I mean, missionaries do, pastors do, preachers do, youth outreach do, like some do.
And in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, he's growing even more powerful within this TPUSA ecosystem. He doesn't want us talking about it. So much so that Boyer sent me a DM on X demanding contact information from my lawyer. He doesn't even want his name mentioned. He doesn't even want public information that you can go through and find on Grok, because once people start digging in, He's terrified of what they might find, whether it links him directly to the betrayal of Charlie Kirk or opens up a completely different can of worms, or both. Yeah, no, he cares, and he wants my lawyer's contact information because
I don't know this guy, Tyler Boyer. I'm not like super deep into the TPUSA world, but the scrutiny is through the roof.
Again, we're over the target. Nothing that we have been told about this assassination adds up. Nothing. So you can be in my DMs requesting lawyer contact information, but I'm not going to stop digging. I'm not going to stop searching for these answers because...
And music comes in, so I go away. Did we play this Comer clip, or was it a different Comer clip? I think it was a different clip, so we'll play this one.
Colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event
Representative Kentucky.
or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah. There you go. So what is this? This is Pierce Morgan, Cenk Uygur, discussing why Trump's base is upset and that MAGA has split.
Start with Epstein and get to the split in MAGA. So, guys, we keep talking about it like it isn't solved. It's solved. He was working with Israel. He had an Israeli spy, an intelligence officer, stay with him over and over again for weeks on end. Every email from Ehud Barak's emails and drop site news shows that Epstein was doing everything he could to help Israel. So, and why? Oh, Trump's uncomfortable. The Democrats are uncomfortable, but yet somehow they don't release it. Why not? Because the one thing that both parties serve is Israel. Who has enough power to kill someone inside an American prison and have the videotape not work and the guards be off? Intelligence agencies. Obviously, this is already solved. So now the connective tissue. So the reason why Trump's base is upset is because the core of the promise was America first. And now they have Trump get into office. First he says, no, I'm not serving you guys. I'm not releasing the Epstein files. Then he says, okay, nope, I'm going to bomb Iran and I'm going to do whatever Israel wants. Israel is first. Then it goes...
That seemed very strange.
Way beyond that. Then it goes, okay, I don't care about affordability anymore. Hey, tax cuts for the rich.
When did he say he doesn't care about affordability? I don't know what Cenk is talking about there.
Subsidies for oil companies. And
yeah, we want more oil production at lower rates. Like we want more oil. The gas costs are down, right?
All the things that never put Americans first, the donors first, whether they're oil companies, pharmaceutical companies, or the Israeli lobby. So Marjorie Taylor Greene comes along and she says what MAGA's been saying all along. So now what you guys have to understand is that Trump's voters, in my opinion, and I'm curious what you all think, are in three buckets, right? One is independents who listen to Rogan, Young Turks, Theo Von, Tim Dillon. Those guys just hate the establishment. And they'll vote for anyone who's an actual enemy of the establishment and a populist for the American people. So those guys are already gone. I mean, you see it in the younger voters. Trump used to have an 8-point lead. Now he has a 55-point deficit. So an independents and the young are gone.
A 55-point deficit? What are you talking about? In what universe are people saying, yeah, more Democrats, please?
And there's a bucket in the middle, which is true MAGA, the original MAGA, America First. And I disagree with their social issues, etc. But that's Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Tom Massey, etc. And then the third bucket is Trump loyalists. The ones who say, oh, yeah, of course, everybody's eating cats and dogs, and Trump couldn't wait to release the Epstein files, and this was all a trick and a chess game and all that. Those guys are hopeless. Trump could say anything, and they'll believe it. And in fact, the rest of the Trump voters are now looking at them like, are you guys nuts? Like, wake up to what's going on here. The establishment is screwing us, and it turns out that Trump is part of the establishment. So I'll start with Epstein and get to the split in MAGA. So, guys,
I don't know. What did he say? Trump was up 9 and now he's down 55. He's saying that there's a 64% swing in young people. I don't know what universe is being referenced there. That doesn't seem very accurate to me. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I wasn't expecting that.
You're white, you're privileged, you're...
Oh, there's music here. I can't play it. This young white lady tells Charlie Kirk, "You're white and you're privileged."
Christian. How can you argue these things when you don't understand what like an oppressed individual is going going through?
White privilege is a myth and a lie and should be completely destroyed. It's rooted in racism. It is a racist ideal.
It is. It's a hate whitey program. Hey, let's go get them. Oh, look how privileged they are. Go get them. Let's go get them. No, that's some awful stuff. Should be denouncing that, and he did. But I can't play more because there's music in it. But like I said, when I see Charlie Kirk, I share it now. Because you thought you're going to silence him by taking him out? Nope, we're going to talk about him more. You did that, not me. All right, DHS.gov is talking about dangerous criminals.
Twice in the past 3 days, people have used vehicles to try to stop your operations. And we came up with some statistics from DHS that I thought were just stunning. Since January the 20th, against CBP, there have been 71 vehicular attacks, a 58% increase over the same period in 2024. In terms of ICE, 28 vehicular attacks since January 20th. That's a 1,300% increase over 2 in the same period of 2024. It's getting to be a regular occurrence, and it's extremely dangerous.
John and Sandra, it is. It's staggering. But, I think that there's something that the viewers need to know. And those attacks almost coincided with Governor Steen's heated rhetoric. It's starting again here in North Carolina, here in Charlotte. His heated rhetoric where he said that we were racists and that we were not conducting our operations in a lawful manner. Very soon after he said that, we started seeing the violence. So I put a lot of the blame on our elected leadership here in North Carolina, especially that governor that says those things that are outright lies.
Twice in the past 3 days, people have used vehicles.
Things are getting weird out there. I don't know if these are all staged or not, but this is Porch Pirate Revenge.
Oh no. You've got to be kidding me. What the hell?
Oh, it's in my mouth! God! What is...
In my mouth.
Oh, gotcha! Oh, heavy! Almost to the truck!
All right. It's probably fake. But it was kind of fun. Okay. The government says the earth is overpopulated. Yeah, the government is overpopulated. How about that? I like that one. I don't know what's on here. What people think rebellion looks like, riots in the streets. What it actually looks like is breaking away from their manipulation campaign. When your tinfoil hat becomes a crown of knowledge. You have an idea how you got sick? Watching the news. Your mind is the real cage. You know what I'd really like to see go viral? Basic human decency. All right. I like that one. The government says the earth is overpopulated. The government's overpopulated.
We have to learn how to love and hate correctly again. I guess I'm saying I'm not interested in the constitutional rights of people who have declared war on me, my country, and the very freedoms that they hide behind. The Christian is never commanded to love the barbarian horde storming the city gates. You do not want the enemies of mankind to know you by your sweet, castrated, toxic empathy love. You want them to fear you. Because if they do not fear you, they will not hesitate to hide behind the freedoms that others bled and died to give you and weaponize those against you to kill your babies, steal your children, sexually mutilate the next generation, and eventually make evangelism illegal. We just need to take the left's playbook and mimic it for righteousness, I guess is what I'm saying. We have to
co-opt it. Co-opt leftist tactics button. All right, so Muslims and Christians are clashing in Dearborn, Michigan. Here's Nick Shirley.
I believe they're going to cancel the 6:30 City Hall meeting because everybody's chimping the fuck out.
And this is Jake Lang, who we filmed get released from January 6th. He was in the D.C. Gulag, and we filmed him getting released.
They're chimping the fuck out. I don't have bananas. Chill out. I don't have bananas. This is not America. This is an insurgency. They are taking over our country. They're taking over our country. They want us all dead. Let's go.
Wow, what's happening right now? People are pushing. Wow. This is Dearborn, Michigan right now.
Yes, this is Dearborn, Michigan. Any racist is not welcome. No races here. If you can't be peaceful, but every race is welcome. If you're a racist, you're not welcome.
At all, we do not.
Every race is welcome. 1, 2, 3. Our president is a pedophile.
I believe they're going to.
This is Michigan. This isn't London. This isn't Iran.
Why do you hope that? You hope he gets killed because you don't like him? What? You hope he gets killed because you don't like him? Yeah? Is that what Muslims believe? Oh, well, you're a Muslim, right? And you believe it? Why? Do you think maybe it's a value problem? It seems that way. You're not representing your people very well right now. Yeah, so you want him dead because you don't like him. You want him dead because you don't like him. Yeah, right, yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Get away from me. How many people you got in your ship? 10,000. Yeah, suck my dick. Okay, I'm a liar. He just said he hopes Jake gets Charlie Kirk. You hope I get Charlie Kirk? Yeah. Say it again. Welcome to Dearborn, guys. Welcome.
This guy's threatening to end them. Welcome to Dearborn, Michigan. Political violence. Journalist Cam Higbee assaulted by an unhinged leftist in Dearborn, Michigan for reporting on their protest.
Because they are stupid. All right. Sir, why is he not welcome on a public sidewalk?
Get the camera out of my face. Get that camera out of my face, or I'll take it from you. Okay.
Look at that crazy hair and look.
Phone right here. Is this his phone? All right, guys. He just got pepper spray for attacking and assaulting someone. No, you're not gonna get your phone. Actually, you get it. Here you go. There we go. Yep.
Journalist assaulted.
Come on in.
You guys take a picture.
No! Disgusting fuck pepper spray! No! Why did pepper spray? What did he do?
Everybody back up. I got his phone.
Right there, that's okay.
Keep them close. Try not to rub them. All right.
Feel stupid because they are stupid. All right.
More leftist violence.
Hi, I'm
Jade Warwick here with Jake Lang.
Warwick with the Warwick Report. So what's your name? Why are you here?
My name is Jake Lang. I was pardoned by President Trump, and I'm fighting for Christian America. We cannot bow to Islam. Our countries will be destroyed, and we already have a great example. Europe. Europe is gone. Europe is not Europe anymore. Rome, the center of Christianity, just had a Muslim organization start to run for government over there called Nuru, Muslims for Rome.
Yep.
So there is going to be a Muslim takeover America if we don't make a stand now. And that's what me and hundreds of patriots are here today doing. And may God bless them and keep Dearborn a Christian country, a Christian area, and our America a Christian country.
Okay, I'm just curious with the burning of the Quran. I saw that there was a brawl. What happened?
So I went to put the lighter fluid on the Quran. This is not the Quran. This is the Holy Bible, the written word of Jesus Christ. And Muslim pepper sprayed me, attacked me, and then I fended him off with the bacon here. This here is my secret weapon right here. Keep that tucked in. So, these people, they're violent, they have no impulse control. That's the problem. They don't understand in America we have a First Amendment right, and we can burn any book. They burned the Bible many times, especially during 9/11. They were burning Bibles in the street, chanting Ali Akbar, and our country, our own country, we can't even burn a Quran. We can't even wave around bacon without being assaulted. Cam Higbee is in our tour bus right now, resting up because he got a whole entire pepper spray can in the eyes.
So I heard a lot of people have been pepper sprayed. Who is doing the spraying?
There is little jihadi Muslim insurgents running around with pepper spray without any aggressive action on our part, just getting whoever they can. And I was able to block it, and I got, if you see my neck here, it's all red. It's inflamed, but I got pepper sprayed a lot in prison and on January 6th, so I don't really react to it as much anymore. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your main concern with Dearborn being over 55% Islamic?
Well, it's setting a precedent that they can come in here and dominate us in our own country. And when they have all the cities, I mean, right here, turn around, right there, Arab American National Museum, that's a mosque right there. This is City Hall. That is like a humiliation ritual to the American people here. When you have all of these different Arabic signs, when you have the language change, this culture change, the food change, the way people dress, what is part of this is America anymore? You can't name one American thing about Dearborn, Michigan.
Yeah, and Anthony, I was just chatting to him the other day, or actually this morning, sorry, let me start that again. Anthony, I was just chatting to him like about an hour ago, and he said that there is no Sharia law in Dearborn, but then he went back on his word and said, oh, well, there is Sharia law because the women can't dress how they want to dress. So how would you approach that conversation with him?
Well, Anthony Hudson doesn't deserve a moment of my time because he's a coward. He's a traitor to our country. He's a cuckold, and he's already shown his character. You know, coming from the prison environment, when you have somebody that claims to be on your side and they're a traitor on you, that usually doesn't, you don't wake up in the morning when things like that happen. Okay. So I really revere respect between men, and if you're going to stand beside me and say that you're here with me and then turn and go prostrate before the Islamic regime here, that means you are a dishonorable man, and I will not shake your hand. I will not be anywhere near him. I will not be anywhere near him.
How do you feel about all these men now trying to flank you and have a conversation with you?
A conversation? He's coming masked up, looking like a terrorist, a wimpy, pathetic terrorist, hitting his vape like he's, come on. That's haram, brother. Don't you know that? That's all. You probably own a smoke shop. Shut up. I don't. I own a barbershop. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. All these guys, they preach one thing, they sell alcohol right out in the back of all the convenience stores.
Okay, I'm going to head out. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Hi, I'm Jade Warwick with the Warwick Report. So what's your...
She ducked out of there, and I'm getting out of here.
For what purpose?
Representative Anna Paulina Luna. Oh, I got more on Dearborn. There's more coming on Dearborn, which is why there's more to it. Enclaves trying to fundamentally transform the United States of America. You know, in 5 days, we're about to fundamentally transform the United States of America. Uh-huh. Here is Anna Paulina Luna.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentlelady from Florida will state her inquiry.
I was wondering if the Speaker of the House of Representatives can explain why leadership on both sides, both Democrat and Republican, are cutting back-end deals to cover up public corruption in the House of Representatives for both Republican and Democrat members of Congress.
The gentlelady has not stated a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, but I think the American people know what happened tonight.
Yeah, the Plaskett censure failed because House leadership exchanged that censure failure for the withdrawal of a vote to censure and refer Corey Mills to House ethics for investigation. The swamp protects itself. Lame. This is Orem Police Department. Take a listen.
But Orem PD has a drone unit active and professional, and that police department, I will tell you right now, is awesome. They get it. They were there, they helped both on the soft side and the hard side. And so I started asking questions like, do you guys have a drone unit? Yeah, good. Do you have an MOU or a mutual aid agreement with the school? And they're like, yeah. I said, did they call you and ask for assistance? No. I'm like, why wouldn't you call?
I think that's your job. Like, am I crazy? Or is that his job? Is it his job to call and to see things through if Charlie's paying him for executive level security?
But Orem PD.
So I don't know if this guy came out all that well during this. The clips I've watched, I don't know. Seems a little concerning. A little suspicious. So is Candace. All right, this is Cam Higbee, the guy that was assaulted. He goes in front of the mayor of Dearborn while addressing the Dearborn City Council. There's anti-Islam protests going on in the city. Dearborn has fallen. Take a listen. Cam Higbee.
I'm a journalist. I'm not a protester. This is my badge. Okay. Today on the streets of Dearborn, I was pepper sprayed, maced by protesters because I asked them simply why they were harassing and touching another individual who had stated repeatedly that he was only on their side of the street to talk to them and have a dialogue. My phone was smashed. You can see the broken camera right there. They stole $50 out of my pocket, and they stole my microphone receiver. I went and I told one of your officers, badge number 3668, that this had happened. He told me there was nothing that could be done about it unless I went to the station. I told him, I can't go to the station. I'm working. I'm doing my job. He said, I'm working too. I said, yeah, your job is to protect me and all of the people that are out here today, okay? So we said that I could go into the station later. I told him, you're never going to catch the guy if I go into the station later. He's going to leave. He's dressed head to toe in black bloc. I filmed the whole thing, but he had a mask on his face. You'll never, ever get an opportunity to arrest that person ever again if you don't go and get him right now. He said, sir, I can't leave my post. 5 minutes later, I caught him in the parking lot on a personal phone call, okay? Repeatedly today, I watched people that are in this room get attacked by other people that are in this room. I watched your officers not respond to those attacks repeatedly. Then I saw somebody who was in this group, which again, I'm a journalist. I'm just documenting what's going on, and I'm here to tell you what's going on. I saw somebody in this group get arrested. I asked the officers, habeas corpus, please articulate probable cause for arresting this person. They refused to. I asked name and badge number. They refused to give me their name and badge number as a member of the press with my badge clearly displayed. They would not tell me why they were arresting this person. They just did it, okay? Yesterday, I was exploring Dearborn. I came here just to document this from Seattle as a journalist, okay? I was exploring Dearborn. I walked up and down Michigan Avenue. There wasn't very many people out. Then we wanted to hear the call to prayer that we've heard so much about. So we went to a mosque. And at that mosque, I was followed by a drone. If I moved forward, the drone moved forward. If I went backwards, the drone went backwards. I went to a gas station, and that drone waited outside of the gas station, just above the door, for me to leave so it could begin following me again. I was followed by vehicles, and I was followed by individuals on foot. There was a lot of talk in here today about sexism. So I'd like to quote the Prophet Muhammad. Okay? One of my favorite quotes from the Prophet Muhammad. A woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's due to the deficiency of her mind. God created two sexes, one superior and one inferior. That's why your women wear hijabs, because they're inferior to men. That's why in most Muslim countries they can't leave their homes without permission of a male guardian. Is my time up?
You have 30
You
seconds.
had 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I shouldn't feel like a dhimmi in my country. That's what I feel like in Dearborn, Michigan. It doesn't feel like home. I feel like a dhimmi, a second-class citizen, which is what Christians are in the majority of Muslim countries. Dhimmis. Second-class citizens. And the policing in this city, that's exactly what happens. And I know rank-and-file officers in pretty much every city usually want to take care of these problems. I'm a journalist. I'm not a protester. This is my badge. Okay? Today on the streets of Dearborn,
I don't know what badge she's referencing, because journalists don't need badges any more than you need permission to use your First Amendment rights. Oh, you need concealed carry for your Second Amendment. Where's that in the founding documents? That's something made up. That doesn't say we have the right to keep and bear arms as long as we file paperwork and beg for these freedoms from the people that are temporarily in charge. That's not part of it. I don't know what the badge part is, but yeah, enough is enough. It's time to start having these conversations.
Who do you think, I guess?
America first. This is Myron talking with Candace about Charlie.
I know you said the people around him, but who do you think is the most responsible? Why would they want him gone?
I think Charlie was not allowed to be anything but a Christian Zionist. And he was changing in the last few weeks. When I look at the timeline that I put together, some weird stuff, this Egyptian plane that started tracking him, everything began ratcheting up after Tucker Carlson hit the stage. And in
July.
Mm-hmm,
Oh yeah, I was there for that. Yeah.
Yeah. That pissed him off. That was a something.
Yeah.
So I think Charlie was done, as Megan showed the video. He was telling Tucker to go max. All of the things that they lied about, we've now proven. And why were they lying about it? That's why this is the thing. Why lie if you have nothing to cover up? That's my common sense here. You only lie because you have something to cover up. No matter what the lie is you only lie because there's something that you're hiding. So if they had all come out right when Charlie died, if Seth Dillon, who pressed Charlie in the Hamptons, was like, oh my gosh, my biggest regret is the last time that I saw Charlie, I was being such a jerk about the Israel. They were so stupid. And this is a reminder that you never know when you're going to see somebody last. It would have been like, oh, okay, nothing to see here. It was like a full court press effort to lie about everything. Josh Hammer, he never blinked on Israel. He was on the text message chain where Charlie said 48 hours before he died that he was done with the pro-Israel cause. Why lie? That's my question. And I don't like the silence from Turning Point employees. I know for a fact one of them, who I'm not going to name, has a text message from Charlie the day before he died saying, they are going to kill me.
Wow.
Now, he was not referring to the trans lobby when he wrote that message.
Yeah.
So why not present, if you are his friend and you're interested in the truth, why wouldn't you tell the public that? Wouldn't you just come right out to the public and say, hey, I don't know what happened, but like Charlie thought they were going to kill him. I do not like the way Turning Point is behaving. I've made that clear, and nobody is going to emotionally manipulate me and tell me that it's all good now. And to attack Turning Point would be to attack his legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie told me years ago that he had, which I shared the messages. He was having a ton of visions and was telling me that Turning Point was going to be the death of him. He knew he was going to die young. And strangely knew that I was going to be the only person to defend him. Right.
What?
I showed the messages.
Yeah.
I showed the messages.
They tried to say it was fake and you pulled it up and yeah.
So we're here. We're here now. And I'm going to defend him. I'm going to figure out what happened.
Who do you think, I guess?
Wow. Cover and reveal it all. Jeez. He sort of knew. Back to Dearborn. All hell breaks loose as patriots confront Muslim terrorists in Dearborn, Michigan, says Patriots Mindset. This is Jake Lang. Oh, there was that kid. He came in and punched him in the face in the red hat. See him? Little commie coward. Harry on camera.
I was punched harder by Capitol Police Officer lady, so it's okay.
Hey, yo, guys,
Sucker punch. Dude weighs about 80 pounds. Little sucker punch. Let's see if he gets arrested. This is the guy that Cam Higbee said what he said about in front of, what was that, city council, the city meeting? Cam says it looks like Dearborn police want the National Guard deployed in Dearborn. We don't adhere to Sharia in the United States. My recommendation is to start enforcing the laws we have in this country, tagging President Trump and
I'm just going to make a
press secretary. Here we go.
recommendation to you. If I was you, I would start arresting people as soon as they touch people, because if you don't, you guys are going to be the reason Trump deploys the National Guard here. That's not a threat. I'm just telling you, you don't want to be the reason that happens. Because if you don't police like you're supposed to, he will do it. I promise you he'll do it. You know how he is, officer. You know how he is. I'm just going to make a recommendation.
Yeah. What is President Trump waiting for? Dearborn in focus. Hey, David, this is for you. This is Jack Posobiec saying MAGA wants victory, not drama.
MAGA wants victory, and the theater kids are the ones who just want drama. All right? It's really as simple as that. Do you want to win? Where were we 10 years ago? Where are we now? What would things have been like if Kamala Harris had been president? Or, dare I say, Hillary Clinton been president? Because remember, go back 10 years. Who was the heir apparent? Who did it look like before Donald Trump got in the race in 2015? Who was it that looked like was going to win? Jeb Bush.
Ooh,
you remember him? Jebbers. It looked like Jeb Bush is going to get in the race. That's right, Jeb Bush.
Low
And so
energy. Jeb Bush.
we would have had a contest between Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton, and Hillary would have steamrolled him. She would have absolutely steamrolled Jeb Bush. Everybody knew it. Everybody knew it would have happened, and she would have been the first female president, and Hillary Clinton would have been in the White House, probably for 2 terms. That was your alternative if Donald Trump didn't come down the golden escalator in one of the greatest moments in all of American history. So you need to lock in out there. Now, people want to say, oh, well, Jack, this is just constructive criticism. That's fine. That's totally fine. People want to course correct. People want to say you need to focus more on the domestic and not the foreign. I get that. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. What I'm not for is the drama. I'm not for these dramatic, performative eruptions and, oh, you're not really MAGA. Oh, you're not really. And you get these people, by the way, who weren't here early on, who then come in and say, oh, you have to say this, this, and this, and then you're MAGA. And, oh, you can't talk to this person and this person and this person, or you're not MAGA. And it's like, yeah, that's not what MAGA is about. MAGA is about freedom of speech. MAGA is about people coming together against the establishment. That's what MAGA is about. And that's why Donald Trump did what he did. And that's why he's been as successful as he's been, and he's had the success that he's had. It's really as simple as that. And I get it. The base of this country, the base of this movement, they care a lot more about the turkey in your Thanksgiving dinner than they do about the turkey in the Middle East. That's America first. That's how I define America first. That's how America first has always been defined. Putting the American people first, not corporations, not the GDP, not the stock market, not any of that nonsense. It means putting the American people first. MAGA wants victory, and the theater kids are the ones who just want drama.
Yeah, victory is way more important.
My main issue here
Dearborn, Cam Higbee, this is the guy.
is that you said I could go into the station later and file a report. He's in black bloc. You're never going to find him again. You will never find him again. The detective will not find him. I promise you. I've been in this situation before. You're never going to find him. He's masked head to toe. You will never find him again. Yeah, that is shitty police work. It's lazy. So you know that a crime happened, and you're gonna let it slide because why?
Ignore it.
Then go arrest him. Okay, find me somebody who can. Okay, yeah, find the police report after he's gone, and you'll never find him again. This is lazy police work. You are a lazy police officer. Or you just don't want to get him. One of the two. Yeah, I'm going to be reporting that police officer to the I'll get his name and badge number real quick. Before we leave, I'm going to get his name and badge number.
Welcome to overthrown blue cities that don't believe in law and order.
Oh, I thought he couldn't leave his post. He's gone. He's not even here anymore. He said he couldn't leave his post. We're going to go right over there. We're going to say hi to him. We're going to get his name and badge number before we leave. Hey, officer! Who couldn't leave his post. Here he is running. Officer! Officer who couldn't leave your post. Can I get name and badge number real quick? Officer, you said you couldn't leave your post a second ago. That was a lie. Can I get your name and badge number before I leave? Name? Okay, thank you. You can leave your post to take a personal phone call, but not to make an arrest, apparently.
Unreal.
Violent attack, you can't leave your post. Personal phone call? Oh, there we go. My main issue here is that you said I can go into the station later.
That's what happens when Democrats run your city.
What?
They don't take care of the violent crazies. And the cities just devolve into chaos.
Was Arctic frost, and why was Arctic frost?
Well, Arctic frost is serendipitously the name of an orange tree that happens to also grow in Florida.
It appears to be cheekily named in the same way that Operation Crossfire Hurricane was named after the lyrics in the Jumping Jack Flash Rolling Stones song, where Jumping Jack Flash is a movie starring Whoopi Goldberg about being chased around by British spies, just as Trump was chased about by British spies with Russiagate. Arctic frost appears to have been an operation to rid the country of the orange man, the orange trees, basically removing all support for Donald Trump. Root and branch, targeting 430 different GOP officials, as I believe Ted Cruz said, 20% of Senate Republicans, Trump's media allies, political allies, civil society organizations like the Conservative Partnership Institute, wiretapping, secretly getting their cell phone communications, including the official phones of sitting senators, including those on the Senate Judiciary Committee, which is supposed to oversee FBI at all times in order to ensure the FBI is not abusing or overstepping in its authorities. So this would be effectively like a defendant spying on the secret communications of the judge who's going to rule on his case and determine his innocence or guilt. It had music in the background, so I had to read it for you. Ashley Melton, how is it not the biggest story in America that the Democrats were text messaging with Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing to get Trump? It's insane. Hakeem Jeffries refusing to answer questions about Epstein.
Her texts with Jeffrey Epstein were not illegal, but in your view, were they appropriate?
That's a good question. What police department allows beards? Well, the ones in Dearborn, looks like. No, Dearborn, Michigan, not Stillborn, Michigan.
Stacey Plaskett is not accused of violating any House rule, any law, any statute, and she's clearly and unequivocally denounced Jeffrey Epstein. And I think what the survivors fought for today is the type of transparency that came out of the House, went through the Senate, and is now on its way to Donald Trump's desk, where hopefully he'll sign it into law, because at the end of the day, all the American people are asking for is just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, which is why these Epstein files that Donald Trump and his administration has been hiding for months need to be released.
But do you think it was appropriate for her to be texting with Jeffrey Epstein 11 years after he pleaded guilty?
I mean, I have not had a conversation with Stacey Plaskett to discuss this issue, because we've been focused today on making sure that there was a decisive vote as it related to the Epstein files and the release. I'm thankful for the work of Representative Massey, of Ro Khanna, but most importantly, the survivors.
Do you plan to talk to her about it?
I think that we successfully defeated a resolution that lacked any basis, was not credible, and was being brought by an individual who was trying to weaponize this issue to reinvigorate his own failed gubernatorial campaign in South Carolina. It was rejected on a bipartisan basis on the floor today. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, I was just asking if you personally believe messaging with Jeffrey Epstein, who was at that point.
Wow, she's asked 3 different times. I've never seen this Caitlin Collins. I've never seen her actually trying to pin someone down on something, especially a Democrat. I don't watch, admittedly, I don't watch a lot of her stuff, but this is kind of...
A registered sex offender is appropriate for a member of the House Democratic Caucus.
That's the third time you've asked me this question, and I'm going to give you the same exact answer.
There you go. Look, that's hilarious. That's exactly what I pointed out. That was the 3rd time. She pushed back on it. He's getting a little upset by it.
Our focus today is on making sure that the Jeffrey Epstein files were released. If you want to have a conversation with Stacey Plaskett about it, I'm sure she'd be willing to talk to you.
The White House has been highlighting an email that I'm sure you've seen today that Jeffrey Epstein got in 2013. They say it shows you were soliciting money and dinner from an Epstein. The email was not...
There you go, soliciting money from Epstein. Did we play this whole thing or just part of it?
Everything that makes America great. President Trump, send ICE. Send ICE.
He says send ICE, and then this dude gets up to leave.
Into Dearborn. These people have overstayed their visas. They're H-1B chain migration invaders.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I played Cam Higbee at this meeting. This is Jake Lang. They're H-1B overstay, H-1B invaders.
And they have come to this country to destroy our way of life. We know exactly your laws in your book about lying to our faces, pretending to be Americans, wearing your suits. But that doesn't happen anywhere else where you guys are in charge. There are 53 Muslim majority countries, and in all of them, it is tyranny, destruction, it is shithole living. We have to call it what it is. You guys don't live like we do. We don't want you in our country. We will come and eat your shawarma in Somalia, okay? We don't need it here in Michigan. We don't need it in any part of America. We have a right to self-determination. Our founding fathers fought and died for our posterity, for white Americans. Amen. And we're being driven out. You come here and you marry 4 or 5 women and you outbreed us. You change the laws. You make all of our country look like the places that you fled from. We don't want you here. Respectfully, get the fuck out of my country. I don't want you here. Get out of here. I don't want you here. I don't want you here. This is our country. And the people, the veterans, the World War II veterans, that's blood has soaked for our constitutional republic, are taking a look around Europe. They're taking a look around America, and they're saying, what the hell did we fight for? We have been taken.
I've showed you veterans, 100-year-old veterans in both England and America saying, what did we fight for? We've lost our freedoms. We've lost our country. It was not worth it.
Taken over without a single shot fired. You guys are outbreeding insidious parasites on the American way of life. You will never look like us. You will never eat like us. You won't build buildings like us. You are nothing. You can build nothing. Just like President Trump's great American friends have said, you guys are not us, and get the fuck out. America first, America only. God bless America. Jesus is king. 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 Let me grab my... Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Christ is king! Put your hands on me. There's no reason to put your hands on me. Jesus is king. Christ is king. Christ is king. Everything that makes America.
I've been around these guys. I know some of these players. That I think that the black dude that was walking with him, I've interviewed him multiple times. I'm forgetting his name. He had a cowboy hat in Chicago. These places blur together a little bit for me. Chicago, Milwaukee, DC, Bronx. What's up, man? Come on. Come on. Okay, you can sit down. Oh, I forget the dude's name. But Olia Scootercaster, I reference her. That's Freedom News. I believe she's the one doing... Oh, yeah, that is her up at the top there. It's all a production. It's all theater, but also read the comments. Nikki by the Sea says, are American cities or American cries going to be ignored like British voices are ignored in the UK, especially when a Muslim mayor told an American man that he wasn't welcome in an American city? Citizen Caller says, people will say Lang is just a rabble-rouser, but right now we need people like him making a fuss, creating a scene, and waking people up. Here we are. I mean, I was there the day he got out of prison. I think I got several questions with him. God, I don't even know if I posted that video. I do have a bit of a data dump of things that found footage that should have been released that maybe wasn't. I need to pick the day and just sit down for 12 hours and go through it all. It's just feels daunting, so I don't. I don't know if I put that out or not. I gotta check. All right, this guy, we've played him before. What's his name? Anti-Islam activist Ryan Williams could be facing terrorism charges after being detained at London's Heathrow Airport late Monday evening. He's accused of making fun of Muslims and calling out the migrant invasion in Europe. I'm sorry, when is making fun something you can't do? After a lengthy interrogation and seizure of his laptop and cell phone, UK's free speech cops just released him until a court date is determined.
Terrorism, Schedule 7. But what did you actually do for them to suspect that? They said it was my social media post.
They can take the Sharia law and shove out.
There's only one culture that pours acid on women's faces.
So, yeah, against mass migration and Islam? Exactly.
Leave the goats alone.
So I had to give them all my passwords for my phone, all my passwords for my social media, all my laptop. They've taken all my phones, laptop, everything, banking, everything. I was saying the truth that Prophet Muhammad slept with a 9-year-old and married a 6-year-old, which makes him a pedophile. So that's what I was saying. And now I'm getting investigated for terrorism. This is way worse than I could ever have thought. I thought I'd just be a normal criminal, like being done for hate speech, but I don't want to get done for being a terrorist. That's something different. So I mean, the consequences are more severe. Yeah, well, if I go to jail for being a terrorist, that's a lot worse than just hate speech.
That's
They let you out? Yeah, but look, terrorism, Schedule 7.
Not quite sure how we ended up in this situation. Why, when I went back, did it not go back? Oh, there we go. Conversation on multiculturalism on Timcast.
I just need to pause right there and...
By the way, be very careful traveling to some of these backward countries like the UK now. Be very careful.
Say, We tried that with Liberia a long
We
time
did.
ago.
We did. This is
So
true.
Multiculturalism. We tried that in Liberia.
This
the
idea has been known for a long time.
The Liberian Constitution almost completely is a mirror image of ours. It's almost the exact same thing, and it didn't turn into the United States.
Oh yeah.
So
that doesn't make sense. How's that possible?
well, you know, it takes a certain kind of people that are looking for the type of government that we have. And it's like you've said before, the Constitution, it doesn't make people love the Constitution. Right? If your Constitution is in the people and they believe in the Constitution, if you have a population that doesn't believe in things like property rights, no written Constitution is ever going to make them believe in property rights.
I mean, it doesn't work because America is not an idea. It's a nation. It's a people with a shared heritage and that recognize and understand that their rights don't just come from
democracy. I just need to pause right there and say we tried that with Liberia a long time ago.
We did. This is
so
true.
this idea has been known for a long time.
The Liberian Constitution almost completely is a mirror image of ours. It's almost
from parchment, right? It's not just the Constitution. It's from God, and it's a shared belief in that Creator and those specific rights that are bestowed upon them, and they come with duties, right? And I think for a long time we've had this post World War II consensus that like America is an experiment. It's a city on a hill. You had the George Bush second inaugural address where we're going to take this to the world, right? That's a failure. Neoconservatism was one of the most, I think, misguided and destructive ideologies that seeped into the right in just like American political history, and it's done untold damage. You've lost treasure, you've lost lives, and you've lost purpose. And for a long time, people talked about America as a melting pot. Multiculturalism does not produce a melting pot. It produces a pressure cooker from parchment, right? It's not just the Constitution. It's from God, and it's a shared belief in that Creator and those specific rights that are bestowed upon them, and they come with duties, right? And I think for a long time we've had this post World War II consensus.
Yeah, there are core values that there are not. You either assimilate or you don't.
Finally,
Turning Point USA takes a stand in Dearborn, Michigan.
there's some more people standing up against the Muslims that are trying to take over Dearborn, Michigan. Watch this.
Noah Mullins, Grand Rapids. Council, I have the privilege of serving as the Turning Point USA chapter president at Grand Valley State University in Allendale, Michigan, and I have traveled home tonight to speak with you because of how disturbed I am by recent events in this city. On September 8, 2025, leaders of this city made their allegiance clear. Osama Sablani is a terrorist sympathizer, full stop. I speak on behalf of Americans everywhere when I say that renaming the corner of Warren Avenue and Chase to honor this individual stands against everything this great country represents. Americans do not stand by silently when Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists slaughter innocent men, women, and children. Neither does Mr. Sablani. But instead of denouncing these terrorist organizations like Americans should, he describes Hamas as freedom fighters and describes the former leader of Hezbollah as a hero. I was born in this city and I no longer recognize my beloved Dearborn. On September 9th, Mayor Hammoud decided to add insult to injury and rebuke a Dearborn resident who brought to light this very issue. Mayor, know that your rebuke of me will fail to make me yield, and that you have revealed your true nature to all of us. As if these two events weren't enough, the city has also decided to not enforce their own noise ordinances by allowing the Islamic call to prayer from local mosques at times as early as 5:30 a.m. Men and women across America are waking up to the state of our city, and all eyes are on Dearborn. I'm a 22-year-old man, but I am willing to give all of myself, and even my life, to the defense of my land, my people, my Lord, and my future wife and children. My future wife and children deserve to live in a safe and prosperous Metro Detroit like I did growing up. If our region is to continue down the path of Dearborn and Hamtramck, what will become of us? Will our culture be diluted and erased like we are currently witnessing in Europe? The peoples of Europe are the siren call to us here in America. Do not let Islamic culture dominate our own. This is the unfortunate scenario we find ourselves in, but I am proud to be one of the many voices that will warn my fellow countrymen of this impending threat, starting in the city I was born, Dearborn. This city put the world on wheels and helped make the state of Michigan the powerhouse that it is. How then does it fall from such grace? It is because we have let this city be overrun by so-called leaders who don't adhere to the Christian and American values that made the West the greatest society the world has ever known. I will certainly use my voice to defend our way of life, and it shall not be silenced in life or in death. In ending, I say to those of you who will slander my character and drag my name through the press for what I have said here tonight, know this. To be Islamophobic is to fear Islam, and I will never fear it. As the great Nathan Hale once said, I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country. May the Lord Jesus Christ bless all of you, our great nation, and our brothers and sisters across the sea in Europe. Our Lady of the Rosary, pray for us. Thank you.
Thank you. For more content to help you with your Christian walk, be sure to follow, like, and subscribe. Finally, there's some more people standing up against the Muslims that are trying to take over Dearborn.
Yeah, not fear. That phobic part is not the right explanation. That's not the right terminology. It's always been an interesting phrase. What is this? Viral anti-Islam activist detained at UK airport facing terrorism charges for criticizing Islam. See if this is a different perspective on that same case.
I just got off the airplane with Ryan Williams, also known as Korean Bacon Guy.
Korean Bacon Guy. I wish they didn't have music back here because I'd like to play this clip.
Proud to be an Islamophobe. There's only one culture that makes
He's wearing bacon on his shoulder.
women cover their faces so other men don't rape them. Leave the
Yeah. If you have to make women cover their faces so you don't abuse them, that's a you problem, not a woman problem. That's a you problem. Control yourself.
Right as we went through customs,
I want to play this, but it's got music. I don't want to mess with it.
authorities were waiting and they apprehended him.
All right. Well, anyway, watch that on our Instagram feed. AOC, the new leader of the Democrat Party. Take a listen to her.
They're learning is that Democrats are weak.
The lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak, she says.
And that next time we just need to hurt working people and working Americans more to get them to fold. And I don't want them to learn that lesson.
Democrats hate you, folks. They absolutely hate you with a passion, and they've shown it time and time again. Using your pain, not as something to fix, but as a political currency, they can cash in to divide, conquer, and gather as much power as possible at your expense. They don't care about you. They're enthralled by how your struggle can be weaponized to justify giving themselves more control over your life. And that's exactly what we're seeing with AOC here. She's upset that Senate Democrats ended the shutdown because, in her worldview, the real problem isn't government dysfunction. It's that working Americans didn't suffer enough to produce the political pressure she wanted so she could get what she wants out of the deal.
The lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak, and that next time we just need to hurt working people and working Americans more to get them to fold. And I don't want them to learn that lesson.
Democrats hate you, folks. They absolutely hate you with a...
Oh, no, we learned that lesson because for no apparent reason, you shut the government down and you used vulnerable people as a pawn. We saw you for everything you are. You don't get to blame that on us. I'm not Republican. I'm just anti-Democrat. This is Representative Ro Khanna asked if Hakeem Jeffries, well, what to do since he took money from Jeffrey Epstein.
Comment on Hakeem Jeffries' campaign soliciting money from Jeffrey Epstein himself back in 2013.
It's the first time hearing about it, obviously.
Comer said it on the floor.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, you're just saying it, but obviously anyone who took money from him should return the money or didn't donate the money. And I
Did
don't.
he step down as leader?
I have to look at what you're saying. It's the first time hearing about it, but he should certainly return the money or donate the money. And it's the first time, honestly, hearing about it.
Any comment on Hakeem Jeffries' campaign soliciting money from Jeffrey Epstein himself back in 2013?
It's the first time hearing about it, obviously.
Comer said it on the floor.
Oh,
well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, you're just saying it, but
Ro Khanna seems to be like one of the reasonable Democrats, by the way. DC Drano says we have a new Marines video. It's a hype video that goes pretty hard. You can tell the focus has been shifted from diversity is our strength, which, by the way, that has never been the case. Shared values, shared customs, shared traditions, shared ideology, shared culture. That's what is cohesive about a community. If you have the same general guidelines on how you're going to hang out with each other, that's what makes a community, not diversity. You need to be on the same page. On a football team, you all need to be on the same page with the playbook. If the playbook is diverse, nobody knows what play they're running. and that's failure. So here you go. They shift the focus from diversity is our strength to K-ing bad guys is our strength.
For 250 years, we've had many names. Leatherneck, Jarhead, Jyree, the Standard.
I feel like those three. Dun, dun. Do you hear Nimbus purring, by the way? He's very happy that I just gave him lunch. Kenneth can AOC her making me a Manhattan. That sounds kind of good. Maybe.
But there's one name bestowed by our enemies. It depicts an indomitable fighting spirit. That we're ready at any time to go anywhere for anything our nation needs from us, with only one objective: to win. The name is a warning across time to anyone who stands against us, so they're not mistaken when they encounter a devil dog.
Damn.
Over two.
That's a far cry from dudes in dresses. Wow. Yeah, I know. I took a flyer on it. I mean, that's a government issued, that's a military issued piece of footage. I'm showing you what they're talking about. That's newsworthy. I should be covered under fair use authorization to show you a clip of that. Wow. Who is this? Avishagatheon. Who is this? Avishag. Anyway, this is about the left and the Muslims both going to Texas to try to change it.
Left and the Muslims are both going to Texas because if you can change the voting patterns of Texas and turn Texas blue, that's the end of America.
Yes.
You know, that's it. There's no more Republican Party ever from that point. You know, they've already got California. Texas has got the next biggest number of electoral college votes. The left are putting billions of dollars into Texas. The Muslims are flooding into Texas. That is exactly as Robert says. It's a stab at the heartland of America, but it's also taking the electoral college map into full account.
I would also say that, you know, when you talk about mosques springing up, this is, especially in a place like Texas, which is rather big on football, baseball, sports of all kinds. You know, the old adage, if you build it, they will come. So this infrastructure is being set up not to serve a existing population in a place like Texas, but a coming population. And already in some places it's pretty large, Dallas, Houston especially. But it's scheduled to go. And, you know, their birth rates typically are higher than the non-Muslim populations. And so it goes back to the point that both of these guys have made, that translates at some place in the trajectory into electoral dominance. And what we're just seeing, to remind you, I think there are two Muslim representatives in the Texas state legislature at the moment, the House. And these guys have churned out, as I think, dozens of bills or resolutions, at least, that were blithely adopted by the state legislature in its session that ended at the end of May, I think. And most of the guys who were voting on these things had no idea what was in them, let alone that the object is not narrowly to honor Ramadan. which was one of them. It's to assert the dominance of Muslims in a way that, there is no honoring of, the feast of some Hindu god or, Zoroastrians or others. It's all purposeful.
The left and the Muslims are both.
That's in Texas. Some of our regulars, they know all about what's happening in Texas.
Yes.
Is that right? Here's Dave Smith talking with Candace. They're, they're being very critical and maybe even out on President Trump and MAGA. Maybe
it's occupied. Everybody can see this is an occupied administration, and I love how they're. I think right now I'm trending on X over this. So Candace Owens says she regrets her vote. You're not going to shame me for saying everything you're doing is unacceptable. Try a mom on the Epstein stuff, okay? Try a mother. If you think I care more about loyalty to the MAGA cause than I care about pedophiles in positions of power getting away with it, you are out of your mind. You must have not listened to a single second of the Candace Owens podcast. You must have never listened to a thing I've ever said.
Name drop, advertisement.
If you think that I am that blind and dumb and loyal to any person, left or right, that I'm going to go, oh, okay, we got to let you go. Yes, it's occupied. Everybody can see this is an occupied administration. And I love how they're, I think right now I'm trending on X over this. So Candace Owens says she.
An occupied administration, she says. Do you agree or disagree with Candace that the President Trump administration is an occupied administration? And did the whole Epstein thing backfire on the Democrats? Agree or disagree with that? I don't know. We just got to see what's in them, huh? Or they just needed time to redact all the real stuff, all the scary, dangerous stuff, maybe. And that's going to be the accusation regardless, I think. There's going to be no amount of nothing's going to change people feeling the way that they feel about it. It just won't change. The suspicions are always going to be there. A lot of what we're going through now is just a lot of people suspicious of everything. And it's, to some degree, it's a good idea to be suspicious of everything. On another level, it's like you need some sort of North Star or guiding light, some true north to follow. It just seems like there's not a lot of that these days. And it's really complicated to try to figure out who's telling you the truth. Maybe everybody's lying. Maybe everything's true. I don't know. This is a triggered leftist harassing this reporter, Drea Humphrey, in Canada. David?
Independent media is like your only real media if you get. Excuse me.
Allowed permits to film on
excuse
campus?
me, sir.
Ma'am, were you allowed permits to film on campus?
Excuse me.
Were you allowed permits to film on
I'm
campus?
in the middle of doing a report.
That's fantastic. Were you allowed a permit by the campus, by the university?
This is a public place.
No, it's not. It's a private.
All right. Triggering.
On this campus that you did not receive. You're here without authorization.
All right, you guys.
Are you
kicking
people? No.
She's not kicking anyone. You guys are bullies. Move out of the way.
What a bunch of punk harassing idiots.
Hey,
ma'am, I'm asking you a question.
I'm doing.
You're a reporter.
I don't know
I'm
who
asking
you are.
a question.
Yeah, okay.
You're
well,
a
I'm the one who asks questions. I'm in the middle. You can wait. How about this? Why don't you wait until I'm done doing what I'm doing?
No, you don't show up unethically on this campus.
So
I am in charge of this campus. No, you ain't, sweetheart.
Oh, anyways.
And then disrespect the people that are here.
You know, it's sad. It really is sad. Like, to be so angry about the good news that there have not been 215 children's remains, and to ignore everything, all of the evidence that suggests there has been a manipulation with the tax dollars and what are being used, and to act like it's an us against them kind of thing, to say, hey, those kids didn't die. It's like the new form of Munchausen syndrome or something. Like they get a payoff from thinking these kids were murdered. Over 100 bands made the same false claims, meaning unproven, and not a single one has found a single body to date. Yet our university students believe that it's true. They don't have the facts. They don't have the reason. They just have the narrative, and they're so passionate about it. It's sick. It's concerning. But you know what? Things like this get people thinking, right? And that's what this is all about. You know, one of the ladies said, you know, this isn't the right space. Why don't you guys just come to the university and have a debate? I would love that. I have reached out so many times, of course, to the band, to the government to have these conversations. But I would love to have that debate. So I wanted to get her name. There she is. I'm going to try to get her name because she wants to facilitate that. I would love to, you know, maybe host that. We can have Dr. Francis Widdowson, all of those things. But I've ranted enough. There will be more at this at our special website called camloopsdocumentary.com.
So, yeah. We had a similar incident with Joel Pollack, the senior editor of Breitbart News, with the producer. I never got that guy's name, with the Comedy Central Daily Show in 2016 at the Republican convention outside the Milo Yiannopoulos Gay Republicans for Trump event. And they were trying to bully, they being Comedy Central's producers, were trying to bully Joel Pollack. Like, you can't be here. It's like, this is a public campus. I can be wherever the heck I want. A lot of bullies. The left are very, like, they're bullies. They're a bunch of bullies. That's that same clip I showed you earlier. Is this one edited and more of a quick fun?
President Trump, send ICE. Send ICE.
It's playing AC/DC Thunderstruck in the background.
Their visas, their H-1B chain migration invaders, and they
can't play it because of Thunderstruck in the background. Immigration without assimilation is invasion, period. Here's John Kirikow giving you some insight into what happened after 9/11. And it says here, ever wonder why Pentagon can't pass any of its audits? Well, take a listen. Okay.
My budget there was literally unlimited, and I spent millions.
Sounds like these prepaid Visa cards for illegal aliens. Unlimited budget. Unrunoutable. What is it? Unlimited funds?
Of dollars. But I took this young first tour case officer under my wing, and I told her, you're going to have the most important job in the station right now. You're going to be the head of finance. So every dollar that we spend, every dollar that we give to the Pakistanis, we have to account for it. And when the operation, in this case to catch Abu Zubaydah, is completed, we have to balance our books to the dollar. She said, okay. So as part of these operations, we bought more equipment than you can shake a stick at. Everything from battering rams to bulletproof vests to night vision goggles, guns, ammunition, secure communications, encrypted walkie-talkies, satellite dishes. And at the end of it, headquarters said, just throw it away or just give it to the Pakistanis. We don't want to bring it back. Wow. So I said to the Brigadier General that I was working with, Pakistani Brigadier General, General Mohammed, we would like to make a gift of all this equipment. He's like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. It's so advanced. My people don't have any of it. It was truckloads of equipment.
Crazy. You mean like we left a bunch of equipment in Afghanistan without any...
Well, it's better than that.
Yeah.
It's better than that. Truckloads we delivered to him. And then a couple of weeks later, I said to the colonel, who was my day-to-day contact, so glad you guys are going to be so well equipped with all the stuff that we turned over. He said, what stuff? I said, literally all the stuff, the guns, the ammo, the battering rams, the walkie-talkies, the satellites. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. The general just took it. And I can tell you what he did with it.
Wow. He probably sold it.
To the Taliban.
Right.
Of course.
Shocking.
That
of course he
is
did.
Absolutely crazy.
Sure. Because he wants to retire in a nice big house someday too.
So not only sometimes we directly arm Taliban, sometimes we indirectly arm Taliban. And then we fight them. How smart.
It's like we're living in a cuckoo clock. But these stories are important to get a grasp on how things have been happening, how things have been falling so by the wayside for so long. It's just, this is the mentality. I think I already played you this Jim Jordan clip. A little bit more about Governor Greg Abbott in Texas. I gave you the gist of this story, but here's a report from Real America's Voice.
Governor Greg Abbott in Texas has just declared CARE, which is also one of these tax-exempt organizations, so at least is indirectly getting incredible tax breaks, allowing to grow tax-free, to do all the things that CARE has been doing. It's been the mouthpiece for Hamas and for other groups like that in this country for a long time. Their connection to Hamas was established in a case in Florida many years ago. But in addition to that, now we just learned that CARE is sending $1,000 checks and has been sending $1,000 checks to a lot of the students who have been committing anti-Semitic protests on campus. Now Greg Abbott is saying that he's going to designate them as a terrorist group in Texas. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits there. I was interested in his response when CARE threatened to sue. He said, great, sue. Now we're going to get discovery of all of your funding sources if you sue. You might want to think twice, because the last time they did that, that's exactly what happened. We found out that they were connected to Hamas. I know you like this move, Matt.
Yeah, directed to Hamas via the Holy Land Five. They were listed as co-conspirators in that case. It's kind of an issue when you look at what's taking place over inside of Texas. And Abbott made that decision, I think, for a very good reason, because now they're not allowed to buy land or own buildings over in the state of Texas.
Yeah, they've these. I've had so many viewers and other people in Texas tell me about these growing compounds within the state, and I don't care if it's Muslim, if it's break off groups from the Mormons or what, to have a large major compound operating tax free, operating outside the law, no-go zones like we see in Europe. That's a bad thing. This isn't a confederacy of different places. I know the Democrats want to create a new confederacy. They did that once before. They're good at that. But I don't want to see that. I have no problem with religious communities wanting to establish a church or a mosque or a community center. That's fine. But when they have these roped off compounds where the law doesn't have any jurisdiction, that's a huge problem. Now, Governor Greg Abbott in Texas has just declared CARE, which is also one of these tax-exempt organizations, so at least is indirectly getting incredible tax breaks, allowing to grow tax-free, to do all the things that CARE has been doing. It's been the mouthpiece for Hamas and for other groups like that in this country for a long time. Their connection to Hamas was established in a case in Florida many years ago. But in addition to that, now we just learned that CARE is sending $1,000 checks and has been sending $1,000 checks to a lot of the students who have been committing anti-Semitic protests on campus. Now Greg Abbott is saying that he's going to designate them as a terrorist group in Texas. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits there. I was interested in his response when CARE threatened to sue. He said, great, sue. Now we're going to get discovery of all of your funding sources if you sue. You might want to think twice.
Okay, I think it repeated. Sorry about that. It moves really fast. Okay, so this is, I told you about this story. This is how classes start at Harvard.
Some of you will have seen
Larry Summers.
My statement of regret.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret.
Expressing my shame.
Expressing my shame.
With respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein.
With what I did in my communication with Mr. Epstein. You're not admitting to the other stuff yet. You're going to try to slink away to the private sector and hope that nothing comes of this, but I don't know if that's going to work.
And that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward and talk about the material in the class. Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame.
God, please. Would you now? What's Miss Muckraker say? Having discernment and trusting God's voice is so hot right now. That's how lame it is to follow the establishment at this point in history. Understanding it's a big club and you and I ain't in it. Bigger government isn't going to make your life better. Every new department, agency, or trillion-dollar bill somehow ends up making the connected richer, the middle class smaller, and the regular people more dependent and surveilled. That's a lot. Do you agree or disagree with it? I think that's pretty well said. This Mary Truths here, she's Mary Garcia. She says, to me, I just don't get it.
Me, I just don't get it. I really don't. It doesn't stick in my brain.
This is a legal immigrant's point of view, saying, I just don't understand what the other side's saying.
How you can be so ignorant about why there's an immigration crackdown. Like, do you not comprehend that we just had millions of people cross the border? Do you not know what that means in real time? I just had a family member get deported. Okay? We just had a family member get deported. So, in your logic, the liberal logic, I should be furious right now. But guess what? He got deported because he had an order of deportation. If you have an order of deportation, you are supposed to get deported. As a legal migrant whose family members are A, have gotten already deported, or B, could possibly get deported, I understand the immigration crackdown. So why don't you? Because A, we're in a first world country. B, this is a law and order country. And C, this is the richest country in the world. Therefore, it should be the safest as well. Period. To me, I just don't get it. I really don't.
It's a law and order country, but only if you follow law and order. Hello, Burr. What's up, Burr? Burr's over there in Bernie Kosar territory, near it anyhow. Bernie got former Browns quarterback, football legend, Bernie Kosar. Got a potentially life-saving liver transplant over the weekend. And Burr jumps in during our live streams of the Cleveland Browns games. Welcome, Burr. Burr says, I personally feel they have had enough time to remove what they want or need to. If there was anything against Trump, they would have used it already. So now all the Bills, Hillarys, and Toms can buy freedom. Yeah. Marion says, that was a BS apology from Larry Summers. Yeah, no, I'd like to get back to work. Yeah, I regret and I have shame about this talking with Mr. Epstein. Yeah, what else were you up to, pal? He still wants to teach the Utes. The Utes? Yeah, the Utes. Oh, the youths. Okay. Burr earns? No, that's Boo earns. That's a Mr. Burns joke from The Simpsons that Kenneth and I understand. You said, but he's still allowed to teach the Utes is the issue. Uh-huh. They protect their own, and high-level academia is a massive cesspool in many places. No, not every single teacher, but a lot of them. A lot of them are violent radicals. A lot of them. Scott Jennings here. He says, I'd like to congratulate my new friend, Doss Discourse, for accidentally joining the revolution of common sense last night regarding human rights all across the Middle East. It took some guts to go against the grain, but he did it. Mazel tov. It's kind of like a checkmate move from Scott Jennings here.
To me, this is when we look our weakest, when we buddy up with people who have had abhorrent records on human rights violations, particularly towards the women in their countries.
This is a criticism of Islamic governments, is it not?
It might be.
So who in the Middle East would you say is the most progressive on women's rights and other human rights?
That's so far from my point. I don't know how we ended
You
up
said
there.
we're buddying up with people who are bad to women. Who's good to women?
My point was always...
It's Israel. We can
always,
answer it. It's Israel.
Look,
Let's bottom.
To me,
look across the Middle East. Who treats women as actual humans and who treats them as garbage or trash or possessions? Forgive me for being a modern feminist. Yeah, there's your rebuttal. Oh, you're Islamophobic. No, I'm a modern feminist. I don't understand how women are treated. I don't understand how that is permitted anywhere. I guess I'm a modern feminist. I never knew. What am I, sixth wave feminist? Which one did I want to show you here? Andrew Torba says, I'm kind of done having foreigners and dual citizens tell me what an American is. ACLU says chain migration is an anti-immigration slur. Family reunification is how many immigrants have arrived in this country. What? Yeah, they used to be called anchor babies. And by the way, why don't you ask some people that work in the baby delivery departments about the travel tourism? You know, 2 non-Americans show up on a vacation, wink, wink, pop out a kid. Oh, American citizen. Now we get to go back. That doesn't, 2 non-Americans knocking out a kid on our soil doesn't make that kid an American. That's an issue that we're trying to get some clarification on, isn't it? But it's all baked into the illegal immigration scam run by the deep state Democrats to weaken our country, to destroy our country, to change it into something it never was. All for voting power, control, money. Jay Burton, though, responded to the ACLU and said, deportation is an anti-ICE scare term. Taxpayer-funded homecoming trip is what it's called when we return an illegal alien to his country of origin. Whoa, Nimbus, hey. Whoo, buddy, you're getting a little weak sauce here. Tommy. You can stay here if you want. You can go down if you want. Your call.
I think
was this David Kate says gay communism is being spread across colleges in Atlanta. Here's their conversation.
this has to be the funniest combinations of posters I've seen so far. So you have Refuse Fascism, which is an organization that's doing a sit-in right now outside the Capitol and around the White House and whatnot. Rainbow, right? Colors, and right next to it is Lenin with his fist up. So is this like a modern twist to communism? I think truly a lot of people do think that support all of this end up supporting this because they're under the impression that everybody's equal in a communist society, which is true. They are all equal, but
equally poor.
Equally poor, thank you, with no rights, no freedoms, no individuality. Nope. You're just one big group of equal people that don't have any rights like this. So
yeah, exactly. And it's funny because communism is supposed to be everyone's equal, but in Lenin style communism, it's a top down. So all they do is they rule you because he literally said in his book that people are too dumb to understand that they need a revolution. So we have to do it for them. We have to take the power. And do you think they ever give up power? Like, has there ever been any leader who's like, you go, what guys, I think things are good. I'm going to just disband my entire government.
Oh, Nimbus. Nimbus said, no more.
Give up all my powers so you can just keep going. Of course not.
It's the same thing every time.
Nimbus is my producer. He reached up and stepped on the space bar, which stopped that.
Regardless of how many times the
space bar. Look.
College students here will tell us that we're just voting for something new. That feels new. It's not new. It's something that's been going on for centuries, that's killed millions of people. It's just a new twist to it with a rainbow flag on to make people feel good about it. I think this has to be the...
Yeah, it's shocking that there are some people that just don't get it. All right, that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here, a part of the TNAM Daily Show. Burr, is this your first time jumping over to our TNAM Daily Show? We're just a bunch of little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, trying to separate fake news from fact. If you like the show, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Please be aware that we have a Patreon channel where people can subscribe and support independent journalism. We've been at it for 15 years, 1,900 videos on YouTube. Millions of views across these platforms. Please consider signing up on Patreon to be like, hey, I'll support this. I like the cut of your jib. We're also on Rumble and YouTube subscriptions. You can subscribe and become a member, whatever they call it. Everybody calls it something slightly different. But yeah, that's a great way to jump in and say, yep, once a month we'll kick in $5 or $15, $100, $1,000. I don't know. Some people have more money than time. And we're here for it. We're trying to make sense of the interesting stuff that's happening in our world. We don't catch every story, but if we miss something, tag us on Twitter, X at American_media_. Programming notes. We had 2 shows yesterday. One was the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. This one is for Burr, the Browns fan. We talked about Myles Garrett's historic season and the chance for him potentially setting the new sack record. The Browns defense and what will Shador bring us. Also talked some Guardians, Buckeyes, and Cavaliers. Then we also had our Strictly Football show where we looked across the last week of the NFL action and broke down what we learned in those games. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a show at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and that is going to be Strictly Football, the look ahead at the upcoming week, betting trends, and kind of set the stage for what is about to happen in the week of football. So we do a lot of different programming here. Yeah. Burr says, I did subscribe. Thank you, Burr. Appreciate you. Up there in Bernie Kosar land. Super appreciate you. Burr says, I will stop in more. Please do. If we didn't scare you away with the stories we're covering, but we're trying to cover what's happening. Trying to make sense of this. Kenneth, off the top rope with a super chat. What the buck? Kapow. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Super chat's always appreciated. Burr says, it's Amber, guys. LOL. My grandbabies call me Burr. Well, we call you Burr, too, because it's your screen name. We made John change his screen name. Well, we didn't make him. But because of the Trash Panda comment, I mentioned trash pandas. John was unfamiliar with the term. He made a graphic with some pandas in the trash. I said, no, a trash panda is a term for a raccoon. Because they look like little pandas, but they're in the trash. They're rifling through the rubbish. And I said, all right, here, we're the TNAM Trash Pandas. That's our softball team. We're a bunch of trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's what we do here. But yes, it's Amber. My grandbabies call me Burr. And about Shador Sanders and the freaking O-line, yeah, if they would give him some time to do something. Agreed. To anyone who doesn't know, Burr knows. Burr's like, stop calling me Burr. Only my grandbabies call me Burr. I'm going to call you Burr too because that's your name. All right, Amber says, it's just more fun. I've never said Burr to anybody unless it was really cold. Burr. In which case I say it 45 times. Brrr. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a little loopy here. Shador Sanders finally gets first team reps with the first team offense. Maybe that would help. Shocking. But let's see what we got. Let's do the best we can. I'm rooting for him. I rooted for Gabriel. I'm not going to root against anybody on the team. Burr says, no, it's fine. LOL. Good. Because I just read it, I glance, and I move along. It's just all these now. I'm juggling chainsaws and apples and snakes and bananas. I just, you got to be careful where you catch each one, and it's a lot to juggle. But yes, thank you all for being here. Subscribe to us in all the places. Burr, are you on any other social media sites? On X, the New American Media is at American_media_. If you want our football stuff, we have 2 sites on football. One is TNAM Football for the New American Media. TNAM Football, that's our Strictly Football show. The other is the Unhappy Hour _ if you're on X. X is a very important platform. Of course, subscribe on YouTube and Rumble, the New American Media. We're on Locals, the New American Media. All the things. Find us in all the places. The Unhappy Hour sports show is on Facebook, and it goes nonstop. We got a great group there. It's a private group. As Marion said, no, juggle apples only, no chainsaws. Well, where's the fun in that? How am I supposed to navigate this minefield of topics you're not allowed to have topics on? I'm sorry, you're not allowed to have opinions on these topics. Oh, it's a minefield. Talking about CA harming kids. Talking about radical Islam. All of these things. Not to mention what happens when we talk about health and human services. It's a very touchy topic that will get you banned very quickly on the social media sites. So yeah, everything is like juggling chainsaws. You got to be very careful what you say. And like I already established at the beginning of the program, I don't know what I say sometimes, which is dangerous, but that will also be my defense because I am focused on ring lights and scrolling tickers and messages. Messages, 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 mozzarella for you. Hey. Wow. I started off the show kind of loopy, and I'm going to end the show a little loopy. But here's the good news, everybody. I am not going to end the show. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to rebroadcast yesterday's program. So if, like Burr is talking about, Burr? Yes. For those of you in Rio Linda, California, I'm holding here in my formerly nicotine-stained fingers. Burr means amber. She's like, dude, I didn't know I was going to become a part of the show. Well, that's kind of the fun part of this show. Yeah, do. I'm over here. I can stop sharing this now. I'm over here in my bar. Ha ha ha. Burr is in the bar. And she brought her bear. Good grief. I like to get to know the regulars. I'm a bartender. We will talk to our regulars. And I serve pizza with topics on it. No, toppings, not topics. But thanks, Kenneth. And no apples on the pizza either. Although I do love a good pineapple Canadian bacon pizza. Salty and sweet. What a great combination. All right. So what I was saying is, to the people who are just now tuning in, I am going to replay yesterday's program to boost the numbers, let the advertisements play to show YouTube that we're a show worth watching. I humbly implore you to maybe leave a device, maybe an ancillary device. Leave it playing. If you watch yesterday's show, let it play on something. It boosts the numbers. It boosts the engagement. It helps the algorithm say, hey, the TNAM Daily Show is worth sharing with people. So without further delay, I'm going to kick this up on the screen. Hey, look at that. Nimbus. A big part of yesterday's program as well. So for now, signing out for everybody in the TNAM universe. I appreciate you. I love you. We'll talk to you again soon. Here is yesterday's program. Thank you all so very, very, very much. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. Where's the sound? Oh, the sound stopped. I didn't mute it. Why did it mute? That's weird. Can I don't know how to. Here we go. Try it again. Happy 12/12, everybody. That's the alarm for 12/12. And this is Nimbus. Hi, buddy. Thank you for being here. By the way, that phone alarm is giving me PTSD, but I'll get through it. This is a fun introduction to the show. Oh, he's purring like a banshee. Do banshees purr? I don't know. But if they could, this one would. Oh, look at him reaching for my finger. Look at him doing that. He's so cute. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. And this right here is I'm looking for it, TNAM Daily Show. Look at Nimbus. He reached for my hand. He reached for my arm. Look at, you see his paw? Here it is. Well, double pause. So that's the TNAM Daily Show. I'm trying to point over here to put the New American Media logo up. Oh, there we go. Now I have a second hand where I can do that. Hey, buddy. Let's make today National Go Adopt a Shelter Cat Day. Nimbus wasn't at a shelter, but a neighbor did find him wandering the neighborhood and said, "Brian, there's a cat in the laundry room." I said, "Okay, Ronald." Guess I got a cat now, huh? And that was like a long time ago with this guy. A long time ago. And he was being cuddly a moment ago, so I said, "You know what? You're going to join me today. You are going to join me on the program." Let's set him down. There we go. Let's get this out of the way. Cats on desks. It's a whole thing. They kind of love it, folks. They kind of love it. All right. So on today's program, what an intro. A cat hair on my face. Having a grand time. Feel free to check out the earlier show that we did, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. Special guest, Zach Barris, talking about all sorts of things. Bernie Kosar had a life-saving liver transplant, and we shared on X the GoFundMe for Bernie and for the family. The family of the Browns fan who passed away. And that liver has now been given to Bernie Kosar. We shared that link on the show and talked about Myles Garrett. Can he get the sack record for the Cleveland Browns? The Cleveland Guardians' successes from last season and what they should do in the offseason. Now the free agency is starting. Kyle Schwarber's visiting the Pirates. The Pirates, they're going to be buyers at the free agency period. Well, you got to do something to capitalize on having Paul Skeens. That's kind of like the same thing going through the front office minds about Myles Garrett and the great defense. It's like, can we just get some decent offense? We'd be winning a lot of games with decent offense. This defense is fantastic. Hello, Danette, saying I'm grinning. He's a cutie. Well, I'll just assume you're talking about Nimbus. All right. On today's program, health subsidies to Americans directly. Oh, Trash Panda. Now, Bill Clinton had a sack record. Well, Bill Clinton is definitely in the news right now. You wonder why. You wonder why the Trump administration has seemingly been, I don't know, pushing off, getting some distance between itself and the Epstein stuff. You wonder why it seems like he's running cover. Maybe for the Clintons. Maybe for the Clintons? It's hard to tell. You know, it's either the Clintons or it's Israel. Or it's just none of the above. But of course, we have updates on that as well. Yes, Danette, I know you meant the cat. Or did you? I do know that you meant the cat. But I'm going to make jokes otherwise. Yeah, I mean, he'll like, you cuddle him up in one arm and he's, I don't know. It's very sweet. It's super sweet. Big fan of him. All right. What else are we talking about today on the program? ICE deportation sweeps. They are in Charlotte. Operation Charlotte's Web. Great name. Hey, we're finding trafficked kids. That's good. Bill Maher and Patton Oswalt are sparring over common sense reality in politics and a whole bunch more. So without further ado, let's jump into today's program. Hit like, hit subscribe, Share the show on X, share the show on Facebook, copy the link, share it through text, invite some of your smart friends to join the program, and we're going to be a bunch of good little trash pandas rifling through the rubbish trying to separate fake news from fact on today's episode of the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Quick reminder. Where do I scroll to do this? The cat. It just still says the cat. Brian the Cat Engelman. I've been called worse. I've been called a synonym for cat. Brian the synonym Engelman. Trash Panda, been missing you, Danette. Trash Panda says. Question is, does Danette have earbuds yet? You have a bit of a chronic losing your earbud situation going on. Yeah? I believe that's what you said. All right. Well, yeah, and that was going to be, I almost made this the topic of the day. Checkmate Trump, ? Something along those lines. But in a way, I'm tired of headlining things about Epstein, and I did just have an Epstein headline yesterday, so I didn't want two in a row. But it could have easily been. That whole blast package. Remember the blast package? Bill Clinton had a sack record. I mean, come on. That's solid. I'm on speaker. Who's on speaker? At least I'm not on mute. Am I in speakerphone? Oh, no. Sorry. You mean the show is on speaker. Okay, cool. Excellent. You work from home now. Congrats. Is that going well? I remember you were, there was a thing that you were sifting through. Hopefully you've ended up in a spot that's amiable to your situation. That is the hope. So yeah, I did a show earlier today. Please check it out, the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. And then today at 6 o'clock, we're going to be doing another episode of Strictly Football with myself, Mike Barra, as Jim Mitchell and Ezrael Robinson. Please check out Strictly Football here on the TNAM Network. Yeah, working from home is awesome. What do I do here? But part of my work is definitely putting tip jars out if you enjoy my bartendering. We do have super chats and Rumble rants and subscriptions on YouTube, Rumble, and Patreon. Great ways to show some appreciation, as well as PayPal. That's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen if you want to just press pause and shoot something over, or Venmo and Cash App at Brian Engelman. So let's get into the news, shall we? Let's start off with our Instagram stories, and then we're going to bounce over to our X feed. Oh, that was new. All right, here we go. This is Ben Berkwam and a conversation about Epic City or Epic Warning. Steve Bannon here on Real America's Voice, War Room. Volume.
I was just in where this new proposed Epic City.
And this is where you guys are in Texas, right? Danette, you're down there. John, Marion, you're down there. We get a lot of Texas watchers, don't we now? Epic City. Thoughts on Epic City?
Is planned to be. Now they're calling it the Meadow, but people don't realize there's already an Epic City. It's called Plano, Texas. Many parts of Texas have already been taken over by jihad. And this is what's scary to me is you go to these places. I was just down there in Josephine, and you go to some of the neighbors, and they are terrified. They're either terrified or they've already left. And so there's this movement, and this all goes back to the left, radical left in America.
You know, I was thinking about this. Okay, so Dearborn, Michigan, Plano, Texas, these places that have becoming Islamified. What does that mean? It's not just like, okay, well, you're a Christian, you're a Baptist, you're a Catholic, you're a Lutheran, you're a Protestant, you're Reformed, you're this, you're that. And it's like, you know, I have my version of things. I got, you know, there's certain things I'm into and certain things, whatever. That thing, the Islamification is, I am here. I want the largest family possible to multiply, to create more of me, to take over this area. And then we want to take over more area and then take over more area until the entire planet is the way that we want things to be. That's not melting pot. That's not tolerance. That is a suicide pact. That is guaranteeing a collapse of the country that allows people in that are not showing up to assimilate. Oh, there's no borders. Let everybody in. No. You do not come in here and change the culture. You do not turn this into a narco state. You do not turn this into an Islamified 7th century civil rights violating I don't even know how to finish that. Sharia laws are not compatible with U.S. laws. We know it. All we have to do is identify it, discuss it, name it. But what do you do about it? Ben Berkwam is saying the neighbors are terrified or they've moved away. So it's okay. So they win and then they win and then they win and then they win. Then you have London. You have all of the UK. They've been invaded by military-aged men. Organized by who? Obama, the UN. Pick your favorite jihadi. Did you just call Obama a jihadi? Well, you tell me who was funding ISIS. You tell me where that was coming from. John McCain and Obama and, oh no, moderate rebels are being armed. Oh, are they? Are you arming both sides so that the bankers can get rich? One of the tales as old as time. The forced migration, resettlement, invasion. Remember, immigration without assimilation is an invasion. So to all you open border people, grow up. There is no such thing. You have guidelines, you have rules and regulations within your place. You have every right to run your HOA how you want. And if people are trying to become U.S. citizens, there are pathways you must go through. But then go through the pathways. How does that deal with taqiyya? That's in Islam where they lie to your face and they hate you and want to change you and overthrow you. And then take money from you or end you. Yeah, but that's not all of Islam. Oh. Then you unpack that one for me. I got nothing to add to that. You unpack that for me. How much risk are you willing to take that the people who are coming in to change your city, to change your state, to change your country? Think of the squad, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. Now, there's probably a couple others. Do these people represent America? Do these people represent the values of the people of that state, or did they figure out how to take over specific areas with their enclaves, their voting blocks, to fundamentally transform the United States of America into something it never was and never will be? What do you do? How do you stop it once it's there? How do you reverse course? What does that look like? I don't know. We know the Affordable Care Act doesn't work. What's the alternative? What's the plan to stop the out of control expenses? I don't know. What is it? What is the plan? I'm all ears. Very scary for Texas, says Marion. Oh, it certainly is. Very, very scary for Texas.
Weaponizing the media against people that speak up, saying, you know what, if I don't want the Muslim Brotherhood in my neighborhood, well, now somehow I'm a xenophobe.
Or a racist, or a transphobe, or a sexist, or a misogynist, or a ist, or a phobic, or this, or oh, name call, name call, name call. I'm pro-America, and the stuff that's antithetical to that, and that's anyone pushing any Sharia, that's antithetical. Oil and water does not blend. America is not your melting pot. America is a place that you come to participate in being American. You want to be a foreigner bringing foreign ideas and foreign policies and foreign ideals and foreign laws to fundamentally transform our country? Sorry, country's full. Go back. What? It's my right to overthrow your way of life. It ain't your right to do that. It ain't your right to do that. It's our right to repel invaders who are trying to change our way of life. Our way of life. Are you talking about men? You're so sexist. No, I'm talking about Americans. Oh, you're talking about white people. No, I'm talking about Americans. Yeah, but there are plenty of Islamic Americans. Okay. Dinette says we have a multifaceted war against us, and it's not just the military-aged men. It's also Israel, the devaluation of our dollar, and so much more. Oh, I mean, it's all systems go. We're out of the warning stage. We're into the hot phase. It's here. The blob has arrived. I can't believe you call immigrants blobs. Shut up. I'm hearing that little voice of like the triggered lib on my shoulder. People pushing anti-civil liberty garbage is a blob, yes. Regardless of where you're at. Regardless of where you hail from. It's not just one place. It's not just one religion. America is supposed to be a tolerant place of people who are going to respect the American way of life. Not tolerant of people who are trying to screw us over, steal from us, overthrow us, replace us. We have no obligation to go down that path. No obligation.
There is this ideology that is a death sentence for our country if we don't wake up and have the courage to call it out and stand up and say our Constitution is set to give us freedoms. It's not set to slit our throats. And that's what's happening in Texas right now.
There you go.
Right now, the Democrat Party is controlled, and I like to use stools as an example, the three-legged stool of the Democrat Party.
Well, you got a three-legged stool, but you could have just stopped with stool. The Democrat Party is similar to stool. And here's a sample. Here's an example.
The most powerful, influential
stool sample. I'm calling them poop.
Forces in the Democrat Party right now are Islamic Jihad, communism, and the cartels. And all
that's an unholy trifecta.
three of those forces are driving the Democrat Party, and the Democrat Party uses them when it's advantageous to them. But it's not, you won't see, when I say the cartels lead them, you won't see the cartel out in front of them. What you have is the Catholic Charities out in front of them. Just like in Chicago right now, all of these protests being led by so-called clergy. That's the same clergy from Catholic Charities that was profiting off the trafficking of children under Joe Biden. So you
Thank you. The Catholic Charities, the Jewish Family Services, who, by the way, were very helpful with my foster child in Los Angeles. They made a nice donation. I think that donation was so that he could pay, God, I don't even remember how much it was. I think it was north of $500, close to $1,000 maybe. Trying to remember exactly, but it was a week at camp. That shit ain't free. And I remember Jewish Family Services did that. But yeah, a lot of people under the guise of compassion and fill in the blank with your positive superlatives. Catholic charities, Jewish charities, globalist charities, NGOs, you know. We got our Halloween mask, and then we take our Halloween mask off. We are what we are. Making money off of this. Oh, there's a crisis. There's no crisis. Money is being taken from the sovereign citizens of the nation to replace the citizens of the sovereign nations with invaders. Uninvited invaders. Well, no, someone invited them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not the communities. No, see, this is all very high-level puppeteering. And you saw this ramp up under who? Barack Hussein Obama.
Send out
a chance to fundamentally transform the United States, if you will. Huh. Well, you're getting your wish now, aren't you, fancy pants?
Good-looking faces, but it's really the cartels that are behind it. And the same is true for the Islamic community. You have CARE go out there on behalf of the Muslim Brotherhood to try to neuter the truth about these groups. But that is who is leading the Democrat Party. We need to come to terms to that, and we have to understand there is no more compromise. It is defeat. One side is going to be defeated. It's either us or them.
It's either us or them. And yes, Islam is the blob. Its goal is a caliphate across the world. Now, you could say Christianity wants to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the true and only Lord and Savior. You can believe differently, and that's fine. See, I've never been taught to kill the infidel that doesn't believe in Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior, who died on the cross and rose 3 days later. Repentance and payment for our sins, our stuff we're born with, our immorality, our inability to live perfectly. If you don't buy that story, I've never once been taught to destroy you, steal from you, or slit your throat. I've never been told that. Can you say the same about Islam? Well, no, it's not Islam. It's radical Islam. Is it radical Islam or is it honest Islam? How do you want to define it? There's a question of the day in the comments section. QOTD. The type of Sharia law promoting, civil liberty violating, conquer the earth and destroy anyone who gets in our path type of Islam. Is that radical Islam? Or is that honest Islam? Type it in the comments. Because after 9/11, it's like, no, you can't like cast a broad net over everybody in Islam. Not everybody's like that. It's just a small select group. It's just the radicals. There's only radicals. We're not talking about Islam. We're not talking about Muslims. We're talking about radicals. But when you read the holy writings, what's radical about reading what's printed? What's printed is a guide for war. What's printed is a guide for a caliphate to conquer every human through subjugation, slavery, threats, or ultimate warfare. Trash Panda says, it's all the same, and you consider it evil. Marion says, I think it's honest Islam, not radical, it's just honest. We didn't write these words. So what do? How do you reverse course? Can you reverse course? And if so, how?
Yeah, just real quick on Texas. So I was just in where this new proposed Epic City is planned to be. Now they're calling it the Meadow. But
okay, that was the beginning of the clip. So we got a few stories on this topic today. Charlie Kirk. Okay, somebody took him off of the earth. So I'm going to share more about him. He says, why don't we
talk about Islam, actually?
Talk about Islam.
The religion of a billion people, that many of whom are taking over the entire European continent.
And can we put to bed when you say that word, to say, oh, the religion of peace? Can we please put like that? That is officially retired, right? Whoever came up with that marketing strategy, that's done, right? That's never spoken without laughter or pushback anymore. That's like saying the Cleveland Indians, the franchise of competence. There's nothing competent about the Cleveland Browns franchise. Yes, we had a good draft last year. Sitting at the season 2-8. Terrible. No, but it's not a peaceful movement. It's a military ideology. It's a political strategy of domination cloaked in religion.
And we're about to have a Muslim mayor of New York City, and we have no idea what they believe or what it is. And so should Christians care about this, Nathan? I mean, some pastors say, well, they believe different stuff than we believe. And how should we think about Islam?
You should read how the first 1,000 years of pastors and thinkers in the church, like the patristics, how they thought about Islam. It's actually pretty shocking, because Islam hasn't really changed all that much. It's still very militant. I think that
I'm sorry, I don't know who this person is that's speaking. It doesn't say in the comments, but this is shared from the Charlie Kirk Show, 1776. I don't think it's a official account. I don't know. End of the day, you want the cliff notes, you want the bullet points. I see Charlie Kirk stuff, I press play. I throw it in the stack and we share it. Because fuck you. You don't get to take him off the chessboard. You don't win. No. I'm not going to stop showing Charlie Kirk content. I'm going to show more Charlie Kirk content. We all need that ideology. David says, any form of it doesn't make any sense about Islam. Danette says, that's exactly where we are now. They'll label us who stand up against this as radicals too. Oh, yeah. Look at the gaslighting of the third Obama term. They called it Biden-Harris. Make no mistake, that was Barack Hussein Obama, third term. Up was down, left was right, right was wrong, wrong was right. Men can have babies. Islam is peaceful. The border's secure. We have health freedom. Like everything was just a lie. Almost everything out of the leftist mouth. Communist, Marxist, socialist, Democrat, globalist, whatever you want to call it. Trash Panda wants to get the deportations up. And Danette says, this would be a good time to be a good ambassador of Christ. What does that mean exactly, if you could define that? A good ambassador of Christ. Anyway, the conversation continues about Islam always being militant. It hasn't changed.
That dismissing it as just another religion is naive. It is incredibly politically and ideologically and militantly driven in a way that, like, for example, Buddhism is just not. So not all religions are the same. So
not all religions are created equal. I've never been, not once have I ever been instructed in Christianity to wage warfare, to go conquer and destroy my enemies, to take a single-digit aged bride. Not once have I gone through any teachings that have given me any ideas like that. Not once. That's the Christianity I know. That's the Christianity I defend and support and align with.
So it's naive to kind of classify, it's a religion and it just goes in this closet. It's like Islam is not like that. I think it is a political ideology that it's a religion, political ideology that is inseparable from those two things, and it's militant.
Okay, why don't we talk about Islam, actually?
Right.
All right. Charlie Kirk. Sean Ryan here. For the first time, Charlie Kirk's head of security goes public in an exclusive sit-down with Sean, breaking down the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Heard that bullet slap him.
Oh, there's music. He says, I jumped down on top of Charlie. I was on him, almost face to face. When I was doing that, I went down. I could see the wound. I immediately shoved my hand into the wound to stop the bleeding, and it was still coming out enough that it squirted through my fingers, and I could taste it on my lips. God! And we're pulling back away, thinking, damn, this is bad. We're doing pressure control there, and it's a carotid artery. You can't use a tourniquet. It's obviously, pray. You have 15 seconds, and from the time it happened to the time we were picking him up, some horrible realities of it, too. When I jumped down on him, he had doll's eyes. I was like, man, these are wounds incompatible with life, Oh, there's a comment. Violating that gag order like a boss. A lot of the comments are asking about the blood. What do you guys think about the blood? They're all saying, where's the blood? Where was the blood? It's weird when they're carrying Charlie to the car, there wasn't blood on anyone. What is the story with that? They said no one had blood on him. No one tried to save Charlie. No one tried to take the EMT kit when they tried to hand it to him. They were putting Charlie in the SUV. A lot of questions need to be answered. They're saying show the footage from behind that you took. No blood anywhere to be seen. Eye contact says it all. I'm just running through comments. Moments like these, I wish Sean would ask more questions. None of these guys had any blood on their hands as they were moving to the SUV. He had zero blood anywhere, even on his white shoes. The story doesn't match what we've seen. This person, pretty sure Sean is a controlled op, and this interview just proves it. No one believes the narrative. They're saying Charlie ain't gone. No one in the security detail or his friends flinched. Nobody ducked. They knew they weren't in danger and it wasn't an active shooter. That's all they're going to say. Anyone who saw the video could see it oozing out, the blood, extremely quickly. I think they lied to give people hope, but I doubt he was alive more than a few seconds after it. Asking him, what did you hand off to that other person? Good acting, good script, probably funded by the U.S. and written by Israel, because yes, Israel will get blamed for everything. So yeah, lots of comments about the blood. Guy had meta glasses, recording camera angles, no footage available. The whole thing is sus. You could tell he was gone before he even hit the ground in that first video they put out. I was driving a truck at work, and my coworker showed me a video. And the first thing I said is, he's gone. If he isn't, it's a miracle. I don't understand why there's so much conspiracy surrounding it. Like, where was the blood? Why wasn't blood everyone covered in blood? Where was the exit wound, folks? We don't live in a video game or a movie. There are 5 liters of blood in the average person's body. That's 2.5 large plastic soda bottles. If you lose 1 bottle of soda's worth of blood, you're gone. Your heart can't pump it anymore. When the artery is completely severed, it doesn't spray. It gushes. When a bullet hits soft tissue, it doesn't make it explode. It stretches and jiggles. This is getting graphic, but I'll wrap it up on this one. It dumps a lot of energy in soft tissue. If he was shooting his grandpa's old Mauser, 30-06, it was probably using lead soft points. They dump all the energy and deform or break up upon impact. He says he worked at a butcher shop during hunting season and have picked dozens of 30-06 bullets out of rib cages on deer. If your round goes through the deer, it means you have energy that wasn't transferred to the target, so they designed them to do that. It could stop in a neck very reasonably. Well, that was a well-thought-out response, and so I'm sure they'll get ratioed. Where was the required ambulance on standby? Something's wrong in this situation. Is Sean a plant? It's a new day. What do we think? What do we think of Charlie, Kirk? What do we think of the situation? What's our latest? Any new questions? Any new revelations? Danette explains, leading with the teachings of Christ, exactly where we are in our relationship with Christ. Treat everyone like we want to be treated. Let the seeds be planted. It's not on us to make sure that they grow. Yeah, I remember Glenn Beck used to talk about something similar, and he would say, it's my job to wake people up. I got to wake people up. And it's like he said, he changed tune at some point during the housing crash era. He's like, get on, don't get on. I don't care. I'm talking to the people that are with the program. You come find me when you're ready. I can't spend all my time convincing you to hop on the boat. Like the shore is about to fall apart. Like, jump on while you still can. You don't want to jump? You don't jump. Swim out to me if you can. But we got to get going. Who is Yo-Yo Ma? Kenneth dropping a Yo-Yo Ma. What is tungsten or wolfram? That is correct. Okay, ICE is discussing a new operation here. It's going to be saving kids. Did you vote for this? I voted for this.
Fox News alert, ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children that the Biden administration placed with unvetted sponsors, some of whom were sex traffickers, gang members, and abusers.
Oh my God.
The Trump administration has already located more than 24,400 children, and some of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking, like this one. A 1-year-old unaccompanied minor crossed the border during the Obama administration. That little girl is now 12 years old. During her 11 years in America, she lived with a series of relatives and endured horrifying abuse. According to Fox's Brooke Taylor, she was found in the custody of 2 sisters who have now been arrested. The 12-year-old was found, quote, with injuries all over her body, extreme malnutrition, and an infected gash on her head, and zip ties around her wrist. Among those who abused this innocent child were her one. Fox News alert, ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children.
Oh, sorry, there's that second part here.
Time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in
distant uncle abusing them.
2024, despite being an illegal immigrant with a criminal conviction. That sponsor, that alleged abuser, was given temporary protected status by the Biden administration. Why? Here is video that Brooke Taylor obtained of the Trump administration arresting that man just yesterday. This is just one of the nearly 500,000 children that the Trump administration is seeking to protect. And this operation comes after the administration announced that Operation Dirtbag, conducted in partnership with the state of Florida, resulted in the arrest of 230 criminal illegal immigrants, including 150 sexual predators. Here was Deputy ICE Director Madison Sheehan announcing that development.
In just 10 days, we've been able to remove, in partnership with the state of Florida, over 230 of the worst heinous criminals from their streets.
Our time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in 2024.
Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you that that is the criminal illegal aliens who they have let run free in our communities, but not this group of law enforcement. We know that it's the children that is our job to protect. Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you.
Operation Home for the Holidays.
Too much music. I would love to lead a revolution that will change. Go ahead and pull a Rupar on me. Clip that out of context. Brian wants to lead a revolution. So you say you want to evolution. Well, you know. Copyright claim. You sang a second of a song by the Beatles. Ah. I'd like to lead a revolution in how we handle copyright disputes with music. With Recording Industry Association of America, ASCAP, BMI. It's a world I used to live in. I worked at the world's largest talent agency in the Music Central department, worked in the contracts department, worked on several different desks, all that jazz. There's got to be a better way than how YouTube's handling this. Has to be a better way. I still feel like this ICE charade is a cover for the real child abusers, which is the deep state and everyone on the Epstein list. Can you elaborate on that? The ICE charade. Can you elaborate on that?
Was a U.S. Marshals led.
Okay, I can't with the music, but as part of Operation Home for the Holidays, FBI Jacksonville and our partners located or recovered 122 children across Florida and in 9 other states, ranging in age from 23 months to 17 years old. A portion of these youth disclosed experiences relating to various types of abuse and proximity to other criminal activity. On Friday, this from Toria Brook. All these are from Toria Brook. On Friday, federal authorities apprehended a man in El Campo after an event on Wharton Street led law enforcement to a Roberts Street resident.
Get out. Show me your head. Show me your head. Lights. Okay, on the ground. Lights. I'm not fed. I'm not resisting. You're not resisting. My medicine. And I got bad shoulder. These guys.
Kenneth, by the way, as I'm scrolling in the comments, someone's asking if have you been seeing Army and Navy choppers all over Florida? Have you seen any of that? Fighter jets too, lots of choppers. Is that normal? Just ear to the railroad track. Someone commented that. Curious if you've seen any interesting aerial activity, Kenneth. There you go. DHS and ICE agents attempting to execute an immigration warrant on 41-year-old Victor Reveles pursued him when he fled on foot, abandoning his truck and trailer. He presented them with his medication. The people inside, not him, demanded to see a warrant.
You don't have any. No, a son. I don't have a son. I have my 2 daughters.
My boyfriend is in the room. He's sleeping.
There's a boyfriend sleeping in the bathroom.
He's in the room. The last floor to the right.
Why don't you guys sit down? Can you show me? Can you show me the warrant? He's not in that room, sir. He's in the last
room to the right.
Another man inside is removed from the house as well and then questioned.
Anything to do with this, y'all? You are stupid.
Rapper Nicki Minaj.
This from Fox News. Nicki Minaj joins Ambassador Mike Waltz. Look at that at a conference highlighting the persecution of Christians
I
in
just set to
Nigeria.
speak alongside U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Mike Waltz at a conference addressing the persecution of Christians in Nigeria. Waltz saying, quote, "I look forward to standing with her as we discuss the steps the president and his administration are taking to end the persecution of our Christian brothers and sisters." The conference coming after Minaj thanked the Trump administration for designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
It's a very particular concern, but man, Fox is really going heavy with the music here. I might not be able to play this either.
For religious freedom violations. So far this year, more than
7,000 Christians have been killed in 2025. That's not acceptable. This is Islam killing Christians. Islamists attacking Christians. 125,000 killed since 2009. That's atrocious. Larger than the Ohio State Buckeyes Stadium. 19,000 churches burned since 2009. There's your genocide. No, the real genocide's in Gaza. In Gaza, you're seeing a war play out because the Gazans started a war. Nope, it's a genocide. Okay. 19,000 churches burned in 16 years. More than 1,000 churches a year have been burned. A mosque a week is going up in Texas. What do you think is happening here, people? And what is the plan? What is the plan? What does it look like?
have been murdered in the West African country. Rapper Nicki Minaj is set to speak. The president.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins talking about China doing new stuff.
Has said over and over that he will not leave our soybean farmers and frankly our farmers in general out in the cold on this. He has been absolutely resolute and almost a dog on a bone, making sure that our soybean farmers and other farmers are at the top of all these trade deals, and certainly Secretary Bessent has as well. So I listened with interest to Scott over the weekend with you and last week, saying we're still very confident that when the Chinese committed to buying 12 metric tons, that they are going to do that, 12 million. And so I see that moving forward. They have begun to buy a little. I think the nervousness comes in is that 12 million is a lot, and we've already, I think, just got about 330,000 out. But we'll get there, and I think the president has said over and over his relationship with President Xi is very strong. Secretary Bessent, we're going to get that deal signed. It's not even signed yet, and then we're off to the races. So I think
Secretary Rollins saying beef prices will come down by spring. How much is beef where you're at? It's like $8.99 for a pound. Is it a pound or 2 pounds? It's 1 pound of organic grass-fed beef, ground beef. Yeah, beef prices coming down sounds fantastic. My understanding before, I haven't heard a lot of people discussing it recently, but my understanding was that part of the reason why the beef prices are so high are because of processing plants. We need more places. Like that guy in the comments that said I worked processing deer and I had to remove many 20-06, shell casing or rounds from the deer. My understanding is that it was that we need better processing facilities. If that's the case, let's get on with it. Why can't we build some more of those? And part of it's probably going to be unwinding 12 years of chaos caused by Obama and his cronies trying to demonize meat. All the green initiatives that they've been pushing. $8.99 for you as well. Yeah, all right. Well, I don't feel so bad then. Really need to get like a quarter cow and just get a standalone freezer. That might be the way to go. What is this? Who is next? Comey, Ray, Pelosi. Who is next? David's always asking for the arrests. Where are the arrests? Christopher Wray, Nancy Pelosi. Who's next? Toria Brooks says Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has departed for the United States. This was yesterday, where he's likely to press for security guarantees and advanced weaponry. The Saudis want advanced weapons. Toria Brooks says, following the Trump model, UK Home Secretary Sabina Mahmood stated she is considering imposing sanctions against Angola, Namibia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mahmoud says that part of her extensive migration reforms, as part of it, she may impose sanctions on all citizens of these countries attempting to enter the UK if they do not improve cooperation in accepting back their deported citizens. Romania, the largest Christmas market in Europe, just opened in Craiova, spanning over 280,000 square meters. That's Romania. By the way, you better have some security detail against who? Oh, those peaceful people that just want to be peaceful and not attack Christians. Oh, wait, it's opposite day. You better have security. I could do without the music. Oh, that's cool. You got Santa flying in the sky from a zip line. It's better with music. You can't play it if there's music. Music does add. Yeah, well, where's the fragile leg lamp? It's not Christmas without a leg lamp. Can only play like 2 or 3 hits of the notes. Yeah, we've lost a little bit of wonder. I'd love to get some of that back. Yeah, can we do more of this in the United States, please? That looks cool. Insider paper says Donald Trump's would-be assassin Thomas Crooks appears to have used they-them pronouns, despite being only one person, on a website known for hosting pornographic furry material, according to the Daily Mail. Split personality disorder, perhaps? I don't know who... Kevin Cork. Is he one of the guys on the... Anyway, I'm already here, so read it. For I, the Lord your God, hold your right hand. It is I who say to you, fear not. I am the one who helps you. Isaiah 41:13. All right, that's the Toria Brooke Daily Drop. Is this a duplicate? Duplicate, yes. All right, here's Bill Maher correcting Patton Oswalt. I think I have a longer clip of this, so I'm going to skip past it and get to the longer one. All right, look, I think all of the lifting up rocks and seeing the worms underneath, trying to scour the bowels of the internet, it's all important. I appreciate Candace Owens, anybody investigating the Charlie Kirk situation. This girl here, she kind of sums up the Erica Kirk thing. What is this lady? It's Lily Kate. Not super familiar with her. Yeah, well, you're following her. I follow, like, if I find one story that I share or if something looks interesting, I'll follow a lot of the time. But this really is, thanks, Obama. Erica Kirk is getting dragged no matter what she does or what she doesn't do. And I think this is laid out pretty well.
She cries, she's acting. If she doesn't cry, she's not.
Doggone music. I really don't want to be the one to read this. But if I don't read it, that piano music's going to get me a copyright strike. Sorry, guys, I don't make the rules. I wish I did. So I would get rid of this absurdity immediately. If she cries, why is she crying? It's fake. If she doesn't cry, why isn't she crying? That's fake. If she hugs a friend on stage, well, they're obviously having an affair. If she wears leather pants, she's a fake, grieving widow grifter. As if mourning has a dress code. Most widows don't have the entire world laughing at them. Erica has been met with every single one of her actions coming evidence of Candace Owens and others alike. Drag Erica into accusing her of being complicit in the murder of her husband, but Erica herself said, we're all trying to process this in our own way, and I appreciate that, but some grace would be nice. Nick Fuentes slammed Erica's leadership. I'm getting this vibe from her that she's very fake, a little gratuitous. Behind the rumors and behind the headlines, Let me just go side by side here since I can't play it. But behind the headlines, there are kids, a community, and a widow who just had their lives uprooted. Grief is not a spectacle. It is completely human. And by the way, Erica has been treated nothing but deplorable, despicable. Give her a little grace. I think that's kind of fair. All right, libs of TikTok reporting, oh, here we go, Muslim students at DePaul University in Chicago. They're reporting this, that they choose to occupy their campus library to conduct their prayer, despite the university designating multiple prayer rooms in a mosque next door.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu liman hamidah.
What are the comments? Do we get any additional students were bothered and concerned? It's not a prayer, it's a passive-aggressive war. It's a show of dominance. It's a middle finger. It's a threat. It's a go ahead, try. We'll come after you if you try to stop us from doing this, and we're going to do it everywhere to intimidate you, to threaten you, tacitly, implicitly. We'll however you want to describe it. It's a threat. It's a warning, and it's a marking of territory. Is DePaul University a Catholic school? Isn't this intimidation? They're capturing territory, one room at a time, one city at a time. They have said this loud and clear. They are not hiding it. These are comments here. This is the act of aggression, not worship. Tim says, how many times do I have to say it? Our tolerance is their weapon. Walter, it's only going to get worse. Feisty, they will continue to keep pushing themselves on the rest of us as long as we continue to allow this. Big Dave says, Jesus is Lord. Super Magella says they need to be suspended. Sorry, this is disrespectful, especially since they have prayer rooms. They're doing it on purpose for negative attention and to provoke so they can play the victims. What a joke. Shout out to DePaulistan. JWAP says, Christ is the only God. Repent now. The university did what already for them? I've never heard of a university giving a safe space for Christians. William, isn't this a Catholic university? Kevin says, yeah, this is their middle finger. They do it, Feisty says, they do it on purpose. How triggered would they be if others prayed from a different religion? They would be beyond triggered. So, it's here. Also, the looming Epstein votes are here. Benny Johnson says release it all. Here's President Trump on his call for House Republicans to vote to make the Epstein files public. Here we go.
Urged House Republicans to vote in favor of this Epstein release bill they're going to vote on tomorrow. I just want to be super clear on your position. Do you want to see that pass the Senate? Would you sign that bill if it gets to your desk?
I do want to. Here's what I want. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. You look at this Reid Hoffman, you look at Larry Summers, Bill Clinton. They went.
Imagine being these people that are repeatedly being called out. Like, it's quite the TikTok thing going right now.
To his island all the time, and many others. They're all Democrats. All I want is for people to recognize the great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower, on energy, on ending 8 wars, and another one coming pretty soon, I believe. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. So I'm all for it. You know, we've already given 50,000 pages. You do know that. Unfortunately, like with the Kennedy situation, with the Martin Luther King situation, not to put Jeffrey Epstein in the same category, But no matter what we give, it's never enough. You know, with Kennedy, we gave everything and it wasn't enough. With Martin Luther King, we gave everything and it's never enough. We've already given, I believe the number is 50,000 pages, 50,000 pages. And it's just a Russia hoax as it pertains to the Republicans. Now, I believe that many of the people that some of the people that we mentioned are being looked at very seriously for their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein.
That's great about documents, but did you give the pertinent documents? And number two, what about the videos?
But they were with him all the time. I wasn't at all. And we'll see what happens. What I just don't want Epstein to do is detract from the great success of the Republican Party, including the fact that the Democrats are totally blamed for the shutdown. You know, they cost our country hundreds of billions of dollars with that, at a lot of inconvenience. So I'm for I don't. They can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything. Sure, I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them. And it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax. And I don't want to take it away from...
Just the phrase hoax doesn't work. Was it or was it not blackmail? Why are we being told it's not blackmail? Of course it was. Wasn't it? Hasn't been described properly. Hasn't been articulated properly. Who's in the comments? Trash saying his voice sounds rough. Oh, yeah. He's been a very busy guy and the weather's changing.
Really the greatness of what the Republican Party has accomplished over the last period of time. Yeah,
Mr. President, you urged...
I brought this topic up to somebody recently, and oh, did they have a negative reaction because a family member used EBT once. And if they ever did this to people, they would be out on Trump and out on MAGA forever. Really? I'll play this Steven Crowder clip for you in a second. Over to Danette. We were talking about the beef. She used to run a farmer's market, and our cattle ranchers couldn't afford it because too many of them are conglomerate owned and they charge them too much. Oh. When they try to open their own as a co-op, the regulations are so tight that most can't afford it. Rigged. And during COVID shutdown, they told my cattle ranchers not to process beef. Trash Panda. Santa doesn't use a zip line. He's a real man. That's true. Kenneth asked, does Santa Claus require an attorney? Yes. Lionel Hutz, Elf Squire, will be representing him. That's kind of a stretch, Esquire into Elf Squire, but I tried. Yeah, his voice does sound rough. All right, here's Steven Crowder talking about the abuses of people taking all this EBT stuff. EBT funds.
Soldiers get MREs and they have to pay for them.
Soldiers get MREs and they have to pay. Hold on. Why would a soldier have to pay for their MREs? I didn't serve, but you're telling me it's just not a mess hall? You don't have to pay for your food, do you? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Call me crazy. That's a world I don't know, but just go eat.
Why should someone who's able-bodied, choosing not to work, get anything better than our soldiers? Are you aware of, like, and this is so SNAP, because you mentioned this is true. If you go to Amazon, right?
All right.
SNAP EBT, okay, right here. So I work, I pay taxes, right? And there are a lot of Americans who work and pay taxes, who are poor, low-income Americans, right? Yes. Not on SNAP. You get 50% off your Prime membership. You get unlimited groceries for $4.99 a month. Let me show you what's in the groceries. Lavazza coffee, $25. Rockstar, Ghost Energy. Hey, let's go down to snacks and treats. When you say choice, these are...
And that's what I was saying. Watching that lady, that video fill up. Oh, my SNAP card's back. My EBT card's back. And it was an unboxing. There were like maybe 2 or 3 pieces of food in there, and the rest were appetizers and desserts. Garbage, junk food. Then I'm sure we got to pay for the overweight stuff, the heart disease stuff, the chronic health problem stuff. Santa's attorneys. Thank you for calling the law offices of Rudolph, Dancer, and Prancer. Oh, may I direct your call? But yeah, so the person I was talking to took great offense about military food. I'm like, well, if it's good enough for the military, yeah, well, you take away choice. It's like, well, they're opting into a voluntary program. You hear the phrase beggars can't be choosers. What are we even talking about? Entenmann snack cakes and energy drinks and sugary sodas and potato chips, all junk. Okay. Maybe my parents were a little stingier than some, but you know, getting appetizers and desserts, that was not always on the menu when we were going out. I always wanted to, but it added more to the bill. Why would we do that? Why is EBT allowing that? Shouldn't it just be eggs and meat and cheese and vegetables and fruit, and like you got to cook some meals, rice and beans, and make some chili? Like, just that's it. I think everybody needs to reapply for SNAP benefits. It's going to get interesting.
These are the choices right now that tax pre-filled pumpkin buckets of assorted Halloween candy.
Pre-filled pumpkin buckets of assorted Halloween candy. That is frivolous. That is not food. That is not necessary to keep people from starving.
Does that seem like helping someone with a tough break? And how do we make the case to low-income Americans that they should fund that? Because they are.
Well, a lot of them have children.
Okay. So do the people paying taxes who are working for a living.
Okay, that's a fair
right?
point.
I mean,
okay, that's a fair point.
Because people who say it's taken from the rich, given to the poor. And you look obviously very svelte, and I'm sure you know that obesity is a problem in the country. It doesn't affect you. Probably affects me more than you. I have some that I could lose. But the obesity rate for low-income women in this country, okay, who are not on SNAP, 40%. You know what it is for those on SNAP? 57%. So working class Americans,
17% more likely to be overweight if you're on SNAP.
Americans with kids not on SNAP struggling are paying to make other people fatter.
Fatter. Got to revamp the system, it seems. Got to revamp our relationship with Mexico, too.
We had to, what we do there, what we've done to the waterways. You know, there's almost no drugs coming in through our waterways anymore. Isn't it down like 85%?
It is, sir.
I don't know who the 15% would be. It wouldn't be you.
No, that's for sure.
No, I think it's been...
Tons and tons
you would say that's a big signal.
Absolutely.
We have almost no drugs coming into our country by the sea, by, you know, the waterways. And you know why, okay? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Would I do...
And by the way, on my sports show, we were talking earlier about how Cleveland, that's the sports, you know, Indians, Cavs, Browns, Buckeyes, those are my teams, about how Cleveland is a border city. Doesn't sound right, does it? It is. Canada is on the other side of that lake, Lake Erie. That's a border city. 22 miles out, that's Canadian water. It's a border city. Canada's got a ton of problems. We touched on that on today's episode.
Do that on the land cars? I would look, every boat we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. Not to mention the destruction of families. These families are decimated forever. The mother, the father, the children, they never recover really from it. You know, when you lose somebody, like the way they live, if you lose them, but the way they die is horrible.
Is it something?
So when we knock out a boat and we save 25,000 lives, that's great. Now, do I feel the same way about the corridors that they use? We know every one of them. We have every one of those corridors under major surveillance. We have nobody coming in through our southern border. But we know exactly how they get their things here, how they get the drugs here, fentanyl, cocaine. Colombia has cocaine factories where they make cocaine. Would I knock out those factories? I would be proud to do it personally. I didn't say I'm doing it, but I would be proud to do it because we're going to save millions of lives by doing it.
Would you only do it with Mexico's permission, though?
I wouldn't answer that question. I've been speaking to Mexico. They know how I stand. We're losing hundreds of thousands of people to drugs. So now we've stopped the waterways, but we know every route. We know every route. We know the addresses of every drug lord. We know their address. We know their front door. We know everything about every one of them. They're killing our people. That's like a war. Would I do it? I'd be proud to. I'd probably go into Congress and say, hey, and you know what? The Democrats and the Republicans would both agree, unless they're crazy.
They are.
And they are a little crazy on the Democrat side. But we have lost hundreds of thousands of people a year, death. And that's not talking about family destruction, that's talking about death. And much of it comes through Mexico. So let me just put it this way. I am not happy with Mexico. If we had to...
All eyes on Mexico and Venezuela and Gaza and Russia, Ukraine. And China and North Korea. You know, that's just kind of my problem with America only. It doesn't take into factor that we've got to navigate a complex global situation with multiple neighbors, 4 different borders, northeast, southwest. This is very interesting. You heard about planes? Z-plane! In Charlie Kirk, remember there was that suspicious flight? Well, Candace has thoughts on flights. And this one in particular. This Egyptian plane. But more than 60 other instances where the planes, and somebody in particular, internationally maybe, where their locations overlapped. Is that something or nothing?
That she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica. Not Charlie, but Erica was the one being tracked by these planes. And indeed, it turns out that she was correct. She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SU-BTT, the yellow plane, and SU-BND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erica's documented locations, okay? 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now 73 times that this overlapped, okay? And 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. Charlie was also present. And that's what I was stumbling upon when I was looking into this. I was like, why is this plane where Charlie is? The flights were majority clustered within 5 states, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Delaware, and Utah. And it's a pattern that she believes is statistically not random. I am telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet now. These are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica. And I'm also going to say this includes overseas as well, okay? So my instant question becomes, why didn't Turning Point acknowledge that this plane was familiar to them? When I was taking all of these figurative online bullets, someone could have easily said something, right? That's kind of a repeat thing in this investigation. Josh Hammer lies, I get attacked, Turning Point just stays silent. They know he's lying, but they allow the lie to flow. Alex Clark lies, I get attacked, I'm telling the truth. Turning Point knows it, but they kind of allow this like Catholic thing, the lie to flow. And the influencers are allowed to lie. Nobody at Turning Point ever just steps to clarify that I'm onto something or I'm telling the truth about something. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is indisputable. There is less than a 0.000000001% probability, okay, under random distribution models that these Egyptian planes coincidentally landed around Erica at these times. Like I said, this plane was not just with her in America. It was also tracking her overseas as well. I flagged this because I was alarmed because I thought it was tracking Charlie. And I am telling you that this plane, in addition to Charlie and primarily actually was tracking Erica. Now, let's get to the day of the assassination. That she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica.
Oh, okay.
Not Charlie, but Erica was.
What do you make of this? In the comment section, question of the day. What do you make of what Candace is talking about? These 60 to 73 instances where it overlapped. And then she said it was about Erica, but then she said a lot of these were Erica with Charlie. I'm like, well, how do you separate that out? But what are your thoughts on that? Smoking gun of sorts? A whole lot of nothing? Interesting puzzle piece? What do you think? What do you glean from this? All right, so we had a story shared by Libs of TikTok about, oh, geez, where was that other story? LaSalle? No, it wasn't LaSalle. It was DePaul. DePaul. Okay, so we're going to go from DePaul to Purdue. University of Purdue University Northwest crashed a TPUSA meeting, mocks the students, and calls them racists? Huh? What's this officer's name? Or this professor's name?
Oh, you want to know what fascism means? Because I'll tell you. You guys want to know? Yes.
Yeah.
When you have this society, okay. So you have a situation here where you want to go into classrooms and you want to tell the faculty that they're not allowed to speak the truth about the history of this country. You want them to be, what's the word for slaves now? Involuntary employees or involuntary workers. We can't even say slavery.
We're not
That's ridiculous.
wanting to impose on the teachers. We are wanting this to be within the students. And
the students want to decide what history is.
No, we know what history is, actually. Yeah. Did you know that all of our founding fathers were actually Christian, and this country was formed on Christian values?
Yeah, why is this teacher in there harassing students? Freedom of speech for me, but not for thee. File formal complaints, each attendee. Og says always DEI. Well, I don't know that. I'd love to see her transcripts. I'm guessing not very strong. See, that's the danger of DEI. Then people start making accusations. Well, I bet you she's DEI. I bet you her transcripts suck. I bet you she sucks. I don't know how any leftist could be in favor of DEI, knowing that that's what happens in the real world. When you show people through your actions that you're going to hire less qualified people, everybody assumes that any non-oppressed person, not white, not Christian, not white twice, not straight. My whole premise is, it was so weird to say that out loud. It stopped me in my tracks. But that really is the only group that's allowed to be oppressed in 2025. But because of DEI, these comments are coming in claiming this person. Now, we're also looking at the actions. Like, what are they doing there? What are they? I didn't see anything egregious. But the conversation now, this is what happens when you allow less qualified people. Look, imagine if Major League Baseball said, look, hang on, let me keep our metaphor straight since I'm doing a football show today. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe, share the show, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, by the way. We are going to have a show upcoming this evening that will be 6 p.m. Eastern, Strictly Football, with myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. That's Strictly Football at 6 p.m. Eastern. But if the NFL said, look, we need to have more Indian what does I say? Referees in the NFL. Okay. Feather or dot? Both. Okay. And then you started finding out that more qualified referees with better grades for calling the plays accurately were being denied opportunities just to say, hey, we got a couple Indian fellas, a couple Indian ladies. We boosted our numbers. And then if they have a bad game, what do fans say? Oh, that's DEI. They didn't deserve that job. Didn't earn it. They were given that because they look a certain way. What are you hiring a competency-based role, a competency-based job based on looks? And that's all race and stuff is. It's all just, it's window dressing. It's irrelevant to the job. Shouldn't matter what melanin, what pigment, what you're working with in your pantaloons. Competency is all that matters. But when corporations, organizations like, say in this case, the NFL we have to have 50% of our refs need to be Indian by 2032. You go, why? Well, because they've been underrepresented for years. You're like, nothing against an advertising campaign to go try to get people to sign up for referee school, but it needs to be based on performance, not on skin color or where they were born. That's madness. What were the comments here? Sorry, I meant to get to that earlier. Kenneth wondering if Erica is up to something. Marion says, Candace, my jury is always out on her. And Kenneth always loves asking about Ray's cyst. Well, with this healthcare distribution to American citizens instead of insurance companies, maybe we'll get closer to learning about Ray's cyst. Perhaps. All right. Thomas Massey has thoughts on the Epstein stuff. Here it goes.
Depth of the evil I didn't understand until they spoke it, which was as 14-year-old girls, they were told by a friend at high school, come over to this old guy's house, give him a massage, and you can make $200, by the way. He's got a nice swimming pool and all this other stuff. All you got to do is give him a massage. The massage turned into something else completely, and he had their phone number, and then through the shame of it, he compelled them to show up at his beck and call whenever he wanted. And this is where it gets really evil. The only way they could get out of it, of showing up and performing sexual favors for Jeffrey Epstein, was if they found another girl at their high school who would do it in their place. One of the witnesses, survivors, broke down in tears because she admitted, she just said, listen, I was faced with finding a girl for him to take my place or going back there and doing that, and I found another girl. And so what happens is now, people are still doing this, even after they know these are 15-year-old girls who were coerced into it by an adult man. They're saying, oh, you were a sex trafficker. You trafficked these women. But they don't, I didn't really fully grasp how evil this is. Like, it's one thing to do evil things to people, but to make them do evil things. And then once he causes you to be implicated, then you don't want to come out, because then that's what happens to you. Now, there are people asking, well, why don't these women release the names? And the reason is, these are billionaires like that. So what happened is, Epstein, once they got to the age of consent, they weren't exciting to him anymore. And he would traffic them to his friends. What happens is, those men who have been
pretty gross. Pretty gross. Hear the music, so I'll mute it. Why hasn't the media shown this? Graham Allen. U.S. Marshals and the FBI saved 22 missing children. God bless our boys in blue. Oh, hold on. Wait. Now you can hear.
2 children this morning.
Okay, get up. Too much music. Finding 22 missing children. Good job. A lot more to go. Representative Anna Paulina Luna says Bill and Hillary Clinton are refusing to appear before House oversight for their depositions regarding Jeffrey Epstein. Notice how House Democrats suddenly have nothing to say about it. See how that shakes out. Hey, here's an underage person who was illegally in the country and attacked an innocent woman jogging with a hammer.
This is a busy and popular park. Already this morning, we've seen several people out alone.
Hey, we talked about Plano earlier. Plano's falling apart.
On walks, police say that a woman was on a jog when a man attacked her with a hammer. This all happened on Thursday around 5 p.m. The details here, they're disturbing. Plano police tell us the woman was hit in the head with the hammer several times. She managed to fight the man off and he ran away. 4 hours later, police had a suspect in custody. They arrested 17-year-old Sergio Noe de Nova Duerte, an illegal migrant from Mexico.
Illegal alien. Don't call them migrants. Illegal oh, okay, it says it in the text. But what did I say about people with more than 3 names? Sergio Noe de Nova Duarte. You're on the 5 names list. You get to 5 names. I think there's a, I'd like to see the chart, the graph for how many names you have versus the likelihood that you're a dirtbag committing heinous hammer attacks. I think the odds of you being a heinous hammer attacker, which is actually a pretty good name for a band, Heinous Hammer Attacker. The more names you have, the more likely it is that you're going to hit somebody with a hammer.
According to DHS, he came in on a tourist visa, and then in March of 2024, he was arrested for burglary and larceny. He was arrested under the Biden administration and was released back into the community with a notice to appear. Now, the woman was taken to the
Why would you release these people back with notices to appear instead of just finishing them?
Hospital with serious injuries, but police say it could have been a lot worse because duct tape was found at the scene. Many people in this area are on high alert right now, looking out for one another. Yeah, this is a busy and popular.
Gross. Thanks, Biden. What Spirit of Defiance says Gavin Newsom took office with a surplus of $13.8 billion. He'll leave office with a $46.8 billion deficit. He pissed away $60 billion on illegals and fleecing the system. Not sure if those numbers are entirely accurate. Let me ask Grok. By the way, Grok was down today. Did you have problems with Grok today? All right, let's see. Yeah, Grok was not working. Let's try to get Gavin Newsom. Budget surplus when he arrived compared to his projected budget deficit when he leaves. Grok is thinking. Grok is thinking. Hang on, TLDR version. Inherited $21 billion. He'll leave behind $20 billion annual deficits. So basically turn 21 billion surplus into negative 20 billion of a structural hole in 8 years. So that's a third of what this claimed. I didn't think that number was right. But, you know, numbers can be fudged, I suppose. So that was a cyber attack, you're saying? A lot of sites were down. It was a flaw in, what was it called? Cloudflare went down, which caused all these problems, I guess. Okay. Danette loves Candace personally. Yeah, I want Candace on that wall. I need her on that wall. Keep digging into Charlie. Hey, Ben Shapiro. According to Americultist, Ben Shapiro is now crashing out on Steve Bannon because he's praised, air quote, anti-Semite, end quote, Nick Fuentes. What does Benny Boy have to say?
Steve Bannon over the weekend, for example, praising Nick Fuentes. Again, the reason this is happening, we should point out, is because there is an attempt to glaze pretty much everybody who is on the...
To glaze? Ben, given your very well-known conversation about the WAP song, WAP. No, not a dirty Italian slur. WAP. There we say. We'll say it differently. WAP. In the comments about your wife, I don't know if using the term glaze is really where you want to be. But anyway.
Anti-Israel, and yes, Fuentes is just an anti-Semite. Anti-Semitic side, in order to shift policy priorities away from what President Trump is attempting to do.
Alex Jones had a debate with Nick Fuentes and Dinesh D'Souza. And you see right there, the laziness, the lack of argument, their attitude that they just own this. Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown. It's a full takedown because the kid shows up. He's prepped. He's ready. Not only is he on point and he's always on attack, he happens to have something called facts, and he just overwhelms Dinesh. Dinesh goes back, and it shows you this old guard who has nothing.
Again, it's fascinating to watch as all these people make quasi-allies of people like Nick Fuentes. Here was Steve Bannon over the weekend, for example, praising Nick Fuentes. Again,
okay, I guess it's you know what? Whether somebody loves your Semites or hates your Semites or is neutral on your Semites, Bannon wasn't calling Fuentes a great guy. He wasn't glazing him. He was saying that in that debate, it was like he smoked his opponent. That's not pro the guy. That's pro the conversation. You're not supposed to defend O.J. Simpson if he ends his wife in a waiter. Well, in which case, you're not supposed to defend Jeffrey Dahmer because, oh, his skin looks like mine. Or, hey, some pastor was embezzling hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, that's my religion. He's of my religion. I got to defend him. You don't defend people of your religion or of your skin color or of your anything. You just base it on how things play out. I didn't hear Steve Bannon praising Fuentes. He said that he rocked him in a debate. That's just calling balls and strikes. He can be an umpire. So many wormholes today. Wormholes or rabbit holes? Wormholes might get us to other dimensions. Rabbit holes take us to other dimensions. Okay, I guess they're the same. I view one to be intergalactic travel. Got to mute that. Tim Young says this should be the #1 story in America right now. New York Post reporting that House Democrat exchanged text messages with Jeffrey Epstein on how to hurt Trump during a 2019 congressional hearing. Oh. Plasket. A tisket, a tasket, a flower-making plasket. The AV report says the Democrats welcome 20, otherwise known as 20. The Democrats welcomed 20 million illegals into America in order to change the census for voting. Once again, the Democrats welcomed 20 million, it's more like 40 million illegal aliens into America in order to change the census for voting purposes. But then they say Republicans are gerrymandering. Does that make any sense to anyone? I'm going to go ahead and say no. Got a really big show. Does not compute for me. Except that the Democrats gaslight and accuse their opponent of what they're exactly doing. I don't know the context of this from MAGA News. I don't know how to fact check this. But they're saying this is yet another non-English speaking truck driver causing a horrific accident. If you can't speak English and read English, write English, understand English, you should not be on our roads.
You wondering why Trump wants people to fucking understand English and why we're getting rid of the non-domicile CDLs? That's the reason right there.
I'd like some context. I don't know how to check it, but there's an unverified report here. Hey, here's how you sum up socialism. So if you take $500 from a worker and then go give $100 apiece to 5 lazy people, you lose that one vote, but then you gain 5. It's the biggest pyramid scheme in history, and it's also called socialism. Tell me, is this not what the Democrat Party, let's see, Deep State Democrat Party platform summed up nicely in this meme? It's exactly where we're at. You shouldn't throw around the word traitor very loosely. You should use it in this case. You're selling your country out for temporary power. Can I post the link to that debate? Which debate? Are you saying Tucker and who was it? Was it Dinesh? They said no. It was Nick and Dinesh. Dinesh also from the intro to my show. I didn't have the link. I would just search. Go on X and just run a search for it. The pyramid scheme is exactly true. How very sad for us. So-soism. We're the MTV generation. We feel neither highs nor lows. Really? What's it like? Through in a Gun says the Epstein list could have 100,000 names on it. And liberals only want to see one name. Period. Just one. They could care less. That's spelled improperly. It should be. They couldn't care less about the victims or what happened on that island. Hating Trump has become their entire identity. Sadly, I think that's true. Hey, remember when you're online on social media, remember that the people you're arguing with, they tried to tell you these two people were competent. Man, oh man, did we get punked. Mike Benz, Cyber.
You look at, for example, the close relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, the Clinton family, and the Ehud Barak Israeli Labor Party.
The Ehud Barak Israeli Labor Party.
Is patently clear that if the Central Intelligence Agency and the State Department were to do a sweep
of all of their files, communications, there's a tiny amount of music in the background. If you got their records, a simple name trace of Jeffrey Epstein's name, the voluminous scale of the documentation, I think would be enormous. The State Department rented out a physical property to Jeffrey Epstein personally in the 1990s. The State Department. Lawyer pays not a cent for palatial East Side digs. Oh, really? This is no-cost living. Legal Eagles free ride. State Department began renting the building to Jeffrey Epstein, Palm Beach. In the 1990s. You and I can't just get the State Department as our personal landlord after seizing a mansion from the government of Iran, saying nothing of Epstein's work during Iran-Contra. Jeffrey Epstein working during Iran-Contra with both the U.S. and Israeli side of intelligence through the Adnan Khashoggi link, or through what was being done in 1990s between Bill Clinton and Ehud Barak when he was the prime minister there, to Jeffrey Epstein setting up the Clinton Global Initiative, and she goes on to be Secretary of State. For some reason, they are not pursuing this lead, and it's maddening to watch from the outside. It's maddening to watch. Button. Why are they being protected? But it goes back to Iran-Contra. That's Reagan. Goes back to Ehud Barak. And Clinton. Mike Benz. All right, here's Batya Ungar-Sargon talking about illegal aliens driving down the quality of life for Americans.
When Donald Trump was campaigning, he said, when we get elected, we're going to conduct the largest deportation campaign in American history. He did not say the worst of the worst.
Yeah,
and the truth is, Abby,
he did also say the
every
worst of the
illegal
worst.
immigrant in America is either working, in which case they are driving down the wages in an industry because their employers can pay them less.
This is such a great point. Why have I been alive this whole time? Bravo, Batya Ungar-Sargon. I don't know who's feeding her stuff, but man, I'm a fan of hers. That's how you say it. That's how you do it right there. They're either working in the United States, which drives down our wages, or they're not working, which means they're stealing through benefits. Lose, lose. I've never put it into a sentence like that before.
Or they are living off the government, in which case American taxpayers are paying for them to live here illegally. Both of those are unacceptable, which is why in every single poll that's come out in the last year, a majority of Americans support not deporting the worst of the worst, but deporting every single illegal migrant. When Donald Trump was...
That is so well said. Bravo. Is this the same clip of Thomas Massey?
There's two reasons he's flipped.
His rich and powerful friends.
Or go to his dinner party.
Oh, gone. It's got the music. Or go to the dinner parties, saying Trump, he doesn't want to embarrass them. And they may, in fact, not even be guilty of a crime. They may just be very embarrassed that they were having extramarital sex with these women, for instance. So that's one thing. But he also thinks the intelligence aspect goes even deeper. Maybe Trump is on one plane, and he's thinking, I can't embarrass my friends. But there may be people in the administration who are career people who are thinking on another plane. Like, let's convince Trump he's going to embarrass his friends, when in reality what we're trying to do is protect our sources and methods, which may involve trafficking. And we don't want to embarrass our partner, Israel, at this time when the popularity for their war, or their genocide, as some people say, is at an all-time low. And now we're going to find out that their defense minister, Ehud Barak, was documented with Jeffrey Epstein 36 times, probably even while defense minister. He had previously been prime minister. I don't know that he knew Epstein during that period. I'm not sure how much of those dates overlap, Thomas Massey says, but there are reasons that they want to protect them. There are reasons he's flipped, and I don't think his children or J.D. Vance or even Pam Bondi or Kash Patel were read into that when they originally said all this stuff should be released. If it's a hoax, what were those binders that Pam Bondi gave out? Was she just fueling a hoax? It's Thomas Massey. Hey, next time somebody wants to call you a white supremacist, here's how Charlie handled it.
Me a white supremacist. What evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept.
This is like, as I binged Charlie Kirk content in the past 2 months or so, this video is like in his top 20, his top 10 moments.
Okay, and you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man, how do you know?
What can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black sounding name.
That's not even close to being true. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal...
in fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to know.
This is great because Charlie says, oh, wait a minute, you have to, because these are your rules that you and your goofballs always push on us. You must listen to him.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your...
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I worked for a Congressman, Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black name has not given me... Go ahead.
So, take that, white boy. It just really is insufferable to listen to white people constantly talk about how black people can't succeed. That person that Charlie Kirk is speaking with, just like, well, you know, nothing's fair and these people can't do anything successful. And oh, it's because white people are bad. Huh? That dude comes in, he's like, none of whatever you just said matters to me. I'm going to go out and succeed because that's how you do it in America. No excuses, make it work. Figure out a way. Around, through, or over.
Call me a white supremacist.
Yeah, this is a top 10 Charlie Kirk chat mic drop moment for sure. Because it is. The white knights. Oh, I gotta defend. I need to be offended on behalf of everybody else. Well, no, you don't. You can encourage people to succeed, and we can succeed. All right, here's Benny Johnson.
Freedom is alive and well in
Freedom is alive and well.
America. Freedom is not free. It never has been. You always have to fight for freedom. You have to fight tyranny. Charlie Kirk always fought tyranny. He fought the culture wars in the belly of the beast, in the heart of the dragon. And what is more tyrannical than a defund the police communist getting in charge of the greatest city in America, the capital city of America, the empire city, New York City? Freedom is alive.
The capital city. I mean, it's not necessarily the capital, but I mean, it's one of the most important cities. This is a long clip, so we're not going to play it all, but let's put a moment or two here. Glenn Greenwald, FBI, Thomas Crooks, Megyn Kelly. There's a lot to unpack here. Tucker Carlson, let's take let's jump into this chat from Megyn Kelly. Take a listen.
What do you make of it? Because the FBI is now on defense, trying to defend the breadth of its investigation, trying to suggest they've done everything one would want them to do, and disputing that Thomas Crooks had much of an online footprint, though they're not specifically denying that these are his.
This is Glenn Greenwald.
I think that's the main question, right? I mean, we spent many years very critical of the deep state, of the FBI, of the CIA for their secrecy, for the refusal to inform the American people what we have a right to know of their propagandistic deceit of everybody for political ends. And there was a promise that when, the Trump administration got elected and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel were in the FBI, everything was going to change. And now we're left about one of the most consequential news events that we have, which is this, attempted assassination on President Trump's life that almost succeeded. We're relying on Tucker Carlson and Miranda Devine and the New York Post to piece together little bits and pieces about what they've been able to determine. We don't know how much else there is in the FBI's possession that might affect the picture or change the picture. And yet we learned more about Thomas Crooks in the last week from Tucker and then from the New York Post than we have in the last 10 months since the Trump administration was inaugurated. Why is that? Why haven't they told us about Thomas Crooks? There's no trial. He's dead. They've denied that there's any conspiracy, that he worked with anybody, so there's no legal proceeding to impede. Why are they keeping all of that a secret? Why won't they even say if they have this or what else they have? I think that's what we ought to be demanding.
Totally agree. This is very odd that just now Tucker comes out with this information. Miranda Devine, I don't know. I have no idea, Glenn. My suspicion is that Tucker dropped this bomb on Thursday. The FBI was defending itself over the weekend, since Thursday, and then Miranda Devine gets a big scoop on Monday. Do not have anything to back this up other than my suspicion that the FBI probably provided this data to Miranda. That's my guess, because she just has excellent sources inside the government. And to me, this almost seems like a head fake, almost like a look over here instead of at what Tucker did, because it's just too coincidental that, as you point out, we've had nothing on this guy, nothing. And now suddenly two big information dumps. He's being honest about exactly where he got it. Then comes this stuff about he's a furry. You tell me, why would the government not have shared that? Like, truly, why wouldn't the FBI have been sharing that, the furry thing, with us? Because this FBI did share that around the Nashville shooter, the young woman who was identifying as male, whereas Biden's FBI wouldn't. But
they always hide that for some reason.
This FBI did share those facts about that shooter. This FBI did share those facts about the Charlie shooter. So I'm a little confused as to what may be going on behind the scenes.
Right. And also in terms of the political trajectory that Tucker outlined, and that was great reporting because it took you along the way on this political path that this shooter seemed to have traversed by virtue of analyzing his online footprint, from going from somebody on the far right, ranting and raving against Helene Omar and Rashida Tlaib and the squad need to be murdered and immigrants need to be murdered, to something that resembles someone more on the left, very critical of Trump for his handling of COVID by not taking seriously enough, and other kinds of progressive rhetoric. I mean, it could be that at the end of the day, this is just a very confused person, could be a nihilist. But why don't we have this information in our possession? This is also something you would think
It's been a year and a half already.
Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi and the Trump administration would want the public to know. In other words, you could accuse them of acting politically if the person were a conservative or on the right, just thought President Trump wasn't conservative enough. Maybe you could say, oh, well, they're on the right. They didn't want to have somebody on the right be blamed. But what about all the reporting that undercuts that and that suggests that he had a different ideology? What possible motive do they have for hiding that? And, I do think that we have to be careful about embracing conspiracy theories, but the reason people do so is because of behavior like this. Tucker's asking the question, did he go and get trained at the gun range by anybody? Who was this person online who seemed to be targeting him? How is it possible the FBI?
Yeah. What type of handler? What type of trainer? What was that all about?
I didn't know about him beforehand, given how explicit these violent threats were. And when you have the FBI hiding information and refusing to answer those basic questions, of course conspiracy theories are going to emerge in that, because that's how trust and faith by the American public is lost in these institutions.
Mm-hmm. The clear implication, in my view, of Tucker's piece is that the guy was recruited by somebody to conduct this horrific act. And maybe it began with this character who goes by Willie Tepes. Maybe it was somebody else. Tucker goes on to report that the FBI has made no mention of this Tepes guy in public, though they certainly
Very
know he
odd.
exists, he reports. He goes on to say, just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes's YouTube page, despite the fact that he had very few followers. And they said, you can now find this guy's username being used on a foreign Antifa website.
Oh, but Antifa is just a concept.
He also reports that Thomas Crooks's online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. So he seems to me to be clearly implying that perhaps Willie Tepes recruited Crooks for someone, alerted someone that this is a hothead who's got, some mental problems and is prone to violence. And where did it go for there? One of the things Tucker pointed out in this documentary is they cremated his body. And it was done, I think, 10 days after he died, thus getting rid of any chance to do any follow-up testing on drugs in the system, etc. And he's suggesting that seems awfully quick on a guy you knew was attempting to assassinate the likely next president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Glenn. This whole thing stinks. I mean, Susan Crabtree, who I really trust, she reports for Real Clear Politics, and she covers the Secret Service for them. She's a totally above board reporter. And she responded as follows. Crooks was on YouTube threatening to kill government officials, and he was called out for it by another user, which is true. She says, why didn't the FBI find these posts?
Yeah, it's almost like no one was paying attention, no repercussions.
Why hasn't this ever been released? Why don't we know who that user is who called him out? That person should at least be considered a hero, she says. And then she writes, the FBI was stonewalling Senator Ron Johnson and Senator Rand Paul's staff as of the 1-year anniversary of Butler. This is her story. Like, she's the one who broke all the big news on the Secret Service around Butler. And she says the FBI was stonewalling 2 Senate offices as of the 1-year anniversary of Butler. Both Senate offices stated. One of those offices said the Trump FBI was at first cooperating this spring and even had a briefing with Senate staffers on Crooks and on Butler, etc., but then abruptly stopped doing so, which earned a triple exclamation point from me in my notes, Glenn. Something's going on here. It's not that I don't trust Cash and Dan. It's that I think they have something that, for whatever reason, they feel strongly they cannot tell us.
Right, but
whether it's UFOs, MLK, JFK, RFK, Epstein, Butler, there's always stuff they feel like they can't tell us. We need to get told. We got to figure out what's happening. Strange. Kenneth says they're going to call New York City New York Pity. Okay. I pity the fool. Who's a furry now? I mean, who's not, right?
that is sort of a metric of trust, whether the people in government do what people in government have long done, which is hide information from the American public and feed us a story that's untrue because they somehow think it's for the greater good that we be deceived or kept in the dark, when in a democracy we're actually supposed to know these things and be treated like adults, and we're not supposed to have information kept from us. Or they're protecting something that doesn't deserve protection. And let's just be very explicit about this. The last time there was a president who was murdered and Trump came extremely close, it's not like this was a fake assassination attempt or one just right. It was like a millimeter away from blowing his head off.
Yeah.
The last time that happened to a president who has his head blown off, was John F. Kennedy. And because of the secrecy around that, because of the lack of candor in our institutions, because of the bizarre way that the Warren Commission was constituted, where they had the head of the CIA and others who were the suspects, and the minds of a lot of people on that commission decreeing the truth, 70 years later, people still suspect that our government might have had some role in that. And when someone like President Trump, who was so hated by many factions inside the government, particularly the deep state, as he himself and his movement has long maintained, and I certainly have as well, comes very close to having their head blown off in a way that suggests at least malfeasance on the part of those who are supposed to be protecting him, if not worse, then people do start wondering, did Was there the involvement of government agencies or foreign or domestic ones? And that's a natural curiosity to have. The problem is that gets exacerbated when the FBI does what it's doing in this case, which is not just stonewalling us, but even the elected members of our Congress, ones from the Republican Party who can't be accused of acting politically or with a motive to get Trump. So to the extent their behavior is now under suspicion, they really have no one but themselves to blame. And we need an explanation.
And it's just eroding any trust we could have had.
And like, why is this information being hidden? What are the answers to these questions?
Long on it. What do you make of it? Because the FBI is now on defense, trying to defend the breadth of its investigation, trying to suggest they've done everything one would want them to do, and disputing that Thomas Crooks had much of an online footprint, though.
Okay, I think that's the beginning of it. That turned into more of an interesting chat than I thought, so I did want to hear the rest of it.
The hoax.
Scott Jennings explaining, what does the hoax mean? What was the hoax?
Hoax is Democrats and others who have gone on television and either implied or worse that he had something to do with it. There's not a shred of evidence that he had anything to do with it, but that's what they want people to believe. That's the narrative that they are trying to get out there. That's the hoax. He's never said what happened to them is a hoax. In fact, there seems to be some shards of evidence in here that Trump may have been one of the people that turned in Jeffrey Epstein, which is why Epstein, according to some of the documents, apparently hated Donald Trump. And so the hoax is not that it happened. The hoax is what people are trying to imply or worse about. The hoax is Democrats and others who have gone on television and either imply.
Well, then we need to clarify these statements a little bit. Take Naps has thoughts about the Sean Ryan interview.
I just watched the Sean Ryan interview with Charlie Kirk's head of security, and here are some takeaways. And some questions. First of all, this was Charlie's contracted security detail who had been with him for multiple years, and it seemed to have a lot of capable guys, including former Navy SEALs, snipers, and all the rest. The man who was interviewed, Brian Harpole, seems to be sincere and credible. To me, the biggest takeaway from the interview was that there was a very narrow line of sight that this guy could have taken, and the fact that it could be 7 to 10, maybe feet wide, where that shot could have actually been made, and that's it. Meaning the amount of time that he was on the roof is very important because he would have had to find that exact spot, which lends credibility to the idea that this was rehearsed. If it was rehearsed, that means there should be additional footage of him going to that spot beforehand. And it doesn't make sense why he'd be wearing dark clothing on a white roof in broad daylight. He also said the security detail was very aware that there was 180 degrees of open sight visible to where Charlie was sitting before the event even started, and that they identified this as a huge security risk. And that the security detail was unable to change the location of the event, that it was forced that they go to that spot. Yeah. Other reports have suggested that this was originally scheduled to be inside, so who made the final call that that needed to be the spot? He also said that the security detail informed the campus security that there was a vulnerability on that open rooftop and that anyone could just jump over and enter this exact spot where the guy supposedly was. They specifically outlined that location in advance. According to him, the chief of police was informed that that spot was vulnerable, and they said they would cover it, and then they didn't. If he produced evidence that he informed the chief of police that that area needed to be covered and it wasn't, why wasn't it covered? Who made that decision? He also said that he wanted to run drones to survey the site in advance, but they were also not allowed to do that by law, and that only the police could have, or the campus police. But they didn't. Who made that decision?
Both Butler and this event, I'm going, where are the drones? Where are the overhead eyes in the skies looking at all the roofs? What in the world are we even talking about?
He also said that they had meticulous plans for what would happen in the event of an evacuation and the necessity to go to a hospital. If that is the case, and they actually went to the further hospital, as some other people have suggested, why did they go to the further hospital if there were plans in advance that they knew where to go? And one detail that I happened to find strangest of all from the entire interview is that he said when they arrived at the hospital that they didn't know that they were coming. So with all the employees, all of the
how could they not know they were on their way?
The personnel, all of the security detail, all of the people that were there on the ground working that day, nobody called the hospital to tell them that they were coming there? How is that possible? And his set of security details seemed to be very thorough, that they even identified large rocks that were located behind where Charlie was sitting, and they secured that area specifically in advance in case somebody threw rocks down onto him. So if they were this meticulous about the placement of rocks, but they had identified this specific location that was a specific threat that didn't get covered, how is that possible? Now, I'm not blaming this guy because he seemed to be credible and forthcoming, but these are real questions. And perhaps one of the most perplexing questions of all, how was George Zinn there and why? The timeline and coincidence of all these events and this very perfect, very meticulously placed, very narrow, under duress location brings up more questions than answers. And what seems most obvious to everyone is that a little bit more clarity and a little bit more trust in our institutions could come with just a little bit more revealing of how these questions could be answered ahead of time that won't jeopardize the trial. That's the least we could ask for, and they should and could do. I just watched the Show 9 interview with Charlie.
Lots of takeaways. Imagine if we had some a trustworthy source. I feel like everything I'm doing is just trying to decipher half-truths, partial propaganda, unanswered questions, misinformation, disinformation, deception. A lot of different stuff to worry about. A lot of different stuff to make sense of. Hey, Stefan Molyneux. Haven't seen him in a while. Interviewed him in the intro. Oh, I don't think Stefan Molyneux's in the intro. Is he? For the Agree to Disagree show, I think, or for the TNM Daily show. I know Mike Cernovich is, but I interviewed Stefan Molyneux. This post says, ladies, fact. The moment you welcomed Islam into the West, you lost the right to complain about the patriarchy. Agree or disagree with that? It's a good question. Question of the day, agree or disagree? Ladies, fact. The moment you welcomed Islam into the West, you lost your right to complain about the patriarchy. Type it in the comments, agree or disagree. What is this here? This is, but as a Christian, you have to be tolerant of Islam, right?
No.
That's Conor McGregor saying no.
No.
What is this? Modern Christian Crusader says, being a Christian doesn't mean ignoring evil. Some forces exist to destroy, and we stand ready to confront them. Evil is real. And if someone wants to destroy you, that's an enemy invader. That's a threat. This lady here takes on this guy in a public debate. Radiant Apologia. Schooling this guy on the Quran.
My issue is this. Can you show me a single verse in the Quran, the Hadith, and the Islamic literature where it says, go and kill innocent people? Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. What sounds like a song? I don't remember what I say. That'll be my, should I ever need to defend myself, I will say, I don't remember what I say. See, I found this clip of you saying that if you ever had to defend yourself, you're going to say that you don't know what you're saying. Right, because I'm accurately describing what it's like when you're juggling chainsaws, apples. You got to take a bite out of some of them. You got to watch your hand and only grab the proper. I'm juggling. I got comments. I got videos. I'm doing engineering, producing. In-show show prep. Yeah, it's all a little garbled. I do the best I can. But here this is where she schools this guy.
Yes. I will cast terror into the hearts of the disbelievers. Therefore, cut off their necks and cut off every fingertip.
There you go. The Quran says, I will cast terror into the hearts of the disbelievers, strike above their necks, and strike all their fingertips. Violence.
That's one. Okay, that's one. Okay. That's one. There are 142. Go to Surah 5, go to Surah 8, go to Surah 12. Okay, they're in there. Don't come here and pretend to me that your book is any different to any other sect of Islam. I've studied the Quran, I've studied the Bible. Let me tell you one thing, and this is a fact.
This lady's awesome. Who is this?
You follow the Quran to the letter. You are obliged.
I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. How many kuffar have you killed?
That's the point.
How many kuffar have you killed?
The Quran doesn't teach that.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Listen,
Jada, it does not.
Don't make a prat of yourself, darling, because you're starting to look really silly. If you'd have come to me and said to me, there are verses in the Quran that say killed a kuffar, and I don't agree with them, I'd have said to you, fair play. You're probably not a Muslim, you're an apostate. But you haven't said that. What you said to me is, I'm a devout Muslim, and it doesn't say that in the Quran. Don't come over here and try and mug off of people that have read your scriptures, right?
Okay, please tell me where it says go
in
and
Surah
kill.
5. In Surah 5.
Let's go to Surah 5.
This is Surah 5. I will cast terror into the heart.
Okay, it reset there. Yeah, more verbal pushback is needed to save Earth and humanity from this violent push. It's a violent push. Will Kane has thoughts.
They are drumming up the drama.
Epstein stuff.
Question that's out there, why wouldn't they have been released the last 4 years when President Biden was in office?
Well, that's the question every American is asking. Not every American, but so many Americans are asking. What the hell is he hiding?
Well, that is the question that you just did not answer, Senator Schumer. Why was this obsession with Epstein seemingly dropped in your lap out of nowhere? Where was this curiosity and this obsession where you were in power and Joe Biden was in power for 4 years? You've conveniently ignored the terrible things about Jeffrey Epstein that have been out there for years. Most notably, his guilty plea for soliciting prostitution from an underage girl in 2008. It's almost comical. They are drumming up the drama.
The question that's out there.
Schumer, loser. Marion, I recommend juggling only apples, no chainsaws. That sounds like a great plan. However, there's a lot on this side to keep it all rolling. This is a segment for David Bann. He's always asking about the arrests. Here we go. We're going to walk through the list here, and we're going to tally these up.
Of arrests, Russian collusion hoax, 0, right? They say now that there's been 1 or 2 or whatever. January 6th, 0. We can talk about the pipe bomb person that is now confirmed to be the CIA asset, right? We can talk about the Mar-a-Lago raid. Who's been arrested for that? 0. Biden auto pen situation, 0. 2020 election, 0. Epstein pedophile arrest, 0. COVID-19. We know now that in fact is the right thing. I mean, for God's sakes, the RFK is the one who's the HHS director who wrote the Anthony Fauci book. Where's the arrest? We have the proof. Benghazi, none. Doge findings, all the fraud, waste, and abuse that was uncovered. Where's the arrest for that?
Yeah.
0. Ukraine impeachment hoax, 0.
American people are coming together right now. When we're saying, hey, give us the Epstein list, we want to hold people accountable. Child trafficking is wrong. Child exploitation is wrong. It's evil. It's demonic. And we know things are taking place with children. Obviously, Pam Bondi, you said tens of thousands of videos of children. Who are they? Who made the videos? We should be able to go ahead and crack down on who these individuals are. You guys were ready to take down people from January 6th.
Yeah, and number of arrests, Russian collusion hoax, 0. Right? They say now that there's
been political stunts from the left. This Nick Curley is suddenly everywhere. Now he's in Paris confronting scammers. Beware.
The battlefield of scammers out here. You are scamming her. This is a scam. You scammer. Do not give money. Do not give money. Scam. Scam. Don't give money to these people. They are scammers. You scam people.
I dropping your camera, okay?
You robbing my camera.
Go away!
You scam people.
Go away!
Hey.
That's assault right there.
You're crazy. She spit on me. Now they're running away. Yep. 3 of them. She just spit.
Go away. Let
You
me
scamming.
alone. Okay, go away, please.
You're
go
scamming
away.
people. Yes. They scam people. Pickpocketers.
You want to film me?
They're pickpocketers.
Okay, come.
Hey.
Come film me!
Hey.
Come!
Hey, what are you doing? You're scamming people. Why are you taking your clothes off? What the heck? She just started taking her clothes off.
He's not scammers!
You're a scammer.
Okay, come.
You're a scammer. No, F you. You scam people.
Go away. You go. You go now. You go.
Hey,
No, you go. This is not your problem.
you scam people.
Yeah, this is not your problem. You go away now.
These people are aggressive. You call them out for scamming, robbing tourists. Look at them. Look at them. Woo! These people are getting aggressive out here.
Good work, you guys.
Are you mad someone's calling you out for scamming people now? This is like the battlefield of
How does he know, though? How do you know that is happening? This video didn't show that happening. Pickpockets? Question mark? I don't know. But always beware when you're out in public, people. It's a little reminder. The AF Post is reporting that white births have increased from 49.75% of the population to 49.91% of the population. White births have seen the most significant rise in fertility in the U.S., accounting for nearly all of the country's birth increases this January to this August. Huh. To what do you attribute that? President Trump? I don't know. Charlie Kirk? I mean, those two things are probably telling a lot of people, hey, have some families. Have some babies. Pretty good idea. David, oh, that's fantastic. On the tally sheet, no one arrested. I know. Trash Panda reminds us we need to free Tina Peters. Yes. All she did was expose fraud in Colorado. She needs a Congressional Medal of Honor. Deception and misinformation to the tune of the Evil Lion and a Lion King. Yes. So what does this say? It's showing the states. How do we... NH, non-Hispanic, white, black, Asian, mult. Top birth percentage rate rises. Washington, D.C., Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, South Carolina. With a falling white population in Vermont, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Dakota, Minnesota. Huh. Not entirely certain what to make of this, but I think more American babies are good. White doesn't have to do with American, but American babies are good. We need more American babies birthed to two American parents. 100%
what they call.
Edward Snowden is here reminding us, beware about the algorithms and once again, back to the digital footprint, the digital blueprint.
The social credit system. If any of these family photos, if any of your activities online, if your purchases, if your associations, if your friends are in any way different from what the government or the powers that be of the moment would like them to be, you're no longer able to purchase train tickets. You're no longer able to board an airplane. You may not be able to get a passport. You may not be eligible for a job. You might not be able to work for the government. All of these things are increasingly being created and programmed and decided by algorithms. And those algorithms are fueled by precisely the innocent data that our devices are creating all of the time, constantly, invisibly, quietly, right now. Our devices are casting all of these records that we do not see being created, that in aggregate seem very innocent. You were at Starbucks at this time. You went to the hospital afterwards. You spent a long time at the hospital. After you left the hospital, you made a phone call. You made a phone call to your mother. You talked to her until the middle of the night. The hospital was an oncology clinic. Even if you can't see the content of these communications, the activity records, what the government calls metadata.
Yeah, metadata. It could be pretty safely shown what you're up to based on who you're talking to, from where, and you kind of connect the dots. Metadata is like a way to spy on people without calling it spying. It's still spying.
Which they argue they do not need a warrant to collect. Tells the whole story. And these activity records are being created and shared and collected and intercepted constantly by companies and governments. And ultimately it means as they sell these, as they trade these, as they make their businesses on the backs of these records, what they are selling is not information. What they're selling is us. They're selling our future. They're selling our past. They are selling our history, our identity, and ultimately they are stealing our power and making our stories work for them. What they call the social credit system.
There you go. Glenn Beck has thoughts on Michelle Obama, who she's just out there being pretty mad about things. Just from the clips I'm watching, she just seems pretty upset.
Michelle Obama turned down the presidency. She's like, no.
We ain't ready. That's why I'm like, don't even look at me about running, because you all are lying. You're not ready for a woman. You are not. So don't waste my time. You know, we got a lot of growing up to do. And there's still, sadly, a lot of men who do not feel like they can be led by a woman, and we saw it.
No, we didn't want to be led by an incompetent woman, nor would we want to be led by a woman who just lectures us about how bad we are all the time.
All the time. Enough with it.
Everyone is created equal. It doesn't mean you have equal abilities and talents. It's not a woman. It's that one. Are you kidding me? No. And the one you proposed last time was Hillary Clinton, and she almost won. And now it didn't have anything to do with her being a woman. That had a lot to do with, I don't trust her, probably kind of corrupt. And like you, she lectures people all the time.
You're not ready because I'm a woman and I'm black. Like, that has nothing to do with why
you're sexist or you're racist. Michelle Obama turned down the presidency. She's like, no.
Mm-hmm. Could you imagine Kamala right now? Let's not do that. Let's not imagine Kamala. All right, if I hit refresh, I think I'm going to have a new batch of stories here. I do, and we'll share those for tomorrow's program. She is very vain. Some say she... Some people make jokes about her having a main vein. All right, no, that's some say that stuff. That's just... very vain. That's pretty wild. All right. Reminder to click on our X account and subscribe to our channel at American_media_. Programming note, make sure you tune in. Strictly Football this evening, 6 p.m. Eastern, about 3 hours from now. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. Strictly Football here on the New American Media. Looking back at last week. Tip jars are out. What is it? Rumble Rants and Super Chats available. You can also subscribe right here, pinned to the top of our X feed. That's my account there, where you can sign up to be a monthly Patreon member. Great way to support the show. And that's our interview with Mr. John B. Wells. A good chat. Let's take a watch. Jasmine Crockett makes an utter fool out of herself, says Eric Daughtry.
Foods. So listen, if you can have this honest conversation about Epstein now, let's just go ahead with this lame duck president and be honest about everything that the American people
I'm sorry, a lame duck president? What are you talking about?
honest about everything that the American people care about. They care about affordability. They care about the fact that literally people are starving in this country because we have 42 million people, and I don't remember any one of you during that almost 2-month break deciding to go on faux news or any other news outlet and say, you know what, it is wrong to have 42 million people that are relying on $6 a day to eat, and we have the money because somehow our president was able to find under the couch cushion, the one that JD wasn't sitting on, under the couch cushion, he was able to find 40, how much did he find to send to Argentina? 40, there we go, 40 billion to send to Argentina. But those emergency funds, he couldn't find them emergency funds so that.
What is she even talking about? All that to try to say a JD couch joke?
Americans could eat. So listen, if y'all are gonna be honest and talk about Epstein right now, let's be honest about everything that is causing y'all to lose real bad. Did y'all see the election results on November 4th? It didn't go very well. So let's just.
It didn't go very well. She talks interesting. It didn't go very well.
It didn't go very well.
It didn't go very well.
Forth, it didn't go very well. So let's just start having honest conversations so that hopefully some of y'all in some of these tight seats,
honest conversation.
maybe y'all can get reelected and we can just work together.
Ms. Crockett.
Would the gentlelady yield? Who want both of y'all want? Y'all want some?
Yeah, boy. This is going viral now. Disturbing video. Group of students jump a sickly mother with sickle cell and her 2 children on the south side of Chicago. These are elementary school kids. Attacking a sick mom? Kids, what the heck is going on?
Hey, fool, don't touch my brother, fool. Oh, hell no, those ankles ashy as fuck. Look at them bitches, bad crackhead. Other bitches more. What's that?
You know, I'm getting really tired of these mob videos where 20 people surround 1 or 2 people. I'm getting really tired of seeing 30 on 1, 30 on 3. Getting really tired of it, even if they're kids. They're punching and kicking and filming and cheering it on.
Not the big kids. The big kids not touching them. I'm saying, I should smash that bitch on my brother.
That person with the says smash her or something.
We're not the little kids in them, not the big kids. The big
We're talking about the big kids.
kids not touching them. I'm saying, I should smash that bitch.
Smash that something. What a gross.
I should smash that bitch on my brother.
She starts punching, and now someone else is punching. This mom in the face. They're all just reaching in, throwing. Punching her in the face. Jumping and stomping. This is like a band of hyenas, a band of jackals or wolves. What is this urge to pile on, to jump in and throw? What is this urge to mob violence? Where does this come from?